The universe is the collective term for all existence, a harmonious unity of time and space. The universe is the realm of matter that exists objectively independent of human will and is in a state of perpetual motion and evolution. It has no beginning or end in time, nor any boundary or edge in space. Our home, Earth, is but a minute speck of dust within the Milky Way. The Milky Way, in turn, is a mere mote in the cosmos, and the universe that harbors humanity is just one among countless billions within the multiverse. In the silent expanse of the universe, billions of meteor seas floated aimlessly and collided as usual. After each collision, the fragments gradually coalesced into planets, which after enduring vast stretches of time exploded to reform new meteor seas, continuing an endless cycle. Suddenly, a flash of crimson ignited deep within the cosmos, reminiscent of a solitary bewitching flame in the black night, both alluring and radiant. Before that crimson glow, thousands of tiny points twinkled like stars in the night sky, gradually growing larger as they approached. On closer inspection, they revealed themselves to be innumerable spaceships of varying sizes. The spaceships accelerated with all their might, as if desperately fleeing from the ominous crimson looming behind them. Suddenly, all the spaceships came to a halt, drawn back by an immense force. Not only were the ships pulled in, but countless meteors, and even planets, were sucked away. A ripple surged through the universe, layers of visible shockwaves swept along, reducing every trace of matter into mere dust in their path. Gradually, the shockwaves became more frequent. Just as they seemed about to reach their breaking point, everything miraculously settled back into calm. Then in an instant, the pitch-black cosmos blazed with the brightness of day. A shockwave tens of thousands of times more massive than before swept through, shattering even the void into fragments. Nearly half of the spaceships were caught in the shockwave, vanishing into nothingness, while an indescribably enormous wormhole materialized from the void, its tremendous pull gathering all matter that had not been affected by the shockwave. Gradually, the diameter of the wormhole diminished until upon its disappearance, everything within the Yodin domain ceased to exist. In a universe at the heart of the domain, a black hole, like a ravenous beast feasting on its prey, ceaselessly swept away every particle that dared approach it. Its immense gravitational force devoured all matter nearby, with no chance of resistance. As the black hole passed through a sea of meteors, the celestial debris was irresistibly drawn in. Suddenly, the meteors drifting toward the black hole came to a standstill. Observing its unmoving prey, the black hole intensified its pull, attempting to draw them, and yet the meteors remained defiant. Gradually, the cluster of meteors began to tremble, their vibrations growing ever more intense with the passage of time. The black hole appeared enraged, hurtling swiftly toward the meteor sea in a bid to consume them personally. Yet at that very moment, an aberration emerged. Not far from the black hole, a patch of the void suddenly collapsed, most of the meteors dissolved into nothingness, and the black hole itself shrank noticeably, only for a wormhole tens of times larger than the black hole to appear, emitting an immense repulsive force that expelled matter outward. Some of the matter disintegrated into dust during its transit, some was absorbed by the black hole, while the majority drifted off in all directions throughout the universe. Baichuan City, Huaxia, Earth. According to the observatory tonight, an immense meteor shower will streak across the northern hemisphere, and numerous astronomy enthusiasts have gathered at prime viewing spots in anticipation. At the foot of a mountain, a female reporter faces the camera to deliver her report. In our Baichuan City, the ideal viewing spot is none other than the Lingyang mountain range behind me. It is the city's largest and most open locale, and its highest peak, Lingyang Peak, is the top choice for citizens to watch the meteor shower. The camera follows the direction of the reporter's hand, turning toward a nearby high peak. As you can see, although the sky grows dark, nothing can dampen the citizens' eager anticipation. Lingyang Peak is already teeming with people. With some time remaining before the meteor shower arrives, we will commence a live broadcast shortly. Stay tuned. This is Tang Ru reporting from the Lingyang Mountains. As the camera was switched off, Tang Ru exhaled deeply. Li Yuan, the cameraman, packed away the equipment and walked toward her, remarking, "You performed well today, Xiao Ru." Li Yuan smiled and said, "Well done indeed." Gazing at the starry sky, Tang Ru replied softly, "Oh, not that extraordinary. You flatter me. I heard you are also an astronomy enthusiast. You must be quite fascinated by this meteor shower." At the mention of astronomy, Tang Ru's interest was instantly kindled, and she exclaimed enthusiastically, "Indeed. This is a once-in-a-century colossal meteor shower, one I simply cannot miss, or I wouldn't have applied to be its exclusive reporter. Now let us hurry up." Having said that, she turned and began climbing toward Lingyang Peak, with Li Yuan smiling as he quickly followed her with the camera. Deep autumn nights arrive early. Though it was not yet 190, darkness had already enveloped the Lingyang Mountains, illuminated by the lights of those gathered to witness the meteor shower. After nearly 2 hours of waiting, the eagerly anticipated meteor shower finally arrived. At 2058, the first meteor streaked across the night sky, prompting Tang Ru to begin her live broadcast. At 2105, the meteors widened their arc as the true meteor shower unfolded. By 2111, the shower grew denser, and enormous meteors emerged visible even through telescopes. At 2118, red meteors appeared, causing people to sense that something was amiss, as if these meteors had breached the atmosphere to enter Earth. At 2133, while Tang Ru was live on air, a meteor over 10 meters in diameter struck near Lingyang Peak, its colossal impact shaking the mountain as if in an earthquake, with dust billowing everywhere and hundreds of thousands watching both on site and on television. At 2144, tens of thousands of meteors cascaded from the sky, plunging the populace into utter panic, with many reduced to mere shreds amid the chaos. The meteor shower that everyone had eagerly awaited suddenly transformed into a catastrophic, life-ending disaster, a fate no one could have foreseen. In that harrowing moment, a single thought echoed in every heart: the end had come. November 5, 2020, a day that humanity will never forget. That very night, thousands upon thousands of meteors struck northern Earth. In the northern hemisphere, over 100 million people perished in the disaster. The continents sank by an average of 1 meter, and some lowlying nations became part of the ocean. By some estimates, the Earth's continental area diminished by nearly 1. Yet the most terrifying were the red meteors, significantly larger than ordinary ones. Upon impact, they emanated a peculiar energy that formed a lethal field, instantly killing every living creature it touched. Over 80 million lives were claimed by this mysterious force, the primary cause of death in the catastrophe. Scientists, at a loss to counter it, resorted to sealing off all the energy fields, which lingered for nearly 3 months before gradually dissipating. Their investigations revealed that the substance forming the red meteors was an unknown material, resembling stone, yet several dozen times harder than iridium. They named this substance Xingshi. In total, 3721 Xingshi were discovered, the smallest with a diameter of just over 10 meters and the largest exceeding 200 meters. Although the Xingshi were remarkably hard, their mass was exceedingly light. Even the largest Xingshi upon impact only produced a crater less than 50 meters wide. To harness this extraordinary material, governments worldwide gathered their domestic Xingshi for research, while numerous southern hemisphere nations scrambled to purchase them at high prices. The dreadful energy was dubbed a Nung Liang dark energy. With its dissipation, scientists had no choice but to study cadavers to understand the damage it inflicted on the human body and to explore potential defenses. People began calling that day Doomsday, for it not only annihilated countless lives and homes, but also shattered the very fabric of society. Robbery, murder, riots, all manners of crimes escalated relentlessly. To aid in disaster relief and restore order, governments deployed vast military forces. Many southern hemisphere nations even launched wars against smaller countries amidst the chaos, plunging the world into profound turmoil. April 2021. 5 months had passed since Doomsday, yet Waxia's society was nearly restored to its former order. People dug up mountains and filled craters to rebuild their homes. Society had regained a semblance of stability. Although many were still engulfed in grief for lost loved ones, and dwellings, daily life managed to persist. In Lingyang District, Baichuan City, a news report stated, currently the national orders in the northern hemisphere are gradually stabilizing, yet conflicts in certain nations continue to simmer. After fruitless negotiations, the United Nations has deployed troops for intervention. Further details will follow. The screen flickered and the television turned off. A woman picked up her emptied bowl and walked toward the kitchen, saying, "After your meal, go to school quickly. If you miss the bus again, you'll have to walk. I have too much to do today to take you, and after school, don't wander off or wait for me to pick you up. In this chaos, I cannot bear to see you get hurt." Sitting at the table, the young man gulped down the milk in his cup, wiped his mouth, grabbed his school bag, and headed out, remarking, "You handle your own affairs. You need not pick me up. I can take care of myself." The woman, while washing dishes, peered out and said, "Be obedient and wait for me to pick you up." A sharp bang followed, answered only by the sound of a closing door. "This child," the woman murmured as she shook her head in exasperation and returned to washing the dishes. Zhang Yang had once again missed the bus, this time deliberately. The school was not far from home, and he could easily walk. Yet his true aim was to journey to the great desolate mountain in the western suburbs, a place destined to change his life. 5 months ago, on the night of Doomsday, Zhang Yang had been confined to his bedroom for study. The more he thought about it, the angrier he grew. After all, it was the weekend. Moreover, tonight, there was to be a grand meteor shower. Why must I be locked away studying? Overwhelmed with frustration, Zhang Yang decided to run out, knowing that though his parents would not allow him to leave, even a scolding was a small price to pay for witnessing such a marvel. With this resolve, Zhang Yang set his plan in motion. Since his parents lingered in the living room, he climbed out the window and descended along the drainpipe. After a half-hour run, he reached the great desolate mountain in the western suburbs. Along a forest path, Zhang Yang ascended toward the highest peak, and just as his anticipation soared, the meteor shower began. Seeing meteors streak past, an excited Zhang Yang quickened his pace upward. Yet as he reached mid-mountain, a colossal pressure pinned him to the ground. Struggling to turn his head, he looked upward in horror. An immense meteor was hurtling directly toward him. Zhang Yang tried to escape, but the crushing pressure rendered him immobile. As the meteor drew ever nearer and the force intensified, he was utterly helpless. In despair, he closed his eyes and awaited death, his heart filled with regret. A roaring, blazing sound like a furious inferno grew louder, and the immense pressure felled every tree within a dozen miles. With a sharp crack, a bone in Zhang Yang shattered, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Soon the sounds of breaking bones followed in rapid succession. His consciousness blurred into a void as if plunged into eternal slumber. Then with a resounding boom, a massive meteor struck the mountain's base, its colossal impact shaking the earth and sending clouds of dust swirling. Suddenly, an intensely bright light emerged from the crater at the mountain's base, drifting slowly toward Zhang Yang and enveloping him. Under the crushing force, Zhang Yang had lost all sensation, with only a faint spark of consciousness affirming that he was still alive. Just when Zhang Yang believed death was imminent, the overwhelming pressure suddenly vanished, all pain evaporated without a trace, and his body gradually warmed. Have I died? Zhang Yang wondered as he opened his eyes and gazed upward, witnessing countless meteors relentlessly striking the earth. With a bitter smile, he stirred, realizing that he still possessed control over his body. Zhang Yang stood up, and after groping and even jumping in place to confirm that he was indeed restored, he muttered, "What is happening? Why am I unscathed?" Zhang Yang was utterly bewildered. Though he felt as if many of his bones had shattered, he remained completely unharmed. Then a sudden piercing pain on the inner side of his right arm snapped him back. Rolling up his sleeve, he discovered a hexagram, like a tattoo, imprinted about 10 centimeters above his upward-pointing palm. How did this come to be? Zhang Yang, who had never encountered tattoos before, wondered as he touched the hexagram. In that instant, it flared to life, glowing brilliantly for roughly 10 seconds. Stunned into a daze, Zhang Yang was at a loss. What was happening? How could it still glow? Overwhelmed by the night's tumultuous events, he could scarcely compose himself before breaking into a run back home. Zhang Yang quickly arrived at the foot of the mountain, but at that moment a thick mist approached him like volcanic ash during an eruption, forcing him to change direction and run in another way. Suddenly, a middle-aged man ran out from the woods 50 meters away. His surname was Li. He was a manager from the western suburbs, and familiar people called him Old Li. At this moment, he was fleeing in panic. Zhang Yang often played in the western suburbs before, so Old Li recognized him. Upon seeing Zhang Yang, he shouted, "Zhang Yang, be careful of the black mist, run towards the east quickly." However, in his panic, he stumbled and fell to the ground, unable to get up for a moment. Zhang Yang wanted to help him, but in the next second, he dismissed that thought. The black mist engulfed Old Li, and he vanished instantly, like salt dissolving in water, disappearing without a trace, as if he had never existed. Zhang Yang felt he was losing his mind. When had he ever witnessed such a scene? Yet the encroaching black mist confirmed that everything he saw was not an illusion. He screamed in frustration and ran madly towards the east, where there was no black mist. However, after running less than 100 meters, he discovered that the east was also shrouded in thick black mist. Now there was no path to take except to head up the mountain to the north. The black mist spread to the east, south, and west. Even if he ran up the mountain, he doubted he could outrun the black mist. Despair washed over Zhang Yang as he squatted down with his hands on his head. He regretted not listening and running out to play now. Although he had seen the meteor shower, his life was likely forfeit. Soon the black mist enveloped him. At that moment, the hexagram on his arm suddenly shone brightly, and a faint white light gradually emanated from his body. All the black mist that was about to touch Zhang Yang swirled around him, flowing past, as if a stream were divided by a large stone in its center. Zhang Yang slowly raised his head, looking at the black mist brushing past him and the light surrounding him, momentarily at a loss. He cautiously took a step forward, and the black mist continued to part. Another step forward, and it was the same. Breathing a sigh of relief, Zhang Yang ran out of the black mist. Wait, how can I see? Zhang Yang suddenly realized something. He was nearsighted. His glasses had long been crushed into pieces before, and now it was night. How could he see so clearly? It was as if his nearsightedness had suddenly cured. Zhang Yang was astonished. He couldn't think too much about it. All he wanted was to go home, not knowing how his family was doing. The western suburbs were about 5 kilometers from home, a distance he usually could run in half an hour, but it took him over half an hour. Various craters caused by meteorites had destroyed all passable roads. Upon entering the city, the entire city resembled a sea of flames, with fire lighting up the sky. People were panicking, their desperate cries and sobs echoing everywhere. A sudden unease gripped Zhang Yang's heart, and he immediately ran home with all his might. In the distance, he saw his own building intact as before. Zhang Yang let out a breath, feeling significantly relieved. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed. Zhang Yang was anxious to see his family. Since he had sneaked out, he hadn't taken his keys, but after knocking for a long time, no one came to open the door. Zhang Yang ran down the stairs, climbed up the drainpipe. However, he could jumped into his bedroom, opened the door, and found the TV still on. However, the living room was empty. Mom, Zhang Yang shouted. The surroundings were silent with no response. Where are you? Still there was no answer. Zhang Yang panicked. After searching every room and still not finding the figure he longed to see, he burst out of the door. Just as he reached downstairs, he saw a head peeking out from behind a nearby tree. Mom. Zhang Yang ran over. Son, a surprised voice exclaimed. Where have you been? You scared your mother to death. A woman spoke, half sobbing and half reproachful. Hearing her voice, Zhang Yang felt relieved and quickened his pace, throwing himself into the woman's embrace, but unexpectedly he exerted too much force and knocked his mom to the ground. He quickly helped his mother up, awkwardly saying, What are you doing here? It's so dangerous outside. Just now, after a loud bang, the whole building started shaking. I thought it was an earthquake, so I quickly ran out. Where did you go? I went to watch the meteor shower. You child, you really don't let me worry. Fan Su glared at him. Zhang Yang chuckled. At this moment, the meteorites had stopped falling and people had calmed down from their initial panic. Standing outside like this was not a solution. Seeing that it was safe now, Zhang Yang returned home with Fan Su. It was already early morning, but neither of them felt the slightest bit sleepy. Not to mention the chaotic sounds outside. After experiencing such an event, it was a wonder they could sleep at all. It was unclear when the power went out. Perhaps the meteorite had damaged the power towers. Looking out the window, apart from the faint glow of a few fires and flashlights, there was no other light. The signal had also become very poor, though presumably the signal towers were affected as well. Fan Su had originally planned to call friends and relatives to report their safety, but she couldn't get a single call through and had to give up. In the living room, Zhang Yang leaned against the sofa, staring at the candle on the coffee table, lost in thought. Suddenly, he stood up and blew out the candle. What are you doing? Fan Su, who was also lost in thought, suddenly asked as darkness enveloped her vision. Zhang Yang did not answer. His heart was racing. His guess was right. I can see, he murmured. See what? Son, are you okay? Fan Su was confused and stood up to reach for Zhang Yang's forehead. Zhang Yang took Fan Su's hand away, relighting the candle. It's okay, I'm going out for a bit, I'll be back soon. Saying this, he walked towards the door. Where are you going at this late hour? Just going out for a walk. It's too dangerous outside. Don't go out. It's fine, I'll be back soon. That night was exceptionally dark, likely due to the absence of light. However, this did not affect Zhang Yang's vision. He was now looking from a hill not far from home into the distance. Despite being over 600 degrees nearsighted and having astigmatism without his glasses, and even in the dark, he could see remarkably clearly. For example, on a street several hundred meters away, a man was walking briskly, holding a child's hand. In the woods behind the mountain, a group of people was heading towards another city with many bags. Zhang Yang could even clearly see the faces of the man and child and what the group was carrying. This exceeded normal human vision. He did not know why this was happening, but indeed his eyesight had improved, and it had changed like this. Suddenly, the hexagram on his right arm glowed brightly, and a sharp pain shot through Zhang Yang's mind. His body gradually became warm and darkness enveloped him as he lost consciousness. How long had passed? Zhang Yang stirred awake, his head pounding as if filled with molten lead, oppressively heavy, unbearably sharp. What happened? Why did I black out? He opened his eyes to find himself lying in his own bedroom. At that very instant, a voice pierced the silence. Urgent, trembling with relief. Son, you're awake. Turning toward the voice, he saw Fan Su standing nearby, her eyes swollen and ringed with deep purple shadows, unmistakably exhausted and recently weeping. Mom, what happened to me? Dare you even ask? I told you not to go out, yet you insisted. If I hadn't gone searching for you, that black mist would have corroded you beyond salvation. Fan Su shot him a stern glare. Zhang Yang scratched his head sheepishly, so she knew nothing either. Then glancing down at his right arm, he froze. The hexagram symbol gone. What had truly transpired? Was it all just a dream? He rubbed his eyes. No, his vision was undeniably restored. This was no illusion. His skull throbbed violently. He could not fathom it. The hexagram's sudden emergence, its equally inexplicable vanishing. 4 days on end, Zhang Yang waited, watching, hoping for the hexagram's return. Each glance at his right arm yielded only quiet disappointment, a slow, resigned shake of the head. Life pressed onward. After months of painstaking recovery, society stabilized, and Zhang Yang returned to school to resume his studies. One morning, he missed the school bus. To avoid tardiness, he chose a shortcut, one that inevitably led through the western suburbs. He hadn't set foot there since the meteor shower. Now returning memories surged like tides, unbidden, overwhelming. A strange sensation washed over him the moment he entered the western suburbs. His body lightened, his breath steadied, sweat evaporating as though drawn away by invisible hands. Something called to him from just ahead, a subtle magnetic pull. Yet he resisted. School loomed, a lateness was unacceptable. But deeper still, fear held him back. That night the hexagram reappeared, faint, translucent, fleeting. Still Zhang Yang's heart leapt. Answers lay waiting in the western suburbs. And so before dawn broke the next day, he stood once more at its threshold. Da Huang Mountain, the tallest peak in the western suburbs, had been stripped bare 5 months prior, its sparse vegetation erased entirely by the cataclysm. Zhang Yang climbed the slope where he'd nearly shattered his bones. With every step upward, that uncanny sensation intensified, until cresting the ridge he beheld the colossal crater 100 meters wide gouged into the earth by the falling meteor. Ignoring the warning sign, danger Zhoni entry prohibited, he descended into the chasm. Its scale dwarfed even his entire school. At the crater's center he found them, hundreds of crystalline stones, diamond clear and radiant, scattered across the scorched ground in varying sizes. Months had passed, yet no one had claimed them. Curious Zhang Yang picked up one. Instantly it blazed with searing light, brilliant, blinding. It was early morning, sunlight bathed the land, but still the stone's radiance overwhelmed his eyes, flooding his vision with white. Jolted upright, Zhang Yang flung the stone aside and rubbed his eyes fiercely. Minutes passed before his sight slowly resettled. Yet the stone did not fall. It hung suspended midair, and above it floated a shimmering blue holographic projection. The image depicted 2 figures locked in combat, one towering, the other diminutive. Their disparity was staggering. The larger loomed dozens of times the height of the smaller. Zhang Yang watched in silence, then reached out, palm open. The moment his fingers closed around the stone, the projection dissolved. Examining the stone closely, he noticed irregular black striations etched across its surface. He picked up another, identical markings. What kind of stones were these? What did the striations signify? What was the origin of those projections? Why had he survived that night? And why? Why had his eyes changed? What secrets lay buried here? His mind spun, chaotic and unmoored. There had to be meaning in these stones. Zhang Yang slung off his backpack, emptied its contents onto the ground, and began gathering them, stone by stone, until nearly 1,000 gleamed within its half-filled depths. He circled the crater again and again, ensuring none remained. Only then did he hoist the pack onto his shoulders. Though numerous, the stones weighed almost nothing, no heavier than his textbooks alone. He checked his watch, 7:55 a.m. He'd arrived at Da Huang Mountain at 7:50. How could only 5 minutes have elapsed? Zhang Yang scratched his head, puzzled. No matter, still time to make it. 25 minutes should be enough, he murmured to himself. And with that he sprinted toward school. Unseen the moment he vanished beyond the ridge, a semi-transparent figure materialized, silver-white save for vivid orange eyes and faint black markings tracing its face. It watched Zhang Yang recede, lips curling into a silent, knowing smile, then dissolved into thin air. That evening Zhang Yang returned home, locked himself in his room, and shut the world out. Clearing his desk, he upended his backpack, spilling the stones across the polished wood in a glittering cascade. After careful observation, he discovered only certain stones projected images, those bearing both striations and a distinct angular facet. He sorted them swiftly. Fewer than 1/5 remained, roughly 200 stones, each humming with latent potential. They seemed designed to interlock, to form patterns. He arranged them into triangles, quadrilaterals, pentagons, but none fit perfectly. Yet something clicked, an intuition faint but persistent. A flash of insight: hexagons. The hexagram. How had he forgotten? Though the symbol had vanished from his arm, its shape burned vividly in memory. Only the intricate tracery of its lines eluded him, too dense, too complex to reconstruct. The stones felt alive, black striations pulsing like capillaries, each fragment resonating with the others. Hovering silently in midair, they defied gravity and reason, and Zhang Yang, utterly unversed in such phenomena, played on entranced. Son, dinner's ready. A knock sounded at the door. Absorbed, Zhang Yang didn't lift his gaze. Just leave it outside, Mom. I'll eat soon. All right, don't let it get cold. Got it. A rustle faded into silence beyond the door. Time dissolved. Then, crack. A sharp, brittle sound halted his motion. He leaned in intent, when suddenly another shatter echoed, jolting him backward onto the floor. The gaps between stones narrowed, vanished, sealed seamlessly into a single unified form. The fused mass trembled violently in midair. Tiny fragments cascaded downward as brilliant cobalt light erupted from its core, like ancient bindings straining to break, like a curse about to shatter. His gaze drifted, unintentionally, to the window. 2 amber points glowed there. Unidentified. Unimportant. He turned back, just as a sharp metallic clang rang out from the glass. What was that? Someone there? Are those eyes? A chill seized him, cold sweat prickling his skin. Slowly he pivoted toward the window and saw nothing. Phew, false alarm. He faced forward again, only to freeze, eyes widening in raw shock. Before him stood a figure, not quite human, translucent spectral. In one fluid motion it lunged, snatched the glowing hexagram from the air, and pressed it firmly against Zhang Yang's forehead. Brilliant sapphire light exploded, filling his vision, saturating his senses. There was no pain, only a profound, weighty descent, as if his consciousness were sinking into deep, silent water. Who's there? Zhang Yang recoiled in shock, scrambling backward on hands and knees. Someone was standing inside his own room. No reply came. After a moment, the bluish glow enveloping his vision receded and clarity returned. Zhang Yang surveyed his surroundings and was utterly stunned. Where was he? Utter blackness stretched in all directions, punctuated only by countless drifting asteroids. He had seen such a sight only on television. This was no longer his home. He was unmistakably adrift in outer space, standing barefoot in the vast cosmos, asteroids gliding silently past him, soundless as vacuum itself. Zhang Yang remained frozen for a long while before regaining his senses. He had never even boarded an airplane, yet now he floated where only rockets could reach. Suddenly his body surged forward, uncontrollably accelerating so violently that the surrounding scenery blurred into afterimages. He strained to halt, but his limbs refused to obey. He kept hurtling forward. After roughly 20 seconds, a planet emerged into view. Blue and white like Earth, yet profoundly alien. Its blue was not azure, but deep near black. Its white was not pristine, but ashen gray, as though the world itself had been poisoned. Soon he entered the planet's atmosphere. Gazing down at its surface, he gasped. The terrain mirrored Earth with uncanny precision. The 7 continents and 4 oceans occupied identical positions. He descended toward Asia, then further, into the territory of Huaxia Nation, and finally halted above a towering skyscraper. A jagged rift tore across the sky, hundreds of meters long, spewing forth grotesque, otherworldly creatures in endless waves. Some loomed dozens of stories tall, their forms twisted and horrifying. The beasts rampaged through the city, shattering buildings, slaughtering civilians, reducing entire districts to rubble. What remained was pure hell. Half the metropolis lay in ruins, survivors huddled in despair, watching monstrous shadows close in, ready to tear them limb from limb. Then, a searing beam of light lanced toward the horde. Every creature it touched exploded into crimson mist. Even the skyscraper's abominations crumbled instantly. Another beam, jet black and venomous, erupted from the rift to intercept it. Zhang Yang's skull erupted in agony. The pain intensified, sweat beaded and rolled like rain. His vision dissolved into haze, then darkness swallowed everything whole. He rubbed his eyes. Above him hung the familiar ceiling of his bedroom. Was I dreaming? He murmured aloud. Humph, strangely vivid. This is the illusory mirror. You are not dreaming. A voice resonated directly within his mind. Zhang Yang jolted upright with a start, scanning the room, but saw nothing save 6 floating stones arranged in a perfect hexagram resting silently beside his feet. The voice echoed again, chosen one of fate. Lift the dark energy locket and initiate soul linkage. Who's speaking? Zhang Yang shouted. He recoiled. No one stood in the room, yet a voice had spoken. Then Shua, a figure materialized 2 meters before him, conjured from empty air. To examine the floating stone's projection more closely, Zhang Yang had switched off the lights, relying only on faint moonlight to illuminate the room. Though he possessed night vision, prolonged use drained his mental energy, causing unbearable headaches. He suspected his recent unexplained collapse on the hillside had stemmed from such exhaustion. But there was no time for caution now. Zhang Yang focused intently on the figure before him. It appeared humanoid, yet semi-transparent posture, rigid head bowed low. Its entire form shimmered in silvery luminescence. Zhang Yang noticed a hexagram emblem glowing faintly upon its chest, identical to the one mysteriously branded on his own right forearm. Who are you, and why are you in my room? Zhang Yang stepped back warily. Soul Weaver Ming, at your service, for your soul linkage. What? Zhang Yang blinked, bewildered. I hail from a world long annihilated. The last civilization of Yetan Domain traversed a wormhole to reach this realm. Now every parallel universe faces imminent extinction. You have been ordained by heaven's mandate. Initiate soul linkage without delay. My energy wanes swiftly. The translucent being raised its head, locking eyes with Zhang Yang. Only then did he notice intricate luminous patterns traced across its face, identical to those etched upon the floating stones. What are you talking about? A destroyed world. Soul linkage. Zhang Yang faltered, lost. I am a being of pure energy. My reserves dwindle. Initiate soul linkage now. How do I do it? And is it safe? Entirely safe. Please confirm, do you consent to soul linkage? Zhang Yang hesitated, then nodded. Fine. Before the words left his lips, the being raised its hand. The hexagram stone levitated, hovering motionless before Zhang Yang. Its facial glyphs flared, light blazed from its eyes and chest sigil, and in a final pulse of radiance it dissolved into pure luminescence, merging seamlessly with the stone. The hexagram stone dimmed abruptly, its surface now glowing only with a faint silvery sheen. A sharp searing pain lanced through Zhang Yang's right arm. He looked down. There it was again, the hexagram mark, now pulsing with soft cerulean light. A burning sensation flared up his limb, radiating through his entire body, so intense he clenched his teeth until his jaw ached. The hexagram stone began to rotate, then drifted slowly, deliberately, toward the glowing sigil on his forearm. Instantly, the scorching agony vanished, replaced by a surreal coolness, as though his blazing arm had been plunged into icy water. As the stone fused into his flesh, Zhang Yang felt a torrent of raw energy surge outward from it, flooding his bones, blood, organs, reinforcing each with profound intensity. It was agony magnified tenfold, yet he welcomed it, intoxicated by the sensation of transcendence, of evolution unfolding within his very cells. A substantial portion of that energy streamed into his cranium, coalescing just beneath his brow into a radiant sapphire sphere, softly luminous and thrumming with latent power. Zhang Yang could perceive the sphere clearly, even with his eyes closed, feeling its subtle pulse, its quiet sovereign presence within his mind. For nearly half an hour the energy flowed unceasingly, then ceased. Zhang Yang exhaled deeply, long and slow. At last, it's over. He tried to stretch, only to realize he couldn't move at all. His gaze fell upon the mirror and froze. But that was not what seized his breath. His eyes glowed with cold electric blue light. Then buzz. A deafening resonance filled his skull. His vision blurred. Consciousness slipped away like sand through fingers, until darkness claimed him completely. The April breeze carried a hint of winter's farewell, and the gentle wind brought a slight chill. In the early morning, as the first rays of sunlight entered the room, Zhang Yang awoke. Knock, knock, knock. A hurried knocking echoed. Son, it's time to get up for school. Fan Su shouted from outside the door. I'm up. All right, I'm off to work. Remember to have breakfast, don't be late. Got it. Huh. Zhang Yang took a deep breath, recalling the events of last night. Everything felt so dreamlike. Soul guide. Soul guidance. What's the use of that? I still don't understand why I agreed back then. He shook his head, sensing the energy ball in his mind, which was currently motionless, seemingly in a dormant state. Not thinking about these things anymore, he got up, dressed, and looked at the hexagram symbol, which had changed from black to light purple. Zhang Yang reached out to touch it. The surface of his skin was raised, and he could clearly feel the outline of the hexagram, as if it was embedded within him, yet it appeared completely normal. Zhang Yang was already accustomed to it, and didn't think too much. In class, the exam was being explained at the podium, while Zhang Yang below was dozing off, feeling lethargic from last night's exertions. Physics is so boring, Zhang Yang mumbled as he stretched, then shifted positions to continue his daydream. All right, I'll call a student to come up and solve this problem. The physics teacher, wearing round glasses, scanned the class. You little rascal daring to sleep in my class, just wait until I deal with you. Zhang Yang, come up. Zhang Yang, deep in sleep, remained unresponsive. Zhang Yang, can't you hear me? Seeing that Zhang Yang was completely still, the physics teacher was furious. The other students turned their heads to look at him. Hey, wake up, the teacher is calling you. His deskmate Li Miao shook him gently. Still groggy, Zhang Yang replied impatiently, what? The teacher wants you to solve the problem, hurry up, Li Miao whispered. Zhang Yang jolted awake, forgetting to wipe the drool, and stood up. What a hassle, I didn't pay attention to today's lesson, how am I supposed to solve this problem? Zhang Yang forced a smile, bracing himself as he walked up to the podium. Gripping the pen in his hand, he frowned at the problem. After writing one solution, he found it hard to continue. If you don't know anything and aren't paying attention, are you here to learn or just to sleep? I'm so fed up with students like you. Let me tell you. Li Mu began his usual monotonous lecture, which to Zhang Yang's ears sounded like a swarm of flies buzzing. Suddenly inspiration struck Zhang Yang, and he widened his eyes, his halted hand finally moved. What are you all looking at? Li Mu noticed that all the students were staring intently at the blackboard. His fiery anger instantly cooled down. Zhang Yang wrote, as if possessed, effortlessly providing the correct answer, which astonished Li Mu. Zhang Yang's usual grades were mediocre, placing him at an average level in the class. This problem, while not too difficult, was still challenging even for the top students in the class, especially since Zhang Yang had yet to learn this method. Good job, you got it right. Now let's try another one. Li Mu wrote another problem on the blackboard. Try solving this one, everyone, don't just watch. Li Mu turned to the other students as well. In less than a few minutes, Zhang Yang put down his pen. I'm done. So fast. Li Mu was utterly amazed. This problem was significantly more difficult than the previous one, and even he couldn't solve it in such a short time. After checking several times and confirming that Zhang Yang's answer was flawless, Li Mu was shocked. What's wrong with this kid? Has he been pretending all along? Alright, let's do one more. Li Mu refused to believe it. A few minutes later, looking at the fully filled blackboard with the solving process, Li Mu was left speechless. This was an advanced problem. And it was completely correct. Good, you can go down now. Come to my office after class. As Zhang Yang descended amidst the incredulous gazes of his classmates. Wow, you're amazing. You solved such a difficult problem. Li Miao, his deskmate, gave him a thumbs up in admiration. Zhang Yang was too preoccupied to respond, not even understanding what had just happened. Initially, he had read the question several times without any clue and was about to give up. However, at that moment, the blue energy ball in his brain flickered, and suddenly, he felt enlightened, perceiving the problem as simple, like a high school student tackling a question meant for elementary school. The next few questions were the same, feeling like basic common sense. Although he hadn't encountered them before, he found that he could solve them. Flipping through the exercises, he found that he could indeed solve them. Problems that previously required answers to proceed were now effortless, as he could discern the answers at a glance. He glanced at other subjects, and it was the same. Is this really how it feels? Zhang Yang felt ecstatic, wondering if this meant he had nothing to fear about getting into a key high school. Lindu County is a moderately sized county in Pingyuan City, Qingning Province, surrounded by mountains and located in the heart of the mountains. The people of Lindu are diligent and content, leading simple lives. However, in recent days, a significant event has unfolded in Lindu County. About 20 miles east of Lindu County lies a continuous mountain range. The night before last, a thick fog enveloped that area with a radius of about 10 kilometers. When daylight broke, people discovered that the fog was actually red. This was indeed a novelty. There had never been reports of red fog before. The local meteorological and environmental protection bureaus conducted investigations, but could not determine the cause of the red fog. Yesterday, even the provincial government sent personnel from the local Academy of Sciences to investigate. However, just this morning, countless ambulances were rushing through the streets of Lindu County. In just one night, hundreds to thousands of people in Lindu County exhibited varying degrees of poisoning, and hospitals of all sizes were overcrowded, with many being transferred to hospitals in nearby counties for treatment. In an instant, the streets of Lindu County were filled with the persistent wailing of ambulance sirens. Hospitals could not determine the cause of the poisoning. The examination results showed that the patients were completely normal, only exhibiting heightened spirits. They did not experience the typical symptoms of poisoning such as vomiting or diarrhea, but rather had several peculiar characteristics, like their skin turning red, as if scalded, bloodshot eyes, and restlessness. Investigations revealed that most of the poisoned individuals were from villages outside the county, particularly those from areas where the red fog had appeared the day before. Additionally, some were merely curious bystanders who had gone specifically to see the red fog, and others were from government agencies. There is no doubt that the cause of these poisonings is related to the red fog, but it remains a mystery what this red fog truly is, and unfortunately those who could study it are now lying in hospital beds. Local police cordoned off the area where the red fog had appeared to prevent further spread. The poisoned individuals were placed under quarantine for observation, and livestock affected by the red fog were subject to centralized incineration. As this was the first occurrence of such an event, it drew significant attention. Many reporters rushed from various places to cover the story. Explain yourself. What exactly happened today? Li Mu sat sideways in his chair facing Zhang Yang, lifted the teacup from his desk, blew gently across its surface, and took a loud slurping sip. Zhang Yang opened his mouth, but no sound emerged. He had no idea what to say nor how to say it. An awkward silence settled over the office. Several other teachers, though busy, cast fleeting glances his way. Few students held the examination office in high regard, and Zhang Yang was no exception. Ordinarily, he entered its doors only to face reprimands or confront academic shortcomings, leaving him habitually hunched and self-conscious, even when guiltless. Don't waste time. Tell me, how did you solve those questions? Li Mu set down his teacup, turned fully toward Zhang Yang, and leaned forward. I just solved them, that's all. It was simple. Zhang Yang replied with a wry, helpless smile. Oh, simple. Li Mu pivoted back, rummaged through his desk, withdrew a test paper from a stack of exams, picked up a pen, and handed both to Zhang Yang. You may skip your next art class. Complete this exam. Return only when finished. I'll inform your art teacher. He had drafted these questions himself, challenging unpublished, not yet distributed to any classroom. If Zhang Yang truly possessed such brilliance, surely these problems would pose no obstacle, Li Mu mused. With that, he rose, fetched an extra chair for Zhang Yang, and strode out, presumably to speak with the art instructor. What on earth? Zhang Yang swallowed, dryly moistening his parched throat, then glanced around the office before finally setting his hands to work. Minutes later, Li Mu returned, expression unreadable, and fixed his gaze upon Zhang Yang. Well, still simple. Where are you up to? He bent slightly, preparing to inspect the paper. But Zhang Yang shot upright. Finished. Impossible. Li Mu recoiled in shock, snatching the paper from his hands to scrutinize it. 5 minutes had barely elapsed, yet the entire exam was complete. The startled exclamation drew the attention of every other teacher in the office. All correct, Li Mu murmured, dumbfounded. With so many educators present, cheating was out of the question. He studied the boy anew, this unassuming, seemingly guileless youth, and realized with quiet certainty Zhang Yang had been pretending all along. Why? What secret did he conceal? Mr. Li, I heard Zhang Yang got every answer right. A young female chemistry teacher, Zhang Yang's own instructor, leaned over from the adjacent desk, her tone curious and warm. She and Zhang Yang shared a rare rapport, part mentor, part friend. Li Mu turned, offering a wry, incredulous smile. Yes, Miss Wang, every single one. Utterly astonishing. At his confirmation, Zhang Jing's jaw slackened in disbelief. The other teachers stared at Zhang Yang as if witnessing a miracle. Zhang Yang, define solution. Zhang Jing posed a fundamental chemistry concept without warning. Zhang Yang answered instantly, without hesitation. Hess's law. Principles of the electrolytic cell, eh? One after another, he responded flawlessly. Even to advanced high school topics, Zhang Jing introduced to test his limits. Li Mu joined in, probing deeper middle school fundamentals, high school rigor, university-level theory, even obscure concepts he himself scarcely grasped. Yet Zhang Yang articulated each with clarity and confidence. By now class had begun. Zhang Yang was the sole student remaining in the office. The other teachers paused their work, drawn irresistibly into the impromptu examination. Question followed question, each teacher taking a turn. Zhang Yang became a living compendium, no query stumped him. Stunned, the faculty gaped, like mortals beholding a deity, until Zhang Yang grew flustered under their rapt, unnerving scrutiny. Li Mu, sensing his discomfort, said gently, "You may go now." Relief flooded Zhang Yang. He bowed deeply and fled, leaving behind only the low hum of astonished murmurs. Back in the empty classroom, he slumped onto his desk for a midday rest. Most classmates had gone to lunch. Only a handful remained diligently solving practice problems. Drowsy and half-dreaming, he suddenly perceived something beyond the classroom door. My. He lifted his head, scanned the room. Everything appeared normal. Concluding it must have been a dream, he lowered his forehead once more onto the cool desktop. Minutes later, he jerked upright, so violently that books tumbled from his desk with a thunderous crash. Hey, what the hell? You scared me half to death. His front row classmate whirled around, voice sharp, with 3 rapid-fire complaints. Sorry, so sorry. Zhang Yang offered an apologetic grin and ducked to retrieve the scattered books. His classmate scoffed, turned away, and ignored him entirely. Zhang Yang, too preoccupied to take offense, whispered, "What just happened?" Just now, while asleep, he had seen events unfold in the hallway. How did I do that? Astonished, he closed his eyes and focused inward, listening. His own breath, the scratch of pens, the classroom's ambient murmur, even the distant clamor from the playground, all resonated with crystalline clarity. Then, suddenly, his awareness expanded outward as if he had become a silent, omniscient presence. Within his radius, he sensed everything: his front row neighbors' subtle gestures, even the precise strokes of the characters they wrote. At that moment, a student emerged from the neighboring classroom, and Zhang Yang bolted outside. Totally bizarre, his classmate muttered, glancing sideways with a scowl. Zhang Yang heard it clearly, narrowed his eyes, but chose not to respond. Racing into the corridor, he confirmed it. The same student stood there, pausing briefly to glance back at him with faint bewilderment. Then, Zhang Yang's face drained of color. His knees buckled. He nearly collapsed, catching himself against the wall. Beads of cold sweat rolled down his temples. His mind emptied utterly. Slowly, shakily, he leaned back into the classroom and sank into his seat. He couldn't fathom what had just occurred, this sudden dizzying vertigo. Had he fallen gravely ill? The thought extinguished all joy. Even the thrill of his newfound ability faded into dread. For the entire afternoon, he tuned out the lessons, too elementary, like a university student attending primary school. So he slept, deeply uninterrupted, through every class. Warm sunlight streamed through the windows, mingling with crisp, refreshing breezes, lulling Zhang Yang, still slumped over his desk, into serene tranquility. Hey, wake up. School's out. You're still sleeping. Li Miao shook Zhang Yang, who drifted into blissful oblivion. Zhang Yang wiped drool from his chin, stretched luxuriously, and glanced at his inexpensive digital watch, 6:03 p.m. I'm off first, brother Zhang. I'll see you tomorrow. Li Miao hoisted his backpack and walked out. Zhang Yang gave a lazy acknowledgement and began packing his bag at his own unhurried pace. April's streets bustled vibrantly. Street vendors' stalls lined every corner. As Zhang Yang strolled home, boredom prompted him to test his new ability, once more sensing the world around him. He closed his eyes, focused, And within a 2-meter radius, every detail bloomed into razor-sharp clarity: the vendor's weathered face, passers-by's expressions, even the frantic scuttle of ants along the curb. Then, without warning, a face flashed across his mind. He froze, stared intently, but saw nothing. Shrugging, he continued walking. "Watch out!" A voice echoed inside his skull, so vivid, so urgent, he froze mid-step. The next instant, a speeding car roared past where he'd stood moments before. Zhang Yang was drenched in cold sweat, so engrossed in his perception that he didn't even realize when he had crossed the road. If it weren't for that voice, he might have met his end, but who was that voice coming from? He clearly felt that the voice originated from his own mind. "Who are you?" Zhang Yang tentatively asked. "Greetings, Destined One. I am Tianyang." The voice echoed once more, and then a figure appeared in his mind. It had a gigantic head and a tiny body resembling a gourd, and after it emerged, Zhang Yang saw it smiling continuously. Zhang Yang felt both excited and nervous, thrilled that something truly existed in his mind and could speak. Yet he was anxious about whether it would harm him. "What do you mean by Destined One? Who are you?" Zhang Yang asked excitedly. "The Destined One is someone chosen by the heavenly revelation, which is you. As for me, I am just an artificial intelligence. Also, to communicate with me, you only need to think of what you want to say. There's no need to speak it out loud." As it spoke, its gaze darted around. Zhang Yang followed its line of sight and noticed several people curiously looking at him. Embarrassed, he smiled awkwardly and quickly ran home. What is this heavenly revelation? What does being chosen mean? What on earth is happening? Zhang Yang pondered. "I know you have a lot of questions, and I will gradually tell you everything. The next part is very important, so please listen carefully." Tianyang suddenly became very serious. He really could hear it. Originally, Zhang Yang wanted to say something else, but he held back, deciding it was better to let it finish before asking. As he reached the park, he casually found a bench to sit down. "Before that, I want to tell you a story." Zhang Yang responded. On a certain planet in the 7th parallel universe, a monster known as the Mingling was born. This creature was bloodthirsty, and any living being killed by it would turn into a Mingling. Over time, the number of Minglings increased, and soon the planet became a terrifying place where only Minglings existed. Due to their rampant destruction and extremely strong reproductive abilities, the planet had become unsuitable for their survival, prompting them to set their sights on other planets. Within less than 100 years, the war ignited by the Minglings had engulfed nearly every corner of the universe. Ultimately, all civilizations in the 7th parallel universe turned to dust, and the number of Minglings grew to an unimaginable level. However, they were not satisfied with the status quo. Due to their bloodthirsty nature, the rulers of the Minglings began to consider ways to enter other parallel universes. On July 17th, 18th year of the Light Era at 4:01 p.m., a 55-meter-long timespace rift appeared high above my home planet Tiana Star. Shortly after, Minglings from the 7th parallel universe began pouring through the rift into Tiana Star. From that moment, human life was completely disrupted. The Minglings slaughtered all living creatures. Initially, the military could still resist, eliminating wave after wave of Minglings, but 2 years later, when a second timespace rift measuring 130 meters appeared, everything changed. A batch of even stronger Minglings entered Tiana Star, and ordinary weapons proved ineffective against them. To combat them, humans developed more powerful and lethal superweapons and created an extremely potent gene evolution serum. Those who underwent gene modification combined with the Tianqi mecha could almost exhibit godlike strength. However, manufacturing either the gene evolution serum or the Tianqi mecha was extremely difficult. Given the world's conditions on Tiana Star at that time, the total number of finished serums and mechas produced each year was only about 20. Yet the most challenging aspect was selecting the modifiers. The activity of the gene modification serum was exceedingly strong. Any slight misalignment during gene fusion could trigger the modifier's self-detonation. While individual deaths were unfortunate, the waste of gene evolution serum was utterly intolerable. Thus, we had to select the most compatible humans from around the world for pairing. Those who could successfully integrate genes were called the Destined Ones. The emergence of the Tianqi mecha did help to halt the second wave of Minglings, preventing humanity from being utterly overwhelmed. 5 years after the first timespace rift appeared, Tiana Star witnessed the emergence of a third rift measuring 447 meters. The Minglings that came through this time were devastating for Tiana Star. They evolved too quickly, and humanity couldn't keep up, only able to passively endure the assault. The final battle was the decisive confrontation between Tiana Star and the Minglings. 91 Destined Ones led all of Tiana Star's fighting forces against trillions of Minglings for 3 months, ultimately achieving victory by annihilating all the Minglings. However, the price paid was immeasurable. Humanity had lost its ability to resist again. Based on estimates, the fourth timespace rift would appear in 5 years. Humanity had lost hope in fighting and shifted its focus to building spaceships, fearing escape from Tiana Star and the Yuta domain. 5 years later, the fourth time-space rift opened as scheduled, measuring 889 meters. When humanity saw the minglings emerging from the rift, despair washed over them. Most of the surviving humans stayed behind to buy time for a small number to escape. When the time was right, the Earth's core was detonated, resulting in a massive explosion that annihilated all minglings emerging from the four rifts along with many remaining humans. The explosion of Tianhe star affected numerous neighboring planets, causing them to explode as well. The explosions throughout many star systems disrupted the balance of the universe, leading to even greater explosions, reducing the entire Yutta domain to dust. It is estimated that it won't be long before the entire first parallel universe becomes a lair for the minglings, Tianyang said, with deliberate emphasis, his tone laced with a hint of sorrow. Zhang Yang felt as if he were watching a tense and exhilarating movie with breathtaking and heart-wrenching scenes flashing before his eyes. The minglings' ambition does not stop at the Yutta domain or even the first parallel universe. Their goal is to conquer all existing parallel universes. This means that the third parallel universe where this planet resides is also among their targets. If you fail as well, humanity across all universes will face extinction, Tianyang said coldly. Zhang Yang was taken aback, but responded helplessly, "If even you are powerless, what can we do?" Many survivors from Tianhe star have arrived on Earth through the wormholes triggered by the explosions. The advanced technology and the Tianqi system they possess will certainly help the people of Earth resist the minglings together, so you can rest assured. Before that, I need to know your stance. Are you willing to become a star guardian and protect this planet? You should know that while the destined ones will gain tremendous power, countless dangers will accompany them. In other words, your future life may be at stake at any moment. Zhang Yang hesitated for a moment. It was a difficult decision. He was not afraid of death, but he feared that his mother would not be able to bear the blow if he were gone. However, the situation at home did need improvement, and he was very worried about his mother. After a moment of contemplation and a difficult inner struggle, Zhang Yang gritted his teeth and said with determination, "I am willing." "Good." Tianyang's tone carried a hint of relief, and Zhang Yang saw him smile. According to estimates, only 534,240 minutes, or 8904 hours, remain until the first time-space rift opens on Earth in the third parallel universe. During this time, it's your time to work hard. Zhang Yang's heart raced wildly, a surge of passion welling up inside him. Don't get too excited. The minglings cannot be fought against just because you want to. You still don't understand their strength. Over the next year, I will devise an intensive training plan for you that you must strictly adhere to. We'll start tomorrow. Take it easy tonight, as your good days are coming to an end. Tianyang grinned. Zhang Yang. As soon as he entered, Zhang Yang was greeted by the fragrant aroma of delicious food. Kung Pao chicken, yuxiang shredded pork, osmanthus pork, and mushi soup. Running into the kitchen, he was stunned by the sight of the mouth-watering dishes laid out on the table, steam rising from the freshly cooked meals, making his mouth water. Zhang Yang's hand involuntarily reached for the meat on the plate, not caring about the heat. He grabbed a rib and stuffed it into his mouth. The sweet and sour flavor mingled with a tender sense of satisfaction, the aroma wafting from his nose to his throat, leaving him longing for more. Just as Zhang Yang's hand reached for the plate again, it was suddenly swatted away by a pair of chopsticks. Fan Su, busy at the side, smiled and said, "Go wash your hands first. The last dish is almost ready, preparing for dinner. It's been a while since you've had these, right? Today we must celebrate your birthday properly." "Birthday? Oh yes. Today is my 15th birthday. I almost forgot. No wonder dinner is so extravagant. Haha, finally, I can enjoy a good meal." "Thank you, Mom. I'll go wash my hands." Saying that, he grabbed another piece of meat from the plate and rushed out of the kitchen. "This child, why the rush? No one is going to snatch it from you." Fan Su chuckled, shaking her head, and continued to stir the dishes. Just as he sat down at the dining table, the final dish was brought out, and the next moment was Zhang Yang's time to indulge. Watching her son devour his food, Fan Su's eyes gradually turned red. She blamed herself for her inability to provide her son with a comfortable life. A year ago, Zhang Yang's father, Zhang Yu, mysteriously disappeared without a trace, leaving the burden of supporting the family on Fan Su's shoulders. Furthermore, a disaster months ago destroyed the company she worked for, leading her to unemployment. Despite her relentless efforts to find a job and earn money, it remained difficult to sustain the household. They were so strapped that she couldn't often prepare her son's favorite meals. He was only 15. At a time when he was growing, he had to settle for leftover food. Thinking of this, Fan Su looked at Zhang Yang, who was eating with a face full of happiness, and tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. "Mom, you should eat too. Why are you crying?" Zhang Yang, enjoying his meal, suddenly remembered his mother, who had been busy all afternoon. He looked up only to see Fan Su with tear-filled eyes. His heart ached instantly, and he felt an impulse to cry. Fan Su wiped her tears, stroked Zhang Yang's head, and smiled, saying, "It's nothing, just eat quickly before it gets cold. Let's eat together." "Okay." Zhang Yang understood the hardships his mother faced. For the family, she worked early and late, humbling herself just for that meager salary. The immense pressure had already turned her hair gray before she reached 40. He witnessed it all, feeling a deep sense of discomfort, while at the same time, he despised the father who had vanished without a trace. I will definitely ensure you live a good life, I promise. Zhang Yang vowed in his heart. He looked up to meet his mother's gaze, and they exchanged smiles. In a certain hospital in Pingyuan City, in the deepest isolation area of a ward, dozens of doctors were examining a patient, a middle-aged man whose body was covered in large red boils swollen all over. After giving him some instructions, the doctors exited the ward. The size of the patient's abscess is increasing. It seems the Z1-type drug's effect is not significant. Shaolin, closely monitor the patient's condition and report to me immediately if anything happens, the leading doctor said as he walked away. Understood, Director Li, Lin Yin immediately replied, following behind him. How's the situation with the other patients? Director Li asked thoughtfully again. Relatively stable. Most patients can still control their emotions. A doctor beside Lin Yin quickened his pace to reach Director Li. Director Li's expression grew serious, his brows furrowing as if he could crush a fly. It seems the number of uncontrollable individuals is increasing. Hurry, take me to see. Saying that, the group quickened their pace and headed further away. Just 10 seconds after the doctors left, a figure appeared in the corridor. It was a middle-aged man carrying a bag, hunched over, looking around sneakily. When he reached the door where the doctors had just exited, he pushed the door open and walked in. Brother Hua, look what I brought you. As he spoke, he took out a lunchbox from the bag. This is your favorite. You haven't had it in a long time. Come eat it while it's hot. Mahu, are you out of your mind? This is not a place for you. Get out of here quickly. The patient in the ward looked at the newcomer in surprise. Why are you being so polite with me? Besides, this was sent by your sister-in-law. Speaking of her, she's truly a good wife. You have no idea how worried she's been about you these days. Sai, I feel sorry for her. Given my condition, I probably have no chance of recovery. Brother, take care of your sister-in-law for me. Brother Hua looked at the lunchbox on the table sorrowfully, saying, Hee, of course. After all, we're brothers, and your sister-in-law is much better than the woman in my house, ha. Mahu laughed arrogantly. The boss was startled, and ominous premonition surged in his heart. What do you mean by better? Brother Hua is still so foolish. Don't you have any awareness? Mahu snorted, hands in his pockets, looking expressionlessly at his cousin. The boss felt as if struck by lightning, his mind going blank. Brother Hua, I see you're just like this. Not only have you achieved nothing, but you also can't even keep your own wife, ha. You beast. Brother Hua trembled in anger and charged at Mahu, but with his illness, he was no match for Mahu, who kicked him away, leaving him lying in the corner. Humph, just look at your state. Oh, what do you amount to now? Mahu sat on the chair next to the hospital bed, took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a deep drag. Hey, why are you not speaking? Mahu noticed Brother Hua slumped against the wall, unmoving, feeling a bit anxious. Damn, he's not dead, is he? Mahu stood up cautiously and walked towards Brother Hua. Brother Hua. As he approached, he called out carefully, but received no response. Just as he was about to turn Brother Hua over with his foot, Brother Hua suddenly turned his head. Aunt. Mahu was startled not by Brother Hua's action, but by his face. What kind of face was this? All the boils on his face had burst, black pus flowing down, and his eyes had turned black, unfathomably deep. Mahu had never seen such a scene, instantly terrified, his legs trembling as he screamed and ran out of the ward. A faint black mist emanated from Brother Hua, and bone spurs grew from his arms at the elbows. Brother Hua suddenly jumped up, and with incredible speed pinned the fleeing Mahu to the ground. Brother Hua, I was wrong, please let me go. Hua. Suddenly Mahu spat out a mouthful of blood, convulsed for a moment, then ceased to breathe. Brother Hua pulled out the bone spur embedded in Mahu's chest, lifted him, and threw him onto the hospital bed, then jumped on top of him. The black mist from Brother Hua transferred onto Mahu, and soon Mahu's body began to rapidly shrivel. Time to take your medicine. Lin Yin, who came to supervise the patients taking their medication, pushed open the door and was shocked by the scene before him. Ah! Lin Yin screamed. The terrifying scene before him made him feel as if he were in a dream, and the scent of blood in the air compelled him to believe that this was real. With a loud crash, the items in his hands fell to the ground, and Lin Yin shouted as he ran outside. His legs weakened by fear, he barely took a few steps before he fell to the ground. The more anxious he became, the less he could stand up, so he crawled his way out with hands and feet. Hua Gu ignored Lin Yin as if he didn't exist, still focused on controlling the dark mist in front of him. In just 2 minutes, Mahu was drained into a dried corpse by the dark mist. Hua Gu took a deep breath, and the dark mist returned to his body. The mass of dark mist was evidently denser than before. As all the blisters on his body burst, each blister turned into a hollow, yet when the dark mist returned to his body, the hollows gradually began to heal. Hua Gu let out a sound of enjoyment, but it was not a human sound, it resembled the sound of metal grinding. Then he jumped off the bed, leaping onto the wall like a monkey. The smooth wall had nothing to grip, yet he still adhered to it steadily. Afterwards, Hua Ge leapt out of the ward, and the dried corpse of Ma, who lying on the bed surprisingly stood up, following closely behind him. After dinner, Zhang Yang helped Fan Su clean the table and then returned to his bedroom. Tianyang, Zhang Yang silently murmured. I'm here. The voice of Tianyang echoed in his mind. Can you tell me more about the Ming Ling? Sure, please touch the star mark to activate the humanoid mode for a more detailed display. Star mark. Is it the hexagram? Yes. Raising his right arm, Zhang Yang looked at the light purple hexagram mark and slowly pressed the center of the hexagram with his left index finger. Instantly, the star mark shone brightly, and around it luminous cracks resembling a spider web appeared. A transcendent feeling surged within him, and countless images flashed through his mind in an instant. It was a wondrous sensation so extraordinary that it was beyond description. This is the feeling of genetic evolution. Isn't it unique? A figure flashed out from the light emitted by the star mark. Upon closer inspection, this figure had a huge head and a tiny body, with its head being as large as its body, resembling a gourd. Zhang Yang had seen him in his mind before, but this was the first time he had seen him in person. Hello Zhang Yang, this is our first meeting, isn't it? Tianyang smiled as he spoke to Zhang Yang. His voice did not sound mechanical like that of an artificial intelligence. It was as comfortable as that of a real person. Hello. Zhang Yang stared at Tianyang without blinking. The star mark is one of the ways I enter and exit your body. You can summon me through the star mark whenever you need. Zhang Yang nodded. Can you keep your voice down? Tianyang understood Zhang Yang's concerns and replied with a smile. Don't worry, ordinary people cannot perceive any of my presence. Zhang Yang breathed a sigh of relief. In that case, he felt at ease. Now I will give you a detailed introduction to the Ming Ling. Tianyang waved his left hand, and a plane made of blue light appeared before Zhang Yang. Ming Ling are formed from mutated life forms. Any life form that is infected will become one of them. General Ming Ling lack intelligence. Their sole purpose is to obey commands and kill other life forms. Primary Ming Ling are not very strong and can be killed with ordinary weapons. As he spoke, a three-dimensional image of a monster appeared on the blue light plane. This monster had a skull atop its neck, hunched over with an extremely frail physique, as if it were made of skin and bones, and its arms were long, resembling a gorilla. This is a primary Ming Ling. They walk like gorillas and can almost adhere to any surface due to the strong suction power of the fur on their limbs. Don't be fooled by their apparent weakness. In a real fight, it's hard to say. Their attack power mainly relies on strength, and nearly every primary Ming Ling can deliver a punch with the force of around 100 pounds. But that's not the frightening part. The terror lies in their overwhelming numbers, as primary Ming Ling often appear in hundreds or thousands. The plane then transformed to show another monster which was considerably stronger and taller than the previous one. This is an intermediate Ming Ling, a product of the evolution of primary Ming Ling. Each arm of an intermediate Ming Ling grows a bone spur, and they possess skin as tough as iron. Ordinary weapons rarely inflict any damage on them. Intermediate Ming Ling can control hundreds of primary Ming Ling. Thus, intermediate Ming Ling are already quite difficult to deal with, so be careful in the future. Above them are advanced special and king-level Ming Ling, which I will explain later. Ming Ling carry infectious viruses. Upon the death of a life form, the virus enters the corpse in the form of fog to absorb energy. When a Ming Ling absorbs enough energy, it will evolve, and the corpse that had its energy absorbed will become a Ming Ling due to the virus. Ming Ling reproduce at a very fast rate, with each female Ming Ling able to give birth to one Ming Ling every 5 days on average. Hence, the number of Ming Ling is unimaginably vast. This is the basic knowledge of Ming Ling. As he finished, Tianyang waved his hand, and the light screen disappeared. Is this my enemy? A surge of blood rushed to Zhang Yang's heart, and a scene of himself battling numerous Ming Ling flashed before his eyes, filling him with excitement and fighting spirit. I really want to find a Ming Ling to fight right away. If I encounter a primary Ming Ling, now what would the outcome of the battle be? Zhang Yang asked curiously. Tianyang didn't think twice. You would be killed in an instant. Well, maybe not. Suddenly, the fiery passion in Zhang Yang's heart felt as if a flame had been doused in water. Forget it. Zhang Yang, avoiding issues is not the solution. You are the chosen one, recognized by the six-pointed star mark. Just saying forget it won't solve anything. Zhang Yang's face flushed red, and he scratched his head in embarrassment, but then he seemed to think of something. What six-pointed star? I will tell you about this later. Knowing too much too early may not be beneficial for you. All right. Starting from tomorrow, I will devise a high-intensity training plan for the next 370 days that you must strictly follow. For tonight, just rest well. Tianyang said seriously. Now let's perform a full body check on you. Zhang Yang saw a beam of light shooting from Tianyang's eyes, hitting him and scanning down from his head. Too poor. A few seconds later, Tianyang said, somewhat speechless, "Your physical health level, bone density, and organ vitality do not meet my expected standards. Why is your physique so poor? Even if you can't compare to older individuals, you should at least match your peers. Yet you are even worse off than your peers." Tianyang was utterly speechless, unsure why the apocalypse would choose someone with such a poor physique as a star guardian. For a moment, he even felt disdain for the destined one who had possessed him. Zhang Yang smiled helplessly. For the past 6 months, in order to lessen his mother's burden, he had chosen to be self-reliant, earning his own tuition, living expenses, and pocket money. It was precisely because of unhealthy eating and irregular habits that led to the decline in his physique. "It's fine, I will train more, and he'll get better. I hope you can keep this mindset and be able to persevere when the time comes." Zhang Yang smiled confidently, looking at Tianyang with determined eyes. "I will. All right, starting tomorrow, you will wake up at 5 every day to begin training." "Sure, I'll make sure to complete the task," Zhang Yang replied with a smile. At 5 in the morning, when most people are fast asleep, sanitation workers are diligently laboring under the dim streetlights. On the desolate streets, there are hardly any other souls. In a certain residential building, one person is having a tough time. "Wake up." Tianyang shook the sleeping Zhang Yang awake. Half asleep, Zhang Yang mumbled, "Just 5 more minutes, just 5 minutes. No negotiation, get up now." Zhang Yang chose to ignore Tianyang lying still on the bed. Seeing this, Tianyang snorted coldly, saying, "You'll regret it." The next moment, with a swift motion, he pulled off Zhang Yang's blanket. "What are you doing?" Zhang Yang yelled in frustration. Tianyang remained silent, his expression unchanging as he fixed his gaze on Zhang Yang. Feeling the intensity of that stare, Zhang Yang quickly caved. "All right, I'll get up. You have 5 minutes. I'll wait for you downstairs. If you exceed even a second, you'll know what cruelty is." Tianyang spoke ominously, and with a swish he disappeared from sight, leaving Zhang Yang dumbfounded. 5 minutes later, a disheveled Zhang Yang stood downstairs with some toothpaste still smeared on the corner of his mouth. "1 minute to tidy yourself up." Zhang Yang rolled his eyes, thinking, what a hassle. What does appearance have to do with training? So annoying. 30 seconds left. Tianyang's voice echoed. Instantly, Zhang Yang sprang into action. Watching Zhang Yang scramble, Tianyang couldn't help but smirk. "You're quite impatient, but one day you'll be grateful to me." Once Zhang Yang finished getting ready, Tianyang began assigning training tasks. The first task, long distance running. "Start from here. The goal is the western outskirts with a time limit of 20 minutes. Get ready to start." "Are you kidding me?" Zhang Yang shouted hysterically. "Even if I run my heart out, there's no way I can reach there in such a short time. It's impossible." "Change the task." Zhang Yang waved his hand. "No, this is it. You can do it. Believe in yourself. I'll be waiting at the finish line. At least let me have breakfast first. Time starts now." With that, Tianyang dashed off like a shooting star towards the western outskirts. Zhang Yang. Meanwhile, miles away. Creak. A large door was suddenly pushed open and a team of fully armed SWAT officers entered, cautiously, guns raised. As soon as they entered, a strong, acrid odor hit them. The team leader, Lei Ming, raised his fist warily, and immediately everyone stopped and donned their gas masks. "Lei Ming, there are 70 medical personnel trapped in this building, and your task is to rescue them as much as possible. Other teams have already entered the building from 3 different entrances. Be cautious. There is an unknown danger within the building, so maintain constant vigilance and ensure safety." "Understood," Lei Ming said, making a forward gesture, raising his gun as he led the way inside, with the others following closely behind. The building's power system was damaged, and with it being dark, the hallway was pitch black. Relying on their mini flashlights and tactical lights mounted on their guns, they advanced slowly. "This is Team 4, what's the situation?" Lei Ming pressed his earpiece and asked the other teams via the intercom. The voice quickly came back through the intercom. "Team 1 is all clear. Team 2 is all clear. Team 3, how's the situation? Please respond." No response came back, and Lei Ming frowned. "Team 3 is searching the eastern corridor of the building. Team 2 is about to reach the east corridor. Let's go check it out," Team 2 leader Li Jian stated. "All right, stay safe." The hallway was quiet, with only the sound of dripping water from an unknown source and the breaths of the team members. "Pair up and search each room." "Xiao Sheng, you'll be with me," Lei Ming commanded. A soldier at the back moved alongside Lei Ming while the others began to disperse. Outside a patient room. 3, 2, 1, rush. Lei Ming gestured to Xiao Sheng, swiftly pulling the door open. Xiao Sheng rolled in, immediately followed closely by Lei Ming. Their coordinated effort allowed them to finish searching quickly without finding anything unusual. "All clear." The two exchanged nods, preparing to turn and leave. This was the 3rd room they searched, and still no anomalies were found. Just as they stepped out of the room, the intercom crackled with a trembling voice. "Captain, come to the end of the corridor quickly." The two exchanged glances and hurried over, passing through about 20 patient rooms to reach the location. There was a rehabilitation training room, quite spacious, several times larger than an ordinary patient room. The other members of the team had already gathered here. What happened? Captain, you see for yourself? Ugh. One team member said before retching repeatedly. With a frown, Lei Ming and Xiao Sheng walked into the room and the others stepped aside. Upon entering, a strong and overwhelming smell of blood assaulted them even through their gas masks. Using their flashlights, the two scanned the room. The entire hall was in utter chaos, with overturned tables and chairs, exercise equipment scattered everywhere. In the corners, several corpses with their heads exploded lay motionless. The walls were smeared with brain matter and blood. What happened? Lei Ming exclaimed in shock. Having been a special forces soldier for over a decade, he had seen many scenes, but this still terrified him. Ugh. Xiao Sheng next to him couldn't hold back and vomited. Who could be this cruel? An ominous feeling surged in Lei Ming's heart. What tools were used for this? Lei Ming asked. From the injuries on the bodies and the signs of exploded skulls. It should be fists and feet. Lei Ming suspected the same, but couldn't believe it was true. It was simply horrifying that someone had used their fists and feet to explode others' skulls. Zzz. A crackling sound of electricity filled the air. Lei Ming pressed his earpiece and took a few steps back from the room. Team 2, have you found Team 3? Not yet, still searching. Wait, there's a situation. Li Jian said warily. There's someone 30 meters ahead, but they're facing away from us, so it's hard to see clearly. Who is it? It should be a patient. He's wearing a hospital gown and turned around. Damn, what is that? Li Jian exclaimed, not knowing what he had seen, cursing in excitement. Tat-a-tat. Suddenly intense gunfire erupted and strange roars echoed from the intercom on the opposite side, tightening Lei Ming's heart. Team 2, report your location. Quickly report your location. The shouts and screams of Team 2 members echoed, and Lei Ming heard them clearly through the intercom. The hearts of Team 4 members sank. Team 1 and Team 4 request backup. Requesting backup. Li Jian's panicked voice came through. Li Jian, calm down. Quickly report your location. Oh, I'll head to support Team 4 immediately. With a series of explosions, the building shook violently. Sizzle. The earpiece crackled with electrical interference, and Lei Ming was suddenly hit with a ringing in his ears. He took off the earpiece, restarted it, and put it back on, but there was no sound from Team 2 anymore. The team members fell silent. Xiao Sheng asked, Captain, what happened? It's unclear. Team 3 seems to have come under attack and engaged in a firefight. Outside the building, Wei Bingming anxiously tried to contact the Team 4 soldiers who had entered. Since they entered the building, the wireless signal had become weak, cutting off contact intermittently, as if something was interfering with the signal. The recent explosion had completely severed communication with all 4 teams. So far, he had only been able to reach Team 1, and they had already been dispatched for rescue. Team 2, Team 3, Team 4. Please respond. Please respond. Team 4 received. And we've reached Team 1, Wei Bingming sighed in relief. Lightning, we've now lost contact with Team 2 as well. From the location of the explosion, they should be on the east side of the 4th floor. You should meet up with Team 1 and go there for rescue. Be sure to stay safe. Received. Targeting the east side of the 4th floor, proceed at full speed and stay vigilant. There's an unknown danger there. Lei Ming issued the command. After that, he sprinted towards the 4th floor with the team members following closely behind. Team 1, report your position. In. We're at the staircase entrance on the 3rd floor east side. In. Hold your position. Await our arrival. Roger. In. 3 minutes later, Thunder's Team 4 rendezvoused with Team 1. In. Brother finally found you. The moment they met, Black Wolf, the commander of Team 1, spread his arms wide and pulled Lei Ming into a hearty embrace. Lei Ming almost kicked him with danger looming. Such levity was absurd, but he kept it to himself. At only 23, Black Wolf had risen through sheer grit and determination to a rank equal to Lei Ming's, an undeniable testament to his exceptional ability. What's the situation? Lei Ming pushed him aside and asked. Since your team encountered no threats, the floors below the 4th are secure. Only the 4th floor remains unsearched. Hostages and the 2 missing teams must be there, and so too must the unknown threat. One of the 3 routes to the 4th floor has been destroyed. The elevator is dead. This staircase is our sole remaining access, our only path upward. Good. No time to waste. Advance immediately. Everyone reset your focus and sharpen your senses to full alertness. Though Black Wolf possessed remarkable talent, his battlefield experience paled beside Lei Ming's, not by a little, but by a wide margin. Command therefore fell naturally and unquestionably to Lei Ming. With a decisive wave, Lei Ming led the way up the stairs, flanked by Black Wolf. In combined, the 2 teams numbered nearly 30, enough to lend palpable reassurance to every soldier. The staircase stood at the building's core, opening onto corridors on both sides. The halls were unervingly dark. Once airborne toxins were ruled out, all removed their gas masks. As Lei Ming and his team reached the 4th floor, a thick coppery stench of blood flooded their nostrils, laced heavily with acrid gunpowder smoke. To their eyes, the corridor here seemed darker than those below, though whether from shadow or dread none could say. 3 per squad, 2 squads per team. Split up and sweep systematically. Report any threat instantly and request immediate backup. In Black Wolf took 2 squads left, Lei Ming led 3 right. No one knew what awaited them. Every soldier moved in taut hyper-alert silence. And shattered limbs littered the gloom, walls splattered crimson, each grisly tableau striking deep into the warrior's resolve. Suddenly several rooms seized Lei Ming's attention. All other doors were either shattered open or freely operable, yet these remained intact, sealed tight, as if bolted from within. With a thunderous boom, C4 blew the door off its hinges, and Lei Ming surged inside. And indeed people were there. A flicker of relief crossed his face, doctors judging by their attire, though clearly traumatized beyond measure. By flashlight, Lei Ming saw their faces drained of color, eyes vacant and unfocused. "And we've found you at last. We're here to extract you. Leave now, follow us without delay." He turned and stepped out, taking position at the doorway to stand guard. And moments passed. No one emerged. Lei Ming cursed under his breath. Who has time for hesitation now? What's the holdup? Move. Out of here now, he strode back and urging them forward. The doctors stood like hollow shells, unhearing, unseeing. Lei Ming approached and gently shook one by the shoulder. And instantly the man snapped awake, wilted, trembling violently, shrieking, "Monster! Monster! Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" Others joined the wail, terror having utterly shattered their minds. "Captain, several more doctors and patients are locked in adjacent rooms. But the 2 missing teams, still nowhere to be found," a soldier reported, bursting in. "Are they in the same state?" And yes. And Lei Ming's brow furrowed deeper. What happened to them? If they faced the monster, why are they still alive? What unspeakable horror lurked here? And dispatch a squad to gather and safeguard all survivors. Call Black Wolf. Have him bring reinforcements. Lei Ming spoke, his expression grave. "In, understood." And within minutes, 10 more survivors were brought in, each in even worse psychological condition than the first group. 15 civilians rescued. Lei Ming estimated this was likely all who remained. The rest, he feared, were already lost. A quiet sigh escaped him. Thud. Violent impact shattered the fragile calm. Then another followed, swiftly by furious gunfire and soldiers' enraged battle cries. Everyone inside recoiled, turning as one toward the doorway. "In, leave 3 to guard the hostages. Everyone else with me." Lei Ming barked, instantly reorganizing command. Just as Lei Ming turned to sprint out, the doctor he'd shaken earlier clutched his sleeve with trembling fingers. "And don't go out. You'll all die. Don't go out. Don't go out." The man was clearly unhinged. Yet Lei Ming studied him closely. In calmer days, he must have been meticulous. Hair precisely combed, clothes immaculate, round-framed spectacles hinting at an academic life, perhaps a professor. His present state stood in stark, tragic contrast. Lei Ming exhaled, a soft, sorrowful breath. Another brilliant mind irrevocably broken. He would not heed the professor's plea. His comrades fought outside, bleeding, dying, and he would not stand idle. In seconds later, the soldiers guarding the room rushed into the fray. "What is this? How many are there?" shouted the newly arrived troopers, firing wildly. Down the right corridor surged a grotesque tide. Creatures neither fully human nor wholly beast. They wore tattered human clothing, yet bore skeletal heads atop emaciated frames, hunched and gaunt with elongated ape-like arms. They erupted from nowhere, swelling like a ravenous flood, multiplying before their eyes. One soldier fought desperately, until a monster's fist struck his neck with a sickening crack. His spine snapped, he collapsed motionless. "Left flank," Lei Ming roared. Troopers pivoted en masse, only to find the left corridor likewise choked with monsters even denser than the right. What are these things? Why won't they die?" In panic, the SWAT officers fired again and again, yet these horrors absorbed bullets with terrifying resilience. Lei Ming watched intently and discerned a pattern. And there were 2 types, one spindly and frail, weak in strength, speed, and offense. 2 precise shots dropped each. The second type was far more lethal, powerfully built, simian in musculature, capable of crushing a man with a single blow. Several officers had already fallen beneath their fists. Their hides defied ordinary fire, only concentrated volleys brought them down. Yet one puzzle gnawed at Lei Ming. Why had that formidable second-type monster crumpled after just a few shots? He swept his flashlight beam across its corpse, just as surging bodies threatened to bury it, and froze. Its shattered skull caught his eye. Clarity struck like lightning. Aim for the head. That's their weakness. Target the head. Upon hearing the thunderous shout, the special police concentrated their fire, targeting the heads of the monsters. Instantly, the heads of the monsters at the front were blown apart, and one by one they fell, their attacking speed gradually slowing. Thunder was overjoyed he had hit the mark. The special police felt a surge of joy, as well knowing that discovering the monster's weakness meant they would no longer be passively attacked, and they would eventually drive them back. Soon they realized the smaller monsters had vanished, and only large monsters were visible. Had the small monsters all been killed? There was no time to ponder as the next action of the monsters chilled the hearts of the special police. The monsters tilted their heads back, arching their necks to avoid being shot in the head, and with their tough skin their attacking speed increased once more. The special police fired while retreating as the monsters closed in. "Get out! Don't let them into the room," Thunder shouted. A few special police at the front, either out of bullets or to dodge attacks, darted into the rooms on either side of the corridor. The large monsters followed closely behind, and it wasn't long before the horrific screams of those special police echoed out. These screams pierced the hearts of the remaining special police. These were their comrades who had fought alongside them, and just moments ago they had been fighting side by side. Now they were separated by death. The eyes of the special police turned red as they shot at the monsters recklessly, but how could the numerous monsters be resisted by the special police who were running low on ammunition? Before long, the special police on both sides collided, and there was no retreat left. They were surrounded. Into the room. Thunder shouted hoarsely, feeling that facing enemies from all sides was better than being exposed. As long as they held the room, there was still a chance to survive. Fewer than 10 special police immediately ran towards the nearest room, which happened to be the one that was protecting several doctors and patients. Just as the last special police was about to enter the room, several small monsters fell from the ceiling. They hadn't been exterminated, but had been hiding behind the large monsters. This special police officer didn't have time to shoot before being knocked to the ground. A small monster that had pounced on him delivered a punch, instantly breaking his right arm, causing him to grimace in pain. Xiao Sheng. This special police officer was indeed Xiao Sheng, who had previously teamed up with Thunder. Hearing someone call his name, he struggled to lift his head. Soon Xiao Sheng's left leg was also broken. His face turned pale as he forced a smile at the person in front of him. Then, with great effort, he pulled at the monster on him, turning to face it, his lips moving as if he wanted to say something. "No!" Thunder shouted hoarsely. He knew Xiao Sheng was saying take care. He wanted to rush out to save Xiao Sheng, but was held back by other special police who tackled him to the ground. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions rang out. The tempered glass of the windows shattered, and the entire room began to shake. Thunder sat up, looking at the smoke before him, tears streaming down his cheeks uncontrollably. Xiao Sheng had been his comrade for over a decade, weathering countless storms together, yet it all ended here. Lightning, what happened? Where did the beep? Wei Bingming's words were cut off, and his voice vanished. Thunder sat dumbfounded, staring motionless in the direction of the door. The remaining monsters quickly recovered from the explosion and continued to charge into the room. Since the door had been blown off, the special police had no choice but to barricade the entrance with large furniture like beds and sofas to block the monsters' advance. "Captain, pull yourself together. There are so many people who still need you." Thunder was awakened by these words. Looking at his teammates battling the monsters, he wiped his tears with his sleeve. "Bro, trust me, I will avenge you," he said, and picked up the rifle from the ground, reloaded it, and joined the fight alongside his brothers. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions echoed through the corridor. A third of the room collapsed to the third floor. After a fierce exchange of gunfire, several figures darted into the room. Seeing the newcomers, everyone sighed in relief. These were the Black Wolf and his team, who had gone to search the other side. "Hey, how are you?" Black Wolf walked straight up to Thunder and patted him on the shoulder. "What about the monsters outside?" Thunder's tone held no emotion, making it hard to guess what he was thinking at that moment. "We left your back open. If any of them survive, how can I, Black Wolf, still show my face?" Black Wolf said with a grin. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They had finally dealt with these monsters, and they were also amazed by the strength of Black Wolf and his team. Although they had engaged in a sneak attack, managing to eliminate them in such a short time was no easy feat. "Take them outside," Thunder said, lifting his gun and walking straight out. "What's wrong with him?" Black Wolf asked, watching Thunder's retreating figure. "Xiao Sheng. Sacrificed," a nearby special police officer said with deep sorrow. Black Wolf was taken aback. He knew the relationship between Thunder and Xiao Sheng. No wonder Thunder showed such a reaction. While lamenting Xiao Sheng, he was also worried about Thunder. "It's time to give Lightning a break. He's too exhausted." "Si, let's go," Black Wolf called out and prepared to leave. At that moment, an extremely terrifying monster's roar echoed, and the relaxed special police tensed up again. Could there be more monsters? Gunshots rang out and shouts came from outside. "Thunder!" Black Wolf exclaimed in shock. Who else could it be? Was he really going to face the monsters alone? Indeed, he guessed right. Hundreds of meters away in the hall, Thunder was shouting and shooting at the monster before him. Fortunately, there was only one monster. Looking closely, this monster was quite different from the previous two. It didn't resemble a gorilla, but rather a human. In fact, it could be said to be human as aside from its larger size it bore almost no differences. This monster was somewhat strange. No matter how Thunder attacked it, it didn't retaliate, merely roaring incessantly. Soon Black Wolf and the others reached Thunder's side. After firing the last clip, Thunder drew his dagger and was about to charge forward. Black Wolf grabbed Thunder, pulling him aside under the cover of their teammates' fire, shouting, "Lightning, what are you doing? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Who would that benefit?" Xiao Sheng. Black Wolf was clearly a bit angry. He didn't even use Thunder's name, directly calling him by his code name. Indeed, who would it benefit? Would it benefit Xiao Sheng? I can't just die like this. He has family that needs me to take care of. Thunder gradually calmed down, smiled faintly at Black Wolf, and patted him on the shoulder. This action made Black Wolf's face twitch. He had figured things out. Boom. The ground trembled. The monster had moved. Swift as the wind and quick as lightning, no words could describe the monster's speed. In an instant, the monster flashed by, and 2 special police officers were decapitated, blood gushing from their necks. The special police officers trembled at the sight of the bloodied bone spikes. The monster showed no sign of halting after killing the 2 officers. In another flash, 2 more special police officers fell. Lei Ming shouted in furious anger, bending down to pick up a gun, and unleashed a flurry of shots at the monster's head. This loud shout drew the monster's attention, and in an instant it appeared right in front of Lei Ming. Lei Ming remained unperturbed, desperately shooting at the monster's head. Just moments ago he had lost his teammates, and with Xiao Sheng and the others who had perished in the corridor, he was now the last one left in his squad. They're all dead. What meaning is there in my survival? Consumed by rage, transformed into strength, Lei Ming only wished to kill the monster to avenge his teammates. The monster raised its bone spike and plunged it violently towards Lei Ming's body. Lei Ming remained indifferent, having no escape route. Death was inevitable, and he preferred it to be swift. Hailing stared wide-eyed at Lei Ming, unable to believe he was sacrificing himself. The other officers, fearing to accidentally harm Lei Ming, also ceased firing, as if time had frozen in that moment. "Brothers, wait for me. I will join you soon." Lei Ming closed his eyes. Boom! A missile exploded from the monster's back, causing it to stumble, and its bone spike veered off, merely grazing Lei Ming's arm. Lei Ming was thrown back by the explosion caused by the missile landing behind a pillar. Fortunately, the missile had exploded behind the monster, which was facing him, and coupled with his protective gear, he sustained only minor injuries, merely losing consciousness. Hailing turned to see dozens of special police officers rushing in from the stairwell. "Reinforcements have arrived," Lei Ming exclaimed in joy. The remaining officers, their morale suddenly boosted, resumed their assault on the monster. The monster was seriously injured. As it steadied itself and attempted to stab Lei Ming again, it was met with a hail of bullets that prevented its advance. It let out a furious roar, turned, and vanished through the window. Hailing rushed over to support Lei Ming, pressing on his pressure point while calling out to him. Soon Lei Ming awakened. Ignoring the pain in his arm, he urgently asked, "Where's the monster?" "It fled. Our reinforcements have arrived." Lei Ming sighed, realizing the monster was still alive, and he had failed to avenge his teammates. "Well, pursue it once you're well. Come, let's get you treated," Hailing said as he prepared to carry Lei Ming. But just as he lifted Lei Ming, a tremendous force struck him from behind, propelling him forward several meters. Hailing felt confused. What was happening? When he turned to question Lei Ming, he was stunned by the sight before him. One of the special police officers had torn off Lei Ming's left arm. Then a punch landed on Lei Ming's chest, causing him to spit blood and collapse. It turned out Lei Ming had tried to save himself. Transforming his guilt into rage, Hailing swung the butt of his gun at the special officer. "What are you doing?" The special officer, caught off guard, was knocked over. In that moment of his fall, Hailing was shocked to see the veins bulging on the man's skin, fangs sprouting from his mouth, and his eyes completely turning black. Hailing recognized this man. He was a member of Lei Ming's squad, surnamed Wu. Known for his gentle demeanor and helpful nature, he was a good person who often greeted Hailing at work. But how had he suddenly changed like this? Hailing had no time to ponder as Xiao Wu stood up and charged at him. There was no trace of humanity left in his eyes, only a savage, merciless ferocity, as if he would not rest until he tore Hailing apart. Hailing aimed his gun at Xiao Wu, but found himself unable to pull the trigger. Xiao Wu was only in his 20s, just like Hailing at the prime of his life. Though he had already killed over 100 in his career, those were all monstrous criminals. How could Xiao Wu be compared to them? How could he bring himself to do it? As Xiao Wu approached relentlessly, Hailing felt cold sweat running down his back. If he didn't make a decision, soon his life would be forfeit. Tat tat tat. Ultimately, Hailing managed to convince himself Xiao Wu had already torn off Lei Ming's arm, and without a doubt, he would also tear him apart. Dozens of bullets struck Xiao Wu, and as he halted, Hailing sighed, deeply feeling a wave of melancholy wash over him. Just as he was putting away his gun to save Lei Ming, Xiao Wu moved again. "What a..." Hailing gasped in shock. How could one man withstand a dozen shots, and not only remain standing, but continue walking? Hiling felt as if he were about to explode. In the short span of just 1 hour since entering the building, events had transpired that he could never have imagined. It all felt like a dream so unreal. Desperate to save others, Hiling resolved once more he could no longer afford to delay. Having already fired the first shot, he did not mind firing a few more. If hitting the body wouldn't kill him, surely a shot to the head would. Bang! Xiao Wu's head exploded like a watermelon, brain matter and blood splattering everywhere. Finally, Xiao Wu fell. Looking at the fallen Xiao Wu, Hiling felt a deep sense of regret. Why is the gunfire still ongoing? The fierce sounds of combat nearby caught his attention, growing only more intense. Carrying the unconscious Lei Ming, Hiling made his way to the hall. The special police officers were attacking several unarmed officers. Upon closer inspection, they were the same officers who had perished, now transformed into monsters like Xiao Wu. Though their bodies had been shattered, they still stood upright. Hiling supported Lei Ming with one hand and fired his rifle at the head of one of the mutated officers. The mutated officer collapsed instantly, and the other officers quickly eliminated the remaining mutated ones. As dawn broke, the thick clouds obscured the sunlight, casting a gray gloom that mirrored the mood of everyone present. Watching the bodies of the fallen special police officers being carried out, Wei Bingming felt his heart shatter into pieces. 60 special police officers had gone in, but fewer than 10 emerged. Many special police officers were even reduced to ashes. These were all his subordinates, colleagues he had worked alongside. Now they were separated by the afterlife. What horrifying events had transpired in less than an hour? How could I explain this to the families of the deceased? Looking at the crowd gathered nearby and the reporters doing their best to interview, Wei Bingming's face darkened as if he could drip water from it. Personally escorting the remaining special police officers onto the ambulance and ensuring everything was in order, he wordlessly boarded the vehicle. At the foot of a desolate mountain, a youth lay flat on the ground with arms and legs splayed, his chest heaving in ragged gasps, every rise and fall betraying how utterly exhausted he was. I actually did it, he whispered to himself, excitement flushing his face, whether from fatigue or exhilaration, he could not tell. He had covered roughly 6 kilometers in under 20 minutes. He recalled the 500-meter world record was about 13 minutes, and that was on a track. Even if he could not quite match that, he thought he could not be far off, and an instinctive pride rose within him. The thrill dissolved some of his weariness as the overcast morning and a gentle breeze left him oddly refreshed. A figure appeared in his sight and spoke. "Do you feel powerful now?" Zhang Yang smiled and pushed himself to his feet, grinning at Tian Yang's comment that from now on such feats would seem trivial. Tian Yang began walking up the slope, and Zhang Yang followed closely. 5 months ago, the energy source of a Tianming entered your body, he said. That energy source adapted to you in only a month and successfully paired, which indicates how well your genes matched that Tianming's energy. An energy source is the lifetime condensate of a Tianming. Once fused, besides their memories, you will instantly know and learn all they knew. Zhang Yang suddenly understood why he had been able to solve those problems. Knowledge can be acquired in an instant, Tian Yang warned, but true ability still requires your own effort, so work hard, kid. On Tianhe, Tianmings live only 20 years, and within that span the entire planet was overturned. The cause was not only the nether spirits, but also the existence of Tianhe's star guardians, the Tianming. Each Tianming was incomparably powerful. Any one of them could move mountains and fill seas, destroy and remake the world. Tian Yang paused and fixed Zhang Yang with a long, grave look. Move mountains and fill seas, Zhang Yang exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment. That is the power of a godlike being. There truly were people like that. Tian Yang shot him a reproving glance and turned away. Naive, he said, even such might was ultimately annihilated. All 91 of Tianhe's star guardians perished in battle, and the planet itself was destroyed. Zhang Yang felt his heart lurch. To prevent that tragedy from repeating, you must exert every ounce of effort to strengthen yourself, Tian Yang said with sorrow and fervor. This is your mission and your responsibility, Zhang Yang. Do you understand? I understand, Zhang Yang stammered, unable to believe an artificial intelligence could speak with such human emotion, its words carrying a weight and feeling he had not expected. At 15, he did not truly comprehend responsibility, but he knew following Tian Yang was not wrong. Zhang Yang felt an inexplicable warmth toward Tian Yang and a deep trust in him. Let us hope so, Tian Yang murmured. By now they had reached the far side of the mountain where a meteor had once fallen and transformed the once endless ranges into a vast basin. A wind stirred lust into the air. As far as the eye could see, there were only barren hills and swirling dust. This was Zhang Yang's third visit to this place. The first time he had come for a meteor shower and was nearly crushed by the falling pressure of a meteor, only to turn that disaster into fortune and become a Tianming. The second time he had found floating stones and assembled a 6-pointed stone, Thereafter Tianyang appeared, and his soul was drawn, making him a guardian of this planet. This was the third time. Following Tianyang, Zhanyang reached the center of the impact crater. Zhanyang, extreme training cannot rely on earthly methods alone, Tianyang said. This crater is the largest within a wide radius, so there must be relics of Tiana here. I need your help to locate them. Combined with my training methods, they will accelerate your improvement. Zhanyang scratched his head and complained that he wanted to cooperate, but how could he find things that even Tianyang could not locate? I will find them. You only need to cooperate, Tianyang replied. How should I cooperate? Zhanyang asked. Tianyang smiled and whispered the eighth sense. The eighth sense. Zhanyang thought blankly. He knew of a sixth sense, the old saying about a woman's sixth sense, but where did an eighth sense come from? Suddenly, he remembered something that day in the classroom, the ability to sense all things. Could that be the so-called eighth sense? Sensing all things, Zhanyang ventured. Tianyang smiled slightly. Exactly, you only need to open the eighth sense and leave the rest to me. Heated by those words, Zhanyang nodded, straightened his spine, closed his eyes, and entered the state of sensing all things, the eighth sense. Immediately, the stirring of wind and grass fell within his awareness. The sensing range began to widen 2 meters, 2.5 meters. He remembered the previous maximum radius had been 3 meters. The perimeter kept expanding, inching steadily toward 3 meters. Tianyang's body glowed with blue light. His 1.3 meter form stretched into a 1.8 meter silhouette. When the radiance faded, a translucent Tianyang hung motionless a few meters above Zhanyang's head. The 3 meter radius was reached, Zhanyang's current limit. Gradually, he began to lose endurance. Hold on, Tianyang urged. Sweat streamed without his control. Zhanyang clenched his teeth as pain made his body tremble and his mind feel as if it might burst, and he was on the verge of losing control. At that moment, a warm current swept through him, a faint energy breathed through his meridians, and blood flowing swiftly and replenishing him. The energy orb in his mind exuded a surge that restored his mental reserves. His head cleared and relief washed over him. About 10 meters above, Tianyang stood like a god, radiance pouring from him. A continuous stream of energy flowed from Tianyang into Zhanyang. It was Tianyang's energy that sharpened everything around him and expanded his sensing range. 5 meters, 10 meters, soon 30, 10 times his previous limit, and still growing. Zhanyang was astonished and savored the sensation with intense attention. The difference between this perception and the one before was immeasurable. He had once thought his sense clear, but with Tianyang's blessing, he now understood how ignorant he had been. Where before he could only detect movements visible to the eye, now he could even feel the slow, imperceptible growth of plants. Before he realized it, the sensing radius reached 60 meters. Tianyang, hovering in the air, suddenly opened his eyes wide, as if delighted by something he had just perceived. Just as the radius approached 80 meters, Tianyang ceased the energy transmission, and the sensing stopped at 80 meters. He launched several luminous markers in different directions, then condensed into a cluster of light, and returned into Zhanyang's body. Zhanyang's limbs went limp, and the eighth sense faded from him. Zhanyang, go search for the cursor point. My energy consumption is severe, and I need to enter a state of dormancy for a while. We can discuss anything after I recover. A weak voice from Tianyang echoed in his mind. Before Zhanyang could respond, he fell into a deep slumber. One can only imagine how greatly this energy consumption affected him. Then you should rest well. Zhanyang slowly stood up and walked toward the nearest cursor. Just as he took a step, Zhanyang couldn't help but groan. The overuse of energy left his body sore all over. Just moving a little made his bones feel like they were about to fall apart. Yet Zhanyang felt no regret. The profound and clear sensation truly opened his eyes. Is this what it feels like to be powerful? Zhanyang felt a mix of emotions, a feeling he couldn't quite describe. A few minutes later, looking at the cursor before him, he furrowed his brow. This barren area held nothing related to the Tiana star? After walking around the cursor a few times, he found nothing. Could it be underground? This posed a dilemma for Zhanyang. Not to mention there was nothing to dig with. The hardness of the soil left him helpless. The pressure from the meteorites' fall had increased the soil density here, making what was already difficult to dig even harder. But he couldn't just leave it unexcavated. Helpless, Zhanyang left to think of a solution. Moments later, he returned with several pieces of wood and a large bucket of water. With a splash, half a bucket of water was poured out. Zhanyang rolled up his sleeves and forcefully plunged the wooden stick into the ground. Wetting the soil should make things much easier. The magnificent morning sun rose slowly, and the colorful clouds floated like strands of golden silk in the sky. It was noon, and the young man was diligently digging the pit in front of him. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Zhanyang straightened up and stretched his back. After more than an hour, he had dug nearly 40 centimeters deep, but had found nothing. He sighed deeply. I wonder when I will find something. We'll take a break for now. Zhang Yang sat down on the spot, picked up a piece of bread, and bit into it fiercely. After chewing a few bites, he took a delightful swig from his bottled water. He had just bought this from the store. Having skipped breakfast along with the excessive use of his eighth sense, he felt dizzy from hunger after not digging for long. Originally, he wanted to buy a small shovel, but upon asking about the price, he abandoned that idea. "I am so broke." Zhang Yang's hand dug into his pocket, feeling the single-digit bills. All his money was earned by doing work for others. Although he didn't earn much, at least he could save some pocket money for himself. If luck was on his side, he might even be able to give Fan Su something to change up the meals. Speaking of work, he hadn't been in for several days and needed to find some time to earn money, otherwise he wouldn't be able to do anything. Zhang Yang tilted his head back and drained the water bottle, then continued digging. Digging like this isn't a solution. I need to come up with a plan. Looking at the pit before him, Zhang Yang pondered deeply. To dig, he at least needed to know the exact location of the item to have a target. Zhang Yang felt the cursor was unreliable. It probably only marked a rough area. But how could he know the specific location? Zhang Yang furrowed his brows. Specific location. The eighth sense. This sudden thought lit up Zhang Yang's eyes. The sensing range should encompass everything within a sphere centered around himself, meaning he could see not only the surface, but also what lay beneath. Previously, he had only focused on sensing the surroundings and hadn't paid attention to the underground situation, so he wasn't quite clear on that now. But that's fine, a trying will reveal the truth. With resolution, Zhang Yang immediately activated his eighth sense. The moment he did, his brain felt as if it were being torn apart with pain, and he nearly collapsed as everything went white before him. Fortunately, the pain was only momentary, but it still left him drenched in cold sweat. What just happened? Zhang Yang, still shaken, shook his head. Is it because my mental strength is too weak? That was terrifying. It seems I need to practice my mental strength more from now on. With the eighth sense activated, the sensing range quickly reached 3 meters, just as he had hoped. Indeed, he could sense what lay beneath. However, it wasn't 3 meters, he could barely see, just over a meter. Not knowing the reason behind it, Zhang Yang didn't dwell on it for long, as he sensed a box located less than 20 centimeters beneath the pit he was digging. He immediately turned off his eighth sense and excitedly continued to dig. When he finally saw the box, Zhang Yang felt that all his previous efforts were not in vain. The box was not large, about the size of a briefcase, and its surface was silvery, white, nearly new. Zhang Yang smiled happily. Even if there was nothing inside, he could still sell it for a good profit. Placing the box on the ground, Zhang Yang wiped the dirt off its surface. When he was about to open it, he found that the box had no buttons or pull rings to open it. Its surface was bare, even smoother than the ground. What is going on? He turned the box over and examined it for a long time without finding anything. It shouldn't be this way. Our box should always be openable. Zhang Yang shook the box. He heard no sound. Could it really be an empty box? Sigh, how frustrating. He tossed the box aside and sat on the ground. The sun was high in the sky, and the glaring sunlight had the intensity of summer. There wasn't a hint of wind today, and Zhang Yang was drenched in sweat. Looking at the cloudless sky, he felt overwhelmed with confusion and uncertainty. He was contemplating whether to train all day tomorrow or to do some work to earn some money. Grandpa and Lin, who lived in the bustling district, was moving tomorrow, and knowing Zhang Yang's situation, he specifically asked Zhang Yang to come help. Grandpa and Lin was a retired soldier without a wife or descendants. He used to have family, but after that disaster he lost everything. Zhang Yang lived not far from him, so he often went to keep Grandpa and Lin company when he had free time. Grandpa and Lin said he wanted to live in the countryside. Even though Zhang Yang was reluctant, he couldn't say anything. Tomorrow, I will help Grandpa and Lin. Zhang Yang decided to see him off. Glancing at his watch, it was getting late, and there were still 3 cursors left to excavate. At this pace, he wouldn't finish today. He aimed to dig at least one more before dark. Lost in thought, he began to act. Zhang Yang supported himself with one hand to stand up. Just as his hand landed on the silvery box, he felt his hand sink into it. Zhang Yang was taken aback, quickly pulling his hand out. What was going on? How did my hand get inside? He stood up abruptly, staring at the box lying quietly on the ground. When he brought his hand close to the surface of the box again, he found a handprint had indented into the surface. Zhang Yang pressed his hand into it, and suddenly a layer of the box's surface vanished, revealing what seemed to be filled with white mist inside. Zhang Yang felt both curious and nervous. His hand perfectly matched the indented handprint on the box. Inside the box, a white mist swirled, but it was strange. Although it flowed continuously, it did not spill out, even a little, remaining constantly beneath the surface of the box. Zhang Yang, encountering such a situation for the first time, felt a sense of novelty. As he cautiously extended his hand into the box, a refreshing sensation instantly spread throughout his body. Soon his entire arm was inside. Zhang Yang was puzzled as to how this box, which was less than 10 centimeters thick, could accommodate his arm, which was several centimeters longer, and he had yet to touch the bottom. After a moment of exploration, it seemed he had grasped something. Pulling his arm out, he discovered he was holding a watch. The watch was made of metal, and Zhang Yang couldn't identify the exact material. It was very light, weighing the same as the hard plastic watch he was currently wearing, yet it felt very sturdy. It was a beautiful watch that Zhang Yang liked very much. He tucked it away, planning to study it further at home. Then he continued to rummage through the box and found a piece of black stone. This black stone was very small, about half the size of his little finger's nail, completely black and shiny with a very smooth surface resembling glass. Could it be a diamond? If it were a diamond, I would be rich, haha, Zhang Yang mocked himself. After putting the black stone away, he wanted to quickly search for another point of interest, glancing at his watch, which showed it was already 2 o'clock. But how do I close this box? There is no switch, and now there isn't even a lid. Earlier when I placed my hand on the box, it opened. Although the lid is gone now, while placing my hand back in the same position, close it. Zhang Yang decided to test his hypothesis, and sure enough, the white mist coalesced to form the box's surface, restoring it to its original state. For a moment, he felt quite pleased with himself for having mastered the method of opening and closing the box. After tidying up, Zhang Yang took a wooden stick and a bucket, heading towards another point of interest. Since this place usually had no visitors, he wasn't worried about someone taking the box, so he left it there. Pingyuan City Public Security Bureau. While Baichuan City enjoyed clear skies, Pingyuan City was being battered by heavy rain. The torrential downpour mirrored the hearts of all the special police in Pingyuan, filled with sadness and grief. Outside the director's office, all the police officers had halted their work, quietly standing at the door, listening to the sounds inside, which were occasionally punctuated by angry shouts. Wait, what do you suggest we do? Over 200 people have died in Pingyuan City this morning, including 14 special police officers. When has there ever been such severe casualties after the day of destruction? How am I supposed to explain this to the higher-ups? If you can't provide me with a perfect explanation, then you shouldn't be the director anymore. Wei Bingming slumped on the sofa, looked pale, his eyes vacant as he stared at the floor. He dared not look up at the person reprimanding him and felt too ashamed to face him. Earlier that morning, he had received a report of a riot occurring in a hospital. The police sent to handle the situation lost contact shortly thereafter, followed by those dispatched later. Realizing the severity of the situation, Wei Bingming, as the director, personally commanded 4 teams of special police to enter the hospital to carry out the mission. However, due to his improper command, only 11 out of 60 special police officers managed to survive, resulting in a devastating loss. Moreover, the mission was not completed. In fact, this was not entirely his fault. Once the special police entered the building, communication signals were disrupted for special reasons, making it impossible for him to contact them. He could only anxiously wait, while relying on the special police to act on their own. He had prayed more than once for his team members to return safely, but contrary to his wishes, only a few managed to escape. Wei Bingming sighed, feeling as if his heart were dripping blood. Memories of those he had spent time with flashed before his eyes, but he would never see them again. Tears of frustration slipped down his cheeks. He wanted to say something, but choked on his words. Crying? What face do you have to cry? Crying won't solve anything. A thin, middle-aged man standing nearby pointed at Wei Bingming and scolded, "You can't escape responsibility for the deaths of these special police officers. Be prepared to be dismissed and investigated." Director Chen, this is not the director's fault. The door was pushed open and a group of people entered. They were the surviving special police officers from today's battle. Feeling guilty as they watched the director being punished for their actions, the special police felt uneasy. Wei Bingming slightly raised his head to glance at the newcomers, took a deep breath, and asked, "How is Lei Ming?" There is no danger to his life, but he has lost an arm and can no longer recover from it. He needs to rest for a while. Upon hearing this, Wei Bingming breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he is alive, that is good enough. What are you doing here? Why aren't you back at your posts? Director Chen glared at the newcomers and scolded. We are the surviving special police who participated in today's battle. This mission was unlike any other, and the director and we have done our best. Unlike any other. What do you mean by unlike any other? If you can't explain it, you're going to regret it. Director Chen said angrily. The enemy this time is not human, it is a terrifying monster. Our ignorance and the surprise attack caused such heavy casualties. Moreover, they seem to carry some kind of virus. Those killed by them will turn into their likeness, and they must be shot in the head to be completely eliminated. Monsters. Where did these monsters come from? According to the doctors who were rescued, those monsters are mutations from some poisoned individuals. What kind of poison can turn people into monsters? Director Chen exclaimed, suddenly recalling something. A few days ago, there was a report of red mist appearing in Lindu County. Is it related to this mist? It should be related. The room fell silent, and everyone stopped talking. They suddenly realized a serious problem. There were at least thousands of poisoned people in Lindu County, and the hospital today had only dozens of poisoned individuals, yet it led to such severe casualties. If all the poisoned individuals in other hospitals mutated, and those killed by them also turned into them. No one dared to think any further. At that moment, an alarm phone rang outside. A police officer finished the call and shouted towards the director's office. Director, a large-scale riot has occurred at the North City Hospital. Everyone's heart sank. Wei Bingming jumped up from the sofa shouting at everyone, deploy all police forces to the North City Hospital and coordinate with police from all over to control all poison patients in the hospitals. Understood. The police officers sprang into action. Wei Bingming anxiously turned to Director Chun and said, Director, relying solely on the police is insufficient to resolve this issue. We need military support. Director Chen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The seriousness of the situation had exceeded their imagination. Leave it to me. Little did they know it was precisely because of this crisis that the Earth would embark on a new chapter of order. As the sun sets in the west, a trace of lingering white clouds can be seen in the sky. The sun and the Earth have blended together, painting half of the sky in a vivid orange hue. Exhausted, Zhang Yang lay flat on the ground admiring this utterly ordinary scene. Normally, he wouldn't pay much attention to the sunset, but upon closer inspection, he was surprised by its beauty. After a day of relentless effort, he had searched 3 locations marked by the light markers. At the first location, Zhang Yang found a peculiar box. At the second, he uncovered something just below 10 centimeters deep. A box with a switch that contained a mask-like object. At the third, he exerted tremendous effort, spending over 4 hours and digging nearly a meter before finding something. It was a black bodysuit that wrapped around everything except for his hands and head. The thin layer was made of an unknown material, and when Zhang Yang tugged at it, he found its quality to be exceptional. Uncertain of its special properties, Zhang Yang decided to head home to study it further. After packing up his finds, he made his way to the last marked location, curious about the item that existed there. Using his 8th sense to locate the specific position of the item, he began his digging from the easy to the difficult. He could sense the other 3 locations, yet no matter how he probed, he couldn't sense anything at this 4th one. The sun should not have made a mistake. Doubting his senses, Zhang Yang activated his 8th sense again. To deepen his probing, he laid down on the ground. Focusing intently, his 8th sense slowly spread underground, reaching 2 meters this time. Yet still he found nothing. How strange, could he really be mistaken? Zhang Yang crawled around the light marker like a worm, attempting to find the specific location of the Tianhe item by enlarging his search area. Time flew by, and as night fell, a thin mist silently enveloped the earth. The bright moon hung high, casting gentle moonlight across the land. Zhang Yang trudged home, his exhausted body moving quickly along the path. In the end, he couldn't find anything at the 4th marker and had no choice but to give up. Nonetheless, he felt quite pleased. Glancing at the box in his hand and the bodysuit draped over his arm, he managed a cheerful smile. Finding these 3 items left him thoroughly satisfied, and who knows what treasures might still be hidden in the box. Today's harvest was indeed plentiful. As for that 4th location, he would wait for Tianyang to wake up and then figure out a solution. Zhang Yang walked effortlessly down the familiar street. During the day, the blazing sun nearly scorched Zhang Yang's skin. Now, however, a light rain began to fall, with the gentle spring rain mingling with the breeze, making him feel quite content. As the rain intensified, Zhang Yang quickened his pace towards home. Upon reaching the ground floor, he didn't rush inside, his gaze irresistibly drawn to the window of the building across. 4th floor, the one on the right. A figure suddenly appeared in his mind, a graceful, adorable silhouette that made his heart flutter. With a slender figure, lustrous black hair, and a refined face, her image was permanently etched into Zhang Yang's mind, never to be erased after just one glance. Zhang Yang had no idea how old she was, but she appeared to be around his age. He had no knowledge of her name, everything about her remained a mystery. Every Saturday, she would go out to learn the violin, and watching her leave the building and walk out of the community until she was out of sight became Zhang Yang's weekly ritual. Today just happened to be Saturday, but due to his digging, he had missed this week's opportunity, leaving him feeling a bit regretful. Her lights were on, so she should be home. What could she be doing? A girl so artistic must be engaged in something elegant, unlike himself. Looking at his disheveled appearance, Zhang Yang shrugged and prepared to leave after glancing up one last time. Just as he turned, his body seemed frozen in place, unable to move as he widened his eyes, staring fixedly ahead. This is the figure that lingered in his mind for so long. Dressed in a white coat and fitted jeans, her hands tucked into her pockets. Standing straight, her height of over 1.6 meters was accentuated, making her appear even taller. In the hazy night, she resembled an ethereal fairy. Gazing at the beauty before him, Zhang Yang felt a sense of inferiority. When did she arrive? How did he not notice? Wasn't she supposed to be at home? What was she doing outside in the rain so late? Why wasn't she holding an umbrella? Why was she looking at him? Why wasn't she moving? Countless questions flooded Zhang Yang's mind, and feeling at a loss, he looked down, unable to meet her gaze. The two stood facing each other for a long time until Zhang Yang finally mustered the courage to lift his head and look at her. What met his eyes was her hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders, dampened by the gentle spring rain stirring Zhang Yang's heart. But what captivated him most was her smile. Her eyes sparkled like clear waves radiating a gentle warmth, and the curve of her lips was as beautiful as a crescent moon. Perhaps this was the smile of an angel, dispelling all shadows and making Zhang Yang feel that the world was so beautiful without a hint of flaw. "What are you doing?" She spoke, her melodious voice like heavenly music, the few words striking a chord in Zhang Yang's heart, making him feel it was the most beautiful sound he had ever heard. He was so enchanted that he forgot to respond to her question. "Do you need help?" "No, I don't need help." Zhang Yang was so nervous that he couldn't even speak. "Oh, all right then." With that, she turned and left, brushing past Zhang Yang as she entered the building. Watching her leave, Zhang Yang touched his flushed face, surprised at how hot it felt. Quickly, he grew distressed again. He had fantasized countless scenarios about their first meeting, yet he never anticipated that their real first encounter would occur when he looked his most disheveled and untidy. If he couldn't even tolerate his current appearance, how could she? No wonder she left after just a few words. Thinking of this, Zhang Yang felt immense regret. Why didn't he leave earlier? If he had left sooner, he wouldn't have encountered her. But if he left earlier, she wouldn't have spoken to him. Oh, why did he suddenly become so fidgety? He was never like this. In this mix of excitement, restlessness, and regret, Zhang Yang ran back home. Watching Zhang Yang flee, she at the fourth-floor window smiled slightly. This boy was indeed quite adorable. Upon returning home, Zhang Yang immediately took a shower. After changing into a clean set of clothes, he felt much more comfortable. This was a smart watch with a square face and a strap made of the same material, silver and black in color, exuding a sense of high-end sophistication. Removing the cheap watch from his wrist, Zhang Yang put on the smart watch. The strap fit him perfectly, and he liked it very much. The moment he put on the watch, a faint current flowed up his arm to his brain, as if the watch connected to his mind through some kind of substance. Zhang Yang only felt a slight numbness in his brain, without any other unusual sensations, and he didn't pay much attention to it. There was a button on the side of the watch face, which must be the button to display the time. Zhang Yang thought that the alien object must be different from anything on Earth, curious about what surprises this watch could bring him. With curiosity, he gently pressed the button. With a click, the sides of the watch face extended outward, and the display screen rose up, flipping to one side, revealing a blue glowing chip that popped out from the center of the watch. "Is this a battery?" Zhang Yang pulled out the chip, and the watch face immediately returned to its original state. After observing the chip for a moment, he pressed the side button again, and the watch face changed once more as he inserted the chip back in. It seems this button isn't a switch. It's only for changing the battery. So how is this watch supposed to be used? Zhang Yang carefully examined the watch, trying to figure out what mechanisms it had. However, after studying it for a long time, he still couldn't discern anything, so he set the watch aside and began to investigate the small box he found at the second cursor point. Inside, there was a flesh-colored soft leather mask that looked like a facial mask and felt almost identical to real skin. Zhang Yang laid the mask on his face. Why laid? Because it had nothing to secure it, unlike typical masks that have a strap for fastening. The moment the mask touched his skin, it melted into liquid and seeped into his skin. Zhang Yang let out a cry, wanting to remove the mask, but it had already integrated into his skin, leaving him powerless. Panicking, Zhang Yang hurried to the mirror to see what he had become. Where did the mask go? Zhang Yang was astonished to find that his face was still the same, unchanged, yet he had clearly put on the mask, which had fused with his skin. If his face was unharmed, then where had the mask gone? Zhang Yang was baffled. Is the high technology of Tiana's star this bizarre? Why can't he use anything? He hoped that the mask wouldn't cause him any harm. Zhang Yang prayed. Returning to his desk, he placed the last item, a silver-white box, flat on the table. As he hovered his palm near the surface of the box, it instantly vanished, and white mist began to spread. After shoving his hands into the box and feeling around, Zhang Yang found nothing this time. First, the mist inside the box was so thick that he could see nothing. Second, the box seemed bottomless. Although it looked no more than 10 centimeters thick, he couldn't feel the bottom at all, and he was almost about to shove his head inside. After feeling around for a long time, without finding anything, he wondered if there were only the watch and stones inside. It shouldn't be the case for such a large box. Zhang Yang took a pen and put it into the box, yet he couldn't feel it at all. Where did the pen go? Zhang Yang was a bit puzzled. Forget it, I'll wait for Tian Yang to wake up and teach me. Putting away the items, he opened his computer and moved the mouse cursor to the game icon he loved to play. The weekend was the day he looked forward to the most, for he could play his favorite games that night. Usually Fan Su wouldn't let him play, but only on this day would he allow him to relax. As he had to work during the day, Zhang Yang often ended up playing all night, which was how he developed his severe nearsightedness. However, today, as he stared at the computer, his hand hovered over the mouse without clicking. For some reason, Zhang Yang felt no interest in these games. Engaging in such trivial matters felt like a waste of time, and he truly did not understand why he had wasted so much time on such things before. Turning off the computer, Zhang Yang walked to the window. Looking at the lit window across the street on the 4th floor, he felt an indescribable sensation in his heart. He could no longer live such a bland life. He needed to change everything. Now, not only did he possess a vast amount of knowledge, but he also had an intelligent robot from another planet in his mind, and he was the guardian of Earth. With all this, what reason did he have not to strive for success? Only by becoming strong could he relieve his mother of her burdens. Only by becoming strong could he have a chance to find his missing father, and only by becoming strong could he be worthy of her. Gazing at the lit window across through the glass, Zhang Yang made up his mind. Starting today, since no one has ever looked up to me, I will make you all see me in a new light. Looking at his frail body in the mirror, Zhang Yang shook his head. He dropped to the floor and began doing push-ups that he hadn't done in who knows how long. 20, 30, 35, 36, 40. Exhausting every bit of strength, Zhang Yang managed to do 40 push-ups, his face turning red and gasping for breath. Having not exercised in a long time, his physique was truly unable to keep up. Lying on the bed, he began doing sit-ups. 2 minutes later, Zhang Yang lay flat on the bed motionless, having exhausted himself doing 100 sit-ups. After resting for a moment, he walked to the door, opened it, and grabbed the door frame to do pull-ups. His arms, still fatigued from the push-ups, had no strength left, and he used all his might just to pull himself up 3 times. After jumping down, Zhang Yang shook his arms and began stretching. After a few glasses of water, he felt much better. He had never worked out like this before. He would stop and rest whenever he felt tired. Now he understood that being able to push through during workouts felt quite satisfying. That's enough for today, Zhang Yang thought as he sat at his desk to rest. Just then the watch on his left hand beeped. Zhang Yang jumped in surprise and raised his arm to see a blue screen appearing above the watch face. The screen was not large, about the size of his palm, and it displayed many special symbols that seemed to be some kind of script, one he had never seen before. In an instant, something flashed through his mind, and Zhang Yang widened his eyes. This is the script of Tianhe Star. He had an energy source from a Tianhe warrior within him, and thus inherited the knowledge and insights of that warrior. Looking at these symbols, the knowledge of Tianhe Star instantly surged forth. Since he recognized these characters, it would be easy to understand. Zhang Yang chuckled and pressed down on the screen. Beep. A 20 cubic centimeters blue cubic holographic projection appeared on the watch screen, displaying 2 lines of text, one for personal information and the other for others' information. Zhang Yang tapped on the personal information, and the projection flickered, revealing a 3-dimensional image of himself along with a string of data: height 170 centimeters, weight 60 kilograms, mental strength 2116, strength 80 kilograms, 40, body temperature 37. 137. 7, heart rate 73 beats per minute 70. Note: the first number is the base average value and the second is the current value. Wow! The sight before Zhang Yang left him dumbfounded, and in his excitement he exclaimed. Checking his heart rate, it had now reached 85. This watch has such functionality, it rivals the measuring machines found in hospitals. Doesn't this mean he can always be aware of his own condition? Very good, a wonderful device. After browsing through his information, he wanted to exit and check others' information, but unlike a computer with a mouse control, it was just a projection, and Zhang Yang had no idea how to operate it. He tapped the projection and touched the watch, and just as he was trying to find a way to exit, he discovered that the projection could actually be resized with hand gestures. He also found out how to exit. Simply grab the projection with his hands and pull it apart. With the personal information projection pulled aside, the projection reverted to the initial 2 lines of text. Zhang Yang tapped on the other's information, and the projection flickered, causing the 2 lines of text to vanish instantly. Zhang Yang stared blankly at the projection, waiting for it to change. A minute later, he slapped his forehead, realizing how foolish he was. Aside from himself, who else could there possibly be? It seems I need to find someone to test this out. Regardless of how the other's information feature works, just the personal information function already satisfied Zhang Yang, and he felt that his efforts today were not in vain. Feeling sufficiently rested, Zhang Yang began another round of exercise. 10 minutes later, he collapsed into the computer chair, ready to open a web page to catch up on the news. At that moment, an advertisement popped up in the bottom right corner. Zhang Yang instinctively went to close it, but unintentionally glanced at the content immediately drawn in by a headline. Supervirus begins widespread spread. How should we defend ourselves? Supervirus. This must be an exaggerated title crafted by the website to attract clicks. Zhang Yang chose to ignore it and clicked the mouse to close the ad. He opened the browser and clicked on current affairs news, seizing the loading time of the web page to pour himself a glass of water, feeling quite thirsty after exercising. After finishing the remaining water, Zhang Yang set the cup down and turned his attention back to the computer screen. However, the next moment he was shocked by a headline on the webpage causing him to spray the water he just drank all over the screen. The prominently displayed news headline read, "Over 10,000 infected by supervirus." What? Zhang Yang incredulously clicked on the headline. Was there really a supervirus? When did this appear? Why had he never heard of it before? Although he hadn't been following the news recently, something this significant should have at least crossed his radar. With a questioning mindset after browsing, Zhang Yang furrowed his brow. Pingyuan City. That's in the neighboring province less than 300 kilometers away from Baichuan City where he lived. If the virus could spread widely in Pingyuan City, would it also infect Baichuan City? It has only been 5 days since this virus was discovered, and it has already infected over 10,000 people. That seems too exaggerated. Those infected would become delirious, highly aggressive, and their movements would gradually mimic those of a gorilla. Their hair would fall out, their skulls would become visible, and they could even evolve. Wait, isn't this the underworld spirit mentioned by Tian Yang? Wasn't it said that the underworld spirit wouldn't invade for over a year? Where did this underworld spirit come from now? Zhang Yang was taken aback. At the bottom of the article were several photos, and upon seeing the images, Zhang Yang's heart sank completely. The monsters in the photos looked identical to the projection of Tian Yang. What should I do? Zhang Yang panicked. As the chosen one, he shouldn't just sit idly by, but with his current self, what could he possibly do? A sense of anxiety and helplessness filled Zhang Yang's heart. Closing this report, he began browsing through other news articles, and without a doubt, almost all of them reported on the supervirus. Moreover, most were negative reports, such as the disaster in Pingyuan City. Will it become a disaster for the entire world? In 5 days, over 10,000 infected. Experts predict the number will reach 100,000 within half a month. The supervirus is uncontrollable. Infected individuals are doomed. Of course, there were also some positive reports. Pingyuan City North, concentration zone for infected individuals. The only way to eliminate the infected has been found. Nearby provinces have deployed large numbers of troops to aid Pingyuan City. Reading these reports, Zhang Yang's brow furrowed and his face turned pale. Currently, Zhang Yang felt nothing but confusion and helplessness. Tian Yang, please wake up. The underworld spirits are beginning to invade, and without you, I don't know what to do. Zhang Yang shouted in his heart. The rain poured heavier and heavier, and the gentle drizzle gradually transformed into thunder and lightning. The sound of the door opening echoed, and after a long day, Fan Su finally returned home. Hearing the sound of the door, Zhang Yang stepped out of the bedroom and saw Fan Su drenched from the rain and looking haggard, causing his heart to ache. Fan Su now worked at a hotel 3 kilometers away from home, and Zhang Yang knew she must have been reluctant to take a taxi back. Instantly, a mix of anger and helplessness surged within him. He was angry that Fan Su had been busy until so late and helpless that in such weather she couldn't even afford a taxi. Zhang Yang's resentment towards his missing father surged like a torrent. If it weren't for him, how could the two of them have ended up like this? No matter the reason, I will never forgive you. Seeing her son come out, Fan Su forced a smile, saying, I rushed out in a hurry today and forgot to bring money. What bad luck. Why are you still awake? It's still early, you'll sleep soon, he said as he retrieved a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet and placed them in front of Fan Su. Fan Su smiled faintly. You'll go change my clothes first. After changing into slippers, she walked into the bedroom. A few minutes later, Fan Su emerged from the bedroom, now dressed in pajamas, and sat beside Zhang Yang smiling. As she picked up the water Zhang Yang had poured for him, asking, how was your day? Pretty good. By the way, your grandfather and Lin is moving tomorrow, and don't forget to help out. I'm going to take a shower. You should sleep early. Nodding, Zhang Yang entered the bedroom. The first thing he did upon returning was to lie on the floor and continue doing push-ups. There was no time left. He originally thought he had over a year to take his time, but unexpectedly the underworld spirits had already invaded. Not for anything else, but for his mother, who he wanted to do everything for. He needed to strive to improve her life. As his arms gradually began to ache, Zhang Yang gritted his teeth and persisted, lifting and lowering his trembling arms over and over until soon his arms felt numb and unresponsive and he could no longer raise them from the ground. Zhang Yang flipped over to do sit-ups, which didn't require arm movement. With his hands clasped behind his head, he repeatedly sat up and lay back down. Zhang Yang sweated profusely until he was utterly exhausted. He slowly rose, and even when he picked up the cup to drink, his hands were trembling. Zhang Yang had no strength to undress. As soon as he lay down on the bed, he began to drift into a daze. He had never felt a bed could be so comfortable. Although this training was extremely tiring, Zhang Yang felt immensely fulfilled. He resolved to persist in this routine every day and gradually increase the training intensity. Amidst his hopes for the future, the exhausted Zhang Yang fell into a deep sleep. The faint light emerging from the east was like a sharp axe splitting the dark night. A layer of mist shrouded the sleeping earth. After a night of rain, the morning temperature was quite pleasant, and the air was exceptionally fresh, invigorating anyone who took a breath. Beep beep. Beep beep. The clock's hands pointed to 6 o'clock, and a ringing alarm echoed. Zhang Yang awakened from his dreams, turned off the alarm, and glanced at the time on the clock. Zhang Yang loved weekends not only because he could play computer games all day, but also because he could sleep in. What could be more delightful than waking up naturally after a long sleep? Usually the only things that could get him out of bed on weekends were a desperate need to relieve himself or an unbearable hunger. But today he had to break this routine. He needed to help Grandpa and Lin move. Grandpa and Lin was in his 50s. His family had been corroded by the black mist on disaster day, leaving him all alone, not knowing whether to consider himself unfortunate or fortunate. Whenever he had nothing to do, Zhang Yang would often go to Grandpa and Lin's house to keep him company. Their relationship was very good, akin to that of a grandfather and grandson. He couldn't let Grandpa and Lin wait too long, so Zhang Yang got up early. After stretching a bit, a wave of intense pain swept through his body, causing him to grit his teeth. It seemed he had trained a bit too hard last night, injuring his muscles. Now, every movement caused him significant pain, especially in both shoulders. However, amidst the soreness, there was also a warmth flowing through him. This sensation was peculiar and greatly alleviated his pain. He needed to be more careful in the future. He couldn't let himself get into such a state again. Zhang Yang silently reminded himself. After some more stretching, feeling a bit better, he began his morning routine. 10 minutes later, Zhang Yang, fully prepared, jogged towards Grandpa and Lin's house. What he didn't know was that a figure behind a certain window was watching him, smiling faintly as he left. Qingning Province is a large province in the northern part of Huaxiao with a population of millions. Its suitable climate and numerous beautiful environments attract a large number of tourists every year. However, now not a single person dared to go to Qingning Province, and even the locals no longer wanted to stay there for a moment. The reason for this change was a terrifying supervirus. 10 days ago, a strange red mist appeared near a county town called Lindu in Qingning Province, and those who came into contact with the mist showed signs of poisoning the next day. These individuals were scattered across various hospitals for treatment. Faced with such an unknown poisoning, doctors were at a loss and could only attempt to control the situation. 6 days ago, a terrifying monster first appeared in a hospital, rampaging and slaughtering within. The police and special forces suffered heavy casualties before they managed to eliminate the creature. Subsequent investigations revealed that those monsters were transformed from the poisoned individuals, prompting the government to attempt to contain all infected patients, but it was already too late. That night, reports emerged of monsters appearing from infected individuals in other hospitals, followed by a series of emergencies in one hospital after another, resulting in many civilians being killed by the monsters, who also turned into horrifying creatures. As the number of monsters increased, the situation gradually spiraled out of control, causing many residents of Qingning to flee to other provinces and cities. The second apocalypse for Qingning had arrived. The military began to counterattack, but the results were not optimistic. The monsters possessed exceedingly agile speed and overwhelming numbers, making it difficult to organize an effective large-scale counteroffensive. Nearby provinces dispatched large numbers of troops to Qingning Province. With the joint efforts of local troops and reinforcements, after several major battles, the monsters were surrounded within a certain area. Experts estimated that the number of monsters within this controlled area had exceeded 100,000. This meant that over 100,000 civilians had perished. Fortunately, after the battles, the monsters settled down and did not launch further attacks. The surrounding armies numbered only about 100,000. If they continued to fight, the military might not be able to defeat the monsters. If the monsters broke through and entered other provinces, the consequences would be unimaginable. The government decided to wait for the reinforcements to arrive before launching a counterattack, in coordination with local forces, gradually shrinking the encirclement to slowly deplete the monsters' numbers. Currently, various resources were prepared and ready, just waiting for the arrival of the reinforcements. Longhua Hospital is the only tertiary hospital in Qingning Province, located 100 kilometers away from the monster encirclement, treating military and civilians injured in battle or harmed by monsters. Next to Longhua Hospital was the command center of the joint military. At night, the clouds hung heavy in the sky. The hearts of ordinary soldiers and civilians were as gloomy as the weather, but for the senior officials of the joint military, tonight was crucial as they awaited the arrival of an important figure. An academician from the Academy of Sciences had invented a powerful weapon specifically designed to combat monsters, and had special items to present to the joint military, which excited them greatly. This academician was currently en route to Longhua, and the senior officials of the joint military were waiting eagerly. He's just an academician. How important can he be? Why do we need so many people to greet him? A black-faced middle-aged man in military attire scoffed, and upon checking his rank, he was actually a brigade commander. Calm down, Brigade Commander Ding. This is no ordinary academician we are welcoming. An elderly man in a suit beside him said excitedly. He was Dai Hui, the governor of Qingning Province. Having passed 50 years, he had no gray hair, and his physique was still quite robust, but the recent events had taken a toll on him. While speaking, his bloodshot eyes remained fixed on the road ahead. "Oh, what makes him so special?" Ding Yin continued to inquire. Dai Hui did not respond, standing on tiptoe in anticipation of the arrival. A sturdy officer spoke up. Lu Hao, 35 years old, entered the Academy of Sciences 3 months ago. He possesses a strong talent in technological manufacturing and has invented many eye-catching items in less than 2 months. He is now a dazzling star in the Academy. What's intriguing is that Lu Hao was previously an ordinary person, so ordinary that he never even attended university, and all the available information about him indicated his mediocrity. Yet no one knew how he had acquired such knowledge. Fortunately, he had not done anything detrimental to the country and had made significant contributions, so no further investigation was conducted. The main reason was that he was recommended by General Guda. The people around were astonished, and they began to discuss excitedly. It was indeed hard to believe that he was recommended by General Guda. Dai Hui remained unfazed, clearly aware of this information. Why would General Guda recommend such an unknown individual to the Academy? A vehicle drove in and stopped in front of the crowd who had been waiting for a long time. Under Dai Hui's lead, they stepped forward to greet. The first impression of the young man, who got out of the car approximately 1.7 meters tall and dressed casually, was his messy yellow hair and tattered clothes. What was most unbearable was that he was wearing dirty slippers. Could it be the wrong person? The crowd wondered. This is an academician. Those who didn't know might think he was a beggar on the street. Several high-ranking officials wore unnatural expressions, seemingly upset. We waited so long for such a person. Seeing the arrival, Dai Hui's face twitched. However, after living half a lifetime, how could he be troubled by such a minor situation? He immediately stepped forward to welcome. "You must be academician Lu Hao, right? We've finally waited for you." Dai Hui smiled and extended his hand to Lu Hao. "That's me, and you are?" Lu Hao, just getting out of the car, was scanning the surroundings and also extended his hand. "I am Dai Hui, the governor of Qingning province." "Oh, nice to meet you." Originally, Dai Hui didn't need to be so polite, but since he had a request, it was better to be courteous. As he was about to say a few more polite words, Lu Hao waved his hand. "All right, let's go inside, and my time is limited." Saying this, he walked toward the building. Dai Hui was left stunned in place, and the faces of the crowd darkened. Does he really think he is something special? Ridiculous, Ding Yin snorted disdainfully. Lu Hao stopped in his tracks, then turned around and walked back. "Since I'm not welcome here, I might as well leave." Saying this, he opened the car door and prepared to get in. "Hey, wait. Dai Hui hurriedly grabbed him. "You saw it, Governor Dai, it's better for me to leave." Lu Hao patted Dai Hui's hand and turned again to get inside. "Academician Lu, please don't be angry. That's just his temperament, don't mind him. You have to think about the tens of millions of people in Qingning." Dai Hui was sweating in anxiety. "Fine, I still need to give some face to Governor Dai," Lu Hao said, glancing at Ding Yin, and then walked into the building without looking back, with the crowd closely following. Dai Hui breathed a sigh of relief. The academician was here to help, but was almost driven away by his own frustration. If this got out, where would he put his face? More importantly, he had not obtained the new type of weapon, which was the key. Moreover, offending Lu Hao was one thing, but offending General Guda behind him was another. Fortunately, Lu Hao was easy to talk to. Upon entering the hall, Lu Hao stopped. "Is there a problem?" Dai Hui asked nervously. "Let's go test the weapons. Where is the experimental area?" "This way." Dai Hui led Lu Hao and others to the shooting range. Lu Hao waved his hand, and immediately a few people came forward carrying boxes. They were Lu Hao's assistants who had come with him. After placing the boxes on the table outside the target area, they stepped aside. Lu Hao walked along the table, opening the boxes one by one. The high-ranking officials, especially the military officers, stepped forward to get a closer look at the items in the boxes. Once they saw clearly, their curiosity grew even more. What were these things? There were a total of 5 boxes containing weapons and armor, but these were different from what they usually saw. These equipments gave everyone a high-tech feel. Undoubtedly, soldiers are very interested in weaponry. The officers, seeing these weapons, looked like hunters spotting prey, their eyes gleaming. "Brother Lu, could you please demonstrate the use of these equipments for us?" said a burly officer beside Dai Hui with a smile. "Who are you?" Lu Hao looked at him. "My surname is Zhang, given name you. General Guda often mentions you, saying you have extraordinary bearing and are a talent. Now that I've met you, it seems he was right." Lu Hao laughed heartily and stepped forward to shake Zhang Ye's hand. "Thank you for the compliment. So you are General Zhang. General Guda also frequently talks about you, and I am fortunate to meet you today." The questions in everyone's minds instantly subsided. Indeed, he was someone from General Guda, and their relationship was quite remarkable. Ding Yin also breathed a sigh of relief, glad that he hadn't done anything too excessive earlier, otherwise it would have been troublesome. "Let's stop with the small talk and get started with the new equipment," Lu Hao said with a slight smile as he took out a gun from the first box. It was a strange gun approximately 70 centimeters long, silver-black in color with 3 barrels. This is a trim-mode gun with 3 attack modes. Lu Hao took 3 thumb-sized containers of different colors from the box and attached them to the gun body, then raised the gun, turned around, and fired at the target. After a few sounds resembling electric currents, beams of yellow rays like lasers shot out continuously from the upper barrel of the gun. The moment the target made contact with the laser, flames erupted. The officers were taken aback. The power of this gun was tremendous, with a fast firing rate, low recoil, and minimal sound. The first mode is laser, suitable for attacking single targets. Its firing rate is much faster than that of a typical rifle, with the highlights being firing speed and stability. Lu Hao waved his hand, and immediately the soldier managing the shooting range replaced the burning target. With the gun in his right hand, Lu Hao pressed on the gun body with his left hand, and the barrel that shot lasers quickly rotated downwards in a clockwise direction, another barrel coming up. Walking a few steps forward with the gun raised, Lu Hao pulled the trigger, and in an instant a blue light shot out over 10 meters, resembling a flamethrower, except it emitted blue flames, freezing everything in its path. Everyone standing behind Lu Hao felt a chill, and they witnessed the scene before them. Ding Yan's eyes widened. At that moment he had completely forgotten the previous unpleasantness, deeply captivated by this weapon. The second mode is freezing, suitable for attacking multiple targets. This form is perfect for capturing spectral beings. Lu Hao walked to the side shooting port, touching the gun body to switch modes again. This is the capturing device. It's very convenient for capturing spectral beings. Saying this, he shot at the target, and 2 laser chains shot out, wrapping around the limbs of the humanoid target. Once bound by this kind of laser, it cannot be opened without special methods unless it self-severs its limbs. Lu Hao turned around, smiling at the crowd. The officer's eyes glimmered with excitement, gazing at the weapon in Lu Hao's hand, drooling with desire. "What do you mean by spectral beings?" Zhang Yu asked. "They are what you refer to as monsters. I will explain that to you shortly." Lu Hao placed the gun back in the box and continued, "What I introduced earlier wasn't even the greatest highlight of the trim-mode gun. Now let me present to you its true highlight." Everyone widened their eyes. What? That wasn't the greatest highlight. Just how extraordinary is this gun? To lighten the soldier's burden, the gun weighs only 8 kg and the ammunition is easy to carry. Saying this, he took out a bottle of yellow liquid the thickness of a finger from the box and held it up to show everyone. This is the energy required for the laser mode of the trim-mode gun. Just such a small bottle can sustain attacks for 1 hour, and each soldier can carry 2 bottles. This greatly alleviates the issues of insufficient and cumbersome ammunition for the soldiers. The officers were already so astonished they couldn't speak, their flushed faces indicating how excited they were inside. This is truly a marvelous item. Academician Lu, I want 1,000 of these guns. At that moment a voice came from the back. Everyone turned to look, and the speaker was a bald officer about 1.6 meters tall who, judging by his rank, was a brigade commander. "Academician Lu, I would like to have 1,000 of this kind of gun. Is that possible?" The brigade commander said with a smile. "No problem at all." Lu Hao replied, "Don't mention 1,000, even 10,000 would be fine." The bald brigade commander laughed heartily, and the other officers also looked surprised. 10,000 would work. That meant there could be even more than 10,000 of these guns. Wouldn't that mean his own troops could also receive a substantial amount? Seeing the officers' expressions, Lu Hao sneered. "The guns are available, but I'm afraid you won't be able to use them." "What do you mean?" Lu Hao picked up a small bottle of energy rods and shook it in front of everyone. The energy rods used by this kind of gun can only be produced in the Academy of Sciences. Ordinary munitions factories lack the conditions to manufacture them. And with the current level of technology, the Academy can only produce a few dozen energy rods a day at most. The room fell silent instantly. "Can't more machines for producing energy rods be made?" the brigade commander asked unwillingly. "The issue isn't the number of machines, but the resources needed for energy compression are too scarce. For instance, this bottle of frozen energy requires compressing 1 cubic meter of nitrogen into 5 cm superscript 3, and the energy needed for compression is beyond your imagination." After saying this, Lu Hao set down the energy rod he was holding and picked up a red energy rod from the box. This laser energy rod requires energy millions of times greater than that of an incandescent light source, and the power needed for charging is also beyond your imagination. Currently, we are working on improving this type of energy rod, but for now, that's all there is. Lu Hao's words felt like a bucket of cold water poured over the hearts of the officers. The bald officer sighed deeply, shook his head in disappointment, and turned to leave. "Wait, I haven't finished speaking yet. I didn't say there were no energy rods." Hearing this, the bald officer stopped, turned around, and rushed back, grabbing Lu Hao, urgently asking, "How many are there? How many are there now?" Lu Hao rolled his eyes and held up 3 fingers. 300. Lu Hao shook his head. 3,000. The bald officer said hesitantly. Yes, 3,000 each. What? The bald officer was startled, his eyes widening, and soon a smile began to appear on his face. Ha ha, good. I want 1,000 of each. Lu Hao struggled hard to break free from the bald officer's tight grip. Although the officer was not very tall, he was quite strong. Yet he noticed that there were tears welling up in the corners of the bald officer's eyes. All the energy rods are yours. As for how to distribute them, that's up to you, Lu Hao said as he gestured towards the other officers. What do you think, Commander Zhang? Brigade Commander Ding. Brigade Commander Ma, is it okay if I take 1,000 each? Ding Yin, who had a hot temper, immediately objected. Why should you take a third? No way, at most 1/5. There are 5 military units here. Old Ding. Zhang Yu patted Ding Yin on the shoulder. Over these days, the one who contributed the most is Old Li's unit. Taking 1,000 is not excessive. Why? Just because my infantry brigade always charges at the front. Just because 2/3 of my brothers have died. Lu Hao unexpectedly glanced at the bald officer in front of him, not expecting him to have such an experience. No wonder he had tears in his eyes when he heard about so many energy rods. He wanted to use these weapons to avenge his fallen brothers. Ding Yin opened his mouth, but ultimately didn't say anything. No problem, Old Li, I will give you 1,000, and you can have the majority of the rest. Thank you, Commander Zhang. Zhang Yu nodded in acknowledgement. All right, Academician Lu, please introduce the next item. All right. Putting down the energy rod in his hand, Lu Hao walked to the next table, opened the box on the table, and revealed a silver-black helmet. This is an intelligent sensing helmet. It has much stronger defense than a regular helmet, is lightweight, and has features such as bulletproof, shock-absorbent night vision, and thermal sensing. Most importantly, it has a powerful communication system. As long as it is not damaged, it can receive communications anywhere with a signal. Several officers' eyes lit up. This is also a good item with so many features. How many of these helmets are there? 5,000 units. I want 2,000, the bald brigade commander with the surname Li said. Ding Yin glared at him, but seeing that the other officers remained silent, he said nothing. Next, Lu Hao walked to the third box, took out several bags of food. This is a new type of military ration, both scientific and healthy. Just this small bag is enough for a soldier to eat for a month. Several officers gasped in surprise. The food packed in a bag smaller than half a palm could actually feed a soldier for a week. What is this made of? It's incredible. This is easy to produce, you don't need to fight over it, Lu Hao said with a smile. He then walked to the fourth box, opened it, and found 3 shells inside, their black surfaces exuding a chilling aura. These are 3 shells. The long one is a powerful tracking armor-piercing shell. Once it locks onto a target, even if the target is behind a 1-meter-thick concrete wall, it can penetrate the concrete and cause an explosion. The round one is a gathering black flame egg, which ignites a large fire after exploding with temperatures reaching 3,000 C, capable of burning almost any tissue. The black flame egg is quite dangerous, so be careful when using it. Finally, the shell, composed of many fine missiles, is a large-scale Doomsday egg, with each missile capable of destroying a space of 56 m superscript 3. The power of the Doomsday egg, consisting of more than 20 missiles, can easily obliterate a mountain. How many of these 3 types of shells are there? Ding Yin asked impatiently, looking like a child asking for candy from his parents, eager and desperate. As the commander of the artillery brigade, these shells naturally belonged to his brigade. Once Lu Hao opened the box, Ding Yan's face lit up with joy. There are 500 powerful tracking armor-piercing shells, 200 gathering black flame eggs, and only 50 large-scale Doomsday eggs. Haha, that's not bad, gentlemen. What do you think? Ding Yan looked at the other officers. They're all yours. No one will fight you for them, Zhang Yu said with a smile. Ha ha ha, then I won't be polite. At this moment, Lu Hao walked to the last box, opened it, and took out a small jar of liquid. This jar of liquid was about the size of the energy rod used in the 3-state gun, but there was a clear difference between the two. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to it. This thing is very harmful to the human body and causes significant damage. It is used through injection, and its effects can last for 3 minutes. After it wears off, the injected person will be paralyzed for a long time, and in severe cases it can even lead to permanent paralysis. What is this stuff? Since it is so harmful to the human body, why develop it? Ding Yin, who originally wanted to grab a bit more, immediately lost his desire to compete after hearing about the effects of this liquid. Then Academician Lu, what effect does it have? Asked Dai Hui, who hadn't spoken for a long time. You are right, Lu Hao said to Ding Yin. It is indeed not suitable for development due to its significant harm to the human body, but it does have very powerful effects. What effects exactly? Lu Hao twisted the small jar, and the jar transformed, revealing a syringe. He pointed the syringe at his arm. If injected now, my body's various functions would increase exponentially, depending on my own potential. Regardless of what state you're in, even if you're on the brink of death, you would instantly return to normal and increase exponentially. People were left speechless, acknowledging that it was both a remarkable thing and a great threat to human health, causing irreversible damage. While some argued it was not a good thing, it could grant warriors the ability to fight back when pushed to the brink. In the future, the potential stimulants will be equipped for every warrior, but the right to use them will lie in their hands. Alright, this is the new type of weapon I brought. The equipment will be airlifted soon. The high-ranking officials let out a sigh of relief as this was good news for them, especially for several officers. At this moment, tens of thousands of warriors were fearlessly stationed at the perimeter, aware that the monster's sporadic attacks could take their lives at any moment. With this batch of weapons, their chances of survival would significantly increase. Then, under Dai Hugh's guidance, Liu Hao went to the conference room, where he detailed the monster, including its name, characteristics, abilities, and weaknesses. Everyone present admired Liu Hao, a newly arrived academician from the capital who understood everything about the monster. Logically, the people present should have been the ones who knew the most about the monster, yet no one knew where he had obtained this information. Liu Hao's explanations were recorded on video as a tutorial for every soldier to learn. After the meeting, Liu Hao presented a gift for the soldiers who fought valiantly for Qingning. Due to its size, it could not be moved inside the building. Everyone followed Liu Hao to the open space in front of the building, where a huge object was wrapped in cloth. With a flourish, Liu Hao pulled down the cloth, revealing a massive metal box. This was a gigantic metal box, 2 meters tall and 1 meter wide, with a silver-black body intricately carved with patterns, exuding a strong sense of technology. In front of everyone, Liu Hao opened the box. Standing beside it, he gently touched the surface, and with a click, a blue touch projection system appeared in front of the box. The intricate patterns on the box instantly lit up, flickering and flowing along the grooves. After a series of complex operations, Liu Hao managed to open the box. As people stepped closer to observe, they saw that the box contained a set of mecha. This mecha resembled those from certain sci-fi movies, though this one was blue. The brand new mecha was spotless, and the blue-black surface emitted a chilling aura that sent shivers down everyone's spines. Liu Hao then pulled the mecha into the air as if it were weightless. If we can barely handle the basic level of the Yin spirit, when those higher level and elite Yin spirits appear in the future, relying solely on military power will not suffice. We must rely on the power of technology to infinitely stimulate human potential. Generally, humans only activate 10 of their potential. If potential could be stimulated to 20, then that person's bodily functions would greatly enhance, such as possessing super memory, significantly increased athletic ability, and heightened sensory perception. If 30 of potential is activated, that individual may acquire certain special abilities such as teleportation, invisibility, or burrowing, which are often referred to as superpowers. Can potential be stimulated to 100? Someone asked. Theoretically, yes, but the highest recorded potential activation I know of is 57. That's already very powerful. What would happen if it reached 100? If someone were to reach 100 potential activation, that person would no longer be considered human. Their abilities would surpass the limits of humanity. Perhaps we should call them God. Everyone was left dumbfounded, staring at Liu Hao as if he were a ghost. They could hardly believe their ears. Even Dai Hui, the oldest and most experienced among them, was taken aback, becoming a divine being. What a joke. But that possibility is extremely slim, almost impossible to happen. With that, he returned the mecha to the box. The Academy of Sciences is developing a gene evolution agent specifically designed to assist humans in activating their potential. Once successfully developed, we will select a group of suitable individuals for gene synthesis. If it truly succeeds, these individuals will become the key to saving the world. Gene evolution agent. Gene modification. Academician Liu, will this harm the human body? Zhang Yu asked with confusion. As the saying goes, there are pros and cons. Gene modification can make a person immensely powerful, but the prerequisite is successful modification. If it fails, there is only one outcome: death. Zhang Yu furrowed his brow and lowered his head in thought. Liu Hao noticed Zhang Yu's concerns and questions, responding helplessly. Perhaps you believe the Yin spirits are not insurmountable. Although there is a price to pay, we can ultimately eliminate them without the need for such dangerous methods. But you must understand that the real danger has not yet arrived. These are merely the scouts of the Yin spirits. In just a few days, these scouts have claimed the lives of over 100,000. If the Yin spirits launch a full-scale invasion with the current Earth defense capabilities, it won't hold for long. That will be the moment of Earth's destruction. Let alone 100,000 billions of humans would face extinction. Liu Hao's words struck the hearts of everyone. Zhang Yu closed his eyes. Indeed, if humanity is extinguished, what does human life matter? What is the progress on this technology? How long until it can be developed successfully? Ding Yin spoke up. Liu Hao glanced at him, retrieved a small box from the metal box, placed it on the table, and took out a glowing small sphere to show everyone. Just in time, here is an energy source. It is the key to gene modification. If someone's genes can successfully pair with it, the first gene modifier will be born. Everyone's eyes lit up, eager to see what this object was, and if it could create a god, but Lu Hao did not allow them to touch it. They could only look. Gentlemen, I need you to select a group of outstanding warriors to assist me in completing gene modification. Time is of the essence, and I hope to get started as soon as possible. Do you have complete confidence? Ding Yin scoffed. No. Then are we sending our warriors to their deaths? Ridiculous. Several leaders were at a loss for words. After all, this had nothing to do with politics. However, the officers said nothing which already indicated their stance. They truly did not want to send their warriors to undertake such a dangerous experiment. Academician Lu, what are the conditions for the test subjects? Zhang Yu asked. I know what you're concerned about. Injured individuals are also eligible as long as they are still alive. Hearing Lu Hao's words, several officers let out a sigh of relief. Right now, everything is scarce, but the most abundant resource is the injured. When the time comes, we can select a batch to send over. At this moment, the crowd's attention was drawn to a loud shout not far away. Below a building of Longhua Hospital, a bunch of onlookers were looking at something with some shouting. Stay calm, brother. What happened over there? Dai Hui asked the person next to him. The person glanced toward the commotion. It seems someone is attempting to jump off a building. Director Dai, there's no need to worry, I'll go handle it. With that, he prepared to leave. Wait, Dai Hui called out to him. What do you mean not to worry? As the head of a province, how can I stand by while someone commits suicide in my jurisdiction? Dai Hui looked at the crowd. Let's go over together. Everyone nodded and walked over with Dai Hui. Lei Ming is the captain of the Lightning Special Police Team in Pingyuan City. He was severely injured during a mission and admitted to Longhua Hospital. Upon waking, he discovered that his right arm had been amputated and one of his legs had lost all sensation. This felt like a bolt from the blue for him. Being disabled meant he would lose his job and would have to rely on compensation and a meager pension to live out the rest of his days. He had seen firsthand how difficult life could be for disabled special police officers. What disheartened him the most was that from a team of 15, he was now the only survivor. Those who fell were not just his teammates, but also his friends, his brothers. One blow after another stripped Lei Ming of his will to live. After sulking for a few days, he ultimately chose to take the path of despair. They're all dead, and I'm a useless person now. Very well, brothers, it's my incompetence, and I can't avenge you. Please forgive me, I'm coming to join you. On the rooftop, Lei Ming, sitting in a wheelchair, murmured to himself. At that moment, he was at the edge of the rooftop. A slight shift could send his wheelchair tumbling down. After uttering these words, his heart ached as if it were being shattered, the pain nearly suffocating him. A profound sense of helplessness surged within him and tears streamed down his face without his realization. He had lost count of how many times he had cried. He never thought he could cry like this. In the past, no matter how sad he was, tears would not fall, for it was too shameful for a man in his 30s to weep. But now he no longer cared about such things. His heart was already dead. The starry night sky hung above, and Lei Ming looked up. Ching Di Lao Li Weno. I wonder which star is you. Please slow down. If you go too fast, I won't be able to catch up. Lei Ming smiled faintly and lowered his head to gaze at the brightly lit world ahead. He wanted to take one last look at this life. Behind him, a crowd was urging him on, including patients, doctors, and policemen. But they dared not take a step forward because Lei Ming was holding a Nepalese army knife several inches long. Big brother, big brother. A hurried voice came ahead of the person. Lei Ming blinked, his heart jolting. It was him. Turning around, he indeed saw He Lang running. Panting heavily, He Lang rushed to the front of the crowd without a moment to catch his breath. Big brother, don't do this. Please listen to me and come down. Lei Ming remained silent, staring into the distance. I'll stay with you. Can I come over? As he spoke, He Lang slowly approached him. Lei Ming turned his head to glance at He Lang, gripping the army knife tightly, which caused He Lang to stop in his tracks. Don't be agitated. Don't be agitated. Big brother isn't living good. Living. Lei Ming looked at the empty sleeve of his right arm and then tapped his unresponsive left leg with the knife. How can I live? Tell me. Lei Ming said calmly, devoid of all emotion. My teammates are dead, and now I'm a cripple. I can't even take revenge for them. What's the point of living? He finished speaking, and tears fell uncontrollably once more. He Lang sighed. He had no words left. Lei Ming truly had become a useless man, with his left leg paralyzed and his right arm infected, making reattachment impossible. His later years would have to be spent in a wheelchair. You could get a prosthetic. Technology is so advanced now. Big brother, please come down. He Lang pleaded earnestly. It's useless, Li Lang, you just live on well. Li Lang was He Lang's name. After finishing, Lei Ming pushed the wheelchair forward a step. The front wheels already hanging over the edge of the building. A slight movement would send him tumbling down. The crowd behind him widened their eyes, their hearts in their throats, watching Lei Ming without daring to breathe. Wait. Just as everyone thought Lei Ming was about to fall, a voice arrived just in time. Lei Ming paused his hand that was pushing the wheelchair, turning his head to look back, and saw another group of people had arrived on the rooftop. Among those people was a middle-aged man about 1 7 meters tall, disheveled with messy hair, but clear eyes looking directly at him. It was he who had just shouted for him to stop. Lei Ming recognized his superior Wei Bingming standing at the back of the group. He also saw Wei Bingming's superiors standing behind several officers, while these officers were behind the disheveled young man. Lei Ming frowned. Who was this? Why were so many high-ranking officials following him? Curiosity compelled him to forget about suicide. Wait, Lu Hao gasped for breath. Are you really willing to die, just like that? He had learned about Lei Ming's situation from Wei Bingming, and understood the reasons behind his despair. Even if I am unwilling, what can I do? There's nothing I can do, Lei Ming said with a wry smile. Lei Ming, come down quickly, Wei Bingming shouted from behind. Lei Ming glanced at him, remained silent, sighed deeply, and turned his head away. Do you have any unfinished wishes? Don't you want to fulfill them? Lu Hao called out to him. Wishes? My greatest wish right now is to go to the battlefield and eliminate those damned monsters to avenge my brothers. But I can't do it. Lei Ming shouted hoarsely, his entire body shaking with agitation, causing the wheelchair to wobble. Part of the concrete at the edge of the rooftop slid down, and the wheelchair lurched forward, making everyone's hearts pound loudly. I can help you fulfill that wish, Lei Ming. Lu Hao gazed at him, his clear eyes instilling confidence in Lei Ming. He couldn't understand why a middle-aged man's eyes could be so clear. Really? Thank you. I appreciate it on behalf of all the soldiers who sacrificed during this crisis. Lu Hao shook his head. You misunderstand. It's not me who will fulfill your wish, but you yourself must complete it. What I can do is help you become a normal person again. Lei Ming blinked, staring intently at Lu Hao while the others also turned to look at Lu Hao. With one arm and one leg disabled, how could he become a normal person? Only those high-ranking officials behind Lu Hao understood what he was thinking. You mean you can heal my arm and my leg? Lei Ming asked incredulously. Yes, you heard right. All you need to do is cooperate with me to complete an experiment. Lei Ming was overjoyed and turned his wheelchair back. Great. What do I need to do? Can we start now? Lei Ming said eagerly. First, don't get too excited. This experiment carries risks. If successful, your legs and arms will return to normal, and you will gain powerful super abilities, but if it fails, you will die. Lei Ming dropped the knife in his hand, pushing the wheelchair toward the center of the building, grabbing Lu Hao with his left hand. Are you telling the truth? The bodyguard beside stepped forward, ready to pull Lei Ming away, but Lu Hao waved his hand, signaling them to step back. Yes, but you must be prepared for the possibility of failure. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, I will never fear dying in the experiment. Lu Hao nodded. Lei Ming released his grip on Lu Hao, exhaling deeply as he slumped back in his wheelchair, tears flowing down uncontrollably again, but this time, they were tears of joy. If he could return to normal, he could go to the battlefield and avenge his brothers. He would have a reason to live. Looking at the rising sun in the distance, Lei Ming finally smiled for the first time in days. After a busy morning, Zhang Yang finally helped Grandpa and Lin pack all the things needed for the move. Fortunately, the heavier items were handled by other adults who came to help, and Lin followed Zhang Yang as he worked. The small house looked not very big, but there were quite a few things. Zhang Yang, come in. Lin waved his hand to Zhang Yang at the door after sending the others off. Coming right away, Zhang Yang wiped the sweat from his forehead and jumped off the truck to run towards Lin's house. The furniture had already been moved out, leaving the house empty. Lin brought over 2 small stools, placing one behind himself and giving the other to Zhang Yang along with a bottle of drink. Lin, in his 50s, was a former soldier and a veteran. Though he had aged, his physical fitness and spirit were beyond what most of his peers could achieve. If it weren't for the significant blow brought by the departure of his family, he would surely be in even better spirits. Fortunately, he had already moved past the grief of losing his loved ones. Lin pulled out a pack of Blackstone brand cigarettes from his pocket, took one out, put the pack back, lit it, and took a deep puff, revealing a very content expression on his face. This brand of cigarettes was popular among smokers. They were easy to smoke and, more importantly, inexpensive. After the day of destruction, countless people lost their jobs, making even food a luxury, and for some, being able to smoke was already quite satisfactory. Zhang Yang took the drink and gulped down several big mouthfuls, finishing off more than half the bottle in an instant. After working all morning, he was indeed quite thirsty. Zhang Yang, thank you for always coming to keep this old man company. After we part this time, I don't know when we'll meet again. Lin, why are you being so polite? You are like my own grandfather, and I really enjoy hearing your stories about your time in the army. Zhang Yang replied with a smile. Well, your new home is still in Baichuan City, so I can still visit you when I have time. Zhang Yang said with a smile. All right, then this old man will be waiting for your visit. Zhang Yang nodded vigorously. Lin took one last puff of his cigarette, threw it away, and held Zhang Yang's hand. Zhang Yang, you are a good kid, and I see that. Your mother worked so hard for you. You will not disappoint her, will you? You must study hard, get into a good university, and let your mother live a good life. As he spoke, Lin took out an envelope filled with cash and was about to hand it to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang was taken aback. Grandpa, what are you doing? Why are you giving me so much money? Although he came to help, he hadn't done much, and even receiving 100 would make him feel uncomfortable, let alone a whole stack. This money can help your family through tough times. Take it, child. No, I can't accept it. How can I take your money? If you really want to give me something, just one bill is enough. Child, just take it. This is 5,000. I've saved quite a bit over the years, but unfortunately I've been unable to spend it when I want to. Zhang Yang still refused, but Lin glared at him and placed the money in his hand. Zhang Yang had no choice but to hold the money tightly, his face flushed. You must cherish every moment spent with your family. Stay with them as much as you can and don't regret it after they're gone. Yes, I understand. Lin looked around and sighed. There are too many memories of family here. Every time the night falls, I find it hard to sleep, and I miss them so much. Sigh, as one ages, there are just more and more things. Lin's voice was heavy and carried a hint of sorrow as he tightened his grip on Zhang Yang's hand. Grandpa and Lin. Zhang Yang shuffled his stool closer to Lin, who gently patted Zhang Yang's head. Zhang Yang, you must maintain your kind heart that enjoys helping others, even if this world will leave you battered and bruised. Even if the people around you betray you and stab you in the back, you must stay true to yourself and not let the environment or other factors sway you. Zhang Yang quietly listened, not speaking. Grandpa and Lin had experienced much in life, and what he said would surely help him. Before speaking or acting, think it through. Never be impulsive. Understand the importance of sharing. People do not live solely for themselves. You must. That day, Grandpa and Lin shared numerous profound insights and life experiences with Zhang Yang, helping him understand and learn a lot. On the truck, Lin leaned out of the driver's window to bid farewell to Zhang Yang, who waved back with a smile. As the sun set, the truck drove off, its shadow elongated by the fading light. Watching the truck gradually disappear, a bittersweet feeling surged in Zhang Yang's heart. Although his own family was unfortunate, it was still far better than Grandpa and Lin's situation. Alone in his old age, living independently with no one to rely on and not even a conversation partner. He had initially wanted to persuade Grandpa and Lin not to leave, as staying here would allow him to keep him company. But just as Grandpa and Lin said, remaining here would only remind him of his family and make him feel worse, so Zhang Yang didn't try to hold him back. Opening his palm, Zhang Yang glanced at the piece of paper with Grandpa and Lin's new address written on it, and smiled slightly, thinking to himself, I will visit you often once I start high school. Having lost sight of the truck, Zhang Yang sighed and prepared to head home. The sun had already set and streetlights flickered on one by one as Zhang Yang strolled down the bustling street. As he reached the ground floor, he noticed a large figure quickly running towards him. It was Aunt Lee, who lived downstairs. Standing at 1.8 meters tall and weighing a hefty 170 pounds, she worked alongside Fan Su at a hotel and was a very warm-hearted person. Huh, Aunt Lee, why aren't you working today? Wait, how could she skip work without losing her full attendance? Zhang Yang thought, a bit confused. Aunt Lee, why are you in such a hurry? Zhang Yang, hurry. Come with me to the hotel. Your mom has been bullied. What? Zhang Yang exclaimed in shock. What happened? What's wrong with my mom? Who bullied her? Zhang Yang anxiously grabbed Aunt Lee's arm and asked. Aunt Lee was out of breath, her chest heaving dramatically, and without taking a break, she pulled Zhang Yang to run. Let's go, I'll explain on the way. Seeing the serious expression on Aunt Lee's face, Zhang Yang began to panic. Fan Su had been bullied before, but it was usually just drunken men causing trouble, which the hotel security would handle. But what was different today? Aunt Lee dragged Zhang Yang out of the community, and at the entrance Zhang Yang saw a figure. They exchanged glances for a few seconds, and she smiled slightly at him. Worried about his mother, Zhang Yang couldn't think too much and followed Aunt Lee as they continued to run. They stopped by the roadside, and Aunt Lee raised her hand to hail a taxi, which made Zhang Yang even more anxious. Aunt Lee was notoriously stingy. With a monthly salary of only 1,000 yuan, she would haggle for a long time over vegetables and usually walk to and from work, never willing to spend money on a taxi. Why was she so anxious that she was willing to take a taxi today? Hurry. To Xinzhou Hotel, drive fast. Aunt Lee hurriedly instructed as they got into the car. The driver acknowledged and stepped on the gas, heading straight for Xinzhou Hotel. Aunt Lee, what exactly happened? Aunt Lee gasped for breath and swallowed hard. Zhang Yang, a group of drifters came to the hotel today, and your mother hosted them at a table. After they finished their meal, one of the drifters inexplicably poured a glass of wine over himself, claiming that your mother spilled water on them. How could your mother do such a thing? It's clearly a false accusation. They are clinging to your mother, demanding compensation. Isn't there any surveillance camera? Sigh, there are no cameras in the private room. What about the security? What are they doing? Zhang Yang was furious. As security personnel at the hotel, how could they not protect the staff? The security did come, but they dare not intervene. The troublemakers this time. Have some background. Aunt Lee said helplessly. Who are they? I don't know about the others, but one of them seems to be Luo Wei. Luo Wei. The name sounded familiar. He felt he had heard it somewhere before. Someone of some importance. Zhang Yang pondered who could it be. Are you talking about Luo Wei from West City? The taxi driver looked up at the rearview mirror and said, Yes, that's him. Antley nodded. West City Luo Wei. Zhang Yang finally remembered who he was. A year ago that disaster changed countless lives, the people lost so much, lives, families, homes, and jobs. But after a year of recovery, most people could face reality and began to live again. However, some people could not do this. They wandered aimlessly all day, living off deception and trickery. By night, they slept under bridges or in parks. For them, merely surviving was enough, and the quality of life wasn't important. People referred to them as drifters, meaning those who wander. Some drifters were not much different from ordinary beggars, but another type of drifter was entirely different. They engaged in all kinds of arson, murder, and robbery, committing unspeakable acts. Many drifters gathered together, forming a gang-like organization. The police had wanted to crack down on them for a long time, but helplessly their numbers were vast, and they could not gather evidence of their crimes, so they were at a loss. Luo Wei seemed to be a small leader among the drifters in West City. Well known, many of Zhang Yang's classmates had taken some drifters as their backers, and it seemed these backers were Luo Wei. Zhang Yang didn't know much about Luo Wei, but he knew that he was not a good person. Once he saw in the local news that Luo Wei was arrested for drunk driving and causing injury that led to disability, Zhang Yang remembered he seemed to have been sentenced, but he didn't know how he got out now. I advise you not to conflict with him. It's best to yield if you can. You can't afford to provoke him, the driver said while controlling the steering wheel. Are we the ones provoking him? They are bullying us, okay? Drive faster. Antley yelled at the driver in anger. The driver shook his head and said nothing more. Zhang Yang also remained silent, thinking of a way to resolve the issue. Their purpose was nothing more than money. If it couldn't be resolved otherwise, he could just pay them off. Rescuing his mother was the priority. Zhang Yang touched the envelope in his pocket and nodded. If money couldn't solve the problem. Zhang Yang tightened his fists. In the past, he would have feared a thug like Luo Wei, but now he was no longer the same. We have arrived. The taxi stopped in front of a hotel. After Antley paid, she quickly pulled Zhang Yang into the hotel. Xinjiao Hotel is a 4-star hotel considered the best in the area. As soon as Zhang Yang entered the lobby, he was dazzled by the extravagant crystal chandeliers, with the ceiling almost covered in chandeliers of various sizes. Reflected on the white marble floor, the entire lobby was as bright as day. This was Zhang Yang's first time in this place. He didn't expect the hotel to be so bustling. Not wanting to admire the opulent decor, Zhang Yang only wanted to find his mother. Antley led him up to the 3rd floor. Just around the corner, Zhang Yang saw a crowd gathered around a private room. Zhang Yang pushed through the crowd and rushed into the private room. It was a luxurious suite about 100 square meters with a large rotating dining table occupying most of the space, accompanied by a sofa and coffee table. At this moment, a group of people was seated around the dining table smoking, but their gazes were fixed on the sofa and coffee table. Zhang Yang looked over and saw a young man in his 20s with yellow hair lounging on the sofa smoking. Next to him, another young man was cursing at 2 waiters while the hotel manager was trying to mediate with a security guard standing in front of the waiters. Mom. Zhang Yang saw Fan Su, who was one of the 2 waiters. Fan Su turned at the sound, and upon seeing Zhang Yang was both astonished and worried. Astonished at how he suddenly came to this place, and worried that his arrival was ill-timed as she was currently in deep trouble. Fan Su desperately gestured for Zhang Yang to leave, but he didn't back away and walked towards her, causing her heart to sink. What are you doing here? Hurry and leave. Fan Su anxiously shouted at Zhang Yang, who had approached her. You leave through the side door of the room. You'll come home a little later. Looking at the swollen handprint on Fan Su's face, Zhang Yang's heart ached like a knife. Anger surged within him. Who did this? Zhang Yang struggled to control his emotions, gently touching Fan Su's bruised face. Son, please leave here, I beg you. Fan Su was on the verge of tears as she blamed herself for not being able to protect herself, and now her son was getting into trouble because of her. Zhang Yang looked into Fan Su's eyes and smiled slightly. Who did this? The young man next to Luo Wei stopped cursing after Zhang Yang entered, and hearing Zhang Yang insistently ask who did it, he was immediately infuriated and arrogantly said to Zhang Yang, I did it. Any objections? Zhang Yang turned to look at him and smiled. What do you call yourself, brother? He walked towards him as he spoke. The drifters seated around displayed a look of disbelief, and Fan Su was also taken aback, widening her eyes in surprise, opening her mouth to say something but hesitating. Listen carefully, I'm Ho Fei from Xuanqing. The young man raised his head, declaring himself arrogantly, as if his name held great significance, unaware that to Zhang Yang it was merely a joke. Xuanqing Ho Fei. Then this person behind you must be West City Luo Wei. What are you? Is this something you need to inquire about? The person behind Ho Fei remained seated on the sofa, continuously puffing on his cigar, without even glancing at Zhang Yang. Rather than not looking, it was perhaps more accurate to say he looked down on him. Xuanqing is the name of a county in West City, so he must be a local tyrant there. Zhang Yang snorted softly and squinted his eyes. All right, let's not worry about who he is. Let's discuss how to settle that slap. Zhang Yang himself didn't even know where the courage to say this came from, or in the past, he wouldn't have dared to speak in such an accusatory tone even in front of just the young man. What now? What do you suggest? This new outfit of mine got dirty after barely a few days of wear. How else can I wear it? Clothes can be washed, so why resort to violence? Is your only solution to resort to violence? You little brat, what did you say? Is this outfit easy to wash? Ho Fei, enraged, sneered and casually looked at Fan Su behind Zhang Yang, saying without restraint, "You must be this woman's son, right? Then for the debt your mother owes, I won't hold your earlier words against you. As long as you compensate me for this outfit, I won't pursue this matter with you anymore. What do you think? Just say how much you want." As expected, they were indeed causing trouble for money, but Zhang Yang chuckled coldly. Ho Fei extended 5 fingers. 500. Ho Fei looked at Zhang Yang with a cold smile. No, it's 5,000. Don't go too far. Zhang Yang squinted his eyes, clenching his fists tightly. This was simply outrageous. The clothes he wore were merely ordinary fabric. How could they be worth so much? Moreover, his mother Fan Su's salary was barely 1,000 each month, and he was asking for half a year's salary in one go. Even if he truly had that much money, he wouldn't give it to him. 1,000, the most I can give is 1,000. Zhang Yang raised his right index finger. Behind him, Fan Su tugged at Zhang Yang, saying, "We don't have that much money. Mom, don't worry about it, leave it to me." Fan Su was anxious yet helpless. Ho Fei turned his head to glance at the blonde youth sitting on the sofa, who leaned back with his gaze fixed on the ceiling, ignoring him. Ho Fei nodded and turned back. 5,000, not a penny less. Zhang Yang slammed a stack of money onto the tea table in front of Luo Wei. "This is 1,000, take it if you want it. Mom, let's go." Saying this, he took Fan Su's hand and prepared to leave. Fan Su stared blankly at the money on the table, wondering where her son got so much money from. Just as the two reached the door, they were blocked by a few thugs sitting around the dining table. At this moment, Luo Wei, who had been silent, snorted lightly, uncrossed his legs, took a deep drag of his cigarette, and stood up to walk towards Zhang Yang. "Those who are just here to watch should leave, or don't bother leaving at all." Luo Wei was addressing Aunt Li and the security guards, who immediately left the room upon hearing his words. Aunt Li hesitated for a moment, looked at Zhang Yang and his mother, then ultimately chose to leave. After all, her presence here was useless. As the door to the room opened, Zhang Yang saw that there were still many people outside watching. Just as the door was about to close, Luo Wei stepped in front of him. "Kid, I really admire your courage. To remain calm in front of so many enemies is quite a skill." Luo Wei gently stroked Zhang Yang's head, towering over him at 190 cm. Zhang Yang, with his left hand holding Fan Su, used his free right hand to push Luo Wei's hand away. The arm that was pushed away froze in midair. Luo Wei chuckled coldly and slowly lowered his arm. Looking at Zhang Yang before him, Luo Wei smiled slightly, but that smile turned into one of malice in the next moment. Luo Wei suddenly reached out with his right arm, grabbing Zhang Yang's hair and flinging him to the ground. "Son!" Zhang Yang couldn't help but cry out in pain, and Fan Su shouted in distress, trying to reach her son, but she was restrained by several thugs at the door, unable to move, tears streaming down her face. "Kid, before you act so arrogantly, consider if you have the capital for it. Otherwise, you might end up losing more than you gain." Luo Wei, squatting beside Zhang Yang, said disdainfully. Then Luo Wei stood up and kicked Zhang Yang several meters away. "Leave him crippled and throw him on the street. This woman is yours to deal with." Fan Su was only in her 30s with standard appearance and figure. Although she hadn't dressed up much, just putting on light makeup for work, even this couldn't hide her beauty. Hearing Luo Wei's words, the thugs at the door approached the lying Zhang Yang, holding sticks and smirking. Zhang Yang was dazed from the unexpected heavy kick, now drenched in cold sweat, curled up on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Luo Wei's words also made Zhang Yang's eyes turn red. He bent over, struggling to get up. "You guys eat a free meal without paying and accuse my mother of dirtying your clothes. Do I let that slide? You not only slander my mother, but also hit her. I let that slide too. After giving you money, you not only refuse to let us go, but also bully my mother and beat me, throwing me out onto the street. We are not the fish on your chopping board. What kind of society are we living in now where you can do as you please? Come on, let's fight to the death." Not knowing where he found a baseball bat, Zhang Yang shouted and charged into the group of thugs approaching him, raising the bat. With a swing of the bat, the nearest thug was immediately knocked down. Zhang Yang didn't have time to think and continued to swing down hard with the bat. A sharp pain struck his back as Zhang Yang gritted his teeth, turning around to strike the person behind him with the bat, followed by several more hits. One of the blows hit his arm, causing the baseball bat to slip from his grasp and fall to the ground. Zhang Yang let out a furious roar and began to fight the thugs with his fists and feet. But how could he compete against so many thugs who had lived fighting for years? He was quickly cornered and beaten. Fan Su watched her son getting beaten. Her heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. She cried out and tried to protect him, but couldn't break free from the grip of the two thugs holding her. "Zhang, be careful," Fan Su shouted, turning around to bite the hand of the thug holding her. The thug, caught off guard, released her, allowing Fan Su to break free. Zhang was beaten to the brink of death, unable to feel the punches and kicks landing on him anymore. Hearing Fan Su's voice, he gathered his spirit and tried to lift his head, only to be pushed down again by a body. The thugs also stopped their assault. The weight on him nearly suffocated him. Pushing it away, he discovered it was Fan Su. At this moment, a dagger was lodged in Fan Su's shoulder, her white work uniform stained with bright red blood. Zhang, gritting his teeth in pain, lifted Fan Su and held her in his arms. Despite being beaten so badly, Zhang had not shed a single tear. Now, looking at Fan Su, who was pale and breathing weakly, he couldn't help but burst into tears. Zhang pressed one hand against the wound on Fan Su's back, using the other hand to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. Mom, are you okay? Are you okay?" A sense of helplessness filled Zhang heart. He felt that the very air he breathed was bitter. Looking ahead, Luo Wei was maintaining a forward-leaning posture, one hand stretched out, palm open. It was clear that the dagger had been thrown by Luo Wei, but his target was him, not Fan Su. Fan Su had jumped in front of him to take the hit. Luo Wei straightened up, wiped his hands, and while combing his blonde hair with his fingers, stepped forward towards Zhang. Squatting in front of Zhang, who was sitting on the ground, holding Fan Su, Luo Wei lifted Zhang's chin with a finger. "Why are you not as fierce as before? Weren't you quite talkative before? I thought your skills were as sharp as your tongue." Luo Wei disdainfully patted Zhang's face. "Originally, you had nothing to do with today's events, but you disturbed my fun and your mother ruined my brother's clothes. You can't compensate, so since that's the case," Luo Wei sneered, "then you might as well die." With that, he suddenly stood up, turned around, and grabbed a 1-meter-long machete from Ho Fei, swinging it down towards Zhang's head. A sharp metallic clang echoed through the air. The cleaver had indeed struck something, but certainly not Zhang's head. The gory spectacle of spurting blood that Luo Wei had imagined failed to materialize. "Huh, what?" Luo Wei stood frozen in disbelief. Before him, the battered youth, who should have been near death, had caught the cleaver's blade barehanded, and his palm remained unscathed. Impossible. The force he'd exerted was immense, enough to sever even a tree trunk as thick as a bowl. He must have misaimed. Refusing to accept it, Luo Wei attempted to strike again. Yet when he tried to raise the blade, he found he could not wrench it free from Zhang's grip, no matter how fiercely he strained. "Let go now." Enraged and humiliated by his failure, Luo Wei roared, then lashed out with a vicious kick aimed squarely at Zhang's head. His foot struck as if pierced by a bullet. A searing, excruciating agony erupted from his soul, collapsing him instantly. Staggering backward, he crumpled into Ho Fei's arms. "Brother Luo, are you alright?" Ho Fei hastily dragged him onto the sofa. "Oh, my foot. Quick, look at my foot." Tears and snot streamed down Luo Wei's face under the torment of unbearable pain. Without hesitation, Ho Fei knelt, peeled off Luo Wei's shoes and socks, and recoiled in shock at the sight beneath. Brother Luo, your foot, it's broken." "What a—" Luo Wei gasped, wrenching his right leg upward despite the blinding pain. His calf swelled grotesquely, his foot hung limp, connected to the ankle by little more than a strip of skin. A fist-sized crater gaped on his sole, surrounded by mangled necrotic flesh. He twitched his leg, only to find it utterly numb. "My leg is broken. Kill him. Kill him now." Unwilling to confront reality, Luo Wei shrieked hysterically. Instantly, several thugs surged forward, brandishing whatever weapons they held. Zhang had already extracted the dagger from Fan Su's back. To stem her bleeding, he bound her shoulder tightly. After these swift, deft measures, he gently laid her aside and rose to his feet. 13 people remained in the private room: Zhang, the unconscious Fan Su, and 11 thugs. Fan Su lay motionless. Luo Wei writhed helplessly on the sofa, groaning in agony. The leading thug, a man in a black shirt wielding a collapsible baton, charged forward and brought it down with brutal force upon Zhang. Zhang stood motionless, hunched, slightly head bowed low. His bangs fell across his face, obscuring his expression, leaving no trace of what thoughts stirred behind those shadowed eyes. The black-shirted thug sneered, regarding Zhang as one might regard a corpse. Clack! The baton slammed into Zhang's neck with a sickening impact. His head jerked violently sideways, yet the thug frowned. Logically, his neck should have snapped. Why did he stand there utterly unharmed? The thug was deeply unsettled. Had he held back his strength? Defiant, he raised the baton once more, until Ho Fei, tending to Luo Wei, suddenly interjected, "Wait, I'll handle this." At Ho Fei's command, the thug lowered his weapon and stepped back. Crack! The lights in the private room flickered and died, plunging the space into absolute darkness. "Who turned off the lights? Turn them back on now." Ho Fei bellowed hoarsely. The nearest thug lunged for the switch, but the lights remained stubbornly dark. Brother Ho, power's out. Damn unlucky timing. Everyone, flashlights on. Take that brat down first. Ho Fei's voice was icy-edged with lethal calm. By now Luo Wei had fainted from the pain. Ho Fei cursed violently, snatched the cleaver Luo Wei had dropped on the coffee table, and strode toward Zhang Yang. Rage boiled within him, his face so dark and stormy it seemed to weep venom. He had ruled Shuangqing County and Shishir City, a local tyrant, until the outbreak of the Qingming province supervirus forced him and his boss Luo Wei to flee westward away from the contagion's epicenter. Their plan had been to escape to another province, but funds ran thin, so they turned to the city center hoping to extort quick money. They hadn't expected Luo Wei to fall so swiftly upon arrival. Seeing Luo Wei collapse, Ho Fei's fury finally burst its dam. He would end this boy himself. Ah! A shrill, guttural scream tore through the darkness, followed by an unnatural chilling sound that made every thug flinch. Zhao Su, what the hell are you screeching for? Ho Fei snapped impatiently. Zhao Su, the black-shirted thug, was the one who'd struck Zhang Yang with the baton. At Ho Fei's call, Zhao Su holstered his baton and stood beside Zhang Yang. I'm speaking to you. Are you deaf or mute? Ho Fei swung his flashlight beam directly onto Zhao Su's face. Brother Ho, Zhao Su is dead. A trembling voice came from Zhao Su's direction. What a... Ho Fei bolted forward in disbelief. The sight before him nearly made several thugs vomit. Zhao Su's limbs were shattered, every joint bent backward at impossible angles. His neck twisted fully behind his head, rendering him unrecognizable as human. His eyes had been gouged out, two hollow, lightless sockets staring blankly under the flashlight's glare. His contorted features and gaping mouth betrayed the unspeakable horror he'd witnessed in his final moments. Ho Fei's brow tightened. Who could have done this? Was it the phantom spirits rumored in the news? Impossible. If anyone in this room bore them hatred, only two people fit that description. A chilling realization struck him. Luo Wei had been crippled by that unassuming youth, and now Zhao Su was dead. Could the two deaths be linked? He whirled around, flashlight sweeping toward where Zhang Yang had sat, only to find the spot empty. Zhang Yang had vanished. Damn it, where'd he go? All eyes had been fixed on Zhao Su's corpse. None had noticed Zhang Yang slipping away unnoticed. Frantically, Ho Fei swept his flashlight across the room. Nothing. The others joined the search, yet discovered not only Zhang Yang gone, but Fan Su too had disappeared without a trace. Ho Fei's suspicion hardened into certainty. Zhang Yang had killed Zhao Su. The only exit was the main door, guarded by his men. Zhang Yang hadn't jumped from the windows. He had to still be inside. Not for pride, not for power, but for vengeance, for Zhao Su's life, and for his brother Luo Wei's shattered leg. He would hunt him down and erase him. Look, what's that light over there? A sudden cry shattered Ho Fei's focus. All turned toward a distant, forgotten corner, shrouded in impenetrable blackness. As the thugs raised their flashlights toward the darkness, two cold, emotionless eyes ignited with eerie blue light. The eyes, shimmering with blue light, flickered and vanished. The group of thugs directed their flashlights toward that direction, yet they found no trace of Zhang Yang. Hearing the voice, the crowd turned to see the unconscious Fan Su lying on the sofa opposite Luo Wei. When did she get there? The thugs were very puzzled. She had been lying 7 or 8 meters away from the sofa, and there were a few of their own people standing in the way. If she had moved, they should have known. Kill her for me. I don't believe that brat won't show himself. Ho Fei squinted and sneered. After saying that, several thugs rushed forward. Just then one of the thugs following Ho Fei suddenly screamed loudly. Ho Fei was startled, and as he turned around to curse, a warm, thick liquid sprayed across his face. Papa! Ho Fei hurriedly wiped the liquid off his face. The liquid also entered his mouth, carrying a faint metallic rust flavor mixed with a saline taste. This is blood. Directing his phone towards the screaming thug using the flashlight, Ho Fei saw that he had been slashed at an angle along the neck, his clothes already drenched in gushing blood, clearly not going to survive. What is going on? Could this brat be a ghost? Coming and going without a trace and killing silently. Ho Fei felt like he was about to collapse. Come out, you coward, he yelled in exasperation. In just a few minutes, he had already lost 2 of his men, and they were taken down by a little brat. If others found out, how would they show their faces? Ho, go watch your back. The thugs suddenly shouted. Hearing their anxious voices, Ho Fei's heart skipped a beat, and he abruptly turned, but it was too late. A dagger pierced through his arm. Ho Fei broke out in a cold sweat. If he had been just a moment later, the dagger would have pierced his chest instead. He couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. Ignoring the pain, he immediately crawled to the wall. He's over there, kill him. A commotion broke out as Ho Fei, sitting in the corner, looked forward. He saw that slender figure with blue light in its eyes like a ghost rushing into the crowd of thugs to engage in battle. His movements were not fast, but they were extremely fierce. Despite being struck by clubs, he showed no sign of retreat. His frail body seemed to completely disregard the blows, while those struck by him were either injured or incapacitated. Ho Fei could hardly believe his eyes. Was this brat even human? Why is his strength so great? Several thugs wielding baseball bats swung down viciously at him. He merely blocked with his arm, sending the bats flying off. Two of them even broke upon striking Zhang Yang due to the force. Several of his brothers were knocked down by him with a single punch, including a hefty guy weighing 160 pounds who was sent reeling back until he crashed into the wall. The fallen brothers were already injured, either with broken bones or unconscious. In an instant, faced with the ferocious Zhang Yang, the remaining thugs began to retreat, afraid to advance. Ho Fei regretted not letting them leave earlier. Zhang Yang took a deep breath, ignoring the thugs armed with weapons surrounding him, but hesitating to attack. He walked over, picked up the unconscious Fan Su, and prepared to leave the private room. Now he was no longer the fearless person he had been moments ago. 3 minutes ago, he had been beaten to the brink of death. Watching as the blade descended, Zhang Yang had despaired and closed his eyes. At that critical moment, a fierce burning sensation erupted from the star mark on his right arm, and he felt every cell in his body come alive, as if boiling. A faint yellow energy emanated from the star mark and flowed into his bloodstream. In less than 3 seconds, his entire upper body was filled with this faint yellow energy. His originally feeble body quickly regained strength, and the unbearable pain gradually faded. At that moment, Luo Weiss' blade had already come down. Zhang Yang reflexively attempted to block it with his hand, only to realize that he caught the blade with his bare hand. When the blade struck his hand, he only felt a numbness in his palm, without the sensation of a sharp weapon cutting his skin. Was the blade not sharp enough? Immediately after, he countered Luo Weiss' powerful stomp with a punch, clearly feeling his fist penetrate Luo Weiss' leather shoe and smash into his sole, shattering the bones of his foot. At this point, he confirmed that it was not the blade that was dull, but rather his physical abilities had greatly enhanced, particularly his strength. Taking advantage of everyone's attention on Luo Wei, he stood up, carried Fan Su to the side, then stabbed at Ho Fei, but missed due to his evasion. No matter, he told himself. At least he had wounded him, teaching him a lesson. Watching Ho Fei scramble toward the corner, Zhang Yang felt a flicker of excitement. Then he approached the remaining thugs, who raised their weapons to attack him. Zhang Yang subconsciously did not dodge, believing that these things could not harm him. Sure enough, the blunt weapons did indeed fail to inflict any harm. With that, Zhang Yang let out a cold smile, and all his pent-up rage erupted in that instant as he used all his strength to strike at a red-haired thug aiming to attack him. The red-haired thug swung the baseball bat, which was as thick as his wrist, down fiercely. Zhang Yang threw a punch, breaking the bat in half, and his punch continued forward, hitting the red-haired thug in the chest. Zhang Yang clearly felt several ribs of the red-haired thug break. The red-haired thug spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. The other thugs attacking him quickly followed suit, ending up with broken arms or legs. In just half a minute, 5 thugs had gone down. Coupled with Ho Fei, there were only 5 intact thugs left, but they were already intimidated by Zhang Yang's strength and dared not advance. On the surface, it seemed Zhang Yang was invincible, but the reality was not so. That energy was gradually dissipating, the yellow color fading to a pale hue and becoming lighter. The steel pipe from the last bulky thug had caused him excruciating pain. He gritted his teeth and unleashed all his strength to deliver a punch to the thug, feeling as if his wrist had broken, yet Zhang Yang maintained his composure, not allowing others to see this subtle movement. Fortunately, the thugs no longer dared to advance, otherwise he would be finished. Zhang Yang calmly picked up Fan Su and walked toward the exit of the private room. No one dared to stop him. Zhang Yang sighed in relief, thinking he was about to get out, that once he left this private room, he would be safe. However, at that moment his legs went weak, nearly causing him to kneel. This movement was quite pronounced, and everyone present saw it. Ho Fei jolted and shouted, "Stop him!" Actually, there was no need for him to shout. The remaining thugs with red eyes were already charging at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang grit his teeth and desperately ran toward the door, but carrying Fan Su, he could not outrun the pursuing thugs. Zhang Yang felt something hit him hard in the back like a chair. Suddenly his foot twisted, and he fell to the ground along with Fan Su. At this point, that energy had completely dissipated. He no longer had the strength to continue fighting. Looking at the door so close, yet feeling despair, Zhang Yang felt hopeless. Seeing Fan Su still unconscious beside him, Zhang Yang laughed. He laughed at himself, a star warrior with superpowers, unable to even protect his own mother. Still daring to laugh. "I will skin you alive." Ho Fei struggled to get up and approached Zhang Yang. Crack! The private room instantly lit up. The power was back. At the same time, the door of the private room was smashed open and a loud voice rang out, "Don't move, police." It was Aunt Lee who reported the incident, as she couldn't bear to watch her neighbor suffer while she stood by idly. Therefore, as soon as she left the private room, she immediately called the police, and she was the one who pulled the power switch to create some trouble and buy them some time. Hard work pays off, the police arrived just in time. Hearing the loud shout, the few thugs charging towards Zhang Yang immediately stopped in their tracks, raising their hands in surrender. No longer fearless, they were nonetheless terrified of the armed police. Watching the officers storm into the private room, Zhang Yang began to cry. A sense of sorrow filled his heart. This was the second time he felt the fleeting moment of life and death, and both experiences left an indelible mark on him. "We are saved. We are saved." Zhang Yang choked on his words repeatedly. Meanwhile, Hou Fei looked at Zhang Yang, who was less than 3 meters away with a face as dark as a thundercloud. The arrival of the police was truly timely. They had been bullied by this little brat to such an extent, and just when the scales of victory seemed to tilt in their favor, the police arrived. Did this mean they had been bullied for nothing? Growing angrier, Hou Fei decided to take a risk. He had to kill this little brat to relieve his pent-up hatred, even if it meant paying with his life. Without hesitation, he suddenly drew the dagger from his shoulder and lunged at Zhang Yang. The dagger was aimed at Zhang Yang's neck. One stab would certainly mean death. This series of actions was completed in an instant, too fast for the police to react. Sensing something was off, Zhang Yang turned just in time to see Hou Fei's cold smile and the gleaming dagger coming at him. He widened his eyes, staring at the dagger descending from above. Having no strength left to dodge, he chose to leave his fate to chance. "Be careful, get out of the way." Bang! At that moment, the first police officer who rushed and shouted loudly, while simultaneously firing a shot at Hou Fei. Hou Fei was hit, but it hardly affected his lunge. Just as the dagger was about to pierce Zhang Yang, he found himself suddenly retreating, creating distance between himself and the dagger. He would still be injured, but ultimately it wouldn't be fatal. As he tightly closed his eyes, awaiting the dagger's arrival, he felt someone embrace him tightly. Was it Hou Fei? No, it was clear that he hadn't been stabbed by the dagger. Confused, Zhang Yang opened his eyes. What came into view was a burly police officer shielding him, just like Fan Su did earlier. It turned out he had pulled Zhang Yang back a distance. Zhang Yang had avoided the dagger, but the burly officer was not so lucky. Though the bulletproof vest absorbed most of the impact, his unprotected arm was still injured, and the dagger left a gash over 10 centimeters long. Zhang Yang saw him frown, but said nothing. "Are you okay?" He smiled weakly at Zhang Yang, his warm smile like a hand that parted the clouds to reveal the sun, offering Zhang Yang a glimmer of hope. Before Zhang Yang could respond, the burly officer called out, "Call an ambulance, there are injured." Saying this, he patted Zhang Yang's head, stood up, and went with the other officers to control the thugs. Watching the burly officer's departing figure, Zhang Yang vaguely felt a sense of a long-lost father. The injured were lifted into the ambulance, and Zhang Yang and Fan Su boarded the same vehicle. Looking at Fan Su receiving treatment, Zhang Yang let out a sigh. This night was truly unforgettable. April 11, Qingning Province. After 2 weeks of overcast skies, Qingning finally welcomed the first rays of sunshine this month. For all the soldiers stationed in Qingning, today was a joyous day. Their happiness stemmed not only from the bright sunshine, but also from the arrival of new weapons developed by the Academy of Sciences. The troops on the front lines were equipped with a new type of firearm and a new intelligent sensing helmet, which were many times better than their previous equipment. They also received a new type of ration that was more compact, easier to carry, and tastier. Due to the scarcity of the new equipment, only a few soldiers received them. Although the Academy of Sciences promised that every soldier would be allocated a full set of new equipment as soon as possible, those not included looked enviously at the troops wielding new weapons, regretting why they weren't part of the vanguard. However, what excited all the soldiers was a vial of pale blue injection liquid. The pale blue liquid was distributed to everyone. After learning about its effects, the soldiers were amazed who, despite its considerable risks, who could afford to think of such things in a life-and-death situation. While the previous weapons were not inferior, they were ineffective against some of the Ming spirits. Now that they had this batch of new weapons, what fear did they have of exterminating these monsters? The Ming spirits were concentrated and surrounded in Pingyuan City, with the encirclement covering approximately 8,000 square kilometers. However, in this vast area, there was not a single human presence. All humans had been infected and transformed into monsters, leaving only around 100,000 Ming spirits inside. In half a month, the reinforcements arriving in Qingning reached 200, and combined with the original troop strength of around 100, nearly 300 troops were now stationed on Qingning's soil. Notably, among the reinforcements were 500 soldiers from other countries. Last night, the highest-ranking leaders of Huaxiao arrived in Qingning by special plane and held a high-level meeting with various officials and military officers. After an entire night of intense discussions, the decision was finally made to launch an offensive against the Ming spirits starting today, April 11, and gradually reduce the encirclement. Some had proposed launching a nuclear bomb at the center of Pingyuan City to eliminate all the Ming spirits at once and end the crisis. However, this plan was immediately met with opposition from many high-ranking Qingning officials. Who can guarantee that a nuclear bomb will definitely eliminate the Ming spirits without causing mutations? How would the aftermath of the explosion be dealt with? Due to environmental concerns and the potential for unforeseen consequences, this plan was scrapped. The final decision was to divide the forces in the encirclement into 8 groups and launch attacks from various directions to gradually shrink the encirclement. With the new weapon-equipped troops leading the charge, the cleanup operation progressed smoothly. In just half a day, the radius of the encirclement was reduced by 100 kilometers, with almost negligible casualties among the troops. At this rate, it was estimated that within 3 months, the 8,000 square kilometers of Pingyuan City would be back in human hands. It seemed that everything was developing in a favorable direction. In the dimly lit ward of Baichuan City's First People's Hospital, the soft crunch of fruit echoed. Zhang Yang, reclining on the sofa, was quietly eating fruit sent by visitors. He moved with deliberate restraint to avoid disturbing Fan Su, who slept peacefully in the adjacent hospital bed. Though she had sustained a knife wound and suffered significant blood loss, she faced no life-threatening danger and would recover fully after a few days' rest. His own condition, however, was extraordinary. He distinctly recalled sustaining grievous injuries, yet upon medical examination, he found not even a single fracture, only minor superficial wounds. He raised his arm and gazed at the 6-pointed star emblem etched upon his skin. Was this the source? In that moment of mortal peril, it was the energy radiating from this mark that had saved his life. Yet Tianyang remained deep in slumber. No one could answer his questions. Through this ordeal, Zhang Yang had come to recognize many truths, especially the path he must now take. He needed to understand his abilities swiftly. Their power was undeniable, yet if he could not wield them, what difference did they make from having none at all? The mingling had already infiltrated the world, and yet he in his present state could not even subdue a handful of human thugs. How then could he dare speak of confronting the mingling? Zhang Yang felt utterly defeated. What other powers did he possess beyond the 8th sense? How were they to be used? What precautions must he observe? He knew nothing. Tianyang had offered no explanation before slipping into unconsciousness. When Tianyang awoke, he vowed to extract every answer from him. As he peeled an orange, Zhang Yang pondered how to grow stronger. Just as he reached for an orange on the table, he sensed someone approaching the ward door. Since awakening his 8th sense, Zhang Yang's perceptual awareness had sharpened markedly. Even without actively engaging it, his ordinary consciousness far surpassed that of ordinary people. He rose and opened the door. Just as it swung inward, he saw a hand suspended midair poised to knock. Li Dong stood outside, hand half raised to knock, when the door opened unexpectedly. "Hello, Zhang Yang." "Hello," he said with a warm smile, having already studied Zhang Yang's and Fan Su's dossiers. Hello." Zhang Yang stared, startled. It was him, the bearded police officer who'd taken a wound shielding him. Strangely, seeing him stirred an unexpected warmth in Zhang Yang's chest. Li Dong glanced briefly into the room. "Shall we speak outside?" Zhang Yang nodded and followed him to the far end of the corridor. "I'm Li Dong. You may call me Officer Li, or Uncle Li if you prefer." "Uncle Li." Li Dong smiled gently and affectionately ruffled Zhang Yang's hair. Zhang Yang's gaze flickered to Li Dong's right arm. Though dressed in plain clothes, its girth betrayed the thick bandaging beneath. "Would you like to know what happened to those hooligans who attacked you and your mother last night?" Li Dong asked suddenly. "Of course." Zhang Yang nodded intently, eyes locked on him. 11 assailants, 3 dead, 4 permanently disabled, 2 driven to madness, and only 2 remain unscathed. Li Dong spoke with a mixture of astonishment and quiet admiration. "I can't believe you pulled it off." But Zhang Yang heard none of it. He stood frozen, stunned by the revelation. "Did I kill someone?" 3 people. He stared incredulously at his own hands. He'd slain countless foes in games, but in reality he'd scarcely ever fought, let alone killed. And now he'd taken 3 lives. That night, blinded by fury, he'd sought only to eradicate those contemptible thugs, never imagining the devastation his rage would unleash. Suddenly, wary Zhang Yang stepped back. "You're not here to arrest me, are you?" Li Dong burst into hearty laughter at his apprehension. "Rest easy. They got exactly what they deserved. Tell me though, how did you do it? One against so many, and still emerge victorious." Zhang Yang faltered, speechless. Could he truly confess to possessing superhuman abilities? Even if he did, who would believe him? I train regularly, and I've studied martial arts." He stammered, fabricating a flimsy excuse. Li Dong chuckled softly. As a seasoned officer, he saw through the lie instantly, and sensing deeper burdens, chose not to press further. "Stay vigilant these days. Their associates may seek revenge. We'll assign plainclothes officers to protect you. For now, but you must remain watchful." Zhang Yang nodded gravely. Peace, it seemed, would not come easily. "We'll ensure your mother's safety. You may attend to your own affairs." "Understood." After 2 days' rest at home, Zhang Yang returned to school. A plainclothes officer drove him today. For his protection, the vehicle remained parked at the school gate, and would do so daily for the foreseeable future. Zhang Yang preferred independence. He could safeguard himself well enough. Though the escort enhanced his security, it eroded his freedom, a trade-off he found deeply unsatisfying. Fortunately, this arrangement would last only a few days. As he walked toward campus, Zhang Yang silently prayed nothing untoward would occur. The moment he entered the gates, something felt amiss. Everyone he passed regarded him with an odd, knowing gaze, leaving him thoroughly bewildered. He'd always been unremarkable. Few knew him at all, yet suddenly he'd become the school's center of attention. The classroom held only a handful of students. No sooner had he sat down than several classmates gathered around him. Zhang Yang, we had no idea you were this formidable. 1 against 10. Yeah, you've been hiding your talents well, buddy. Others chimed in, voices overlapping. Even Zhang Yang, usually slow to grasp nuance, understood instantly. How had word spread so fast? It had been only 3 days, yet it felt as though the entire world knew. He sighed inwardly. This exposure would undoubtedly bring trouble. Faced with their clamorous questions, he offered only a quiet smile. Words bred complications, and silence for now was safest. The tension grew suffocating, until Teacher Li Mu arrived, barking orders at the cluster of students. Instantly, they scattered back to their seats. Zhang Yang, step outside with me. He exhaled in relief and hurried after Teacher Li Mu. Chapter 33, trending nationwide. Zhang Yang followed Teacher Li Mu into the empty hallway. Classes were in session, leaving the corridor deserted. Are you all right, Zhang Yang? His teacher's concern warmed him deeply. I'm fine, he replied, nodding. I read the news reports about your incident and cross-referenced it with recent events. Frankly, you seem like a different person altogether. Zhang Yang, do you have something weighing on you? Zhang Yang stiffened. So he made headlines. Of course, such an event would dominate local news and likely trend nationwide. You're overthinking, teacher. I've just been studying harder lately. That's all. Nothing more. Teacher Li Mu's reference to past events meant the impromptu quiz in his office. Indeed, Zhang Yang had grown bolder recently. Time to rein it in. He resolved to stay low-key, no more distractions. He thought to himself, very well, take care of yourself these days. Come to me anytime you need help. Yes, teacher. Zhang Yang smiled, genuinely relieved. Back in class, he couldn't concentrate. Before it was ignorance that dulled his attention, now it was sheer disinterest. Everything had become transparently simple. Still, comprehension brought comfort where confusion once reigned. At last, school ended. Zhang Yang asked the plainclothes officer to drive him to a sports store where he spent nearly 1,000 yuan on equipment. At home, a vacant bedroom, about 15 square meters, had long served as storage for odds and ends. Upon returning, Zhang Yang spent the afternoon clearing it out and moving in all his new gear. This room would now serve as his personal gym. Without delay, he launched into an intense workout. Sweat drenched him, yet his spirit soared with exhilaration. He discovered his physical constitution had improved dramatically. 80 push-ups, 200 sit-ups, and dozens of repetitions with 30-kilogram dumbbells came effortlessly. Amid his quiet triumph, another thought surfaced. He could check his vitals via his smartwatch. How had he forgotten? Activating his personal status interface, a blue holographic projection shimmered into view. Height 170 cm. Weight 58 kg. Mental energy 3328. Strength 110 kilograms 90. Body temperature 37. 1C37. 7C. Heart rate 65 BPM 60. Staring at the figures, Zhang Yang frowned. Height and weight remained unchanged, but his mental energy and strength had surged significantly, while his resting heart rate had dipped slightly. Increased mental energy and strength were welcome, but the lowered heart rate unsettled him. Was it beneficial or ominous? He activated his 8th sense. Instantly, his perception expanded outward. This time, the surge in mental energy was unmistakable. What would unfold? Within moments, his awareness extended 3 meters. Without strain, it pushed further, stabilizing just beyond 4 meters. Previously, he'd sustained the 8th sense for barely a minute. Now he held it for nearly 3. Zhang Yang nearly leapt for joy, then checked his mental energy reading. Only 8 units remained. Clearly, mental energy was the vital fuel for the 8th sense. To strengthen the 8th sense, he must first fortify his mental energy. With no idea how to cultivate it, he decided to search online for proven methods. Opening his browser, he instinctively navigated to the news tab, and there it was, his story, now trending locally. The headline read, Middle School War God. Zhang Yang winced, half exasperated as he scrolled through the report. Largely accurate save for the accompanying photo, which irked him deeply. In that image, he wore glasses, hadn't washed his hair, and looked utterly listless. Yet now citizens across Pingyuan City had seen him at his absolute worst. His cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Where had that reporter even sourced that photo? Had they gone to his school? Scowling at the byline, Zhang Yang muttered, Tang Ru, got it. I won't forget your name. Closing the article, he began searching, only to find dubious, unverified techniques. He dismissed them outright. Better to wait for Tianyang's awakening and ask him directly. Yet when would that be? As dusk fell, it was time to deliver nourishing soup and tonic foods to Fan Su at the hospital. Outside the ward, Zhang Yang spotted Li Dong, assigned to guard Fan Su and reportedly as squad commander. Fan Su had awakened days earlier and with steady recovery was regaining her vitality. Using his smartwatch, Zhang Yang scanned her vitals. Her condition was improving rapidly. At this pace, full recovery would take no more than a week. After dinner, Fan Su and Zhang Yang conversed. When she asked about the one Sandiyu and some, he explained it had been gifted by grandfather Enlin. Fan Su sighed, lamenting how such a kind man as Enlin had met such tragic fate, proof she murmured that heaven was blind. Night fell swiftly. With school tomorrow, Zhang Yang bid Fan Su farewell and headed home. En route, he chatted with the plainclothes officer driving him. Officer Wang, did Uncle Li really win the provincial martial arts championship? Zhang Yang turned from the passenger seat to ask. Indeed, he's exceptionally skilled. Within our bureau, he can effortlessly defeat 5 opponents at once. Even elite special forces personnel struggle against him. Zhang Yang gasped, never imagining Li Dong possessed such prowess. Why does he always seem so somber? Our Captain Li has endured great sorrow. His parents perished during the Cataclysm Day. His wife died in a traffic accident. His son suffers from severe cerebral palsy. Officer Wang sighed, deeply shaking his head. Zhang Yang's heart tightened with empathy. He hadn't known Li Dong's suffering ran so deep. Grief welled within him, yet words failed him entirely. Suddenly the car radio crackled. Active shooter at Alley Alter Street, Building 11. Hostages taken. All nearby units respond immediately. Alley Alter Street. That's right nearby. Zhang Yang glanced at Officer Wang, who met his gaze. I'll drive you home first. No need. I'm almost home. Go assist. Hostage rescue takes priority. Wang hesitated, then nodded in agreement. Zhang Yang's residential complex lay just 500 meters away, but narrow winding roads made entry and exit inefficient. Better to let him walk home and save precious minutes. Then be careful, stay safe, and get home quickly. Yes, sir. The car halted at the curb. Wang set Zhang Yang down, then sped off into the gathering night. Watching Wang Liang leave, Zhang Yang stepped towards home. The endless darkness gradually enveloped the sky. Countless stars broke through the night veil, and the dampness of the night permeated the air, spreading a cold and desolate atmosphere. Under the dim yellow streetlights, Zhang Yang contemplated what he would do upon returning home. He planned to start with a workout when he got home, then check the news to understand the current situation of the Ming spirits. The issue of Qing Ming's Ming spirits had always weighed heavily on his mind, unconsciously quickening his pace. As he walked, he noticed a large crowd gathered around a car on the opposite roadside. Perhaps someone had been hit, or it was a case of fraud. Zhang Yang glanced at it, but was about to head home when inexplicably he found himself walking over. Just a look wouldn't hurt, after all, it was still early. As Zhang Yang squeezed into the crowd, he discovered that indeed someone had been hit. In front of a black SUV, a young man dressed in yellow and blue jeans lay on the ground, while 3 or 4 people surrounded him discussing something. They were likely from the car, and over 20 others gathered around. As Zhang Yang just got in, he sensed something was off. Why were all the onlookers, the victim, and the people in the car men? Moreover, they were all middle-aged or young men, and their attire did not resemble that of ordinary people. He also noticed that some people occasionally cast furtive glances at him, but they were not looking openly, rather sneaking peeks. Feeling something was amiss, Zhang Yang wanted to leave. He discreetly stepped back, only to find the people behind him blocking his way. Zhang Yang forced a smile. Curiosity truly killed the cat, and now he was in trouble. At that moment, the young man who had been lying on the ground stood up with a cold smile, and the 4 people surrounding him ceased their argument, all turning to look at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang's heart sank. This was bad. At this point, there was no one else on the street. It was the perfect opportunity for them to strike, and the few people in the circle slowly advanced toward him. Panic-stricken, Zhang Yang thought what to do as countless thoughts flashed through his mind. To escape this situation, he had to break free from the encirclement, but how could he do that? There were over 20 people surrounding him. Watching the figure in yellow approach him step by step, Zhang Yang came up with a plan. Beside the street was a more than 1-meter-high green belt, and outside of it was a dense forest. If he could jump onto the car and then into the green belt, his chances of escape would significantly increase. As long as he was fast enough to step on the figure in yellow for leverage, to jump onto the SUV, the next steps would be easier. Just a bit further, Zhang Yang silently chanted as he watched the approaching figure in yellow. Now's the time, jump. Zhang Yang suddenly took a step forward, using the element of surprise to step on the yellow figure and leap onto the SUV. Everything went smoothly. Immediately, everyone moved to catch him, and the figure in yellow finally reacted, joining the others to encircle the SUV and grab Zhang Yang. The corners of Zhang Yang's mouth curled upward as he prepared to jump over the green belt. Just as he was about to rise, a gunshot rang out, and Zhang Yang fell from the SUV. Zhang Yang struggled to get up, but his left leg was limp as if it no longer belonged to him. His left calf was itchy and numb. He rubbed it, but the tingling sensation turned into excruciating pain. Looking at his hand under the faint streetlight, he saw it covered in blood. He had been shot. Looking towards the source of the gunfire, Zhang Yang saw a pale young man in a black coat, holding a gun aimed at him, with smoke still rising from the muzzle. The young man's pale face appeared even whiter under the moonlight as he squinted at Zhang Yang and gave him a cold smile. Then several large hands restrained Zhang Yang, who struggled in vain. Buzz! His head was struck hard, and Zhang Yang lost consciousness. When Wang Liang arrived at the scene, he found the criminal had already been subdued and the hostage had been successfully rescued. The criminal was an old man in his 50s or 60s with a face full of weariness, the marks of time etched deep into his features. Facing the cold handcuffs, the old man showed no fear, his expression calm and composed. Wang Liang found it strange. He was far too calm, as if being captured was entirely within his expectations. When he inquired about the incident from his colleagues, they told him that the old man had robbed a bank, and when surrounded by the police during his escape, he took a passerby hostage. Yet after only a few minutes of standoff, the old man had surprisingly surrendered. This made Wang Liang feel even more uneasy. Although it was already nighttime, there were still many people around in the bustling area of Xingtan Street. The lively atmosphere attracted more people. If the old man wanted to escape, it was not certain he would succeed, but he certainly had a chance. He actually surrendered voluntarily. This meant he hadn't wanted to escape at all. Something's wrong. There must be something wrong. Wang Liang always felt that something was off, but he couldn't pinpoint what it was. Just then a gunshot rang out nearby, startling Wang Liang and the other police officers. Wang Liang looked towards the sound of the gunfire and felt a chill run down his spine. Zhang Yang, quick! Someone come with me! Wang Liang shouted anxiously. Immediately several police cars sped towards Zhang Yang's home, following Wang Liang. As they passed the spot where Zhang Yang had an incident, Wang Liang noticed the damaged green belt, which had been intact when he passed by in the morning. After searching nearby with several officers, they indeed found a bullet casing and some bloodstains. Wang Liang took a deep breath, confirming the fact. Zhang Yang was truly in trouble. What are you doing? You can't even handle such a small matter. What use are you as a police officer? You can't manage your own affairs, yet you're trying to handle others. It's truly ridiculous. In the deputy chief's office, Li Dong scolded Wang Liang without holding back. Wang Liang hung his head, unable to utter a word. The two were partners, and Li Dong was also his superior. Li Dong's anger stemmed from his inability to tolerate his partner making such a basic mistake, falling for a minor trick the enemy had used to distract him. In reality, his outburst was also influenced by personal factors. Zhang Yang was about the same age as his own son, and seeing the innocent and lively Zhang Yang, Li Dong had developed a fondness for him. However, considering Wang Liang's good intentions, Li Dong refrained from saying more. Deploy all personnel, contact police stations in various regions, and make sure to find Zhang Yang. These thugs are becoming increasingly audacious. I think it's time to take some action. Buzzing sounds filled the air as Zhang Yang jolted awake, his head pounding and his mind clouded. The sharp pain in his left calf diverted his attention from his head. Looking down, he saw a bullet hole 2 centimeters in diameter, 10 centimeters below his knee, surrounded by a vivid red stain with blood around the edge, already coagulated into plasma. Having lost a fair amount of blood, he felt utterly drained. Zhang Yang calmed himself, pressing one hand against the bleeding wound, and began to survey his surroundings. This appeared to be an abandoned warehouse or basement cluttered with debris. Above him hung a dim light, and all the windows were sealed, allowing no light to penetrate, leaving Zhang Yang disoriented about the time. Upon inspecting himself, he found his legs shackled by chains, the other end of which was tied to a large pillar in the center of the room. Zhang Yang tugged at the chains, but they did not budge. He searched for something hard to attempt to unlock the shackles, but found nothing, causing his expression to darken. How foolish could they be? Keeping him locked in a warehouse filled with tools was more pointless than not locking it at all. Zhang Yang thought sarcastically. Fortunately, his watch was still on him, revealing it was 11 a.m. It seemed he had been lying here all night. He needed to escape quickly. Who knew what those rogues were planning? The next time they came, it might very well be his last. His headache eased slightly as Zhang Yang took a deep breath and activated his 8th sense, only to discover several rooms like his own. He counted at least 7 or 8. The splitting headache returned, and Zhang Yang quickly deactivated his 8th sense. This sensation was unbearable. Zhang Yang dragged the chains toward the corner, sensing someone in the adjacent room was also chained to a pillar, a young man slightly older than himself. However, this person lay there motionless as though he were dead. Zhang Yang could sense he was still alive, albeit weakly, with his heart beating strongly. Hey brother, wake up. As the length of the chain allowed him to reach the corner, Zhang Yang called out to the young man outside the wall while tapping against it. The warehouse walls were constructed from thick wooden planks producing loud sounds upon impact, prompting Zhang Yang to refrain from hitting too hard to avoid attracting the rogues. Zhang Yang believed the noise he made was sufficient, yet the young man remained unresponsive, lying motionless, as though he had no intention of acknowledging him. With no other options, Zhang Yang returned to the pillar. Just then he heard the sound of a door opening. Someone was coming in. His heart raced as he turned to face the door. The door swung open and a flood of light illuminated the entire room, causing Zhang Yang to squint painfully. 6 individuals entered, one of whom he recognized as the one who had shot at him. "Oh, you're awake." One of them, a muscular man with dark skin, mocked upon seeing Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang remained silent, still adjusting to the sudden brightness. A tall, lean man approached a pillar and pulled a lever connected to it. Instantly, the chains were drawn tight, lifting Zhang Yang upside down. A wave of pain surged through his legs, and the wound began to bleed again, blood trickling down his thighs. "Let me go," Zhang Yang shouted. Yet no one paid him any mind. Instead, he was met with relentless blows. The man in black who had shot him merely stood aside, watching as the other 5 took turns beating him. With belts, whips, and clubs, they struck Zhang Yang repeatedly. The pain left him gasping for breath, unable to scream, drenched in a mixture of blood and sweat. After about 5 minutes, the assailants paused, panting heavily, while Zhang Yang had already lost consciousness. In the adjacent room, the young man, lying on the ground, opened his eyes upon hearing the commotion from Zhang Yang's side. His eyes were dull and devoid of life, filled with despair. He sighed deeply and closed his eyes again, maintaining his motionless position on the ground. After an unknown period, Zhang Yang regained consciousness, finding himself alone in the room, the rogues having left. He began to understand why the young man next door remained still. He too must have endured a beating. The agony was overwhelming, every inch of his body in pain, making even the slightest movement feel like torture. Zhang Yang lay on the ground, his face pressed against the floor. He attempted to roll over, but such a simple action eluded him. Zhang Yang couldn't fathom why the rogues hadn't simply killed him. It would have spared him this immense suffering. Suddenly, he felt a strong longing for Tianyang. If only he were here, he could devise a plan to help him escape. However, ever since Tianyang had expended a great amount of energy during their last search for items, he had not awakened. Zhang Yang wondered when he would come back to consciousness. Zhang Yang sighed and checked his status on his smartwatch, discovering that his physical condition was now less than half of what it normally was. He estimated that if he endured 2 or 3 more beatings, even his resilience would not hold up. Just then he heard the sound of the door opening again. Startled, Zhang Yang quickly relaxed and chuckled to himself. What comes will come. If it's fortune, it's fortune. If it's disaster, it can't be avoided. He decided to face it bravely. He no longer had the energy to activate his 8th sense. Oh, what did it matter? No matter how many came, it would be the same. Zhang Yang shut his eyes tightly, unwilling to witness the rogues' ugly faces. Listening to the footsteps, he realized only one person entered, accompanied by a sweet, appetizing aroma of food. His stomach growled uncontrollably, reminding him he hadn't eaten in a day, and he couldn't help but swallow. The newcomer brought over a table and 2 chairs, setting them aside. Trying to tempt me with food. Who knows if you poisoned it? Let me tell you, I won't eat it even if you beat me to death. Zhang Yang resolved in his heart. A hand rested on his shoulder, startling him. After a brief pause, the hand returned to his shoulder, and this time he managed to stay still. The newcomer helped Zhang Yang turn over and supported him to stand up. Zhang Yang noticed that the room not only smelled of food, but also had a faint scent of perfume. Zhang Yang frowned, his eyes darting around. Unable to contain himself any longer, he opened his tightly shut eyes. Before him, at a distance of merely a few centimeters, a young girl was smiling at him. Her delicate brows were gently arched, her small nose slightly upturned, her face as white as jade, and her beauty comparable to that of the enchanting Guafu emerging from the water. Her attire was not particularly luxurious. In fact, her simple and modest clothing radiated a faint glow, making her appear even more like a masterpiece carved from jade. Zhang Yang could hardly believe his eyes. Was he dreaming? In this chaotic and filthy warehouse on the very territory of the rogues, there stood a girl who looked like she had stepped out of a painting. Zhang Yang opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but no sound came out. He was so nervous in front of this beauty. The girl helped Zhang Yang to sit on a chair, while he remained motionless, allowing her to adjust him. A tinge of sadness washed over Zhang Yang. Her presence here must be connected to the rogues. Gazing at the girl's extraordinary beauty and recalling the rogues' vile faces, Zhang Yang felt an indescribable emotion stirring within him. Hurry and eat, or it will be cold and not taste good. The girl spoke. Zhang Yang was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure. Looking at the exquisite dishes before him, he felt no desire to pick up his chopsticks, his thoughts entirely consumed by the beauty. He didn't understand what was happening to him. He hadn't been like this before. He found himself irresistibly drawn to the girl, unable to divert his gaze. as though something about her was perpetually captivating. My name is Baiji, and you. Such a poetic name fitting for her beauty. Zhang Yang couldn't help but reply Zhang Yang. Baiji smiled slightly. Hurry and eat or your body won't be able to endure it. Her words jolted Zhang Yang awake. Right, what was he thinking? This was the rogue's territory and his life was in their hands. Yet Zhang Yang still didn't dare to pick up the chopsticks. He feared they might be poisoned. Although he wasn't afraid of death, he simply lacked the courage to reach for them. Noticing Zhang Yang's hesitation, Baiji smiled gently and picked up her chopsticks, bringing a piece of meat to his lips. Zhang Yang widened his eyes in disbelief at Baiji's action. Utterly powerless to resist, he instinctively opened his mouth to receive the chopsticks she offered. For a moment, Zhang Yang felt as if he were not in a terrifying hell, but in a wondrous paradise. After what seemed like half an hour, he swallowed the last bite of food, and Baiji bid him farewell before leaving. After Baiji left, Zhang Yang let out a sigh of relief. He felt a peculiar sense of oppression in her presence. Even sharing the same air left him with a deep sense of guilt. He couldn't understand why he felt this way. Zhang Yang slapped himself, urging himself not to think about Baiji anymore. However, another figure flashed in his mind. It was none other than the person from his neighborhood. After finishing his meal, Zhang Yang felt considerably better. He activated his eighth sense to observe his surroundings and found that the young man next door was still lying motionless in the same position. He couldn't help but admire the young man next door. He believed he could never endure such a position. Looking at his leg, Zhang Yang discovered that the gunshot wound was showing signs of healing. In disbelief, he shed his shirt and found that the injuries he sustained today had also healed significantly. Could it be that he possessed a rapid healing ability? This discovery brought both joy and sorrow to Zhang Yang. He was glad that he wouldn't fear injuries in the future since he would heal quickly. However, he was also concerned that if the rogues discovered this, would the frequency of his beatings increase. At that moment, a sound of a door opening came from next door, and a couple of rogues entered the young man's room. Zhang Yang activated his eighth sense, carefully sensing the events occurring next door. Two muscular men entered the room. Upon entering, they said nothing, stripped the young man of his outer clothing, and began to beat him mercilessly. The young man did not resist, as if he were already accustomed to it. Zhang Yang noticed that the young man was grinding his teeth methodically, a technique to significantly alleviate the pain. The young man was already heavily injured, with new wounds being added to his old ones. He trembled with pain. Zhang Yang felt a deep discomfort, understanding that the young man must have frequently endured such beatings and had found a way to cope with the pain. He could not fathom why these rogues would repeatedly beat them just because he had done something detrimental to them. If that were the case, the young man must have done something to displease the rogues to deserve such treatment. For a moment, Zhang Yang found himself curious about the young man's offenses. It took about half an hour before the two burly men finally ceased their assault and left, having rendered the young man unconscious. The table and chairs that Baiji had moved were pushed aside when she left, allowing Zhang Yang to sit on the floor and meditate. At that moment, Zhang Yang felt a wave of regret wash over him. He regretted rushing into the fray. Otherwise he wouldn't have been captured and ended up in this predicament. Now he had become a prisoner. This damned chain. If it weren't for it, perhaps he would have found a way to escape. The more he thought about it, the angrier Zhang Yang became, and he struck the iron chain around his ankle with all his might. The anticipated pain did not come. Although his fist hurt, it was not severe. What's going on here? Zhang Yang examined his fist, discovering it was perfectly intact without any bruises or cuts, just slightly red. Furrowing his brow, he summoned his strength again and struck the iron chain. The iron chain clanged loudly upon impact, and to Zhang Yang's delight, he realized that it didn't hurt as much as before. To confirm his suspicion, a new wave of rogues soon arrived to beat him again. As expected, it wasn't as painful as last time. After about half an hour, Zhang Yang pretended to faint, which prompted the rogues to cease their beating. This discovery thrilled Zhang Yang. Since he no longer feared pain, he could find a way to rid himself of this chain. Once the chain was gone, he would surely find a way to escape. Thus he began to strike the screws of the iron chain repeatedly with his hands, aiming to loosen them and free himself. From that moment on, whenever he had a moment, Zhang Yang struck the chain again and again. His hands were bloodied, but he healed quickly and continued to strike. After enduring this for 4 days, he finally broke the screws of the chain. Now he only needed to pry the chain open a little to free his foot. Through these days of experience, he also figured out the rules of their beatings. 2 brutal beatings a day and 1 meal. It seemed they were conducting some kind of experiment, Zhang Yang thought. The young man next door was on the brink of death, nearly unable to hold on any longer. However, Zhang Yang had no time to concern himself with others. He was barely able to save himself. On the 5th day, Zhang Yang prepared to take the final step in escaping the iron chain. After enduring a beating, he feigned unconsciousness, and after the rogues left, began to pry at the chain. He gritted his teeth and exerted all his strength, and to his astonishment, the chain began to budge. Zhang Yang saw hope. and pushed harder to pry it apart. Just as he was about to succeed, a voice echoed in his mind. "What are you doing?" Zhang Yang suddenly jolted, his fist crashing onto the floor. "Tian Yang, you're awake. What are you doing? Are you crazy?" The newly awakened Tian Yang incredulously asked in Zhang Yang's mind. Zhang Yang recounted everything that had happened to him since Tian Yang fell asleep, leaving Tian Yang speechless. He never expected so many events to unfold in just a few days. But upon hearing about the appearance of the Ming Ling, Tian Yang furrowed his brows. That shouldn't be. There are still 344 days until the first space-time rift appears. Where did the Ming Ling come from? Is it because of the big explosion? No, they don't have such strong defensive capabilities. What on earth is going on? Tian Yang pondered, deeply unable to come up with an answer, let alone Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, you need to work harder to unleash your potential. Time is running out. I see that your potential has indeed been stimulated a lot these past few days. Healing ability, defensive ability, and mental power have all increased, and not bad, but still not enough. Keep it up. Tian Yang's praise made Zhang Yang feel somewhat embarrassed, as he hadn't actually been training himself during this time. Speaking of the increase in healing and defensive abilities, he had to thank the flowing apprentices who had been relentlessly attacking him these days. Without them, how could such potential have been stimulated? If he were still an ordinary person like the young man next door, he might have already met his demise. Actually, you don't need to be afraid of these little ruffians at all, Tian Yang suddenly said. Zhang Yang pressed the star mark, and at that moment the manifested Tian Yang floated out from Zhang Yang's mind. The level of tacit understanding between the two had been increasing, and Zhang Yang was already able to guess most of Tian Yang's thoughts. Zhang Yang noticed that Tian Yang's originally translucent body had become slightly more solid. It seemed this time of slumber had done him quite a bit of good. Seeing Zhang Yang's gaze, Tian Yang smiled slightly. This time the recovery is quite good. I've restored 3 of my energy. Once I recover to half my energy, I will be able to fight alongside you. Zhang Yang's eyes lit up. All right, let me tell you about your specific abilities. With that, Tian Yang waved his small hand, and a 3-dimensional projection appeared out of thin air, just like a movie being played. Just in time with the lights dim, Zhang Yang could see more clearly. The projection showed a person standing still. This is an ordinary person just like you used to be, but since he underwent genetic modification, everything about him will become extraordinary. There are 3 stages after genetic modification. The first stage is the comprehensive evolution stage of the human body. Different people have different evolution times, which will be determined based on their physical condition and genetic compatibility. Some may only need a few days, while others may take several years. During the evolution process, all bodily functions, such as the 5 senses of sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch, strength, body strength, healing ability, mental power, and so on, will be significantly enhanced. This is the foundation of genetic evolution. The person in the projection was also gradually changing, transforming from an extremely ordinary middle-aged man into a handsome and suave figure. Even appearance changes. Of course, didn't you have poor eyesight before? Zhang Yang's eyes widened. Right? I was several hundred degrees nearsighted, and it suddenly got better overnight. Then that's it, Tian Yang shrugged. It turned out that he had already undergone genetic evolution at that time. No wonder his near-death self suddenly recovered to normal and his eyesight improved. Zhang Yang nodded in realization, but then asked, what about those stone star marks and the soul drawing that happened to me more than half a month ago? Tian Yang smiled slightly, turning to look at the projection, and Zhang Yang followed suit. He saw the genetically modified middle-aged man standing still, waving his hand, and a brilliant white light emanated from the surface of his skin. A few seconds later, the white light disappeared, revealing a majestic and technologically advanced black and red mech on his body. This is the second stage of genetic evolution, and also the result of soul drawing. Mech summoning. Zhang Yang was so astonished that he could hardly speak. So does that mean he could also summon a mech? It was truly unbelievable. Tian Yang seemed to see Zhang Yang's confusion and walked over to pat him on the shoulder, saying, of course you can summon a mech, and your mech is not just any mech. The projection changed, and the middle-aged man transformed into a series of data. Do you see? Now your BOTUS overall functional evolution level is at 7. When it reaches 50, you will be able to summon it. At that time I will tell you how to summon it. Why can't I summon it now? Tian Yang rolled his eyes. Do you think you can summon a mech with your current abilities? Even if you could summon it, could your body handle it? Stop dreaming. The combat power of a mech evolutionist will increase by 200 as mechs are developed specifically for combat. To summon a mech, your body strength must meet the summoning standard. Otherwise not only will you fail to exert your full potential, but you will also severely injure yourself. Zhang Yang scratched his head awkwardly to hide his embarrassment. What about the third stage? Tian Yang shot him a glare. What's the rush? You better pray to reach the summoning standard quickly, because soon you will face countless Minglings. Keep in mind, even evolutionists face the danger of death when surrounded by numerous Ming-lings, and having a mech will significantly increase an evolutionist's survival probability. Alright, I understand. Good, as long as you understand, gauge your own abilities. Now let's talk about the third stage. The projection changed, and the middle-aged man reappeared. This time the middle-aged man was engaged in battle with the Ming-lings, and the black and red mech emitted dazzling light. With every move, he made like a glimmer of hope in the dark. The mech had many weapons, and facing the numerous Ming-lings, the middle-aged man fired the mech's micromissiles. After the explosions, many Ming-lings were injured or killed, but that didn't change much as the Ming-lings continued to swarm toward the man. At that moment, the middle-aged man suddenly leapt into the air, his speed akin to that of a launched missile. He made a flip in midair and then slammed down with a punch that turned fiery red. This scene reminded Zhang Yang of a certain movie scene he had seen on television, the descending palm technique. Boom! The punch struck the ground, causing several long and deep cracks to appear, sending many Ming-lings plummeting into them, while even more were crushed into pieces by the pressure of the punch. The Ming-lings did not vanish entirely, about half remained. At this moment, the middle-aged man clasped his hands together, crouching slightly and channeling all his strength. Above him appeared a massive circle resembling a black hole, with bolts of lightning falling into the mech, coalescing between his clasped palms to form a rapidly spinning sphere of light. The projection was silent, but Zhang Yang felt as if he could hear the sound of electricity from the sphere of light. Whoosh! The middle-aged man suddenly unleashed his power, pushing the sphere of light toward the remaining Ming-lings. Boom! The sphere exploded, shaking the heavens and the earth, causing the world to change color. All the remaining Ming-lings turned to dust in the explosion. The projection also shook from the impact of the sphere of light, and with a wave of Tian Yang's hand, the projection disappeared. Staring at the scene before him, Zhang Yang opened his mouth to say something, but found himself at a loss for words. Is this really happening? He felt as if he were watching a science fiction movie. The mech is that powerful. The black hole, the lightning within it, the sphere of light that formed. Even just watching the footage, he could feel the immense energy contained within. Zhang Yang couldn't help but clench his fists, wondering when he would reach such heights. This is the third stage, the power of control. As the name implies, control refers to the ability to manipulate the fundamental forces of the world, such as water, fire, electricity, earth, wood, and all existing entities. At this stage, the power is not true strength. Once one masters the laws of power, the energy released by the summoned mechs can reach the level of a black hole. At that point, your energy will be represented by a black hole. Only those who can release energy equivalent to a black hole can be called qualified star guardians. You still have a long way to go. Tian Yang's earnest tone made Zhang Yang more determined. Trust me, I will definitely become a qualified star guardian. No, being a qualified star guardian is not enough. You must become the strongest among all star guardians. Zhang Yang nodded, but suddenly seemed to realize something. That middle-aged man. He looks a lot like me, doesn't he? Zhang Yang nodded. That's right, that middle-aged man is me. Tian Yang chuckled as he looked at Zhang Yang. Aren't you an artificial intelligence? Yes, I am currently an artificial intelligence, but before my physical body died, I was human. This revelation shocked Zhang Yang. Your physical body didn't die? So you're saying you've already died, but your consciousness still exists? Yes, during the cataclysmic war, my physical body was destroyed, but the functionality of an evolved being preserved my brain. The Tianhe people used my brain to create the current version of me, super intelligent AI. No. 1. Tian Yang. Zhang Yang could hear the sadness in his tone. While he mourned the destruction of Tian Yang's physical body, he was also astonished by the advanced technology of the Tianhe people. The ability to create robots from a brain. It's unimaginable, and I can't help but wonder when Earth will reach such a technological level. Someone is coming. Zhang Yang pressed the star marker, and Tian Yang returned to his mind. 3 people entered after the door opened: a young man in black, a bald middle-aged man, and a bare-chested strong man. These were the 3 who had been beating Zhang Yang for the past few days. We need to get out of here, Tian Yang's voice echoed in his mind. What should I do? Don't ask me, just don't say you haven't killed anyone. Zhang Yang was taken aback. Am I going to kill again? The last time he killed was because he entered a state of self-forgetfulness. Otherwise he wouldn't have dared to kill. But how would he enter that state again? As expected, after the 3 entered, they once again prepared to beat Zhang Yang. However, at that moment, the chains around Zhang Yang's ankles suddenly opened. Oh no, I forgot about this. Zhang Yang sighed, realizing he had no choice but to face the few thugs in front of him. Hey kid, not bad. Even after being beaten like this, you're still thinking about escaping. Looks like we went too easy on you. The bare-chested strong man laughed as he picked up the chain from the ground, noticing the damage on it. The other 2 chimed in. This kid's in good shape. The guy next door is already gasping for breath. We need to step it up today. Alright, let me go first this time. The bald man in a black short sleeve said as he picked up a belt and swung it toward Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang would not sit idly by. Previously, he couldn't escape with the chains, but now that they were gone, it would be foolish not to run. Crack! The belt whipped through the air with a sonic boom, causing the two thugs behind to flinch. It was clear how much force the bald man had used. Unexpectedly, he missed. The bald man, furious, shouted, "Still dare to dodge? Today you won't get away, let's catch him." All right. The warehouse was small, barely 30 square meters, and cluttered with miscellaneous goods, making the already cramped space even tighter. Before he could take 2 steps, Zhang Yang was cornered against the wall. The bald man, following closely behind, tugged at the belt and approached Zhang Yang with a cold smile. "Don't hesitate, I act quickly. You've wasted too much time." Tian Yang's voice came again, making Zhang Yang's already tense heart even more anxious. The bald man raised his arm and swung down hard. Zhang Yang jumped up sharply, dodging the belt. Although his recovery ability was strong, now taking a hit from that belt would definitely hurt. While descending, he stepped onto a nearby box, using the leverage to jump and kick towards the bald man's face. The bald man hadn't reacted, yet when Zhang Yang's foot landed heavily, the bald man shouted angrily and swung his fist toward Zhang Yang. Initially, Zhang Yang intended to dodge, and he could have, but seeing the incoming fist, he couldn't help but charge forward. The bald man weighed over 200 pounds, and Zhang Yang's fist was merely a mismatch in size, akin to an egg hitting a rock. The other 2 thugs watching from behind were also keenly interested in Zhang Yang's actions. The bald man was known among them for his immense strength, and his fists were as hard as hammers. How dare this kid go toe-to-toe with him? He truly does not know the meaning of life and death. As their fists collided, a sound of bone breaking echoed. "As expected, your hand must be broken now," the bare-chested middle-aged man said disdainfully. However, the young man in black patted his shoulder. "What's wrong? Am I wrong?" The half-naked middle-aged man looked at the young man in black, only to see him staring in disbelief, his mouth agape. "What are you doing?" The half-naked middle-aged man turned to look. The bald man was squatting on the ground, clutching his fists and twitching. "Did you see? I told you his hand was broken," the half-naked middle-aged man said disdainfully. But just as he finished speaking, he seemed to realize something. "Wait, why is it the bald man's hand that's broken?" At this moment, Zhang Yang's own fist wasn't feeling great either. In the instant their fists met, the energy that had driven him to kill returned. To Zhang Yang's surprise, his punch had actually shattered the bald man's fist, even though he had merely grazed the back of his hand. Taking advantage of the bald man's moment of distraction, Zhang Yang struck his neck with another punch. The bald man spat out blood and fell to the ground dazed. The 2 lackeys behind the bald man were stunned, their mouths agape at the sight before them. How could this be? The bald man was dead. In just the blink of an eye, how could the bald man have died? How did this kid do it? The 2 seemed to be living in a dream, yet the corpse on the ground forced them to confront the grim reality, the smell of blood stimulating their nerves. "Damn it, you're dead." The half-naked middle-aged man grabbed a metal rod from somewhere, likely taken from the torture devices, for he had endured many blows from such rods in the past few days. He cursed as he hurled the iron rod at Zhang Yang, while the young man in black also charged from the other side. Zhang Yang couldn't believe his own strength had become so formidable. Upon seeing the approaching lackey, he swiftly dodged the iron rod, but was kicked down by the young man in black. The iron rod struck the lifeless body of the bald man sitting on the ground, producing a cracking sound as the slender rod embedded itself into the bald man's body, indicating it had struck bone, breaking it. Zhang Yang, who had been knocked down, was feeling quite miserable. That kick landed squarely on his chest, leaving him breathless. Half kneeling on the ground, Zhang Yang quickly rose and jumped onto a nearby shelf as the 2 lackeys charged at him once more. "Tian Yang, what's up with that energy? How should I use it?" Zhang Yang panted anxiously while jumping around on the shelf. "I advise you not to waste that little energy. You have no idea how many people you have to deal with outside. I can't take them on. If you don't help me, I fear I won't even be able to leave this warehouse." Zhang Yang accidentally stepped off the edge and fell, but fortunately he reacted quickly and dodged the attacks of the 2, once more leaping back onto the shelf. "If you can't handle 2 ordinary people, then you have no business being a Star Guardian." With that, Tian Yang ignored him. Zhang Yang was left speechless. Indeed, he was a man meant to protect the earth. How could he be afraid of 2 ordinary individuals? Moreover, hadn't he just killed 1? Including the 3 he killed a few days ago, he had already taken 4 lives. Oh, what was 2 more to him? "Fine, you will be the 5th and 6th. Let the path of slaughter begin here." Zhang Yang squinted his eyes, stopping his escape to stand his ground. As soon as he paused, the half-naked man's iron rod crashed down on his back. Hiss! Zhang Yang gritted his teeth in pain, yanking on the iron rod to pull the half-naked man closer, and he himself leaped down. The half-naked man stumbled, and just as Zhang Yang jumped over, he kicked him, causing him to fall hard. Seizing the moment when the young man in black was distracted by the half-naked man, Zhang Yang dashed out of the warehouse. "Damn it, what are you standing there for? Chase him!" The half-naked man shoved the black-clad youth hurriedly, getting to his feet and running outside with the young man in black close behind. Once outside the warehouse, Zhang Yang was taken aback. He had no idea where to run, as there were identical warehouses everywhere, seemingly close to 100 of them. First, he had to shake off the two lackeys. Zhang Yang muttered to himself, randomly picking a direction and sprinting away. There, quick pursuit. The half-naked man activated the alarm mounted on the warehouse door, and immediately the alarm rang out. Not far away in a wooden cabin on a hillside, a young man sat in a wooden chair savoring tea. With red lips and white teeth, dressed in elegant white attire, he appeared quite charming, yet his shifty eyes marred his good looks, making anyone who looked at him uncomfortable. He lifted the tea bowl, used the lid to skim the tea leaves, and gently blew on it before downing the entire bowl in one go. Just as he set the bowl down, a striking young woman filled it again. If Zhang Yang were here, he would certainly recognize these two. The young man was the one who had shot him, while the young woman was Bai Ji, who had brought him food a few days ago. I really don't understand what the second brother is thinking conducting such experiments. It makes me uncomfortable just knowing these people are alive for another second. The young man chuckled helplessly, picking up a book from the table. Bai Ji continued to refill his cup. Third brother, don't always talk about death and killing. Your aura is too heavy with bloodshed. Life has little joy. If you can't even do this, then what's the point of living? Bai Ji shook her head, pouring herself a cup and downing it in one gulp. That Luo Wei is truly an idiot. To be bested by a little brat like that is just embarrassing. The young man set down the book and walked to the window to look down. Fortunately, this kid was caught. No matter how incompetent Luo Wei is, he is still one of our lackeys. Bullying him, especially on my turf, indicates they don't take me Bai Hai seriously. Once the second brother finishes his experiment, it will be the end for that kid. Bai Hai narrowed his weak eyes, speaking coldly, while Bai Ji behind him shook her head helplessly. I told you, fourth sister, don't interfere. Just then, Bai Hai had not finished his sentence, when suddenly alarms blared from below, followed by his phone ringing on the table. Hello, what's going on? Bai Hai picked up the phone. Third brother, that kid escaped. A breathless voice came through. Who? Be clear. Bai Hai snapped impatiently. That kid named Zhang something, or what was it? Stop stammering. What is his name? Is it Zhang Yang? Bai Ji asked from the side. Is it Zhang Yang? Yes, it's him, Zhang Yang. What are you all doing? How can a kid who gets beaten every day escape from you? Third brother, this kid is no ordinary person. He killed the bald man. What a... Bai Hai's shocked voice came through the phone, startling the half-naked man. Don't panic, third brother. We're chasing him. He won't get away. If you can't catch him, I'll break your hand. Bai Hai said angrily before hanging up the phone. Third brother, is it really him? Bai Ji curiously asked as she walked over to Bai Hai's side. Why do you care so much about him? If he actually killed our people, I must peel his skin and remove his bones. With that, he grabbed his outer coat from the hanger and left the small room. Unbeknownst to him, Bai Ji smiled slightly upon hearing the news of Zhang Yang's escape. Zhang Yang had been running in circles for a long time. He couldn't even tell where he was now, let alone find a way out of these warehouses. These warehouses were like a maze. Even with his eighth sense, he couldn't find the way out, as the range of the eighth sense was limited. Before long, drawn by the alarm, dozens of lackeys had begun searching for him, scaring him so much that he dared not move, recklessly opting instead to find a place to hide. At this moment, Zhang Yang was lying on the roof of a larger warehouse, and through his eighth sense, he could feel that there were about 10 wandering souls surrounding this warehouse. He's over there. A voice filled with excitement rang out, startling Zhang Yang, who turned to see a tall tower not far behind him, where a wandering soul was pointing at him from the top. Damn! Zhang Yang's mouth twitched as he helplessly jumped to the roof of another warehouse, feeling the surrounding wandering souls closing in. He wasn't sure if it was his jump that was too powerful or if the roof of this warehouse was of poor quality. As soon as he jumped on, the roof collapsed, and Zhang Yang fell through. This is bad. There's no way to escape now. Zhang Yang sighed in distress, watching helplessly as one wandering soul after another rushed in. This warehouse was approximately 200 square meters, and it was quite empty. The collapsed roof took up a third of the space, leaving room for over 20 wandering souls who had rushed in. Activating his eighth sense, Zhang Yang discovered that aside from the 20 or so wandering souls inside the warehouse, there were more than 30 guarding outside. Now it's time to tell me how to use that energy. Cold sweat covered Zhang Yang's forehead. It wasn't that he was too timid. After all, he hadn't been afraid when facing a dozen wandering souls at the hotel last time. The reason he was so tense this time was that there were significantly more people than last time, and each of them was wielding a large machete. Zhang Yang, relax your mind and feel the strange flowing power within your body. As the wandering souls raised their weapons and charged at Zhang Yang, they rushed in almost simultaneously. Strange power. Strange power. What strange power is there? Watching the wandering souls rush toward him, Zhang Yang felt anxious, but he couldn't grasp what Tianyang had referred to as strange power. Mindset. You must relax your mindset. Believe in yourself. Zhang Yang, feel it. Zhang Yang calmed his mind and tried to sense even the slightest change in his body, and before he knew it, the eighth sense was released. Suddenly, he felt a heat rising all over his body, as if he were placed in a steamer, sensing a faint warm current flowing through his blood. Tianyang, I think I might have felt it. Good, control it to the surface of your skin and the areas you need to use strength, then attack. A wandering soul had already reached his side, swinging down the machete. Every movement was felt through Zhang Yang's eighth sense. Control it to the surface of your skin, control it to the surface of your skin. Zhang Yang repeated in his mind, but he had no idea how to control it. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yang relaxed his body, and immediately the warm current in his blood spread throughout his body. With a sudden burst of strength, Zhang Yang punched the large man in front of him, who was swinging down the machete, causing the man to kneel on the ground, but this did not stop his blade from falling. Crack! The machete struck Zhang Yang's shoulder. The expected pain did not come, instead the area struck felt numb. Zhang Yang felt a surge of joy. That state from that night had returned. If that's the case, what was there to fear? Remember, with your current abilities, you can use this energy for a maximum of 5 minutes, so don't waste any time. Tian Yang's voice echoed in his mind. Zhang Yang responded and leapt into the fray of wandering souls. He found that not only was his strength enhanced, but his jumping ability and speed had also significantly increased. In front of him stood a young man of similar stature. Seeing Zhang Yang land in front of him, the young man unhesitatingly raised his knife and swung down his skilled movements, proving he had done this many times before. Zhang Yang coldly smiled, easily dodging the swing and stomping hard on the young man's thigh. The young man cried out, kneeling on one knee. But Zhang Yang wouldn't let him off so easily. He delivered a harsh knee strike to the young man's face, knocking him unconscious. While Zhang Yang was dealing with the young man, the other wandering souls were not idle, as 4 or 5 of them raised their knives and swung at Zhang Yang's back. On the ground was a metal trash can lid. Zhang Yang picked it up with one hand, grabbed the machete dropped by the young man with the other, and held the trash can lid behind him. Bang! 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 Several loud impacts rang out as the machetes aimed at Zhang Yang struck the trash can lid. The lid was deeply scarred by several cuts, and one machete even penetrated through, injuring Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang turned his head to see that the one who had injured him was the previously half-naked man. Anger boiled within him as he used the trash can lid to deflect the machete aimed at him and swung his own machete at the half-naked man. Seeing Zhang Yang was this strong, the half-naked man regretted rushing in so eagerly. It was all his fault for being too hasty. He should have waited until Zhang Yang was dealt with before going in for the kill, but there were no remedies for regret. As he watched the machete coming toward him, the half-naked man's legs went weak, and he fell to the ground. He crawled forward, glancing back at Zhang Yang, wondering if he could dodge. However, imagination could only remain an imagination. He couldn't escape the rapid machete descending from Zhang Yang. Wait, brother, wait. Crack. The half-naked man's pleas were cut short as a line of blood opened from his neck down to his abdomen, followed by a copious flow of blood spilling out. The half-naked man had not finished his words before he breathed his last. Looking at the corpse of the half-naked man, Zhang Yang felt no emotions. You say you are the 5th, now it's time for the 6th. Having said that, Zhang Yang turned to observe the other wandering souls in the room, searching for the young man in black. The death of the half-naked man intimidated the other wandering souls in the room. They all hesitated, daring not to step forward, waiting for their companions to take the initiative. The young man in black knew Zhang Yang was looking for him, and being short, he lowered his head, preparing to run outside. But how could he escape under Zhang Yang's activated 8th sense? There you are. Zhang Yang grinned, and threw his machete fiercely at the young man in black, who was several meters away. Thud! The machete struck the spine of the young man in black, causing him to spout a mouthful of blood before collapsing to the ground, never to rise again. Seeing Zhang Yang kill one brother after another, the wandering souls were enraged. They no longer cared how powerful he was. They only thought of rushing up to take Zhang Yang's life, not believing that so many of them couldn't take down a teenage boy. Come on, all of you. Let me see just how strong I really am. Zhang Yang sneered as he looked at the approaching wandering souls. With all his strength, Zhang Yang stomped the ground and charged into the crowd of wandering souls like a cannonball at an incredible speed. Twisting midair, Zhang Yang delivered an upward punch that knocked out the teeth of a bearded ruffian, who collapsed onto the ground, clutching his face and groaning incessantly. Next, Zhang Yang swung the metal lid of a trash bin in a wide arc, its sheer force accelerating it to blinding speed. The surrounding ruffians had no time to evade. One after another, they were struck down and sent sprawling. Some of the fallen ruffians were dragged from the warehouse by their comrades. Then someone shouted, and instantly the dozens of ruffians gathered outside surged inward. Now more than 50 ruffians encircled Zhang Yang. No matter how formidable he was, he dared not engage such overwhelming numbers. Hidden. Fighting while retreating, he soon found himself backed against the wall. This confined his vulnerability to only 3 directions, significantly easing his defensive burden. Zhang Yang, don't waste time. We have less than 2 minutes left. Tian Yang's voice only intensified Zhang Yang's desperation. What now? Against this many foes, even 20 minutes wouldn't be enough, let alone 2. Do you see that sloping debris formed by the collapsed roof and wall opposite? Make your way there. Leap out of the warehouse from that incline. Once outside, survival becomes possible. Zhang Yang nodded. His 8th sense, already weakened by depleted spiritual energy, had shut down entirely. He had no idea whether anyone awaited him outside, and his head still throbbed with dull, disorienting fog. He could feel his energy rapidly dissipating. This residual power was the sole key to his escape. If it ran dry before he cleared the warehouse, he would be trapped beyond hope. This was not the outcome he desired, yet retreat was no longer an option. The ruffian's weapons drawn advanced toward him with deliberate, chilling steps. Beads of sweat poured down his temples. His breath grew ragged and labored as searing pain lanced through his skull. He nearly blacked out. Zhang Yang, only 1 minute remains. Do exactly as I instructed. Concentrate all remaining energy into your legs, maximize your speed, and break through. Push forward. Believe in yourself. Into the legs. Into the legs. Zhang Yang trembled violently, straining to follow Tian Yang's command. At that very moment, the nearest ruffians accelerated their advance and raised their weapons for attack. Zhang Yang twisted his body sideways, dodging the first strike, but dared not pause. He immediately dropped low to evade the second blow. Yet how could one possibly dodge a tide of relentless assault? In moments, his clothes were slashed to tatters. Fortunately, his extraordinary resilience and the protective aura of his unique energy spared him grievous injury. But he ached. These ruffians fought with lethal intent. Before long, his face swelled with bruises, his body bore countless wounds, and even his accelerated healing could not keep pace with the damage. Enough! Zhang Yang roared, lunging at the closest ruffian. With ease, he felled him and seized the cleaver from his grasp. Wielding the blade, he slashed forward in rapid succession. A chorus of screams erupted. He estimated 3 or 4 had fallen. His sudden ferocity stunned the encircling ruffians, who instinctively stumbled backward. Just then, the path toward the incline was sparsely guarded. A flicker of hope lit Zhang Yang's eyes. He discarded the cleaver and sprinted toward the slope with every ounce of strength. His speed was so staggering that nearby ruffians failed to react in time. He reached the eaves unimpeded. As his special energy teetered on exhaustion, he had done the impossible. His heart hammered wildly. The ruffians recovered swiftly and scrambled up the slope, but too many climbed at once. The eaves groaned under their weight and collapsed. Zhang Yang's reflexes saved him. He seized the crumbling edge of the wall just in time. Though the warehouse stood only 3 or 4 meters high, a fall from that height would be devastating, evident from the pained groans of those who'd already plummeted. With a powerful pull of his arms and a firm push from his feet, he hauled himself onto the ledge. The uninjured ruffians immediately bolted for the exit, intending to surround him outside. Zhang Yang wasn't foolish. He saw ruffians rushing out and instantly grasped their plan. Without hesitation, he pivoted and prepared to leap toward another warehouse. This warehouse was the largest among them all. Standing atop the eaves, Zhang Yang surveyed the terrain. Dense forest stretched in all directions, and several dilapidated houses dotted the periphery. He deduced he must be somewhere on the city's outskirts. The eastern forest loomed vast and impenetrable, ideal for evasion. Once decided, he moved without delay. Below, ruffians had already begun hurling objects upward. Moments earlier, a cleaver had narrowly missed his head. At the eaves edge, he halted. His target lay several meters away atop another warehouse roof. He crouched low, coiling his body like a spring to gather momentum. Just as he tensed to leap, bang, 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 3 gunshots cracked the air. The sound was chillingly familiar. Days earlier, a single gunshot had shattered his calf, leading directly to his capture. Now its echo reignited the old wound, sending fresh agony up his leg. 2 of the 3 bullets struck him, one in the arm, one in the waist. His legs buckled, and he tumbled from the wall. As he fell, he twisted midair to glimpse the shooter. It was indeed him. Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes, etching that face indelibly into memory. The ruffian's humiliated moments before by Zhang Yang's defiance had been furious, until those gunshots ignited their renewed fervor. It's Brother San. Brother San has intervened. After him. Catch that brat. Don't disappoint Brother San. Voices erupted in unison, raw and urgent. Instantly, every ruffian poured from the warehouses. On a watchtower 10 meters away, Bai Hai lowered his pistol, gazing toward Zhang Yang's falling form with a faint, unsettling smile. No one could fathom his thoughts. Zhang Yang was now sprinting, full tilt, toward the dense forest. Fortune favored him. Both bullets struck before his special energy fully dissipated, so he escaped severe harm. Yet the moment that energy vanished, his physical and mental faculties plummeted. His spiritual energy was utterly spent. His skull split with unbearable agony. A towering wall blocked his path. Zhang Yang skidded to a halt, brow furrowed as he stared up at its daunting height. The wall was far too high to scale. He circled it carefully, finding no opening, no weakness, no means of passage. No trees stood nearby. A small shack sat close, but it was far too low. Even standing atop it, he couldn't clear the wall. Hearing pursuit closing in, Zhang Yang darted into the shack. The room was completely empty, devoid of anything. It shouldn't be like this in the desolate mountains. How could there be such a strange house? Zhang Yang was quite puzzled. Zhang Yang pried at the wooden planks on the wall, intending to use them to jump over the outer wall, but contrary to his expectations, the wood wouldn't come off at all. Peering through the gaps in the wooden planks, he observed the nearest flow traveler, who was less than 20 meters away from him. Is it going to end like this? I am not willing to give up. Zhang Yang anxiously looked around, trying to find a way to escape. However, he couldn't get past the wall, and both sides were steep cliffs. Without the ability to fly, what could he do? Zhang Yang's heart was filled with despair. The sky darkened as night fell. The overcast sky indicated that it would be another difficult night to endure. Rather than sitting and waiting for death, Zhang Yang decided to venture out and find another way. At that moment, the ground in one corner of the room began to shake. Zhang Yang glanced over and then shifted his gaze away, thinking it might just be a mouse digging a hole, and he paid it no mind. The sound grew louder, and Zhang Yang's attention was drawn to it. Could it be a giant rat? He widened his eyes, staring intently. Suddenly, a small section of the ground flipped over, creating a pit, and a voice followed Zhang Yang. Come down quickly. Who is it? Zhang Yang was genuinely startled. In this remote wooden house, there was actually someone hiding underground, and they even knew him. But why did that voice sound so familiar? I am here to save you. Hurry down, or it will be too late. Zhang Yang hesitated for a moment. Fine, since he had no way out, it was a matter of luck whether he lived or died. He then jumped straight into the pit. The pit turned out to be quite deep. Zhang Yang felt he had fallen at least 5 or 6 meters, but fortunately, it was a slope. Otherwise, if he hadn't died from the fall, it would have been embarrassing to have died by his own clumsiness. Are you still there? It was pitch black below, and he couldn't see his own hand. Zhang Yang cautiously asked, sensing that the person below was less than a meter away from him. Click. A flashlight turned on, and bright white light instantly illuminated the underground space. It was about a 5 square meters area, resembling a cellar with a deep dark corridor ahead. Zhang Yang wasn't in the mood to observe this. He wanted to see who the person in front of him was. However, upon recognizing the person, Zhang Yang's jaw dropped. How could it be you? How are you here? It was none other than the stunning beauty who had brought him food, Bai Ji. I am here to save you. Come with me. Bai Ji smiled slightly, taking Zhang Yang's hand as they moved toward the corridor. As they walked, Bai Ji suddenly stopped. Why are you trembling? Are you uncomfortable? Zhang Yang was startled and quickly shook his head, pulling his hand away from Bai Ji's. No, you still haven't answered my question. Bai Ji couldn't help but chuckle, casting a playful glance at Zhang Yang. You are quite adorable and not lacking in skill. Zhang Yang remained silent. He dared not let his guard down against the person before him. He knew nothing about Bai Ji, and who could tell if she was genuinely here to save him or if she had ulterior motives. The one who shot at you is my third brother, Bai Hai. The reason I saved you is that I can't stand his bloodlust, and also because I find you quite adorable. I can't help you much. Once we get out, everything will still depend on you, so just pray you don't encounter too much trouble. After saying this, Bai Ji turned and continued deeper into the passage. Zhang Yang said nothing. At this moment, following her was his only option. Step by step, they proceeded. The corridor was about 200 meters long, leading to a massive cavern that was as large as his school's teaching building. Zhang Yang was stunned by the sight before him. This cavern was not natural. There were signs of human excavation everywhere, meaning this cavern, the size of a teaching building, was entirely man-made. They could actually hollow out a mountain. Zhang Yang was instantly impressed by these flow travelers, even though they were not exactly good people. The cave also contained several small openings. Each opening leads to different places. If you want to get out, it's best to choose this one, Bai Ji said, pointing to one of the openings. Zhang Yang walked over, took a look, and without saying a word, he crawled inside. Regardless of whether you are genuinely trying to help me, I am very grateful to you. Zhang Yang bowed to Bai Ji and then hurriedly entered the opening without looking back. Watching Zhang Yang leave, Bai Ji smiled slightly and turned to leave. Less than a minute later, the flow travelers who had been chasing him arrived at that spot. He must have gone in a split up and chase. The group of over 50 people was divided into several small teams, each crawling into different openings. Zhang Yang had no idea how far he had walked. Ever since he entered that opening, the entire path looked the same, with identical stone walls. If it weren't for Zhang Yang's strong will, he might have thought he was caught in a ghost wall. Finally, after walking for about 3 to 4 kilometers, Zhang Yang finally heard the sound of flowing water. He quickly ran towards the sound of the water and saw a small stream. Following the flow, Zhang Yang finally exited the labyrinthine cave. The sky was pitch black and a fine drizzle began to fall. Surveying his surroundings, Zhang Yang found himself standing at the foot of a mountain. At this moment, he was utterly exhausted, and not only was his body aching, but his stomach was also growling from not eating for over a day. He couldn't worry about so much anymore. After determining the direction, Zhang Yang immediately ran up the mountain. Indeed, at the peak, he saw the brightly lit city about 10 kilometers away. Zhang Yang was overjoyed he could finally go home. After saying that, he nervously glanced back at the cave he had exited. To his surprise, several flow travelers emerged from the cave. Startled, Zhang Yang quickly found a large rock to hide behind. A few burly men scanned the area for a moment, and one of them seemed to have spotted Zhang Yang staring in his direction. However, in the end, he didn't approach, perhaps out of fear of Zhang Yang's fierceness, or because he genuinely didn't see him. After finding nothing unusual, the group headed in the opposite direction of Zhang Yang's location. Zhang Yang, lying behind the rock at the mountain's peak, let out a sigh of relief, laying back on the rock and gazing at the sky, enjoying the feeling of the drizzle. "I'm so tired," Zhang Yang sighed. Today had been truly thrilling. After numerous life and death escapes, he had ultimately survived. Recalling the events of the day, Zhang Yang felt a mix of emotions. He actually wanted to save the young man in the adjacent room, but he lacked the ability, and then there was Bai Ji. He didn't know what she was thinking or what she truly wanted. With all these thoughts weighing on him, Zhang Yang rested for a while before flipping over and running toward the city. The difficult mountain path, combined with the mud after the rain, took Zhang Yang a whole 3 hours to finally reach the city. Walking on the wide street, Zhang Yang felt a sense of relief, a feeling of surviving a disaster. He didn't mind that the rain had soaked his clothes. He didn't know where he was. This place was unfamiliar to him, indicating that those wanderers had taken him quite far. Eager to return home, Zhang Yang wandered the street, trying to figure out his location to find his way back. At this moment, it was early morning, and there were hardly any people on the street. The feeling of surviving a disaster had faded, replaced now by a sense of hunger and helplessness. At the entrance of a square, he saw several barbecue stalls. The aroma of barbecued food wafting in the wind made Zhang Yang salivate, and he unconsciously walked over. After rummaging through his clothes, Zhang Yang pulled out a 100 yuan bill. This was given to him by Lin a few days ago, totaling 5,000. After losing 1,000 that night, Zhang Yang had tucked the remaining money into a pocket in his outer coat, zipping it up. Fortunately, those wanderers hadn't stripped him of his clothes, otherwise he would have gone hungry. "Boss, the menu, please." Sitting beside the grill, Zhang Yang warmed his hands on the grill as a burly man in his 30s answered and handed him a menu. "They'll have this, this, and this. No, make it one of those." "Hurry up, boss." Zhang Yang was too hungry to talk properly. "All right, keep warm by the fire for a bit." With that, the stall owner got busy at the barbecue grill. Feeling the warmth from the flames, Zhang Yang fell into deep thought. The warmth of the flames radiated outward, while that special energy warmed him from the inside out. When using that energy, both his defensive capabilities and strength would significantly increase. Zhang Yang felt as if he had become a Superman. However, that energy was limited and could not be used continuously. It would be great if he could maintain that state indefinitely. "You're quite perceptive. Maintaining that state isn't impossible." Zhang Yang had grown accustomed to the sudden voice of Tianyang. Excited, he sat up straight, inadvertently thrusting his hand into the fire, startling the stall owner, who widened his eyes. Hastily pulling his hand back and rubbing it, he awkwardly smiled at the stall owner. "What should I do?" Zhang Yang asked anxiously. "You should be able to use that energy now, right? Let me try." Zhang Yang relaxed his body, took a deep breath, and began to exert himself, but nothing happened. Frustrated, he tried again, but still no response. "Don't rush, first feel its presence," Tianyang patiently guided from the side. "I've already relaxed a lot. What more do I need to do to relax?" Zhang Yang sighed in exasperation and tried again. This time he completely let go, relaxing every organ and cell, becoming utterly soft. Zhang Yang felt a bit drowsy, surprisingly starting to doze off. It was during this moment that he sensed the warmth radiating from within. Control it to leave your bloodstream and flow within your body. Following Tianyang's instructions, Zhang Yang was astonished to find he could actually do it, albeit at a slow pace. This time the energy was minimal, occupying only the area of his palm, and it flowed and disappeared continuously. Within less than 30 seconds, the energy had dissipated. This is dark energy. It doesn't belong to any known energy states on your Earth, nor does it belong to our Tiana star. No one knows how it came to be, not even our previous fated one. We speculate it entered various parallel universes from some unknown space for certain reasons, though the specifics are still unclear. This energy alters the genes of a very small number of humans, and the genetic serum must merge with such individuals to succeed. Hence, this is why the success rate is so low. We regard such individuals as those favored by the heavens, calling them fated ones just like you. I believe that soon Earth will develop a gene evolution serum. It is merely a matter of time. Zhang Yang listened intently, and it took a while for the stall owner to call him back to reality. Your order is ready. The owner pointed to the table behind Zhang Yang. Yes, got it. Zhang Yang walked over, sat down, and continued chatting with Tianyang while eating. Let me analyze the situation of the energy just now. It took 50 seconds from feeling it to using it, and he maintained it for 30 seconds with his energy being only 5 energy units. The duration you can maintain and the power of the energy rely on your training, while the activation time requires practice. Yes, I understand. Perhaps it was due to his hunger, but he found the barbecue particularly delicious. Although he had eaten plenty before, nothing compared to the taste of this meal. After devouring his food, only a few empty plates remained on the table. After paying, Zhang Yang planned to leave. By the way, can you tell me where this place is? Garden Square in trance. The stall owner, busy with his work, spoke without lifting his head. No, I mean, which province and city is this? The stall owner paused, looked up at Zhang Yang, as if he were an idiot. You don't even know where you are. How did you get here? Huaxiaganbei Province, Xiang City, Xinzhou District, the third barbecue stall on the north side of Garden Square. Zhang Yang swallowed hard, staring blankly at the stall owner. It was quite detailed for just a place name. Thank you. The stall owner waved his hand, continuing with his work, while Zhang Yang turned and left. As expected, he guessed correctly. Xiang City was over 300 kilometers away from Baichuan City, making it impossible to walk, so he needed to find a vehicle. However, at this late hour, there wasn't a single vehicle. After finally hailing a taxi, he learned the fare was 500 yuan, and Zhang Yang immediately gave up. Fan Su's monthly salary was only 1,000. How could he spend 500 on a taxi? To think that a long-distance bus ticket during the day was only 40 yuan. He would have to wait until dawn to take a long-distance bus. Eager to go home, Zhang Yang didn't want to stay here for another second. At the bus station, he spotted a public phone booth. Zhang Yang slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten this. He had Li Dong's phone number. Li Dong must be looking for him. He should call him. But he didn't have any coins, and there were no stores around to change for some. What to do now? Boss, do you have any coins? He retraced his steps to find the barbecue stall owner. Fortunately, it wasn't far. After exchanging a few yuan in change for some coins, he called Li Dong, who told him to wait. Zhang Yang, it's time to get off the car. Li Dong tapped on the car window. Zhang Yang, who was lying in the back seat asleep, turned over, rubbed his eyes, and looked outside, realizing he had already returned to his neighborhood. When Zhang Yang called Li Dong last night, Li Dong happened to be on a mission in Xiang City. After waiting for less than half an hour, Zhang Yang got into the car. After several hours on the road, they arrived at their destination just as dawn broke. Li Dong accompanied him upstairs. Knock, knock, knock. The door opened, and when Fan Su saw that it was Zhang Yang standing outside, tears flowed uncontrollably as she tightly embraced him. After hearing the news that Zhang Yang had been captured, Fan Su couldn't eat or sleep for days. After being discharged from the hospital 3 days ago, she had been waiting at home for news from the police. Now that she saw Zhang Yang safe and sound, Fan Su was both excited and happy. Zhang Yang, tell me how you spent these days, Li Dong said, looking at Zhang Yang. The three of them sat in the living room. Zhang Yang was eating the noodles that Fan Su had made for him. He was still hungry. A few days ago, I was captured by a gang of rogues and taken to Xiang City, where I was locked in a warehouse and beaten for several days. I managed to slip out when they weren't paying attention. They might be looking for me right now, Zhang Yang said with a laugh. He had to tell a lie. He couldn't honestly share his experiences, could he? Even if he did, who would believe him? Zhang Yang didn't want to get himself into trouble. Do you remember the exact location where you were held? I came to Xiang to attend a meeting about dealing with rogue gangs, and it's time to properly clean them up. They are too rampant, Li Dong said seriously. Of course I remember. It was. Alright, I'll head back first. Contact you again if there's anything. With that, he stood up. After seeing Li Dong off, Zhang Yang spent some time with Fan Su before returning to his own room. Zhang Yang, what did you find at the marker? Mentioning the things from Tianhe Star piqued Zhang Yang's interest. He pressed the star mark and Tianyang flew out. Look at this watch, Zhang Yang said, extending his arm towards Tianyang. Not bad. This is a multifunctional watch for the Tianhe army. It's quite useful for you at this stage. Do you know how to use it? Zhang Yang nodded and took down the box he had found at the first star mark. Tianyang's eyes widened upon seeing the box, leaving Zhang Yang confused. What's wrong? Zhang Yang asked in confusion. Zhang Yang, this is a great thing, he said, touching the box. This is a dimensional storage box. The space inside connects to another dimension. It may not look big, but it has a considerable capacity. This is a level 2 dimensional box with a capacity of up to 100 m superscript 3. Zhang Yang touched the box as if it were a treasure. No wonder he couldn't reach the bottom when he shoved his entire arm in it. Had such a large space. But remember, you cannot store living things inside. It can hold everything else. Zhang Yang nodded and began to introduce the third item. What about this piece of stone? He took out the black stone that resembled a diamond from the drawer. This is ordinary metal from Tianhe Star. You can sell it for a good sum. You have to know such things don't exist on your Earth. Zhang Yang felt delighted and carefully wrapped the stone, placing it back into the drawer. Tianyang, I also found a mask, but it merged with my face. What is that? Merged. Tianyang stroked his chin, pondering. Could it be? Zhanyang, who do you dislike the most? Tianyang suddenly asked. Huh? Why? Answer the question. After thinking for a moment, Zhanyang replied. Yes, by Hai, the one who shot at me. Think about his look, then imagine yourself becoming him. What are you doing? Zhanyang said disdainfully. Just do as I say. Why so much nonsense? Hurry up. Zhang Yang's lips twitched. Fine. Thinking of that shifty-eyed face made him feel nauseous. All right, that should be enough. Zhang Yang, go look in the mirror. Did I become handsome again? Zhang Yang said narcissistically, walking towards the dressing mirror in his room. Damn, what's going on? Seeing himself in the mirror, Zhang Yang nearly went crazy. His face had actually turned into Bai Hai's face. If you had told me earlier that you got this, you wouldn't have had to escape so embarrassingly. What did I obtain? Zhang Yang rubbed his face in disbelief. That's not a mask, it's a nano-face mask. After wearing it, you can change your appearance at will. Zhang Yang stood frozen. Change his appearance at will. Looking in the mirror, his face instantly transformed into Tian Yang's. Zhang Yang believed it, and was immediately thrilled. This was a great thing. How do I change back to myself? Just think of your face. Sure enough, as soon as he thought of it, his face changed back immediately. Wow, he never expected that all these things he discovered were treasures. Is there anything else? Nothing more. Zhang Yang hesitated. Wait, are you sure there's nothing more? Really nothing? No, I sense a very large object. Did you not check there? Alright, there was one place where I searched for a long time, but found nothing. Idiot, there must be something below, and it should be better than all these things. Zhang Yang was taken aback and scratched his head. Then let's go find it quickly. Don't rush, you should rest first. We'll go this afternoon. Upon hearing Tian Yang say to rest, Zhang Yang, who wasn't feeling too tired, suddenly felt exhausted. Final, take a nap. In an abandoned mine in the Xinzhou district in a large factory, Bai Hai angrily threw the cup in his hand onto the ground and pointed at the dozens of people in front of him, cursing, You bunch of useless people, how come you can't catch a little brat, with so many of you? What use is it to raise you? 60 people to catch him, and 5 ended up dead. Third brother, this kid is strange, and not only is he incredibly strong, but his skin is also too tough to hurt him. A young man, seemingly a leader, spoke in a low voice. Why don't you say he's Superman? Third brother, think about it carefully. Did you even hit him? Then why is there no blood? Bai Hai fell silent, contemplating the young man's words. Third brother, give us some time, we will definitely catch that kid. Forget it, just lay low for a few days. We've received news from above that the police have been active recently. The crowd across from Bai Hai erupted in chatter, each sharing what they knew about the police movements. That's not the key point. I want to know who dug that hole. Bai Hai said slowly, word by word. Instantly the crowd fell silent. Why is no one speaking? Bai Hai squinted, scanning each rogue's face with a fierce gaze, and all the rogues couldn't help but lower their heads. At that moment, the young man standing in front raised his head and said, Third brother, there used to be a cellar there, but we really don't know who dug through it. The speaker was the manager of this place named Wang Su. He was not present during the events of last night. He was out of town on business and only hurried back upon hearing the news. Oh, is that so? You come here. Wang Su hesitated for a moment, reluctantly taking a step forward and walking slowly over. Bai Hai raised his foot and kicked Wang Su in the stomach. It seemed he already knew he would be treated this way, gritting his teeth and enduring Bai Hai's beating. You useless fool, you have over 60 men under you, and you didn't even notice such a big hole being dug in your territory. How can I let you manage this place? Bai Hai cursed and beat Wang Su, growing increasingly vicious. Wang Su dared not retaliate and fell to the ground, while the other rogues looked on helplessly, unable to voice their anger, standing still. Today I will cripple one of your hands to teach you a lesson. Saying this, Bai Hai stopped his attack, drew a silver-white dagger from behind, and held it in his hand. Watching the dagger glinting with a cold light coming at him, Wang Su closed his eyes, as if he already knew his fate. He resigned himself to it. Stop! At that moment, a hurried voice came from outside. Bai Hai halted his downward thrust, and along with everyone else, turned to look in the direction of the voice. The pit was dug by me, don't wrong Wang Su. Sister, don't joke around, this isn't funny. Zhang Yang said coldly as he watched Bai Ji approach. I'm not joking, the pit was indeed dug by me. Bai Hai was speechless, standing there unable to respond. He was furious. Do you know how many brothers he has killed? A total of 10 over 2 incidents. Even if you find it hard to accept my actions, you should know who deserves to be killed and who does not, right? Looking at Bai Hai's face, which had turned red with anger, Bai Ji said nothing and walked over to help Wang Su to his feet. You've disappointed me greatly, fourth sister. Don't take my affection for you as capital for your recklessness. Next time, don't blame me for being rude. Everyone disperse, go take care of your own business. After saying this, Bai Hai put away the dagger and left without looking back. The rogues followed Bai Hai out of the warehouse, leaving only Bai Ji and Wang Su behind. Are you alright? Wang Su patted the dirt off himself, bending slightly as he spoke. Fourth sister, why did you do that? I just want to oppose him. He captures a few, and I release a few. I don't believe he dares to lay a hand on me. Fourth sister, just be careful. The third brother. Are you implying he lacks character? Don't worry, I still have eldest brother and second brother. Though they aren't here, I believe he still lacks the guts to act against me. Wang Su had no retort, sighed softly, and turned to leave. Third brother, let's wait and see, Bai Ji whispered. The sun finally emerged in the afternoon, and the air after the rain carried a hint of earthy fragrance, refreshingly invigorating. In the meteorite crater in the western suburbs, Zhang Yang stood near the fourth marker point, having forgotten the exact location since the marker had long disappeared. Relying on his memory, Zhang Yang found this spot. This should be it, he said, scratching his head as he spoke to Tianyang beside him. You're really dumb. How can you not remember this? Tianyang rolled his eyes at him. Zhang Yang, feeling speechless, remarked, It's not entirely my fault. The pit is so big, and so much time has passed since, plus it rained yesterday. Alright, enough talk. This is the place. Are you sure? Zhang Yang's mouth twitched. Yes, I can sense the aura of the Tianhe star. Zhang Yang stretched out his nose and sniffed hard, but apart from the smell of earth, he detected nothing else. Alright, start digging. Tianyang, there's nothing in here. Zhang Yang sensed with his eighth sense. It might be deeper. Dig a little more. To excavate the fourth item, Zhang Yang specifically bought a shovel from the hardware store. Upon hearing Tianyang's words, he rolled up his sleeves and began to dig. The rain had softened the soil significantly, and the use of tools greatly increased Zhang Yang's digging speed. In no time, he had dug over a meter deep. Tianyang, still nothing. Standing in the pit, Zhang Yang used his eighth sense again, but sensed nothing. Seeing the sky gradually darkening, he suddenly felt anxious. Keep digging. Helpless, Zhang Yang continued to dig. Did they really expect him to keep digging when they already said there was nothing? Were they treating him like a laborer? It was truly frustrating. As Zhang Yang complained inwardly, he continued to dig deeper into the pit. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he forcefully thrust the shovel into the pit. However, this time the entire shovel went in. What's going on? It shouldn't be this deep. Although he was using a lot of strength, the shovel should have only gone in about a third of the way, so how could it have gone in completely? Since the shovel was stuck too deep to pull out, Zhang Yang used all his strength to try to remove it. Swish! The shovel was pulled out, the massive inertia causing Zhang Yang to fall to the ground. However, before he could get up, he was surrounded by a feeling of weightlessness. The ground had collapsed. Zhang Yang screamed. How could digging a pit lead to the ground collapsing? He must be incredibly unlucky. Tianyang went to search the other marker points to see if there were any other items, but after searching for a long time, he found nothing. It seemed Zhang Yang had indeed searched thoroughly. Just as he returned to check on Zhang Yang's progress, he heard Zhang Yang scream. Tianyang's heart sank, and he hurriedly ran towards the fourth marker point. Zhang Yang, are you okay? Tianyang leaned over the edge of the pit and shouted down. After a long wait, a voice came up. I'm fine, I'm okay. Tianyang sighed in relief, but couldn't help being curious about what had happened to Zhang Yang. What's down there? However, this time, there was truly no response. What is this kid doing? Why is he silent? Tianyang muttered to himself and jumped into the pit to crawl down. Zhang Yang didn't want to be quiet. He was stunned into silence by the scene before him. After the pit collapsed, he felt like he had rolled down a slope, rolling for at least 10 seconds before finally coming to a stop. This showed just how deep it was here. No wonder I couldn't sense anything, but turns out it's this deep. After catching his breath for a while, Zhang Yang finally reacted, feeling sore all over from the fall. The air underground was very thin, making it hard for him to breathe. Fortunately, the air soon circulated through the path. He slid down, which made him feel much more comfortable. Zhang Yang patted the dirt off himself, stood up, and began to survey his surroundings. When he turned around, the scene behind him left him frozen in place. Zhang Yang's eyes were surrounded by a blue glow, and before him stood a massive blue spaceship, just like those he had seen in science fiction movies. It was dozens of meters long and wide, over 10 meters high, with a surface emanating blue light and numerous blue beams radiating from within. Although it appeared cylindrical, Zhang Yang knew this was not its original form. It was originally supposed to be square, but one side of the spaceship had been tightly compressed, making it look like a thick outer shell. Zhang Yang speculated that this must have happened when the spaceship crashed to the ground, with the tremendous impact causing half of it to be squashed together, resulting in its current appearance. What are you doing? At that moment, Tianyang also climbed down, still asking Zhang Yang what he was doing, and when he saw the spaceship, he stood frozen in place. It's an F-3 type transport spaceship. Zhang Yang, we can contact other fated ones now. After a moment, Tianyang, regaining his senses, exclaimed excitedly. Zhang Yang turned to glance at the excited Tianyang, who looked like he was about to jump up. He had never seen Tianyang like this before, indicating that the spaceship was indeed very important. Zhang Yang smiled happily for Tianyang and for himself. At that moment, Tianyang had already climbed to the top of the spaceship, searching for the entrance. A few minutes later, Tianyang said dejectedly that the entrance was gone, and now they could only enter and exit from the cargo door, which was on the other side, conveniently blocked by dirt. To get inside, they would have to dig out the dirt blocking the cargo door. Zhangyang looked at the layers of glass and curiously asked Tianyang why they couldn't just break the glass to enter, which would be much easier. Tianyang informed him that this transparent material was not glass, but a special crystal from Tiana Star, and told him that not only shovels and hands, but even firearms and missiles could not break this layer of crystal. Zhangyang grimaced, having to abandon that thought, and obediently began to dig the dirt in the direction Tianyang pointed. The soil underground was much harder to dig than the surface, but Zhangyang, whether due to excitement or some other reason, felt no fatigue at all. Sweat soaked his forehead, back, and even his entire body. Zhangyang took off his outer clothing and wrung it out as if it had just been washed. The barrels of water he had bought were almost all drunk, leaving him hungry and thirsty. Meanwhile, Tianyang had turned himself into a bright light, providing Zhangyang with visibility. Watching Zhangyang sweat profusely, Tianyang wished he could join in the digging, but his own circumstances did not allow it. Thus, after 5 hours of digging by Zhangyang, he finally saw the cargo door. After another 2 hours of digging, he finally created an opening wide enough for both of them to enter. Fortunately, the cargo door opened inward, otherwise Zhangyang would have been devastated. The spaceship's power system had not been damaged and was still functioning normally. Miraculously, the cargo door opened automatically. Tianyang turned to Zhangyang with a grin, as if showing off his extraordinary abilities. Zhangyang rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, if I hadn't dug out the dirt around the cargo door, what would it matter if you could open it? However, he didn't have the energy to dwell on that. What he wanted most was to step inside the spaceship and see what it looked like. He had never even been on an airplane, and now he was fortunate enough to be on a spaceship, which made him extremely excited. Then the two of them entered the spaceship, one after the other, standing in the spacious and bright interior hall, both with tears in their eyes. Zhangyang was thrilled. He had never felt such excitement before, standing in the hall of a spaceship from another universe, while Tianyang felt a pang of sadness. He had come to Earth on this very spaceship, and after entering the atmosphere, part of the ship was damaged, causing many companions like himself to be thrown out. He, being a robot, was fine, but what about them? There had been nearly 500 people on this spaceship. Where were they now? Tianyang shook his head, no longer wanting to think about these useless things. He wanted to know if the spaceship could still be used. Zhangyang, feel free to look around. I'm going to check the control room. Just remember not to touch anything randomly. With that, he dashed into the control room. Zhangyang nodded and began to explore the spaceship. The spaceship had 3 levels. The bottom level was for controlling power and loading cargo, but the power system was severely damaged and the spaceship could no longer move. As Zhangyang wandered around for a long time, he found no cargo, only a large amount of food. When he saw a huge broken hole in a certain area, he understood where the cargo had gone. The second level was the leisure area, containing various recreational zones. There were cinemas, cafes, swimming pools, gyms, and more. What excited Zhangyang the most was a huge training room. This training room was 200 square meters larger than his own home. It was filled with all kinds of fitness equipment, including many he had never seen before. If he had known, he wouldn't have spent so much money on fitness equipment. Training here would have been fantastic. The third level should be their resting area, which had quite a few bedrooms. Zhangyang walked through them one by one, wanting to see the living habits of the Tiana Star people, and although the rooms were in disarray, that did not affect anything. Tianyang was checking the various parts of the spaceship in the control room. He found that although many areas were completely destroyed, the main system was not significantly problematic and could operate normally. This was undoubtedly good news. Other damaged areas could be repaired with Earth's capabilities, and perhaps one day he could make the spaceship fly again. He wanted to share this good news with Zhangyang, so he searched for Zhangyang's figure on the monitor. He spotted Zhangyang standing motionless in a certain area of the first level, as if he had discovered something extraordinary. Zhangyang, what are you doing? Concerned, Tianyang decided to go check it out. Zhangyang ignored him, still standing there staring inside. This is a life pod. Tianyang seemed to realize something, his heart dropping, and he stopped what he was about to say, slowly walking towards Zhangyang. He kept praying in his heart, it can't be that, it can't be that. When he saw what lay before him, Tianyang nearly fainted. If he were still human, he surely would have spat out blood. As he had said, this was a life pod. The life pod was 100 square meters, containing only a series of upright life pods. However, nearly half of the life pods had been crushed into fragments, and a small portion had been completely broken in half. But that was not the key. The key was that each life pod contained a person. Those were the people from Tiana Star? Tianyang's heart trembled violently, the pain almost taking his breath away. Standing at the door, he wanted to enter the life pod. He only needed to take a single step forward, yet he found himself unable to do so. Just that one step, he could not achieve it. His legs seemed to be beyond his control. The scent of blood hung thickly in the air, lingering heavily. The ground, originally bright white under the underground lights, was now stained red with dried blood. Illuminated by the lights, the scene appeared even more terrifying. Beside him, Zhang Yang had regained his composure. It was his first time witnessing such a gruesome scene. He could easily imagine the tragic fates of these people, and a heavy sorrow filled his heart despite having no connection to them. The two stood there in a daze for an unknown duration until Tian Yang finally moved. He lifted his leg, which was less than half a meter high, and took a large step forward. To avoid disturbing them, he made each movement very gentle. This absurd situation left Zhang Yang watching from the side with no inclination to laugh. All he felt was sorrow, as he could sense the weight of that heavy step. Seeing Tian Yang enter, Zhang Yang followed closely behind. The life pods near the door were intact, some even left open. The number of life pods could not possibly match the number of people on the spacecraft. The open ones could only indicate that someone had entered and then exited. The entrance switch was inside the life pod. After observing the empty life pods for a while, the two stepped further inside. Most of the inner pods were closed, but through the transparent walls they could see the people hiding inside. Despair and helplessness were etched across their faces, and one could imagine the depths of their despair at that moment. Having been dead for some time, their bodies had begun to decay, yet they remained intact. As they walked further inside, the fate of those within the life pods became less fortunate. The life pods were positioned upright, and when the ceiling of the storage room collapsed, many life pods were crushed beneath it. Some pods were even broken in half, leaving the fate of the people inside to be imagined. The further they went and the stronger the scent of blood became. Zhang Yang could no longer bear it and ran outside. After a long while, Tian Yang emerged, his eyes dimmed, leaving without a word. Zhang Yang took one last glance inside before following Tian Yang. When they passed a room resembling a storage room, Tian Yang halted, as if he suddenly saw a glimmer of hope in his dimmed gaze. There must be something incredibly precious inside, Zhang Yang speculated. However, Tian Yang stood at the storage room door, frozen in fear of disappointment. He could not bear any more blows. Tian Yang hesitated before the pod doors switch. After a moment, he finally spoke. Zhang Yang, you open it. In the end, he could not hold back. Zhang Yang nodded and stepped forward to press the red button at the door. Hiss! The pod door opened slowly, white mist billowing out. Before the door had even opened a meter, Tian Yang bent down, eagerly diving inside. Moments later, Zhang Yang also stepped inside. What greeted their eyes were 4 massive, identically sized black metal boxes. In fact, those were the only 4 items in the entire room. The boxes were 3 meters high, 5 meters long and wide, with surfaces covered in various intricate patterns, exuding a strong metallic technological feel. Seeing Tian Yang excitedly rush to observe one of the boxes, Zhang Yang also approached another box. Before he could even start inspecting, Tian Yang's unrestrained laughter startled him. What's wrong? Zhang Yang immediately ran over to Tian Yang. Zhang Yang, this is the Apocalypse Cube. This is fantastic. Tian Yang exclaimed, fiddling with the surface of the box. What is this thing? Zhang Yang asked, puzzled. He could tell it was something good just from Tian Yang's expression. It's equipped with the Apocalypse battle armor. Mecha, the one summoned during the second phase. Exactly. Tian Yang's words nearly made Zhang Yang jump with excitement. Since learning he could summon mechas, he had imagined his own countless times in his mind, and now he could finally see it. How could Zhang Yang not be thrilled? Soon Tian Yang had operated all 4 boxes. Zhang Yang, am heading to the control room. Will follow my instructions in a bit. Before Zhang Yang could respond, Tian Yang had already gathered his strength and dashed out. Zhang Yang stood in a daze for a moment before shouting, how do we contact each other? A few minutes later, a computer hanging on the wall in the storage room flickered with static before suddenly powering on, and then Tian Yang's figure appeared on the screen. Zhang Yang, can you hear me? Yes, I can. Next, do as I say. Okay. The image of Tian Yang on the screen disappeared, replaced by the Apocalypse Cube in the storage room. Tian Yang's voice continued, we need to open the Apocalypse Cube now. Both sides must operate simultaneously, and we must cooperate perfectly. If we fail 3 times, the cube will lock itself. After that, only an evolver whose energy matches can open it, so we must be cautious. Okay, the opening process will be a bit complex. He'll display it on the screen while explaining. Make sure to pay attention. Zhang Yang nodded, focusing intently on the screen. The opening process was demonstrated for a full 5 minutes, the multitude of steps exceeding Zhang Yang's imagination. It took him 5 times to grasp a rough understanding. Let's give it a try. Zhang Yang rubbed his eyes and said, do you remember? I think I've got it more or less. Zhang Yang stretched and got himself ready. Good, prepare to start as I command. Tian Yang on the other end also got himself ready. Prepare. Start. Zhang Yang followed the orders. Upon hearing Tian Yang call for the start, he immediately jumped up and pressed the spherical switch in the center of the box's face. Beep. Hiss. The box powered on the patterns on its surface beginning to glow. All right, now, let's move to the next step. 3 minutes later, most of the steps were complete, and their collaboration was remarkably seamless. Now for the final step. Zhang Yang nodded and approached the half-opened box. There was a small computer here. Both needed to input 2 5-digit passwords simultaneously to fully open the box. After I count to 3, we begin. Don't rush. Okay. Zhang Yang had already placed his hand on the small computer. 3, 2, 1, start. IGURUMRK13. IGURUMRK13. Zhang Yang spoke while pressing the buttons. Done. Good, continue. DKRPWPJN13. DKRPWPGN13. Okay, done. The box beeped, and Zhang Yang jumped up joyfully. The box was about to open. However, after the box made a sound, it fell silent. Zhang Yang, what did you input for the second password? Tian Yang's anxious voice came through. Zhang Yang thought for a moment. GN. You input it wrong. It was JN. Tian Yang's words struck Zhang Yang like a bolt from the blue, freezing him in place. I. A wave of desolation washed over Zhang Yang. He had prepared so meticulously, yet still failed to open it. In that moment, he longed to slap himself. It's all right, Zhang Yang. We still have 2 attempts left. Let's try harder next time. Yes, 2 chances remained. Zhang Yang straightened his resolve, silently vowing, next time I will open it. Do you remember each step? Shall we review them once more? Yes. Zhang Yang replied without hesitation. Minutes later, he stood once again before the unopened crate. Are you ready? Ready. Zhang Yang's voice rang with unwavering certainty. Very well, begin step 1. Zhang Yang nodded and pressed the spherical button on the Rubik's Cube for the second time. Yet no change occurred. With a sharp hiss, the crate's previously separated components snapped shut once more. Tianyang, what's happening? Zhang Yang cried in astonishment. Tianyang blinked, then paled as he stared at the crate displayed on the computer screen. The cube has been locked. Why? Weren't we granted 3 attempts? Zhang Yang retorted, frustration edging his voice. Tianyang remained silent, his mind racing. Could someone have reduced it to just 1 attempt? Impossible. That parameter is immutable. Then, could someone else have already used 2 attempts? Tianyang's eyes widened. Recalling the several already opened escape pods, his expression darkened instantly. It's possible. There may be survivors. Tianyang immediately activated the surveillance system, scrutinizing every camera feed, and indeed detected numerous signs of recent human activity. Is anyone there? If you can hear this, please come to the command center. Tianyang broadcast the message repeatedly. His voice echoed throughout the entire starship. Time stretched on, but no one appeared. Tianyang sighed and shook his head. Oh, never mind. Perhaps they've already left. At least we know survivors exist. That's good news enough. Zhang Yang, we'll continue. In the cargo bay, Zhang Yang had been studying the cube intently, awaiting Tianyang's update. At the sound of his voice, he immediately turned toward the wall-mounted computer. Understood. Now we must proceed with extreme caution. Perhaps the other 3 cubes also permit only 1 final attempt. We cannot afford another failure. Right, I'm ready. Then let's begin. Fortune favored them. The remaining 3 cubes were not locked. Half an hour later, Zhang Yang gazed in awe at the 3 opened cubes, testament to the staggering technological mastery of the Tianhe star. 3 mechs, 2 yellow, 1 azure, hovered motionless at the center of their respective cubes. Each expanded cube had doubled in size. Together, the 3 nearly filled the entire cargo bay. Would you like to try one? Having left the control room upon learning all 3 cubes were open, Tianyang now stood beside Zhang Yang, and seeing his exhilaration, could not resist asking. May I? Of course, though you won't be able to fully harness its power. Zhang Yang's face lit up. He agreed instantly. Even limited functionality would be worth experiencing. What do I do? Zhang Yang asked, brimming with excitement. The key lies here. Tianyang pointed to a black watch-like device suspended inside the cube. Zhang Yang stepped forward, retrieved it, and fastened it atop his right forearm. Over his smartwatch, so 2 devices now adorned his arm. Its surface bore a 3-dimensional triangular emblem, reminiscent of his own stellar insignia, yet subtly different. Puzzled, Zhang Yang voiced his question to Tianyang. This signifies evolutionary rank. Each tier confers distinct capabilities. This is a Tier 3 mech. You are a Tier 6 evolver. Though unsuited for your future growth, it remains more than adequate for your current stage. Then what about my mech? Yours is unlike these. Zhang Yang frowned, utterly bewildered. How so? Tiers 1 and 2 constitute basic mechs, widely deployed. The 2 we just opened are Tier 1, the locked one was Tier 2. Tiers 3 and 4 represent high-end models boasting markedly superior performance across all functions. All these tiers were customizable and production requirements were relatively modest. In earlier eras on Tianhe Star, every evolver commanded a personal mech battalion, ranging from dozens to over 1,000 units. Yet most wielded only Tier 1 mechs as higher-tier models exceeded ordinary evolvers' control capacity. Do you grasp the disparity between a Tier 1 mech piloted by an unevolved human and one piloted by an evolver? An evolver would be slightly stronger. Slightly? No, far beyond. A single Tier 1 evolver can overcome 10 or more unevolved pilots in identical Tier 1 mechs. Whoa! Zhang Yang gasped, stunned anew by the sheer might of evolvers. As for Tiers 5 and 6, fewer than 10 exist across all of Tiana Star. These are fully integrated with their pilots. Their construction materials are extraordinarily potent, and each component is fused directly with the evolver's biological organs to facilitate the generation of localized energy singularities. By contrast, mechs below Tier 5 require synchronization time after summoning, dependent on distance, rendering them tactically cumbersome. Hence, the development of Tiers 5 and 6 emerged as a necessity for battlefield supremacy. To clarify these concepts for Zhang Yang, Tianyang projected a holographic illustration. Progress is gradual. Tier 1 evolves into Tier 2, then Tier 3, and so forth. Each ascent grows exponentially harder, yet remains attainable. As a Tier 6 evolver, further ascension seems improbable, but certainty eludes us. Only 3 Tier 6 evolvers have ever emerged on Tiana Star. If such formidable mechs failed to defend Tiana Star, how powerful must the high-rank Mingxing truly be? Zhang Yang shuddered inwardly. Extremely powerful, especially the special class and king class Mingxing, whose strength parallels Tiers 5 and 6 mechs. And their numbers are legion. Tianyang sighed deeply. Zhang Yang, the path ahead will be arduous. Zhang Yang clapped Tianyang on the shoulder and smiled. Don't worry, I can bear it. They exchanged a quiet, knowing smile. Zhang Yang, try this Tier 3 mech. Gladly. That's precisely what I intended. Zhang Yang smiled faintly. There's a circular dial on the face. Press it to activate. Zhang Yang nodded, just as a voice rang out, stop. Hearing the sound, Zhang Yang's hand, which was about to press down, froze in midair. Both of them were taken aback, standing dazed in place. Zhang Yang, did you hear someone speaking? Zhang Yang turned his head to glance at Tianyang beside him, noticing that he was trembling all over. Placing his hand on Tianyang's shoulder, Zhang Yang whispered, you didn't miss here. Immediately after, the two of them slowly turned around in unison. What came into their view were 2 middle-aged men about 1.8 meters tall and in their 30s or 40s, dressed in blue work uniforms, walking towards them. Looking at the two approaching men, Tianyang's eyes became moist. Tears of excitement and joy welled up. It had been a full 6 months. He finally saw someone from his hometown again. Half a year ago, the explosion of the core of Tiana Star turned his hometown into dust, with less than 50,000 survivors escaping from hundreds of billions of people. Affected by the cosmic explosion, more than half of those 50,000 survivors were lost again. Tianyang had no idea how many Tiana Star people were left, but he knew well that the situation could not be any better. In all those days and nights, he was constantly thinking about his hometown and his family. The scenes in the escape pod were fresh in his memory, and the bloody and cruel images felt like they shattered his heart into pieces. Although he did not know many of them, they were all comrades who had gone through countless crises together. Their hearts had long been connected. How could he not feel heartbroken? Fortunately, there were some empty escape pods, which gave Tianyang great hope. Now he finally saw survivors, his kind. Who are you and why are you here? Was that broadcast just now made by you? After the two approached, one of the middle-aged men looked at Zhang Yang with great caution. Zhang Yang, who stood at 1.7 meters tall, had dust obscuring his face, making it difficult for the two to discern his true age. Meanwhile, Tianyang at 1.3 meters tall simply failed to attract their attention. Thus, they regarded Zhang Yang as the one to question. I. Zhang Yang was a bit confused. He did not know who these people were, nor did he know what to say. Are you Song-yi? Tianyang suddenly spoke up. The middle-aged man was taken aback, looking at Tianyang with suspicion. Who are you? How do you know my name? Not only yours, but I also know his, right? Tang Song. Who exactly are you? The other middle-aged man besides Song, he asked warily. He was indeed called Tang Song, but he had never seen this short fellow of 1.3 meters before. How did he know both his and Song-yi's names? Tianyang threw his head back and laughed heartily, suddenly radiating a faint yellow glow. Seconds later, Tianyang transformed from a small figure of 1.3 meters into a handsome middle-aged man of 1.8 meters. His smooth, fair face revealed sharp and defined features with the deepest, most profound eyes glinting with an enchanting hue, a prominent nose, and moderately thick red lips that broke into a dazzling smile. Zhang Yang was also taken aback by Tianyang's transformation. He recognized this middle-aged man as the captain of the spaceship and the leader of the security team from a projection he had seen not long ago. How could I not recognize the captain of this spaceship? You are the Tianyang Star Guardian. Song Yi rubbed his eyes, feeling as if what he was witnessing was a dream. Tianyang was one of the strongest star guardians of Tianhe Star, known by everyone on Tianhe Star. As a mythical figure, he was often elusive, and Song Yi had been fortunate to meet him a few times. Unexpectedly, he would encounter him here. Song Yi and Tang Tsung exchanged glances, and tears of excitement flowed down their faces. It had been 6 months, and out of 13 survivors, only the 2 of them remained. Although there was still plenty of food in the spaceship, living underground every day made it hard for them to breathe. They had tried every possible method to leave this place, but to no avail. Originally, they had lost all hope, but now with the appearance of the Tianyang Star Guardian, it meant there was an exit. Thinking about finally being able to leave, the 2 were so excited that they danced with joy. "It's me," Tianyang said as he shook hands with the 2 outstretched hands. "This is Captain Song Yi, this is his spaceship, and this is Tang Tsung, the captain of the spaceship's security team." As Tianyang introduced the 2, Zhang Yang learned quite a bit through their conversation and greeted them warmly. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Song Yi spoke up. "Do you want to try the mecha?" "Exactly. But this is a level 3 mecha. Are you sure he can handle it?" Song Yi scrutinized the frail young man before him seriously. Hearing Song Yi's words, Tianyang laughed heartily. "You can rest assured, he is a level 6 evolver." "What?" Song Yi and Tang Tsung's eyes widened in disbelief, almost unable to believe their ears. "You said he is a level 6 evolver?" "Yes, my successor." So that was it. The 2 breathed a sigh of relief. A Star Guardian could find a successor to inherit their abilities after sacrifice, preventing energy loss. They never expected this kid to be Tianyang's heir. Then there is no problem. Even a level 3 evolver could pilot a level 3 mecha. To prevent any accidents, I will control the command room. I'm familiar with it. Song Yi volunteered. "All right, I will stay here with Zhang Yang. This is his first time, and having my guidance will help a bit." "Okay, then let's start preparing. Captain, I will go with you." Since he was just waiting around, Tang Tsung chose to accompany Captain Song Yi. After all, they had lived together for half a year and were already quite familiar with each other. A few minutes later, standing before the Tianqi magic cube, which housed the level 3 mecha, Zhang Yang was ready and looked back at Tianyang, who nodded in acknowledgement. Zhang Yang turned his head and rotated the ring on the dial. Beep. A starting sound rose from low to high, and the mecha inside the cube instantly transformed from a single unit into countless small parts with a click. Zhang Yang remembered Tianyang's instructions, standing still in place. After about 3 seconds, the dispersed mecha parts floated towards Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang felt cold metal pieces covering his skin. Aside from the chill, there was nothing uncomfortable about it. First, his limbs were surrounded by the mecha parts, then his torso, and finally his head. When the mecha on his head fused, he felt a wondrous sensation. It was as if a paralyzed person's limbs suddenly recovered once again under the control of the brain. Zhang Yang felt light as a feather. This process lasted about 20 seconds, which could be considered quite fast for a novice like him. Wearing the mech, Zhang Yang took a few steps. The mech was not as heavy as he had imagined, possessing an indescribable lightness. Moving in it felt effortless, as if he were simply wearing a slightly thicker coat without any hindrance to his movements. Tianyang remained silent, quietly watching Zhang Yang, as if he had discovered a new continent. As he observed the renowned Tianqi battle armor of Tianhe Star moving again, he felt as if he had returned to the days of the past. Zhang Yang hopped around. The mech was indeed very comfortable and light, allowing for effortless movement. However, he knew that the mech had many other functions that he was yet unaware of. Seeing that Tianyang was silent, he understood that Tianyang wanted him to explore it himself, so he refrained from saying anything further. The third-level mech was blue with a streamlined shape that looked imposing. The surface of the mech was incredibly smooth with no excess space, and parts of the material appeared white, preventing the mech from looking too monotonous. Zhang Yang wanted to test the power of the mech. He clenched his fist, and the mech's arm began to gather strength, making him feel as if he possessed boundless energy to store. Tianyang noticed Zhang Yang's intentions. "You can strike the wall. The wall is made of super dense metal, so don't worry about damaging it." Zhang Yang felt a surge of excitement thinking about trying his fist on it. He nodded in agreement. The smart sensing watch had previously fallen to the ground when it was knocked off, and Zhang Yang picked it up, eager to see his strength while wearing the battle armor. The projection displayed only the strength section, showing 600 kilograms 550. Zhang Yang burst into joyous laughter. This was more than 10 times his usual strength. With a resounding bang, Zhang Yang struck the nearest wall with a punch, leaving 4 distinct imprints on it. An alarm sounded, and the white lights in the warehouse turned red, flashing. His punch had triggered the safety alarm in the warehouse. Fortunately, the alarm was quickly silenced by Song Yi in the control room. Zhang Yang felt exhilarated and wanted to try again, but he knew he couldn't be reckless. This wasn't the place. With a gentle leap, Zhang Yang found himself floating, as if his consciousness could control the mech's movements. This discovery thrilled him. Could he go anywhere he desired? He stepped out of the warehouse to test his movement and speed. He was on the first floor. It had taken him nearly half an hour to complete a round earlier, and now he wanted to try again with the mech. Looking at his smartwatch, it read 6:05. Alright, let's use the warehouse entrance as the starting point and circle around the entire first floor before returning to the start. With a swoosh, Zhang Yang in the mech accelerated, resembling an arrow shot from a bow. Initially, he found his movements a bit awkward, struggling to control them properly. However, after a brief period of adjustment, his flying movements became fluid and graceful. In the control room, Song Yi and Tang Tsong watched Tian Yang's high-speed movement with wide eyes, unable to calm their hearts. The computer screen in the warehouse was also broadcasting Zhang Yang's image. Soon Zhang Yang had circled the entire floor and returned to the entrance of the warehouse. It was his first time wearing the mech. Although it was exhilarating, it was truly exhausting. He glanced at his watch, which read 6:06. Zhang Yang widened his eyes in disbelief. Was it possible that he completed so many rooms in just 1 minute? Even though he wore the mech, this was still quite exaggerated. He turned his gaze to Tian Yang, who nodded. This made Zhang Yang exceedingly happy. If a third-level mech could reach such speed, how fast would his future sixth-level mech be? Thinking of this, his fatigue diminished significantly. His head was also enveloped by the metal mech, and aside from the visible scenery, there was a wealth of data displayed before him. When he looked at Tian Yang, the mech automatically identified Tian Yang's structure, revealing that his body was made of a type of R11 metal. Zhang Yang had never heard of this metal, let alone understood it. It must be a very precious material, he thought. He discovered that the mech could also display his life signs and physical condition, and it was more detailed than the smartwatch. It could even show the life signs and physical conditions of enemies, but the most impressive feature was that it could analyze their weaknesses. Thus, Zhang Yang slowly familiarized himself with the various functions of the mech. Suddenly, he felt dizzy, nearly fainting, and his legs went weak, causing him to sit down on the ground. The mech, covering his entire body, instantly disassembled into countless parts and returned to the cube. Tian Yang rushed over to help Zhang Yang up. Are you alright? What just happened to me? Why did the mech disassemble on its own? Tian Yang replied calmly, a slight smile on his lips as he looked at Zhang Yang. You're fine, but it's just that your body is too weak to sustain the energy required by the mech anymore. Tian Yang said lightly, his lips curling up as he looked at Zhang Yang. He was supporting. What's the matter? Didn't have enough fun. Zhang Yang chuckled. He indeed hadn't had enough fun. The unfamiliar experience had piqued his curiosity. If the mech hadn't disassembled automatically, he felt he could play with it all day. Don't worry, there will be plenty of opportunities to play. Right now you just need to enhance your physical abilities. Zhang Yang understood this well and nodded heavily. After leaving the warehouse, the two returned to the control room, where Song Yi and Tang Tsong were both amazed at the young man beside Tian Yang. From Tian Yang's introduction, they learned that this kid was only 15 years old. For a 15-year-old to control a third-level mech was an extraordinary feat. However, considering Tian Yang's strength, it was normal for his heir to be extraordinary. Once a 6th-level evolver, Tian Yang took the time to thoroughly explain some methods and functional techniques of the mech to Zhang Yang. With the experience of operating, Zhang Yang understood very quickly. Initially, he wanted to summon the mech again for another try, but his condition truly wasn't sufficient to do so, forcing him to abandon the thought. Having been out for quite a while, Zhang Yang decided to return home to check if everything was normal. Tian Yang said he wanted to stay on the spaceship, catching up with Song Yi and Tang Tsong, while also tinkering with the spaceship as it would be their base in the future. He told Zhang Yang that he had to come here every day from now on. Zhang Yang understood the reason behind Tian Yang's words and said nothing more. He wanted to go home, so he began to retrace his steps back up. After climbing out, Zhang Yang stretched as he looked at the gradually setting sun, realizing he had spent an entire day down there. Zhang Yang walked down the street in the city, his mind preoccupied with the blue level 3 mech. Its imposing appearance and formidable capabilities captivated him. The experiences aboard the spaceship solidified Zhang Yang's determination to strive harder. He now longed for power, yearned to grow stronger, and desired to step onto the battlefield. Having not eaten for a day, Zhang Yang was now so hungry that his stomach felt like it was touching his back. He couldn't understand why he hadn't ordered something to eat on the spaceship. Sighing, he thought that there would be food at home, hoping for something delicious. Unconsciously, he quickened his pace. As he walked, Zhang Yang sensed something was off. It was now 8 o'clock in the evening, and he was in the bustling city center. Logically, the streets should be teeming with cars and filled with voices, yet there were hardly any people on the street, and the passing vehicles were few and far between. Where did everyone go? This is quite unusual. Confused, Zhang Yang hurried home. Aside from Fan Su, Aunt Li was also there. As soon as Zhang Yang entered, Fan Su stood up. Zhang Yang, where have you been? Her anxious tone was laced with excitement, and her rapid speech made Zhang Yang's heart skip a beat. Sorry, Mom, I forgot to let you know. I had something to take care of. You child, why can't you be more considerate? It was your luck to escape from Xiang City. If something unfortunate were to happen again, would you still count on luck? You really make me worried. Fan Su scolded him while pinching Zhang Yang's ear. I'm sorry. Zhang Yang chuckled, freeing himself from Fan Su's grip. What happened to you? Why are you so dirty? She said, wiping Zhang Yang's face. It's nothing, Mom, just leave it. Aunt Li. Zhang Yang nodded at Aunt Li, who was standing there. Aunt Li was Zhang Yang's neighbor. Her husband had tragically passed away in an accident, leaving her and her son living together, much like Fan Su and Zhang Yang, which fostered a close relationship between the two families. Aunt Li's son also shared the surname Zhang and was named Zhang Xiaoqiang. He was attending university out of town, so Aunt Li often came to visit Zhang Yang. Upon seeing Zhang Yang, Aunt Li stood up. Zhang Yang was no longer just an ordinary middle school student. That night in the hotel had completely changed her perception of him. He was no longer a troublesome kid who only knew how to skip classes, surf the internet, smoke, and drink, but rather a hero capable of defeating the rebellious. Aunt Li nodded in acknowledgement. By the way, has anything happened recently? You all look quite anxious. Zhang Yang sat down in the living room and picked up an apple to eat. You should keep up with the news. Why have you stopped maintaining your good habits? Oh, I've been busy lately. Fan Su sighed and began to explain. I heard that the monsters from Qingning province have broken through the encirclement and have started to scatter. Many of them have already entered our Hanpu province. This morning, several monster attacks occurred near the border area of Human District, resulting in dozens of casualties. Although our Baichuan city is far from there, you still need to be careful. If you can stay indoors, do so. Fan Su's words plunged Zhang Yang into deep thought. How could this be? He had just seen the news not long ago. It was reported that a force of 300,000 troops had begun the extermination of the gathering place for the dark spirits in Pingyuan City, and it was going quite smoothly. It seemed he needed to discuss this with Tianyang. I'm talking to you, are you listening? Fan Su's voice broke Zhang Yang's train of thought. I heard you. Grr. Zhang Yang's stomach growled. Haven't you eaten yet? Fan Su asked. Zhang Yang chuckled and nodded. Wait, I'll go prepare something for you. You really make me worry. Half an hour later, a satisfied Zhang Yang wiped his greasy mouth and said, Aunt Li, you sit here. I'm going to my room to rest. Okay, go ahead, don't mind me. Zhang Yang nodded, grabbing a banana before heading to his room. Turning on the light and closing the door, Zhang Yang peeled the banana while browsing the news. After reading a lot of reports, he had a general understanding of the situation. In less than 10 days, the newly equipped extermination force had cleared nearly 2/5 of the area in Pingyuan City. However, one night, the remaining tens of thousands of dark spirits suddenly gathered and launched an attack on the extermination force. They caught the troops off guard, tearing a gap in the encirclement, allowing nearly 10,000 dark spirits to escape. This gap was directly facing Hanpu province, the very province where Zhang Yang resided. Human District, the site of the morning attacks, had already implemented a citywide lockdown, and it was less than 300 kilometers from Baichuan City, indicating that the dark spirits had already come close. Looking at the images of those who had perished at the hands of the dark spirits in Human District, Zhang Yang clenched his fists tightly, causing his entire arm to tremble. As a Star Guardian, he was supposed to protect these people, yet now he could only watch helplessly as emotions surged upon seeing the photographs. Zhang Yang let out a deep sigh, feeling a wave of powerlessness wash over him. After shutting down his computer, he headed to the gym. What was once his family's storage room had been transformed into a gym. Even though he had only used the thousands of dollars worth of sports equipment, once Zhang Yang felt that these items shouldn't go to waste. Sit-ups, push-ups, pull-ups, lifting dumbbells. For a full 2 hours, Zhang Yang kept himself busy until he was utterly exhausted and could no longer perform any exercises. He lay on the ground motionless, his chest heaving violently. Sweat soaked his clothes. A wave of fatigue swept through his body, but alongside it a peculiar energy emerged. This energy was similar to dark energy, yet distinctly different. It rapidly flowed through every vein in his body, and after nourishing him, it did not dissipate. Though not as pronounced as dark energy, the effects were undeniable. Zhang Yang activated his smartwatch to check his physical information, noting a significant boost in both strength and mental acuity. His strength had reached 98 and his mental acuity had hit 40, an improvement he could hardly fathom, especially considering he wasn't at his peak condition. He felt immensely satisfied. Struggling to his feet, Zhang Yang drank a few cups of water to soothe his dry, burning throat before taking a shower. Exhausted, he had intended to browse the news a bit longer, but ended up falling asleep early that night. It was not yet 6 o'clock when Zhang Yang got up. Today was Thursday, and if he were going to school, this would be a normal time to rise, but he had taken a month off. In the last monthly exam, Zhang Yang, who had always ranked in the middle of his class, surprisingly came in first, not just in his class, but also for the entire grade. This caught everyone off guard as he advanced several hundred places in the grade in one go. Zhang Yang's explanation was that he had been studying diligently lately. In the past month, Zhang Yang had taken nearly half a month's leave. It was hard to believe anyone would trust him, but there was nothing they could do as he was indeed in the city. Zhang Yang took a month off from Li Mu citing illness as his reason. Initially, Li Mu disagreed, but after Zhang Yang assured him that his future grades would remain at the top, he finally consented. Fansu was still fast asleep. After that night, she had resigned from the hotel, wanting to take a break since staying there was no longer safe. Zhang Yang quietly finished washing up and got dressed. Before leaving, he didn't forget to comb his hair. Ever since Tianyang had urged him to pay attention to his appearance, he had developed the habit of checking himself in the mirror before going out. It was still dark, a gentle wind blew, and the empty streets had hardly anyone in sight. There were no pedestrians, no street vendors, and no sanitation workers, with vehicles passing by only occasionally. Although it was not yet light, this was not the specific reason for the scarcity of people. The real reason was that many citizens of Baichuan City had left to avoid the mingling. Originally, Zhang Yang had planned to buy breakfast from a street vendor, but it seemed that breakfast was out of the question. Zhang Yang's heart sank as the presence of the mingling had caused extremely adverse effects on those around him. He did not want to witness such scenes, and he was determined to change this situation because he had the ability to do so. With this thought, he quickened his pace towards the spaceship in the wasteland. 20 minutes later, Zhang Yang arrived at the meteorite pit in the wasteland. Following his memory, he arrived at the entrance of the marker, but the sight before him puzzled Zhang Yang. There was no entrance in sight. Not even a trace of digging was visible. This is definitely the place. But where's the entrance? After thinking it over several times, I am certain this is the spot. Just as he was about to go crazy, the ground beneath him began to shift, revealing a 1-meter wide square entrance. Below lay an endless darkness with no bottom in sight. The ground was nearly 20 meters high from the spaceship. He dared not jump down recklessly. If he jumped without understanding the situation, he might not be injured, but he would certainly die. As a proud Earth Star Guard, it would be one thing to die on the battlefield, but to die from a fall from a height would be ridiculous. While he was lost in thought, Tianyang's voice came from below. Hey, what are you waiting for? Come down. Should I just jump down? Yes, just jump down. Zhang Yang's mouth twitched. Are you sure I won't die? Don't worry, you won't. Hurry up and come down. Hearing Tianyang say this, he didn't say anything more. If he didn't trust him, no one would believe that Tianyang was trustworthy. Approaching the edge of the entrance, Zhang Yang looked around. After confirming there was no one around, he gently jumped down from the entrance. After falling for about 3 seconds at approximately 5 meters, the darkness before Zhang Yang began to dissipate, gradually transforming into white light. Further down, there was a net composed of yellow light. Just as he felt he was about to collide with the net, it vanished with a swish. Continuing to descend, Zhang Yang felt the acceleration of his fall begin to weaken, and soon he seemed to float soaring in the air. After descending for about 20 seconds, he finally reached the spaceship. The square hole above restored itself as he landed. At this moment, Tianyang approached him smiling as he said, "How do you like the hidden system and the descent system I set up?" "It's quite good. When I fell, I saw a light net." "Oh, what was that?" "That is used to intercept outsiders. If someone accidentally falls, the light net will catch them, using a small amount of anesthetic to knock them out, and then erasing their memories for a moment." Zhang Yang swallowed hard in surprise, not expecting that thing to be so useful. "All right, prepare to start your task. From today onward, I will do my best to stimulate your potential, so don't complain about being tired." Tianyang smiled and turned around. "Follow me." Many damaged areas of the spaceship had been restored after the three of them spent the entire night repairing them, and most of the lights were now on. At this time, Song Yi and Tang Song were still busy checking the various damaged areas on the spaceship. Upon seeing Zhang Yang, they greeted him, and Zhang Yang nodded in response. Following Tianyang, they arrived at the gym on the second floor. The gym was expansive, covering an area of 500 square meters with all kinds of fitness equipment available, many of which Zhang Yang had never seen before. Curiously, he wandered around the gym, exploring each piece of equipment. "Have you had breakfast?" Tianyang suddenly asked. "No, there are no breakfast vendors on the street." "That's not good, and not eating breakfast is bad for your health when exercising. Wait here, I'll go find you something to eat." With that, he turned around and left the gym while Zhang Yang continued to explore the various fitness equipment. A few minutes later, Tianyang returned holding a large box. "This is the only food available on the spaceship. Its taste is quite ordinary, but it contains a lot of energy, making it perfect for someone like you who needs a high-energy supplement." Saying this, he handed Zhang Yang a piece. It was hard packaged in a vacuum bag and looked just like compressed biscuits from Earth. Without thinking, Zhang Yang opened it and stuffed it into his mouth as he was a bit hungry. It tasted similar to compressed biscuits, but it wasn't as dry. It melted in his mouth, had a good texture, and came in several flavors. Zhang Yang ate 3 pieces in a row until he was so full he could hardly eat anymore. If there had been a soldier from Qingning present, he would have recognized this as their new type of rations. After resting for a while, the time had just reached 8 o'clock. Zhang Yang started a series of equipment training with Tian Yang guiding him on how to use the equipment. Zhang Yang studied diligently, not slacking off in the slightest, which left Tian Yang quite impressed with him. Tian Yang had been a regular at the gym, and with his professional guidance, Zhang Yang was able to train for 2 hours before taking a break. The gym had water available, and whenever he felt hungry, he could eat the compressed biscuits. Thus, Zhang Yang completed 5 sets continuously. It was only when he was utterly exhausted and could barely get up that he ceased today's training. In a spacious hall on the second floor of the spaceship, Zhang Yang lay on the sofa feeling as if his body no longer belonged to him after a grueling 10-hour workout. However, it must be said that Tian Yang's guidance was truly excellent. Yesterday, he also trained, but with his own methods, he would be exhausted after just 2 hours, yet he managed to train for over 10 hours yesterday. He could distinctly feel the soreness in every inch of his muscles after the workout, and with every movement that sensation would spread throughout his body. This feeling was not just pain, it also brought waves of tingling. Zhang Yang did not dislike this feeling, on the contrary, he welcomed its presence. It made him feel fulfilled, and its occurrence signified that his body would grow stronger. How do you feel? Tian Yang walked over and sat next to Zhang Yang. It's great. Shall we continue tomorrow? Zhang Yang flipped over and gulped down the water from the table. Of course. Not only tomorrow, but for the entire month to come. Zhang Yang, are you ready? Haha, that's good. I've been ready for a long time. The next morning, Zhang Yang regretted having said those words. He thought that with Tian Yang's guidance, his training methods would be more structured, and thus his body wouldn't hurt as much. However, he was mistaken. After getting out of bed, he found it nearly impossible to rise. It took him a full 20 minutes just to accomplish that simple task. Adding in washing up and tidying up, there was no doubt he was late. When he arrived at the spaceship, it was already 8 o'clock. As soon as he entered, he saw Tian Yang, who appeared to have been waiting for him for quite a while. Upon seeing him, Tian Yang rolled his eyes. Zhang Yang scratched his head in embarrassment and followed Tian Yang to the gym. Tian Yang presented him with a detailed training plan, which roughly included using all the gym equipment several times. Zhang Yang was immediately stunned. There were over 100 pieces of equipment in there. But he had already stated yesterday that he was ready. Refusing to back down due to pride, he gritted his teeth and agreed, thinking if he could do it yesterday, he could do it again. What was there to fear? The main purpose of this was to enhance his physical fitness and combat ability, and there was a special training item in the plan which focused on mental strength. How do you train mental strength? The plan did not specify the training details, and Zhang Yang couldn't help but be curious. That's not difficult. We'll leave it for last. Let's start with the physical training in the plan first. Zhang Yang nodded. Since that was the case, he would look at it later. No need to rush. After eating a few compressed biscuits and stretching his muscles, Zhang Yang began the first day's training on the schedule. Coincidentally, today was also May 1st. Thanks to yesterday's practice, Zhang Yang was already familiar with most of the equipment in the gym. To conserve energy, Tian Yang reverted to his robot form, a little figure of about 1.30 meters. While Zhang Yang trained, Tian Yang sat nearby guiding him. Song Yi and Tang Tsung would occasionally come to the training room to observe Zhang Yang's training, offering him some training tips and knowledge about the universe. The plan stipulated that Zhang Yang needed to complete 5 sets of training each day, just like yesterday, but the content of the training was vastly different from the previous day. Moreover, he could only rest for 20 minutes after completing each set. On average, each set took about 2 hours to finish. The first set was the easiest, as Zhang Yang completed all the tasks in just under an hour and a half. As time passed, and his stamina depleted, what seemed like the same training became increasingly difficult with each set. By the last set, Zhang Yang had to put in 3 hours just to finish. After more than 10 hours, Zhang Yang completed the first day's training. Unlike yesterday, he did not feel as exhausted after finishing the 5th set. The soreness in his body had eased significantly, which made Zhang Yang very happy. Then Tian Yang took him to a small room in the gym. Zhang Yang initially thought it was a restroom, but upon entering, he couldn't help but laugh at his amusing thoughts. The room was not large, about 30 square meters, and it was brightly lit by the white lights embedded in the walls. Apart from a single chair in the center, the room was completely empty. After they entered, Zhang Yang followed Tian Yang's instructions and sat on the chair. The moment he sat down, the wall directly in front of him transformed into a massive screen resembling those in a cinema, but even clearer. At the same time, a small table rose in front of the chair, equipped with 2 grips and dozens of various wires, the purpose of which was unclear to him. When Zhang Yang realized that these wires were connected to him, he was startled. Fortunately, they were not inserted into his body, but rather connected to his skin with rubber bands, which eased his mind considerably. In a moment, you will experience a dream, a very realistic dream. But no matter what, it is just a dream, and do not harm yourself due to anything in it. Tian Yang said this while placing a necklace around Zhang Yang's neck. If you face death or encounter something unsolvable in the dream, press the button on the necklace. Remember, do not die in the dream, or you will suffer severe consequences. Minor cases will result in irreversible loss of mental strength, while severe cases could lead to brain death, rendering you a vegetable. Tian Yang's serious expression made Zhang Yang swallow hard. It couldn't be that frightening, could it? What exactly will I be doing in the dream? That's uncertain. Each time you enter the virtual dream, the scene you reach is random. Alright, what about those screens? Are they to observe my dream? Zhang Yang asked sideways. Exactly. After receiving Tian Yang's confirmation, Zhang Yang felt a bit uncomfortable. After all, having others see his dreams brought forth an indescribable sense of oddity. Tian Yang seemed to read Zhang Yang's thoughts. Don't worry, these screens are used to detect the specific state of your soul in the dream. You don't need to be overly concerned. Are you afraid I'll invade your privacy? Don't forget, I'm usually inside you. Tian Yang grinned. The necklace is my only means of communication with you. If you want to contact me, just press the button on it. Zhang Yang picked up the necklace and indeed saw a tiny red button. Since Tian Yang had said so, Zhang Yang reluctantly said nothing further. In truth, he was also quite curious about how this would enhance his mental strength. After all, his eighth sense and mecha control required substantial mental strength to maintain. Remember, the longer you stay inside, the greater the increase in your mental strength. After making all the necessary preparations, Zhang Yang closed his eyes. In an instant, his vision changed. His vision blurred for nearly 10 seconds. When it finally cleared, he found himself standing squarely in the center of a desolate street. He scanned his surroundings. No people, no moving vehicles, only an eerie, absolute silence pressing down from all sides. The sky hung low and ashen thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder. Every building along the avenue bore scars of devastation, and the asphalt was littered with mangled, abandoned cars. Amidst the rubble, something pale caught Zhang Yang's eye, unnervingly stark against the monochrome gloom. He approached, dug aside debris to reach the pale objects, and then froze. They were human skeletons. Flesh long rotted away, leaving only brittle bone. Zhang Yang recoiled, stunned. What had happened? Had the world ended? Most structures had collapsed into ruins. Even the few still standing were shrouded in thick ashen dust. With every step forward, his dread deepened. Had this city been struck by nuclear fire or invaded by the mingling? As he stood dumbfounded before the ruin, he spotted a figure. A living person. From her silhouette, she appeared to be a woman crouched on the ground with her back turned, engaged in some unknown task. His heart leapt. She could tell him what had transpired. Hello, excuse me. He stepped forward and gently tapped her shoulder. The woman abruptly stilled, frozen mid-motion, utterly silent. Zhang Yang frowned. Was she unhinged? Just as he prepared to speak again, she whirled around, suddenly, violently. He instinctively staggered backward, but no horror unfolded in his mind. Before him stood an ordinary middle-aged woman, at least outwardly so. What are you doing? She gave no reply, only stared blankly at him. Zhang Yang sighed inwardly. Was she mute, or merely deaf? He waved his hand before her eyes. Still no reaction. Defeated, he thought there must be others somewhere. Just as he lowered his hand, she lunged, fangs bared, and snapped at his fingers. He leapt backward, heart hammering. A fraction slower, and she would have bitten him. Rage flared within him. What do you think you're? But his voice died mid-sentence. Mouth agape, he stared, petrified. The woman rose, her limbs slack and boneless, her skin withering in under 5 seconds into leathery, desiccated parchment. She resembled a mummified corpse. Her skull cracked open, flesh receding into bare bone. Then, with a grotesque, ape-like hop, she launched herself toward him. This was a mingling. Zhang Yang paled. It was his first encounter with a physical mingling. Never having faced one before, he faltered, nearly undone by sheer terror. As the creature lunged, he twisted aside, evading its strike by a hair's breadth. Oh no, what now? Panic seized him. His mind went blank, except for one primal imperative: flee. Survival came first. Tian Yang had said prolonged exposure inside heightened spiritual energy, but never claimed killing was mandatory. Without hesitation, he spun and sprinted. The mingling pursued relentlessly and closed the distance with terrifying speed. Zhang Yang's breath turned ragged. How could she move so fast? In his blind flight, he overturned a trash bin, and a guttural, unnatural screech echoed behind him. He glanced back. From the fallen bin clambered another mingling. At the sight of Zhang Yang, it rose and joined the female in pursuit. Seeing more hunters converge, Zhang Yang pushed himself harder, until rounding a corner, despair gripped him. A dead end, sealed, inescapable. Worse still, another mingling lurked at the alley's mouth. One ahead, two behind. Zhang Yang laughed, a hollow, bitter sound, and stopped running. If escape was impossible, then fight it was. Sooner or later he'd face them, better to learn now. He relaxed his stance, summoned that surging inner power, and channeled it through his limbs. The two pursuing minglings soared high, then crashed down upon him. Zhang Yang tilted aside, evaded, and drove a crushing fist into one. It shrieked and crumpled. Empowered by dark energy, his speed far outstripped theirs. All three attacks missed, again and again. He fought barehanded. A blade would have made this far less grueling. On her next leap, the female mingling took a direct blow. Her leg shattered. Now crippled, she couldn't even rise, let alone strike. Strike while the foe is weak. Zhang Yang seized the moment, planted his boot atop her skull, and crushed it into splinters. The remaining two minglings paused, stunned by their kin's demise. But mindless beasts have no capacity for awe. Within seconds they surged forward once more. His reserves of dark energy were dwindling, so he chose swiftness over spectacle, dispatching both in under a minute. Gazing at the three ruined forms, Zhang Yang felt nothing, not sorrow, not triumph. So minglings weren't invincible. Truth be told, they were easier to handle than common convicts. Then the dark energy faded. He sat catching his breath, only to spot another mingling as he emerged from the alley. This one was different. A palpable aura of lethal danger clung to it. His pulse slowed. Dread coiled cold in his chest. Then it turned, and Zhang Yang saw its true form. His heart nearly ceased. A mid-tier mingling. Zhang Yang recalled Tian Yang once telling him that due to the hierarchical control inherent among mingling spirits, the appearance of a mid-tier mingling inevitably signaled the presence of dozens, or even hundreds, of low-tier minglings in its vicinity. Though only a single mid-tier mingling stood before him, now Zhang Yang dared not make a move. If he rashly challenged it, not only would victory be uncertain, but what if dozens of low-tier minglings suddenly emerged from the shadows? What then? He had no confidence whatsoever in escaping alive should he find himself encircled by dozens, or even hundreds, of minglings. Moreover, his purpose in coming here was not to wage battle with them, thus retreat was his wisest course. Though the mid-tier mingling had clearly seen him, it made no move toward him. Zhang Yang neither knew nor cared what it contemplated. He only wished with desperate urgency to put as much distance as possible between himself and that creature, and this place. Keeping his eyes locked on the mingling some 10 meters away, he slowly backed away, retreating nearly 10 meters, before whirling around and sprinting with all his might. He took 3 strides and 2 steps, pouring every ounce of strength into his flight, as if drawing upon reserves he never knew he possessed. He had never run so fast in his life. Within a minute or two, he dashed across 4 or 5 streets, only halting when glancing back he could no longer see the mid-tier mingling. The street remained utterly deserted. Surveying his surroundings, he realized he stood within a gated villa estate. With no one in sight, he vaulted over the perimeter fence and entered the compound. A 3-story mansion, manicured lawn, dry swimming pool, and landscaped garden. This was precisely the ideal residence Zhang Yang had long dreamed of. In the past, Zhang Yang, his father, and his mother had lived in a cramped 30-square-meter public rental apartment, assigned by his father's employer, so small that even basic daily tasks felt constricted. Later, they moved to their current residence, a rented flat of roughly 70 square meters. Though twice the size of their former home, they still found it deeply uncomfortable. His father's disappearance severed their livelihood, and his mother, Fan Su's salary barely covered their daily expenses, making rent an ever-looming crisis. Unable to pay rent, they were constantly harassed by their landlord, each visit borne solely by Fan Su, who silently endured his venomous curses. Zhang Yang watched helplessly, heart heavy with sorrow. Yet they dared not protest. Not only had they defaulted on rent, but they also couldn't guarantee finding anything cheaper or better than their current dwelling. And so deep within his heart, he resolved one day he would give his mother a grand villa, just like the one he now stood in. Yet this villa bore no trace of life, the lawn dust-choked and gray, the pool parched and empty, the structure intact, but utterly still, utterly silent. The front door was unlocked. Zhang Yang pushed it open, and was instantly met with a rich, pungent aroma of roasted meat. Someone was cooking. There was someone here. His heart leapt with sudden fierce hope. He would no longer have to endure such crushing solitude. The wall-mounted stove's charcoal still glowed warmly, and steam still rose faintly from the coffee cup on the table, freshly brewed no more than moments ago. He was certain now someone was indeed present. Is anyone there? Standing alone in the living room, Zhang Yang waited for a reply, scanning the interior repeatedly until even the coffee had grown cold, yet no answer came. Unable to contain his mounting anxiety, he explored the entire ground floor. Its opulent decor left him awestruck. He could tell this family had been extraordinarily wealthy. Yet he found nothing, not a soul. Returning to the foyer, he ascended the wooden staircase to the second floor. Its antique craftsmanship creaked softly beneath his feet, the gaps between aged planks emitting a distinct rhythmic creak-creak that echoed sharply through the deathly quiet. The second floor consisted almost entirely of bedrooms. As Zhang Yang reached for the door nearest the stairs, a piercing scream shattered the silence. Jolting him backward, hand snatched from the knob. It was a young woman's voice. "Is anyone there? Do you need help?" Zhang Yang shouted. That sudden unguarded shriek had startled him completely, and he had no idea where it originated. Then came another scream, and this time he pinpointed its source somewhere deeper on the second floor not far from where he stood. He felt compelled to investigate. Perhaps he could even offer aid. And so he stepped into the corridor and advanced. Within the approximate area, he opened door after door, but found no one. Refusing to concede, he began trying others, until only one remained unopened, still yielding no sign of life. Standing before that final door, hand raised to turn the knob, he hesitated, strangely reluctant. Then abruptly chaos erupted from within. His pulse spiked. Fear forgotten, he wrenched the door open with a sharp click and rushed inside. It was a storage room, nearly 30 square meters, comparable in size to the other bedrooms. No wonder this family was wealthy. Even a mere storeroom dwarfed his childhood home. But he had no time for reflection. One wall bore a jagged breach through which wave after wave of minglings poured. Already 4 or 5 had flooded into the chamber. They clustered tightly together, as if surrounding something. Zhang Yang peered closer, and saw at their center a young woman clad in a white dress. That scream had surely come from her. He didn't hesitate. A few low-tier minglings posed no insurmountable threat. This being a storeroom, tools abounded. Glancing left and right, he seized a heavy wrench and charged. With 2 brutal, decisive swings, clack clack, he smashed the heads of 2 minglings. Distracted by the woman, they never saw him coming, and collapsed instantly. Counting the 2 newly arrived, 5 minglings now filled the room. Their comrades' deaths seized their attention, and spotting Zhang Yang, they lunged toward him en masse. Zhang Yang glanced at the girl slumped on the floor, her back turned to him, face unseen, yet she stirred, struggling weakly toward the corner. He exhaled in quiet relief. She was alive, his effort hadn't been in vain. Yet her silhouette stirred a strange, unsettling familiarity, as if he'd glimpsed it somewhere long ago. No matter, first eliminate these creatures. But unless he sealed that breach, more would keep flooding in. Zhang Yang leapt sideways, seized a cluttered metal shelving unit leaning against the wall, and hurled it toward the hole. A mingling clambering through became wedged, trapped between shelf and stone, effectively sealing the aperture. It worked. Zhang Yang smiled faintly. Blocking the entrance was half the battle. Now only these few Mingsheng remained to be dealt with. Watching the Mingsheng accelerate toward him, Zhang Yang tightened his grip on the wrench. His dark energy had just been exhausted and wouldn't recharge for a while. With no other option, he would resort to the most primal and brutal method of all. At that very moment, 2 Mingsheng leapt simultaneously. Zhang Yang stepped back 1 pace to the warehouse doorway. The creature assumed its speed was unmatched, yet it failed to anticipate Zhang Yang's swiftness. He evaded the strike with startling ease, while the Mingsheng, unable to halt its momentum, slammed headlong into the wall. Seizing the opening, Zhang Yang swung the wrench downward. Its skull shattered instantly. Another Mingsheng took a crushing blow to the leg, snapping the bone clean. No matter how it writhed or strained, it could no longer leap, reduced now to a crawling abomination. Even so, it lunged forward, jaws agape in a ravenous maw. Without hesitation, Zhang Yang sent it straight into oblivion. The remaining 3 Mingsheng fell just as easily. The air thickened with the cloying stench of blood, suffocating, nauseating. Zhang Yang dropped the blood-slick wrench and moved to pull the young woman to safety. After all, the cluttered metal shelving offered only temporary barricade, not true protection. Huddled in the corner, the girl trembled violently, tears streaming down her face. She was utterly terrified. "Come with me. I'll get you out." Zhang Yang gently patted her shoulder. Startled, she whirled around and shoved him hard. Bent low, he lost his balance entirely and landed flat on his backside. This was not due to weakness. He had just bested multiple Mingsheng in close combat without faltering. His prowess was undeniable. What caused this lapse was sheer shock. His guard dissolved in an instant. Her. It was her. Disbelieving, he rubbed his eyes, but the vision remained unchanged. Impossible. How could she possibly be here? The moment she turned, Zhang Yang's breath caught. No wonder her silhouette had felt hauntingly familiar. It was her, the very woman whose presence had lingered in his thoughts long after passing through their neighborhood. "How did you end up here?" Zhang Yang asked, curiosity overcoming caution. Only then did she truly see him. Not some monstrous apparition, but a man. And with a sob, she threw herself into his arms. A fleeting, disorienting warmth stirred within him, but now was no time for distraction. "Let's go. We need to leave, now." The Mingsheng, wedged halfway through the entrance, had already breached the threshold. Zhang Yang seized the girl's hand and gripped the wrench tightly, stepping swiftly toward the exit. No sooner had they emerged from the warehouse than Zhang Yang sensed something lethally swift bearing down upon them. He yanked the girl forward, and both tumbled onto the ground, unsteady and breathless. A sharp splintering crack echoed. After quickly scanning himself for injury, Zhang Yang lifted his gaze. He saw an entire row of wooden railings severed cleanly at the waist. Beyond them, a massive sheet of metal pierced deep between the fractured timbers. Such raw, terrifying strength. Zhang Yang's brow furrowed. This was no feat of an ordinary Mingxing. Only one being possessed such power, the mid-tier Mingxing. Turning, he confirmed it. There it stood, not having pursued him earlier, but patiently waiting for its underlings to flush him out. They were surrounded. His dark energy was spent. He knew full well that fists, or even a wrench, could not pierce the defenses of a mid-tier Mingxing. For the first time, uncertainty flickered across his face. His glance fell upon her. Tears, glistening eyes swollen red, her sorrow, so palpable it stirred instinctive tenderness in his chest. A trickle of blood stained her lips. Zhang Yang froze, then followed her gaze downward. Her arms and legs bore deep, jagged wounds, the marks of those Mingxing. She was wounded. Rage surged like wildfire. Summoning courage he hadn't known he possessed, he snatched up the wrench and charged the mid-tier Mingxing, just as it lunged forward with feral fury. Boom, crack. A thunderous impact, then the sickening snap of bone. The wrench clattered lifelessly to the floor. Zhang Yang grimaced, cradling his shattered forearm. He hadn't anticipated such impenetrable defense. The full force of his strike had left the creature unscathed, while his own arm lay in ruin, pulverized beyond repair. This is a dream, so why does it hurt this much? The emotionless Mingxing showed no mercy. Like a rampaging bull, it barreled forward, each footfall shaking the corridor floor with a heavy, rhythmic thud-thud-thud. Zhang Yang thrust her into the room he'd opened earlier while searching for her, then launched himself sideways, barely dodging the Mingxing's devastating charge. Zhang Yang was agile, so was the Mingxing. Seeing him leap, it skidded to a halt, pivoted sharply, and delivered a crushing blow directly to his shoulder. Crack! Another bone snapped. Zhang Yang's face flushed crimson with strain. His right arm screamed with agony, both shoulder and hand reduced to pulverized fragments. He exhaled slowly, relaxing his body, and immediately residual dark energy flooded his veins. His eyes ignited with cold, cerulean light. Channeling every last trace of that energy into his left arm, he hurled himself forward, toward the mid-tier Mingxing, standing mere meters away. The Mingxing didn't pause. It sprang skyward, aiming to crush him beneath its weight. Zhang Yang's dark energy-infused arm glowed with a faint amber radiance, moving so fast, it ruptured the air with a sonic boom. Boom! A searing, splintering pain shot through Zhang Yang's left arm, but it passed in an instant. The mid-tier Mingxing's leg had been shattered by the impact. As it collapsed, Zhang Yang seized the moment and finished it. It was dead. He had slain a mid-tier Mingxing. Triumph roared through him, a fierce, intoxicating pride. He ached to tell her. Dragging his battered frame upright, he limped toward the room where she waited. His right arm hung numb and useless, but his left still answered his will. With his left arm, he pushed open the half-ajar door and stepped across the threshold. Let's go. It's dead. But before the words fully formed, she emitted a grotesque, guttural cry, and her body began to wither, desiccating before his eyes. She was transforming into a Mingxing. Zhang Yang stood frozen, mind blank, breath gone. How? Why? How could she become one of them? Zhang Yang, press the pendant. You must not die. Tian Yang's frantic voice erupted from the pendant at his neck. Staring at the newly transformed Mingxing rushing toward him, Zhang Yang's heart cracked, and tears spilled, hot and helpless. Just as her clawed fingers grazed his chest, Zhang Yang vanished into thin air. Calm down. Yin Zhang's face was twisted with agony, his eyes bloodshot, as if he were enduring excruciating pain. Within moments, sweat drenched his brow. Tian Yang spoke, while gently steadying Yin Zhang, who sat slumped in the chair, trembling uncontrollably. It was only a dream. Yin Zhang breathed and relaxed. His heart raced. He had never anticipated such an incident. Upon hearing the commotion, Song Yi and Tang Tsung rushed in without delay. Get him to the medical pod, now. Tian Yang swiftly detached the dozens of sensor cables from Yin Zhang's body. Without hesitation, Tang Tsung hoisted Yin Zhang onto his back and bolted out the door with Tian Yang and Song Yi close behind. After sprinting through several corridors, they entered a damaged chamber. The medical pod was compromised during impact. Many systems are destroyed. We don't even know if it still functions. Try it anyway, hurry. Tang Tsung laid the thrashing Yin Zhang onto a metallic bed encased within a circular glass dome. The moment Yin Zhang reclined, the ring sealed shut with a soft hiss. Song Yi manipulated a console resembling a high-end terminal. A sharp beep echoed inside the dome, followed by cascading beams of white light scanning Yin Zhang's body. After 1 minute, nearly a dozen scans completed. Yin Zhang continued to writhe violently, muscles taut with unrelenting distress. Tian Yang's brow furrowed deeply as he searched frantically for any solution to restore Yin Zhang's composure. There was no time left. His life hung in the balance. Administer a sedative, immediately. It was their last resort, though the drug carried known physiological risks. Song Yi tapped commands on the interface. Instantly, a slender robotic arm extended from the dome injected the sedative into Yin Zhang's arm, then retracted, whereupon Yin Zhang's convulsions gradually subsided into stillness. Song Yi scanned Yin Zhang's body with a palm-sized diagnostic device. Good news, he's stable. At those words, everyone present exhaled in collective relief. HSS. With a low groan, Yin Zhang stirred awake and sat up abruptly. The glass ring retracted instantly. The others hurried forward surrounding him. What would happen to me? He glanced nervously at their grim expressions. Tianyang shot him a piercing glare and barked, "What did I tell you before you entered? And how did you behave? If this ever happens again, the neural evolution device will be permanently revoked from your access." With that, he turned sharply and walked away. Yin Zhang had never seen Tianyang so enraged. It was clear this time he truly meant it. Sighing inwardly, he blamed himself. He'd entered solely to strengthen his mental fortitude. If only he'd remained focused, he wouldn't have provoked catastrophe. Why then had he sought trouble? He'd brought this upon himself, utterly self-inflicted. Yet, her presence lingered in his thoughts. Enough. All of it was his fault. I'm sorry. I swear this is the last time. Believe me. We believe you. We truly do. Song Yi and Tang Tsong chimed in unison. Tianyang merely snorted and strode off. But Yin Zhang knew deep down forgiveness had already been granted, unspoken, yet undeniable. A quiet warmth bloomed in his chest at the realization of how fiercely Tianyang cared. Wait. As Yin Zhang swung his legs off the bed, exhaustion crashed over him. He collapsed limply onto the floor. Tang Tsong, nearest to him, caught him instantly. What's wrong with me? Yin Zhang cried out. We told you to wait. We administered a sedative moments ago. You need rest. No wonder he felt so hollow and weak. From now on, he vowed utmost caution would govern every use of the neural evolution device. And yet, since he'd entered for mental enhancement, how much had he gained? Or lost? He tapped his wristband. The screen lit azure. Navigating to personal status, he fixed his gaze on the mental strength parameter, 45. 45. Another leap forward. Yin Zhang beamed, unable to contain his elation. Song Yi and Tang Tsong chuckled warmly beside him. His last reading had been 39. Reaching 40 had demanded Herculean effort, and failed. Yet now, after merely dreaming, his strength surged beyond expectation. For a fleeting moment, he longed to try again, until Song Yi interjected, "Impossible. Your mental capacity permits only one session per day. Overuse invites grave peril." Fine. Song Yi's words doused his enthusiasm like icy water. Yet reason affirmed them. If unlimited usage were possible, who among them would remain mentally frail? After 2 hours' rest, Yin Zhang disembarked from the vessel. Today's training concluded. Meanwhile, Tianyang, Song Yi, and Tang Tsong busied themselves repairing the ship, constructing defensive emplacements, and reinforcing concealment systems, tasks far beyond his current capability. With nothing pressing to occupy him, returning home seemed the wisest course, especially as dusk painted the sky in molten gold, casting shimmering flame-like reflections across the rippling lake. The fatigue from physical exertion had faded, yet residual sedative lethargy clung to him, rendering his limbs heavy and unsteady. He swayed like a drunken man along the hushed, empty avenue. Pedestrians remained sparse, but traffic had thickened since morning. Yin Zhang refused to waste another minute en route. He craved nothing more than sinking into his bed and surrendering to deep restorative sleep. His pace quickened unconsciously, until a voice rang out, "Son, your homeroom teacher just called. She said you ranked first in the entire grade. Is it true?" Still standing in the doorway, shoes unbuckled, Yin Zhang faced Fan Su's exuberant interrogation. Exhaustion robbed him of even a single word. He longed to brush past her and vanish into his room, but met her hopeful, expectant gaze and held himself in check. Just luck this time." "Luck? Your teacher asked if you cheated." Fan Su's expression hardened instantly. Yin Zhang fell silent, speechless, incredulous that his own mother doubted him. At his baffled, endearingly dazed expression, Fan Su burst into laughter. Just teasing. You'd never stoop to that. My son wouldn't. Now go wash up. We're eating. Tonight's dinner is your reward. Something delicious." At the word dinner, Yin Zhang's weariness vanished. In a flash, he darted to the bathroom, scrubbed his hands, then dashed into the kitchen to help serve. Since Fan Su's injury occurred at the hotel, compensation had been awarded. Combined with the funds Lin had given Yin Zhang, now fully entrusted to his mother, their financial footing improved noticeably. Accordingly, their meals grew richer in variety, not quite matching the lavish spread from his birthday feast, yet undeniably superior to past standards. For the next half hour, Yin Zhang savored a profoundly peaceful, unhurried dinner. On the morning of May 2nd at 6:00 a.m., Zhang Yang got up before dawn. It was a bit cold today, so he put on an extra layer of clothing. Last night, a heavy rainstorm struck, but Zhang Yang was oblivious to it, having already fallen into a deep slumber undisturbed by the raging winds and thundering storms outside. It was only when he awoke to the sound of raindrops that he realized it had rained. Today marked the second day of training, and he was eager to begin. While browsing the news last night, he came across several incidents of spirits harming people. Those people did not die, but they were infected. Before long, they transformed into mindless monsters utterly devoid of consciousness. Currently, there was no treatment or even a means to suppress the infection, forcing them to deal with the situation on the spot and incinerate the bodies. This was already the best method of handling it, even if the infected individuals' families disagreed. After reading about this, Zhang Yang felt a deep sorrow. These were all living beings. They died such a tragic death. There's no point dwelling on it. The most important thing now is to enhance his own strength. Only by becoming stronger can he help others. Through the training over the past 2 days, Zhang Yang felt significantly more energetic, his posture becoming increasingly upright. As he walked, he felt as though he was gliding, and his movements began to grow lighter. These were the benefits brought by training. Realizing this, Zhang Yang became even more dedicated to his training. Unconsciously, he arrived at the wasteland, climbing over hills and walking across flat ground. When he reached the meteorite pit, he discovered that it was gone. All that remained was a plain covered in flowers and grass. That was a massive pit nearly 100 meters in radius with a depth of up to 10 meters. It had been there just yesterday, yet now it was gone. It vanished. Zhang Yang could hardly believe his own eyes. Even if dozens of engineering teams were called in to fill it, it was impossible to complete such a task overnight. Zhang Yang stepped onto the ground where the meteorite pit once was, walking slowly. There was no doubt this was solid ground. The pit had indeed been filled. As Zhang Yang pondered how to find the spaceship, his smart watch on his arm buzzed. Raising his arm to look, he noticed a projection above the watch. It actually activated the projection automatically. "Is this watch broken?" he muttered, glancing at the projection, which displayed a map with a green dot and a red dot at its center. After studying it for a while, he realized the green dot indicated his position, while the red dot's meaning was still unknown. Following the projection, Zhang Yang headed toward the location of the red dot. As soon as he arrived at the red dot, before he could begin his investigation, the ground beneath his feet suddenly softened, and he fell down with a swift motion. He landed on a slope, rolling for several seconds before coming to a stop, feeling as though his bones were about to fall apart. Struggling to stand, he looked around and realized he was in the hull of the spaceship. It turned out that this slope was created when he dug the hole. Zhang Yang was extremely frustrated, unable to understand why they designed it this way. Wouldn't it have been better to make the slope into stairs? Luckily, his physique was decent, though otherwise an ordinary person would have taken a long time to get up. At that moment, Tang Tsung walked over. "Zhang Yang, you're here." "I'm here. Just in time, we're about to start a meeting. Come, let's go together." As Tang Tsung spoke, he waved at Zhang Yang. "A meeting? What kind of meeting?" Zhang Yang was puzzled. "You'll know once you're here." With that, Tang Tsung turned and walked into a cabin. Zhang Yang paused for a moment before quickly following him. This was indeed a conference room with a huge rectangular white table surrounded by dozens of intelligent chairs, each equipped with a computer on the surface in front of them. Upon entering, Zhang Yang saw Tianyang, Song Yi, and Tang Tsung sitting upright about 10 meters away, with Tianyang in the middle and Song Yi and Tang Tsung flanking him. Since Zhang Yang entered the room, the three had been staring at him, making him feel a bit embarrassed. "What are you all looking at me for?" "Oh, nothing," Tianyang replied casually. "Zhang Yang, I have good news for you," Song Yi said excitedly to Zhang Yang, with Tang Tsung nodding in agreement. Zhang Yang's eyesight was exceptional. Although the three were over 10 meters away, he could still see that the eyes of the two besides Tianyang were bloodshot, and their eye sockets were uncommonly dark. Judging by their condition, they must not have slept well last night, or perhaps not at all. Meanwhile, before he left yesterday, the three were busy repairing the spaceship, and now they were about to share some good news with him. Zhang Yang's lips curled into a slight smile. "Is the spaceship fixed?" Immediately, Song Yi and Tang Tsung's smiles froze on their faces, and Tianyang looked at Zhang Yang in surprise. "How did you know?" "I'm not stupid." Zhang Yang rolled his eyes. "All right, in that case, let me show you the fruits of our labor from last night." Saying this, Song Yi opened the computer in front of him, and the giant screen behind him immediately displayed the contents of his computer. "After a night of effort, we concealed the meteorite pit above us with advanced technology. Although it looks like flat ground now, it is only 1 meter thick, and beneath it is empty. What if it collapses? Not a chance. The density of this layer of soil has been compressed to an extreme level, even surpassing that of steel plates. A 1 meter thick steel plate isn't so easy to collapse." Zhang Yang nodded. "That's good, but where did all that soil come from?" "We used multifunctional robots to excavate the land within a radius of 100 meters centered on the spaceship. Now, besides the spaceship, the empty spaces have also become areas we can utilize." Zhang Yang's eyes brightened. Did this mean his range of activity had also increased? "What are you grinning about?" Didn't you hear what Uncle Song said? Tianyang reprimanded Zhang Yang sternly, his imposing aura not intimidating Zhang Yang, but startling Song Yi beside him. What's wrong with you? Tianyang asked, puzzled by Song Yi's gaping mouth. Nothing, Song Yi hurriedly replied, and continued speaking. Zhang Yang stuck out his tongue and continued to listen to Song Yi's explanation. The spaceship has mostly been repaired. The compressed sections of the hull have been cut off and replaced with other materials. However, the spaceship's power source has been depleted, otherwise it would still be able to fly. This will be our base in the future. Although we only have 4 members for now, I believe it won't be long before we find other surviving Tiana compatriots, and then we will also find other evolvers and mechas. Everything will progress positively. Song Yi paused, stood up, and extended a hand. Let us work together. Since ancient times, righteousness has triumphed over evil. I believe we will succeed. Tianyang and Tang Tsong also stood up, each placing a hand on Song Yi's hand. The 3 looked at Zhang Yang, who smiled broadly, and quickly ran over to place his hand on top. We will definitely succeed. Yes, we will succeed. Then let us work together. Let's go. After saying this, the 4 pressed their hands down together. They exchanged glances, looking at each other's cheerful faces, and the 4 laughed heartily. Beijing North City, the political and economic center of Huaxia, as the capital of Huaxia, possesses the pinnacle of strength in all aspects, especially in technology and military power. Currently, Huaxia has a total military strength of 2 million, and Beijing North City alone boasts nearly 4,000 troops. The highest academic institution for natural sciences, the premier consulting body for science and technology, and the comprehensive research and development center for natural sciences and high technology. The Huaxia Academy of Sciences is located at the northern end of Beijing North City. In recent months, all the academicians have been striving to develop new technologies. New weapons, new military gear, new military rations, new communication devices. Everything is new, and these innovations have emerged overnight, thanks to a person named Lu Hao. No one knows where he came from, how he researched these inventions, or even how to obtain detailed information about him. Yet this mysterious individual has a heavyweight guarantor, the most renowned general of Huaxia, General Guda. Since the urgent crisis of the mingling has erupted, the Academy of Sciences produces a large quantity of new equipment daily for the soldiers fighting valiantly in Qingning, making it the most crucial protected site in Beijing North City, given the considerable allure of this new equipment to other nations. To prevent them from accessing this new equipment, it is manufactured at the Academy of Sciences rather than at the armory. All new equipment is airlifted to Qingning immediately after production, and to ensure the safety of the transport aircraft, the military even deploys an entire air force for escort. This underscores the nation's emphasis on the new equipment. For this batch of equipment, many nations have dispatched troops to Qingning under the pretext of jointly resisting monsters, hoping to collect weapons from the Huaxia soldiers after their sacrifices to take back for research, thus not returning empty-handed. However, they were disappointed to find that all equipment is registered under real names, once allocated to a soldier, it can only be used by that designated person, rendering any salvage gear from fallen soldiers utterly useless. This has caused them great distress. In a month, the foreign troops have acquired merely new military rations. As a result, Lu Hao was promoted to the position of Vice President of the Academy of Sciences and became a key protected figure of the state. In Beijing North City, May is a particularly rainy month, and at this moment heavy rain is pouring, causing the towering trees to bow under the weight of the downpour. There are not many pedestrians on the streets, only a few individuals who must venture outside for their livelihoods are briskly walking along the avenue. However, some individuals stand out, their chests are held high, their faces are resolute and tough, and even as the torrential rain turns them into drenched chickens, they remain steadfast and unmoving. These are the soldiers surrounding the Academy of Sciences to protect it. Their steadfastness is driven by the weight of responsibility they bear. The Academy of Sciences is crucial to winning this war, therefore, in addition to the original guards, an entire company of soldiers has encircled the Academy, forming a protective barrier. Moreover, a regiment of troops is stationed not far in the nearby woods, and this arrangement helps prevent unnecessary troubles. Wang Kai is the squad leader of the guards at the western side of the Academy of Sciences. Yesterday's sudden downpour caught them without raincoats, even though the Academy staff distributed all available raincoats from their warehouse to the soldiers. However, it was still not enough. Several soldiers did not receive any. Therefore, the helpful Wang Kai gave his raincoat to someone else, choosing to endure the rain himself. After a day of getting soaked, he is feeling a bit feverish and his head is now heavy and dazed. Yet with 2 hours remaining until shift change, as the squad leader, he cannot abandon his soldiers to suffer in the rain, especially since they are guarding the main entrance of the academy. Thus, despite feeling unwell, he remains at his post. The heavy rain has cast a gloomy shadow over the sky, Suddenly several dazzling yellow lights caught the attention of the guarding soldiers. A few black SUVs appeared in the soldiers' line of sight. These are military vehicles, as evidenced by their license plates. Soon the vehicles arrived at Wang Kai's defensive line. Wang Kai perked up, shook his heavy head, and extended his hand to stop the approaching vehicles, which complied and came to a halt. Hello, this is a restricted area of the Academy of Sciences. Please present relevant documents before entering. Otherwise, please take a detour and cooperate with my work. Thank you. Although Wang Kai was running a fever, his voice remained strong and resonant. The rear window of the first vehicle slowly opened and a hand extended out with a piece of paper for Wang Kai. To see who was inside, Wang Kai leaned into the vehicle and saw a high-ranking official in a green military uniform sitting in the back seat. Upon seeing his rank, Wang Kai was momentarily stunned. It turned out to be a general. There was no prior notice that such a high-ranking official would visit the Academy of Sciences today. While Wang Kai was still in shock, the general in the back seat spoke up. "Young comrade, is there a problem?" Wang Kai quickly snapped back to reality, saying, "No problem, no problem. Thank you for your concern, sir." While speaking, he raised his arm and saluted. The general inside the vehicle returned the salute. Seeing a general who was so approachable for the first time made Wang Kai very happy. To avoid delaying the general's time, he quickly glanced at the contents of the paper. Upon seeing the signature at the bottom line, Wang Kai was so overjoyed that he nearly jumped up. No wonder this general was so personable. Oh, it turned out to be General Gouda. After confirming there were no issues, Wang Kai handed the paper inside with both hands, then took a few steps back and waved towards the guard, and soon the protective barrier at the entrance was lifted. As several vehicles started up preparing to enter the Academy of Sciences, at that moment the general in the car waved at Wang Kai, who ran over. "Is there something you need, General?" Wang Kai respectfully said, not only because a general was in the vehicle, but also because this general was his idol, General Gouda. "Are you feeling unwell? I see you're shivering," said the general. "Oh, it's nothing, just got a bit wet in the rain. I can still hold on. Thank you for your concern, General. That won't do. Go rest. Your health is the most important thing." Hearing Gouda say this warmed Wang Kai's heart. He didn't want to refuse the general, but also couldn't abandon his duty. "Did you hear? Hurry and go. But don't worry, if anyone gives you trouble, just say that I, Gouda, told you to rest, and have them come find me." Wang Kai's face lit up with joy, and he nodded vigorously, shouting, "Yes, sir." Gouda chuckled, closed the car window, and entered the academy with the vehicles. Watching the vehicles gradually recede, Wang Kai felt a surge of excitement that he couldn't shake off for a long time. Numerous vehicles stopped beneath a large building, and as soon as they halted, several individuals dressed in white resembling doctors approached the vehicles. They were not doctors, but rather a group of academicians waiting to greet General Gouda, among whom was the esteemed Dean Xiaoming. After the vehicle carrying Gouda came to a stop, the driver exited, holding an umbrella, and opened the car door for Gouda. "General Gu has arrived. Truly sorry for not welcoming you properly." Xiaoming extended his hand as he spoke. Gouda smiled and shook his hand. "Not at all. It is I who should apologize for coming uninvited. I hope Dean Xia will forgive me." Xiaoming laughed heartily. "It's raining heavily outside. Oh, let's go inside to talk." "All right," Gouda nodded. "After you." Xiaoming walked alongside Gouda towards the building. After taking just a few steps, Gouda halted. "By the way, at the request of Vice Dean Liu, I have brought some supplies for him." Xiaoming smiled slightly. "I thought it was something significant. We can just have a few people carry it over. There's no need to trouble you, but it's been a long time since we last met. These supplies are quite important. I wish to deliver them personally to Vice Dean Liu. As for reminiscing, let's do that tonight. Please let me know where Vice Dean Liu is currently located." Gouda's words left Xiaoming momentarily stunned, and his smile abruptly froze on his face. He cleared his throat to ease the awkwardness. "All right then, tonight it is. Liu Hao's office is on the 15th floor of the building. You can take it up. I have to attend to something now." With that, Xiaoming turned and entered the building. Gouda smiled slightly and followed him inside. Behind him, around 20 soldiers dressed in military uniforms descended from 5 or 6 military jeeps, each carrying a box, closely following Gouda. A few minutes later, the elevator stopped on the 15th floor, and Gouda, along with the 20 soldiers carrying boxes, streamed out. The 15th floor was exclusively designated for Liu Hao, who had commanded that no one was allowed to enter this level casually in order to conduct his experiments quietly. Therefore, he was the only one on this floor. The surveillance camera outside the elevator turned and focused on Gouda, while Liu Hao, sitting at his computer desk, grinned upon seeing Gouda on the screen and hurriedly dashed out of his office. "Bro, you really are punctual. I was just wondering why you hadn't arrived yet, and when I looked down I saw your car." Liu Hao laughed as he wrapped an arm around Gouda's shoulder, a gesture that caused the soldiers following Gouda to widen their eyes. After all, even the highest leaders of Huaxiao would show Gouda respect. The surprising thing was that Gouda did not resist. He was smiling as well. This left everyone baffled by the scruffy man hugging their general. If Xia Ming were here to witness this scene, he would surely have been taken aback. Soon after, they entered an oversized room which was Lu Hao's office and also his usual place for activities and experiments. Set the boxes down, you all wait outside, Guda instructed the soldiers. The soldiers complied, placing the boxes on a table before exiting the room. Lu Hao observed silently from the side, and once the room was left with just the two of them, he approached the table to examine each box. Brother, thank you for helping me vent my frustrations. I've been tolerating that old tortoise Xia Ming for quite some time. If it weren't for the unusual circumstances, I would have loved to give him a good beating. It's nothing. I reckon it won't be long before that position is yours, Guda replied casually as he sat down on a nearby sofa. I have no interest in being a dean, but if it weren't for your advice, I wouldn't even want to be vice dean. It's so busy every day, it's really quite annoying. Just bear with it for a while. This is a Tianhe mech found at a meteorite site in Beha province. All the cube fragments are inside. See if you can restore it. Lu Hao laid all the boxes out on the table and opened them one by one for inspection before saying, a level 3 mech, it should be manageable. Give me some time. That's fine, take your time. Lu Hao pulled out a remote control from his pocket and pressed a few buttons, causing a steel plate to descend from above and envelop the entire room, blocking the view from outside. Then after pressing a few more buttons on the remote, several small robots about half a leg high emerged from the inner room. Guda blinked at the sight of these small robots. Multifunctional robots. Quite impressive, he remarked. Of course, we can't just sit around doing nothing every day, Lu Hao chuckled. The small robots opened all the boxes and dumped their contents onto the floor. Lu Hao then began to assemble the scattered parts one by one. Guda sat quietly on the sofa, observing Lu Hao busying himself, remaining silent. Gradually, he grew weary and unknowingly fell asleep. About 3 hours later, Lu Hao let out a hearty laugh, startling Guda, who had been dreaming, causing him to sit up abruptly. What happened? Did you succeed? Of course. Just look at who I am, Lu Hao smirked. At that moment, a massive box about 3 to 4 meters wide and tall appeared in the room. As Guda approached the box slowly, he gently touched its surface. Bro, why are you crying? Lu Hao noticed tears in Guda's eyes. It's nothing, just got a brick in my eye. It's been so long since I've seen a cube, it feels a bit bittersweet. Guda replied softly. Hearing a middle-aged man in his 40s speak in such a tone made Lu Hao feel quite uncomfortable as well. Lu Hao gently shook his head, walked over to Guda, and patted his shoulder lightly. Don't be sentimental. The summoner is with you, so hurry and take it out to try it out. Guda nodded and took out a watch-like device from his pocket. If Zhang Yang were here, he would surely recognize that this watch was identical to the one he used when merging with the level 3 mech. Guda put on the watch, turned the dial, and pressed a button on it. Lu Hao immediately grabbed a computer and started operating it. Suddenly, the cube transformed and split apart from the center. Once opened, it revealed a level 3 mech inside. The moment Guda pressed the watch, the mech within the cube turned into light and soared towards him. In less than 10 seconds, Guda was completely enveloped by the mech. I told you it would work. Ha ha. Lu Hao was delighted to see that his efforts had not gone in vain. Enveloped in the mech, Guda had no mind for Lu Hao's chatter. He was currently operating the mech using his memories, and walking, jumping, flying, and attacking functions posed no issues. After testing for a while, he finally stopped. He pressed a button on his arm, causing the mech to disassemble into countless fragments and return to the cube. Subsequently, Lu Hao used the remote to command the robots to move the entire cube into the inner room. How does it feel to summon your mecha again after 3 years? Lu Hao smiled as he handed Guda a tall glass filled with azure liquid. Guda offered a faint smile, tinged with quiet sorrow. Exhilarating, like returning to the blood-soaked battlefields of the Tianhe star system. He accepted the glass from Lu Hao, but just as he raised it to his lips, his gaze locked onto the shimmering liquid, and his eyes widened in astonishment. Blue illusion wine. You've got quite the treasure trove here, Lu Hao. Do you have more? Blue illusion wine was a rare specialty native to the Tianhe star system, akin to fine red wine on Earth. True to its name, it was a vivid sapphire-hued libation graded precisely by the depth of its color. Harmless to the human body, it possessed calming, beautifying, and sleep-inducing properties. Though Guda cherished Earth's red and white wines, none could rival the profound emotional resonance blue illusion wine held in his heart. I unearthed this at great cost, from the wreckage of a derelict starship. I know how hard you worked. I won't forget your kindness, brother. Any more left? A subtle smirk tugged at Lu Hao's lips as he raised 3 fingers. 3 bottles. Lu Hao shook his head. 3 crates. Still he shook his head. Surely not. 30 crates. Guda blurted out in disbelief. Watching his comrade's comical expression, Lu Hao burst into laughter and nodded. Then I'll take 15 crates. Half for each. Only fair, isn't it? After a moment's hesitation, Lu Hao nodded. 15 crates is acceptable, but only if you agree to one condition. What condition? Guda asked, voice tight with tension. Lu Hao took the now empty glass and strolled to the counter, pouring himself another. Don't tense up. It's no unreasonable demand. I want every Xianyu crystal you've found, and every one you find henceforth. What do you need them for? That's a secret for now. I'll tell you later. You can't use them anyway, better they serve a purpose with me. He passed one glass to Gouda and drained his own in one smooth motion. Gouda paused, then said firmly, agreed. But I want 20 crates of blue illusion wine. Lu Hao midsip nearly choked. You're ruthless. What quantity of Xianyu crystals could possibly justify 20 crates of blue illusion wine? 1 metric ton. Gouda replied, calm and unflinching. 1 ton. Barely enough for my needs. Done deal. Lu Hao coughed dryly to mask his flustered embarrassment. Gouda laughed heartily, savoring his wine in solemn silence, until the room settled into a deep, tranquil hush. Moments later, Lu Hao broke the stillness. What are your plans moving forward? Gouda rose, set his glass upon the table, and walked to the window, gazing far into the distance. The armored plating encasing the room had retracted the moment the mecha was recalled. I want to build a school. A school, eh? What for? Lu Hao watched him with genuine curiosity. Gouda sighed, his voice heavy with sorrow. Of the 91 stellar wardens, only 9 others, and 80 energy cores, remain unaccounted for. Over 200,000 Tiana citizens were scattered across Earth during our arrival. So far, we've located merely 30. Among countless high-tier mechas, only a single Tier 4 unit has been recovered. These malign spirits likely arrived alongside us through the cataclysmic explosion, but like autumn grasshoppers, their time is fleeting. They pose no real threat now. Yet exactly 300 days remain until the first spatial rift opens on Earth. Establishing a school serves Earth's people first and foremost. With humanity's current shallow understanding, surely you wouldn't wish to witness crowds gathering in awe at the first temporal fissure, only to flee helplessly as legions of malign spirits pour forth. Gouda turned to face Lu Hao, his tone growing colder. Lu Hao remained silent, listening intently without interruption. Beyond broadening Earth's knowledge, the school's true purpose lies in identifying evolved individuals who've bonded with energy cores. They alone hold the key to humanity's salvation. He paused, voice dropping to a whisper. Perhaps it will even draw surviving Tiana citizens to us. I'm certain many more still live. Lu Hao stood and joined Gouda at the window, both gazing outward together. Then let's do it. I support you wholeheartedly. But I'll be vice principal. Huh, no problem. Gouda turned, clapping Lu Hao firmly on the shoulder. At that very moment, the torrential downpour, unrelenting for 2 days, finally ceased. Sunlight, radiant and warm after the storm, bathed them both in golden serenity. Everything will get better. It will. Beneath the sun's glow before the gleaming glass, they exchanged a quiet, knowing smile. Keep going. Just a little more. You're almost there. In the training chamber, Tianyang crouched beside Zhang Yang, patiently coaching the youth already drenched in sweat. Zhang Yang lay prone, performing sit-ups. His arms trembled like slender willow branches in a gale, each lift sending violent shudders through his limbs. His glossy black hair clung damply to his forehead, streams of sweat cascading freely from his temples. Jaw clenched, his features contorted in fierce concentration. He refused to yield. 10 more. Hold on. 9, 8, 2, 1. Success. Tianyang cheered, gently guiding the utterly spent Zhang Yang to rest on a nearby sofa. He uncapped a bottle of water and handed it over. Your training time dropped by half an hour from yesterday. Excellent progress. Keep pushing forward. Tianyang patted Zhang Yang's shoulder. Are we practicing spiritual energy today? Yes, absolutely. How could we skip it? Zhang Yang gasped, breath ragged and uneven. All right, rest for a bit. I'll prepare everything. We absolutely cannot repeat yesterday's incident. With that, Tianyang stepped into the small adjacent chamber within the training room. Zhang Yang tried to lift his arm, but it hung lifeless, trembling uncontrollably. Yet he felt no regret, only deep fulfillment. He knew with unwavering certainty that his effort mattered. Someday soon I'll stand before the malign spirits, not as prey, but as a force they fear and name that makes them flee in terror. 15 minutes later, Zhang Yang emerged from the training chamber, just as Tianyang completed all preparations. Seated in the chair, Tianyang connected himself to the neural interface. The moment the final circuit engaged, Zhang Yang's consciousness dissolved into darkness, and he slipped into deep slumber. This time, Zhang Yang spent a full hour in the dream before coming out. The reason he emerged was to escape a group of pursuing specters, but he accidentally fell off a cliff. Fortunately, he remembered to press the button on his necklace at the critical moment, or he would have been done for. The first thing Zhang Yang did upon waking was to measure how much his mental strength had increased. He smiled brightly as he looked at the reading on the screen above the dial. 7 points. An increase of a full 7 points, already over 50. Your 8th sense's radius should have reached 5 meters. Keep up the effort. Once you surpass 50 meters, you will enter the second stage, and then you will truly experience the power of the eighth sense. Tian Yang's words brightened Zhang Yang's eyes. I will definitely work hard. Oh, I believe that day is not far away. Tian Yang grinned. Oh, the kid is quite confident. Let's wait and see. The two exchanged smiles and walked out of the room together. It was already late and Zhang Yang was preparing to go home. Before leaving, he returned to the training room, wanting to test the extent of his strength. Although the smartwatch displayed his strength levels, Tian Yang said that was just a predicted value and not an exact figure. Therefore, he wanted to measure it personally. The training room had a strength testing machine, which consisted of a device with something similar to a sandbag. One just needed to hit the sandbag with all their might, and the machine would display their strength on the screen. After such a long time, Zhang Yang had almost rested enough. Standing before the strength testing machine, he took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the sandbag on the machine. You must deliver the strongest blow. Imagine it as the person you hate the most. Envision them doing something unforgivable to you, and then hit them. Tian Yang's voice suddenly came through. The person Zhang Yang hated the most. In his mind appeared the image of his father, whom he hadn't seen for over a year. If one were to ask who Zhang Yang hated most now, it would undoubtedly be him. Yet Zhang Yang couldn't bring himself to strike. He didn't know why. Thinking of the person he loathed the most, the figure of the bandit leader who had shot at him several times surfaced in his mind. It was him, the one who had almost taken Zhang Yang's life twice. Just thinking about him made Zhang Yang's anger surge to the highest level. Bang! A powerful punch struck the sandbag hard, launching it into the air, but it quickly fell back down, returning to normal. At this moment, Zhang Yang's attention was entirely on the screen of the machine. Watching the numbers jump continuously, he swallowed hard. A few days ago, the highest value displayed on the smartwatch was 105. He wondered how much his training over these days would increase it, and if it would surprise him like his mental strength. Soon the value surpassed 100, reaching 105. As he stared at the screen, which showed no signs of stopping, Zhang Yang's eyes widened. 120, 130, 135, until finally the value stopped at 138. 138 kilograms. That was 276 pounds. He never expected his progress would be this significant. He had seen on television before that some people could leave a fist mark on a concrete wall with a single punch. He figured he could probably do that now. Seeing the value on the screen, Tian Yang was also surprised and praised Zhang Yang, encouraging him to keep up the good work. Zhang Yang nodded with a smile in agreement. After the test, Zhang Yang prepared to go home. Tian Yang escorted him to the exit, where an escalator was installed similar to those in malls. It remained stationary until someone stepped on it. Then it would start moving quickly, definitely much more advanced than the escalators in malls. It seemed that his words were not in vain. He had indeed installed an escalator. Zhang Yang felt pleased. Wait a moment, Zhang Yang. Just as he was about to say goodbye to Tian Yang and step onto the escalator, Tang Tsung rode up to him on a bicycle, calling out Zhang Yang's name. The bicycle Tang Tsung was riding caught Zhang Yang's attention. Its imposing appearance, fashionable paint, and integrated body were all captivating. Zhang Yang was an avid cyclist. He used to have a very nice bicycle, but it was long broken beyond repair. Now his family's financial situation was getting tighter, and they could barely pay the rent, let alone afford to buy him a new bicycle. If only he could have that bicycle. Uncle Tang, what's up? Tang Tsung dismounted, taking deep breaths. Considering your home is quite far from here, the captain wanted me to give you this to save you some time. As he spoke, Tang Tsung handed the bicycle he had pushed to Zhang Yang. What a... Zhang Yang instinctively accepted the bicycle, his heart racing. Is this a case of wishes coming true? He had just been thinking about wanting a bicycle, and unexpectedly within minutes it became a reality. Really? Zhang Yang fondled the bike eagerly. Seeing his comical expression, both Tian Yang and Tang Tsung couldn't help but chuckle. Of course, why would I deceive you? He say hi to Uncle Song for me, I'm off. With that, Zhang Yang turned and pushed the bicycle toward the escalator. Watching Zhang Yang's departing figure, Tang Tsung murmured, this kid has quite a bit of potential. Of course, how many can actively bond with a level 6 energy source? It's just that he's too impulsive. That's not a big issue, he will change. I hope so. As soon as he stepped onto the escalator, he appeared outside the cave entrance. At this time, the sky was completely dark and the desolate mountains in the suburbs were eerily quiet. Pushing the bicycle down the slope, Zhang Yang set off on his way home. Truly, the advanced technology of extraterrestrials was remarkable. Even a bicycle could showcase the technological prowess of Tianhe. Riding the bicycle was very comfortable. It moved effortlessly with minimal effort, and he could adjust the speed at will. Even on the mountain roads, it was smooth without any bumps. The ground was muddy from the rain, and Zhang Yang initially feared that riding too fast would splatter mud on him. However, after riding for a while, he found not a single speck of mud on his clothes. After stopping to inspect, he discovered a deep cut on the tire, possibly allowing muddy rainwater to be sucked in while riding, and the liquid would automatically dry inside due to the force generated by the bike. Zhang Yang couldn't help but marvel at the ingenuity of the Tianhe aliens. Exiting the desolate mountains and reaching the suburbs, Zhang was about to ride onto the road home when two approaching cars caught his attention. So late at night, why would there be cars coming to the desolate mountains? This was illogical. As he watched the cars drive into the woods, curiosity compelled Zhang to follow them. He wasn't afraid of any mishaps. One of the vehicles stopped and 7 people got out from the 2 cars. Immediately, they lifted several bags from the trunk. Zhang parked his bike and hid behind a large tree, observing their movements. There were a total of 3 burlap sacks, 2 people carrying one each, and the remaining person leading the way. As the bags were lifted, they surprisingly began to move. Zhang could see clearly that they must contain some living creatures. Were they carrying animals? It wasn't impossible. But looking at the size of the bags, Zhang suddenly thought of something, and this thought startled him. Besides animals, it could also be people. On a dark and windy night, 7 burly men cautiously carried 3 burlap sacks up the mountain, their black clothing blending seamlessly into the pitch-black night. As they ascended, they kept a watchful eye on their surroundings, each movement deliberate and careful. Their caution sparked doubts in Zhang mind about the purpose of their late-night excursion into the desolate mountains. Just as they were about to crest the hill, curiosity drove Zhang to follow closely behind them. Beyond the hill lay a series of barren mountains where the 7 men hurriedly made their way. The contents of the sacks must have been heavy as the 6 men carrying them struggled, their faces flushed and chests heaving. One chubby man accidentally slipped while descending, dropping his sack onto the ground. The sack hit the ground with a dull thud, and a groan escaped from within. The only one who was not burdened leading the group was startled by the sound. He stopped in his tracks and turned around, seeing that his men were so careless, and his anger flared up. He marched over and slapped the one who had made the mistake a few times. "If you don't want to live, don't drag us down. We're almost there, and you screw up now. What if that person sees us? Useless fool, mess up again, and you're out." He scolded the chubby man mercilessly, who kept his head down and dared not speak, well aware of how ruthless the leader could be. If that person really saw him, it wouldn't just be about getting kicked out, it might cost him his life. The leader kicked at the chubby man and shouted in frustration, "Why are you still just standing there? Lift it up. Are you waiting for that person to see us? Why are you acting like a fool?" Upon hearing this, the chubby man quickly lifted the sack, gripping its corners tightly. He didn't dare to retort to the one scolding him, not even risking a glance upward. The leading burly man sighed at the chubby man's incompetence and returned to the front to guide the others. Minutes later, they arrived at a slope that was barren except for a massive rock towering over them. The group carefully set their sacks down and gathered around the stone. Not far away, Zhang, who was hidden on a hill, watched the desolate mountains and pondered what these men were up to. At that moment, he was astonished to see the 2-meter-high, several-ton heavy rock being moved. This left Zhang dumbfounded. Even he couldn't push such a heavy stone. After the rock was shifted, a small opening was revealed. It turned out that the massive rock was used to block the entrance. Zhang squinted at the opening, trying to discern what lay within, but it was too far away to see clearly, forcing him to abandon the thought. The leader was the first to crawl through the opening, followed by the 6 men who lifted the sacks and entered 2 by 2. Just as the last person squeezed in, the rock shifted back into place, sealing the entrance. So powerful, Zhang scrambled to the foot of the mountain. He pushed against the rock, but it did not budge. Was he just not using enough strength? Zhang pondered. He then mustered all his strength and pushed hard against the stone, but it remained immovable. What was going on? Why was this happening? Even with their numbers, his own strength was not insignificant. How could the stone remain unaffected? Zhang punched the rock. It was indeed solid stone with no faults. However, as he crouched down to examine the bottom of the stone, he discovered an issue. 2 rail-like structures were wedged under the rock, with part of the rail embedded in the ground and the other part concealed by the stone. It was nearly invisible unless one looked closely. Following the rails, Zhang pushed the stone hard. Boom! The stone indeed began to move. What could be hidden inside this cave that warranted such a significant effort? Zhang was astonished, and his curiosity about these men deepened. After pushing the stone sufficiently, Zhang crawled inside. Just as he entered, the stone moved back to block the entrance. Having just witnessed these strange operations, he was not overly surprised. What piqued his curiosity was how the stone moved on its own. He pushed the stone again, but this time it was completely immovable. With no retreat, he had no choice but to proceed cautiously. There was no light inside, but Zhang possessed night vision, allowing him to see the cave's interior clearly. Before him lay a wide, several-meter-long slope, and the traces of shoveling on the walls reminded Zhang of the pits he had dug a few days ago. However, compared to his efforts, theirs were clearly more meticulous. The slope was wide enough for a small car to pass through, while his own digging was barely wide enough for him to lie down. After marveling, Zhang cautiously descended. However, as he went down, he realized that this tunnel was not just a few meters long. The real tunnel lay beyond the slope. Inside the tunnel there were faint lights, but he could not see the end at a glance. The endless darkness sent a chill down Zhang Yang's spine. Now he faced two choices: to turn back and retrace his steps, or to venture deeper into the tunnel. But the exit was blocked and he couldn't open it, so he had no choice but to boldly move forward. After all, this was his own decision. Calming his nervous and fearful heart, Zhang Yang gritted his teeth and crawled in. After walking straight for nearly 2 minutes, he felt he had covered about 500 meters. To his dismay, this was not the end of the tunnel. At the end of the straight path was another straight path to the left. Turning left and continuing down this straight path, he walked for several hundred meters until he reached the end of this path, only to find another straight path to the right. He could no longer find his way back. It felt as if he had stepped into a maze surrounded by endless corridors. After traversing 7 or 8 tunnels, he could no longer hold back. Instead of wandering aimlessly, he needed to assess his position and the surrounding environment to find a way out. Activating his 8th sense, he discovered that his sensory range had reached almost 6 meters, which thrilled Zhang Yang. It seemed the effects of the mental strength enhancement device were quite significant. Indeed, under the influence of the 8th sense, Zhang Yang clearly discerned his surroundings. More than an hour later, after passing through dozens of straight paths, he finally arrived at the last straight path. Why must one traverse dozens of straight paths, even with the 8th sense? In fact, Zhang Yang had no choice. The sensing range of the 8th sense is limited, and each straight path stretches several hundred meters, making its effectiveness minimal. If luck is not on his side, he might find himself unable to escape. Zhang Yang couldn't help but worry about how he would get out. The tunnel grew brighter the further he ventured, prompting him to slow his pace and walk cautiously along the wall while activating his 8th sense. A faint smell of gasoline mixed with blood filled the air, and a sense of foreboding surged within Zhang Yang. Recently, many people had mysteriously disappeared in the city, and he often encountered related reports while browsing the news. Could this be connected to the cave? A dark red glow illuminated the area ahead. Zhang Yang, hiding behind a large rock at the end of the straight path, could escape with a quick turn. However, he did not act. The atmosphere here exuded a dangerous aura, and he dared not make any rash movements. Ahead lay a massive cavern filled with numerous cacophonous sounds. Within the sensing range of the 8th sense, there were no signs of human presence, while several meters high on the wall outside the straight path stood a half-bowl-shaped platform, accessible by a rope. This should be their lookout point, but where were the people supposed to be? There was no time to ponder that. Understanding the environment and everything present in this cave was paramount. This platform was indeed an excellent vantage point. Zhang Yang calmed himself and suddenly jumped out of the straight path. In the instant he leaped from the straight path, he rolled into the predetermined position, quickly stepped onto a protruding stone on the wall, and using that force propelled himself upward to grab a wooden beam embedded in the wall, thereby climbing onto the platform and hiding behind the guardrail. All of this was within Zhang Yang's precise calculations, including stepping on that jutting stone. A slight miscalculation could lead to failure, yet Zhang Yang succeeded. Not far away, 2 middle-aged men were roasting food by the fire. Their friendly faces and simple demeanor made it difficult to connect them to anything sinister. Yet the AK rifles slung across their backs were enough to instill fear. This cave is really cold. It's hard to find something warm to eat. While they're at the meeting, let's take the chance to cook some food quickly and don't let them notice. One middle-aged man in a plaid coat placed the food into the fire. What's wrong with you? The man in the plaid coat asked his companion, noticing that the latter was staring blankly at something. Behind was where he usually stood guard, and he knew everything like the back of his hand. After watching for a while and finding nothing, he prepared to turn around and mock his companion. However, at that moment, a faint sound caught his attention. Did you hear something? I think I saw a person just now. The two exchanged glances, a cold sweat breaking out on their brows. This was a cave 7 or 8 meters underground. Everyone else had gone to the meeting, leaving only the two of them on guard. Since both were there, what was that sound and shadow? Let's go check it out. The bearded fat man who had seen the shadow stood up, removing his gun from his back and gripping it in his hands. The man in the plaid coat quickly stood up and followed suit, grabbing his rifle. Zhang Yang thought to himself, not good. While climbing up, he had inadvertently knocked a water bottle off the edge of the platform, inadvertently alarming them. As he saw the two men approaching him with their guns drawn, Zhang Yang felt a surge of anxiety. They were not hard to deal with, but the gunfire would surely attract others. He needed a way to eliminate them in an instant, otherwise he would be in trouble. Who goes there? Show yourself. Otherwise we will shoot. The man in the plaid coat shouted aggressively. Zhang Yang remained silent, waiting for the right moment. As the two men drew closer, Zhang Yang frowned deeply. The outcome rested in that fleeting moment. At this moment, the man in the plaid coat began to climb up, while the bearded fat man below aimed his gun, ready to unleash a merciless barrage of bullets the moment Zhang Yang showed his face. Zhang Yang lay motionless on the platform, genuinely unsure of how to swiftly eliminate both without allowing them to fire. Just as the man in the plaid coat was about to reach the top, Zhang Yang felt disheartened. The man paused briefly at the top and exchanged glances with the bearded fat man below before lunging up. The man in the plaid coat had previously been a special forces soldier, and his agility was remarkable. In an instant, he drew a handgun from his waist. No one. Are we seeing things? The man in the plaid coat furrowed his brow. There was no one else on the platform except him. Just a false alarm, there's no one here. The man in the plaid coat holstered his gun back at his waist and shouted down to the bearded fat man holding the gun. The bearded fat man disdainfully shrugged his shoulders, lowered his gun, and turned back towards the fire. However, at that moment the man in the plaid coat suddenly felt a sensation at his waist. Turning around, he saw a child throwing something forward in a tossing motion. Following the child's gesture, he looked ahead and saw the bearded fat man gripping his neck, trembling uncontrollably as a fountain of blood gushed forth with a military knife piercing through his throat. The knife seemed familiar to him. Looking down at his waist, he realized his own military knife was missing. That was his knife. It was him. The boy who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere had caused all this. The man in the plaid coat, furious, reached for his gun, but how could Zhang Yang let him succeed? A kick sent the gun tumbling from his grip. The man in the plaid coat couldn't believe that this little brat, so different from his appearance, could make him a seasoned special forces soldier feel that kick so painfully. He swung a powerful punch towards Zhang Yang using all his strength. His intent was to quickly deal with this brat and rush to save his brother. Fast, accurate, and ruthless perfectly described this punch. As his fist descended, one could even hear the wind generated by the punch, indicating the immense force behind it. As he watched the fist coming towards him, Zhang Yang felt no ripple of emotion within. His mind flashed back to when he was captured by the flowing thieves, and a bald man struck at him only to have his arm broken by Zhang Yang's punch. That time his arm had acted on its own, moving to counter the descending fist. Now that sensation surprisingly reappeared. It was the perfect opportunity to test his strength. Last time he had used dark energy to break the bald man's arm. This time, he would try using only his natural strength. What would happen? Zhang Yang resolved to do just that, raising his fist to meet it. Crack! The sound of breaking bones echoed as a sharp pain shot through Zhang Yang's arm, the back of his hand bruised and bloodied with visible broken joints. But that was not the most important part. Enduring the excruciating pain, Zhang Yang looked at the man in the plaid coat and smiled upon seeing the result. The entire arm of the middle-aged man in the plaid coat was broken. The middle-aged man widened his tiger-like eyes, his face turning pale in an instant. He never expected the young boy in front of him to possess such a hard fist. Upon impact, it felt as if he had struck a stone. He opened his mouth wide, the pain forcing him to suppress a scream. But just then a sharp blade sliced across his neck and blood gushed forth like a fountain from the wound. He immediately used his uninjured hand to cover his neck, but it was utterly futile, and soon he began to collapse from excessive blood loss. Having survived years of gunfire and warfare, he never imagined he would ultimately fall to the hands of a mere boy, leaving him feeling deeply indignant. Looking at the young boy standing before him, he wanted to rise and tear him apart, but he found himself utterly powerless. As his breath faded and consciousness blurred, he remained wide-eyed until the very end. Seeing that the man had completely drawn his last breath, Zhang Yang finally felt at ease. After discarding the sharp stone he had been holding, he wiped his bloodied hands on his pants. In that moment of crisis, it was the sharp edge of this stone that had severed the man's neck. His left arm throbbed painfully, so he tore a piece of cloth from the man's body to wrap around his own lacerated hand. Fortunately, he had a fast recovery ability, so he wasn't overly worried. Gazing at the body stained red with blood before him, Zhang Yang's heart raced, yet the fear he had felt during his first kill had dissipated. Perhaps he had grown accustomed to killing. After hiding the two bodies, Zhang Yang surveyed his surroundings. This was an underground cavern roughly the size of half a playground, illuminated by torches affixed to the walls. As he looked around, he noticed numerous wooden cages constructed throughout the cavern, at least 40 or 50 in total. In the center stood an altar made of massive stones. Zhang Yang couldn't fathom the purpose of this place, so he picked up a gun and approached the cages. The cages were built from wooden beams with very little space between them, rendering the interiors quite dark. From a distance, he couldn't see inside. He paused in front of the nearest cage and leaned in for a closer look. As soon as he approached, a foul stench assaulted his nostrils. It was a noxious blend of various odors, including the scent of feces, rotting flesh, blood, and the smell of disinfectant found in hospitals. As soon as he caught a whiff, Zhang Yang quickly recoiled from the cage, nearly retching. He thought he understood why the cages were built so sturdily. But what exactly was inside? After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Yang took a deep breath, stifled his fear, and leaned closer to look inside the wooden structure. Indeed, there were people. Zhang Yang's heart sank. In this 5-square-meter cage were approximately 7 or 8 young individuals. They appeared slightly older than him, but were certainly not adults. Among them were both males and females, yet they lay silently on the ground, seemingly unconscious. Zhang Yang moved to another cage and peered inside. The same 5-square-meter space contained another 7 or 8 individuals, but these appeared a bit older, likely just around adulthood. Zhang Yang was baffled. He couldn't comprehend who had imprisoned them here, or the purpose behind it, nor why they were categorized by age. He then examined several more cages and confirmed this pattern. Each contained 7 or 8 people. Moreover, they were indeed grouped by age. In one cage, Zhang Yang even spotted some elderly individuals in their 50s and 60s. He felt compelled to help them, as although their life signs were faint, they were still alive. His phone had broken long ago, and since Tianyang had informed him that his smartwatch could make calls, he never purchased another. Upon checking his smartwatch, he found that it could indeed make calls, but there was no signal underground. With no other options, he had to think of alternative methods. After circling the cages, Zhang Yang found no openings to free them. It seemed that the architect of these cages had never intended for them to escape. Just as Zhang Yang was pondering how to open the cage doors, a sudden commotion erupted from a nearby tunnel, followed by a cacophony of voices. Startled, Zhang Yang instinctively hid atop the cage. Someone was coming. The cages were about 2.5 meters high, and hiding up there was indeed a wise choice. He lay motionless on top of the cage, quietly awaiting the arrival of those from the tunnel. From the sound, it seemed there were many of them, and Zhang Yang furrowed his brow. His hand was still injured, and his dark energy was low. If they discovered him, he would have to fight them. Given his current state, his chances of winning were slim, and he instinctively tightened his grip on the rifle. Half a minute later, 17 or 18 people emerged from the tunnel, including the group of men in black, who had previously carried bags. The bags were no longer visible, replaced by handheld suitcases. They were gathered around a man in a white suit discussing something, though Zhang Yang couldn't quite hear. "Hey, where did Ma Lu and Wei Rong go?" Suddenly someone spoke up. Zhang Yang, perched atop the cage, felt a jolt of fear. "Who?" The man in the white suit inquired of a large man with a brutish face. "Boss, there's no need to worry, just 2 guards. I don't know where they ran off to, but once I find them, I'll make them pay." The tall man bent slightly, while speaking to the man in white, prompting disdainful looks from the people behind him. However, they understood the large man. After all, the man in the white suit was indeed not someone to provoke. They merely despised the sycophantic demeanor of the large man. If your subordinates are undisciplined, how formidable can their leader be? "How can I trust you?" the man in the white suit said coldly. Instantly, everyone stopped in their tracks, his words causing cold sweat to bead on their foreheads. "Boss, please trust me. I guarantee it. I assure you there won't be any problems. Otherwise, how about I offer a full refund?" The large man pounded his chest in promise, while the lackeys behind him chimed in eagerly. The man in the white suit turned to glance at them. "Money is not the issue. All I care about is the final result. I advise you to spend this money quickly, lest you find that you'll have no chance to use it if you fail." Everyone broke into a cold sweat, aware that the man in the white suit was not joking. If he wanted those present to die today, none of them would live to see another day. All right, we will heed Boss Bai's words. What Boss Bai says is right." The large man repeated the word "all right" 3 times to express his frustrated emotions. At this moment, he felt a deep sense of regret. Why had he engaged in this business at all? "You all should weigh your options carefully," said the man in the white suit, turning and walking ahead, without a backward glance, completely disregarding those who followed him. The crowd dared not voice their anger and quickened their pace to keep up with the footsteps of the man in the white suit. "How do we get out of here?" he asked a burly man who had caught up. Zhang Yang, lying on the cage, perked up at once, as he had been troubled about how to escape. "In the east corridor, walk left through 10 turns, and you will see a river with boats. You can take a boat to get out." "I really don't understand why you turned an air raid shelter into this," the man in the white suit said with irritation. The burly man scratched his balding head awkwardly, saying, "It was the boss' idea. He said it was to prevent being discovered by the police and getting trapped. It took us over half a year to dig this underground palace with more than 100 people." The burly man spoke proudly, and the others puffed out their chests as if digging a tunnel was an impressive feat. "For rat is still a rat, only fit to live underground," the man in the white suit scoffed. His words thoroughly infuriated the burly man and his companions. "By that's enough. Do you really think our brothers are easy to bully? Oh, what do you want?" He stopped and turned around, looking at the burly man with interest. "We are just in a cooperative relationship. Stop treating us like dogs. You are not our master." The burly man squinted his eyes coldly at Bai. "So what if I treat you like dogs?" Bai surprisingly began to pick at his ears in front of them, and this action completely enraged the burly man and his companions. "If you are unwilling to cooperate, we can cancel the deal. Although we are a bunch of rough men, we know what's right." "What a sense of rightness. Is this how you speak to your investors?" I see there's no need for cooperation anymore. Let's terminate the contract. The burly man's eyes widened, and the few men in black carrying boxes hugged their boxes tighter. Third brother, think it over 5 million. This opportunity might not come again. Yeah, third brother, the brothers are still waiting for their meals. A large group behind them echoed in agreement. He watched the scene before him, smirking coldly as he lit a cigarette. Zhang Yang in the cage had grasped the situation, or it seemed that the people below were not united, but he felt an increasing sense of danger approaching. The burly man hesitated. Was he really going to sell his dignity for this money? What meaning was left in life without dignity? Third brother, you decide. We support you, said a tall man who was very close to the burly man, helping him in this critical moment. The burly man seemed to have made a decision. Gritting his teeth, he said, terminate the contract. Good, then pay half of the breach penalty. Pay up, and I'll leave immediately. You've gone too far. The burly man no longer wished to waste words with him. I haven't gone too far. It's you who breached the contract first. Hurry up and pay, otherwise I won't leave. Not leaving, huh? The burly man drew a dagger from his waist. Others also pulled out their weapons, surrounding He. What? Do you want to make a move? He looked at them in surprise as if he were afraid. The crowd fell silent, the encirclement closing in tighter. Zhang Yang, dozens of meters away, shook his head. These people might be in for a disaster. He just don't regret it later, He said, suddenly laughing as he put his hand to his mouth and whistled loudly. The crowd was startled, unsure of what he was up to, and they all raised their guns to observe the surroundings. Kill him. Take him out first. Someone shouted. The burly man, surveying the area, turned around and thrust his dagger down. He remained calm, his gaze steadfast, ignoring the dagger aimed at him. At that moment, a board was thrown from somewhere towards the crowd, and they quickly dodged to avoid the attack. The board landed right at Bai's feet. As everyone steadied themselves and looked at the board, they found it was not a board at all, but a flashbang. Quick, close your eyes, it's a flashbang. The burly man shouted. Boom. Before anyone could react, they were blinded, and one by one they dropped their weapons and rubbed their eyes, while the burly man suffered from ringing in his ears. Bang. A gunshot rang out, and the burly man watched helplessly as one of his brothers fell before him. Enemies scatter. Before the burly man could finish speaking, he heard a barrage of gunfire, and in an instant half of his men fell. Looking into the distance, he saw several fully armed individuals advancing while firing. The burly man suddenly understood everything. He quickly scanned the area, trying to find Bai, but Bai had already vanished during the chaos caused by the flashbang. Frustrated, the burly man picked up a gun from the ground and desperately fired at those harming his brothers, but the heavy bulletproof vests they wore were beyond his capability to pierce. Soon the bullets in his gun were exhausted. Third brother, run. Let the elder brothers take revenge for us, said the tall man who had been close to him and had been shot in the leg. No, we leave together. I'll carry you. He tried to lift him up. The tall man pushed him away, saying, Go now or no one will escape. I call you brother, you should hurry. No, we leave together, we leave together. Watching his brothers die one by one, the burly man in his 30s cried like a child. The tall man attempted to push the burly man away, but he struggled to get up. However, a bullet pierced through his skull, and the tall man's eyes widened as he quickly lost consciousness. The burly man looked at the tall man who had died in his arms, his heart turning cold. He glanced around. All his brothers had fallen in pools of blood, leaving him as the only survivor. There were 8 attackers, and they surrounded the burly man. He said nothing and made no movement, quietly staring at his deceased brother. The attackers ceased fire as well. The scene became eerily quiet. Zhang Yang, lying in the cage, watched this dramatic moment through the gaps in the wood and felt pity for the burly man. Ha ha ha. A wildly arrogant voice shattered the temporary silence. Hearing that laugh, the burly man clenched his fist, dropped the dead tall man, and stood up ready to charge. The one laughing was none other than Bai. Bang! A shot hit the burly man's calf, causing him to kneel. A self-inflicted suffering. Don't blame us for being ruthless. Blame your 3 brothers for being foolish. Bai laughed maniacally and turned to leave, not forgetting to say before departing, take him down. At that moment, what no one noticed was that the kneeling burly man's eyes had brightened. Bai lit a cigarette, taking puffs as he walked towards the exit indicated by the burly man. The man was undoubtedly doomed. Bai did not believe that the injured giant had any chance of surviving against his 8 fully armed subordinates. Moreover, these subordinates were not ordinary people. They were mercenaries he had hired at a high price from abroad. A series of gunshots rang out. Bai let out a cold laugh, crushing the nearly finished cigarette, but underfoot. Grab the stuff, or we're retreating. The remaining scum should be back soon. He said this while reaching into his pocket. But at that moment, a sharp scream from behind startled him. What the hell? Bai shouted angrily, his skin crawling. To his shock, the giant, who should have fallen, not only remained standing, but was now staring directly at him. In front of him, a mercenary clutched his gushing neck, trembling for a moment before collapsing to the ground, never to rise again. Looking closely at what the giant was holding, it was none other than the flesh from the mercenary's neck. He had actually torn off the mercenary's flesh with his bare hands. Yet the giant remained expressionless, staring at Bai He. But why had his eyes turned white? What was with the veins bulging on his face? Chen Ming. Bai He was momentarily speechless, suppressed by the giant's overwhelming aura. Chen Ming was the burly man known as third brother among the deceased. At this moment, a single word echoed in his mind: kill. He wanted to annihilate everyone in revenge for his brothers. 17 brothers, just like that, in the blink of an eye, separated from him by life and death. They had promised each other to provide for one another, to buy them good food and clothing, and to help them find wives, yet he had accomplished nothing. Now he could never fulfill those promises. And the one responsible for all this was the man before him. Although they had not been engaged in righteous deeds, did that truly warrant death? Just because he wanted to terminate the contract, did he have to kill them? He straightened up, quickly grasping 2 mercenaries with both hands, his movements as swift as his name suggested. The mercenaries were effortlessly lifted by the towering Chen Ming. Everything unfolded in the blink of an eye, so fast that the others could not react. The remaining mercenaries were dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how the seemingly dying giant had suddenly sprung back to life, striking blood and causing death with every move. It was Chen Ming's next move that snapped them back to reality. However, with their comrades in his grasp, the mercenaries dared not fire their weapons. "What are you waiting for? Kill him!" Bai He shouted in fury. "But, no buts. They'll pay you for their wages. Kill him now." Now, the mercenaries steeled themselves and opened fire at Chen Ming. The bullets struck him, producing metallic clangs, yet not a single one pierced his body. It was as if his skin were armored. All the bullets merely lodged slightly into his flesh. Chen Ming gritted his teeth and let out a roar. Although the bullets had not caused him any real harm, that did not mean they did not hurt. Thus he tightened his grip on the mercenary's neck. Crack! The struggling mercenaries widened their eyes and shocked, their eyeballs nearly popping out, and then their heads tilted as they slumped down, never to rise again. Zhang Yang, who had been watching from several dozen meters away, felt a jolt in his heart and could not help but look closely at Chen Ming. This. Could he also? The 5 mercenaries were terrified and stepped back, wanting to distance themselves from Chen Ming, but he ignored them. After throwing the 2 corpses to the ground, he charged at Bai He like a madman. Bai He was terrified out of his wits. What kind of monster was this? How could he not be killed? If he had known, he would have killed him sooner. At this moment, he felt immense regret. But this was not the time to think about that. Seeing Chen Ming rushing toward him, Bai He quickly began to circle around the cage. The 5 mercenaries wanted to save Bai He for the sake of their pay, but they held back. Limited money was far less important than their own lives. Seeing the mercenaries' attitude, Bai He felt a chill in his heart. He never expected these foreigners to be so unreliable. Now he was in deep trouble. As Chen Ming was about to catch up to him, Bai He gave up on fleeing and stood his ground. After all, he would die sooner or later. "You bunch of useless fools. You think you're mercenaries. Go die. You won't get a single penny and you won't leave here alive. Just stay here and accompany me in death, damn it." Bai He, filled with rage, cursed the mercenaries as though they were the ones trying to kill him. Chen Ming seized the stationary Bai He, violently throwing him against the wall of the cage. Bang! A loud crash echoed, and Bai He felt as if his internal organs had been knocked out of place, the excruciating pain leaving him gasping for breath, forcing him to stop his tirade. Chen Ming did not give him a moment to catch his breath and followed up with another powerful punch. Bai He felt as if he were about to die. Another hit, and he would be done for. Judging by Chen Ming's momentum, he showed no signs of stopping. If that was the case, then let it come. After all, he had lived long enough. As expected, a hand soon gripped his shoulder, the force almost crushing it. Just as Bai He closed his eyes, preparing to accept his fate, he felt himself drop slightly. Although Chen Ming quickly lifted him again, that feeling was unmistakable. He had indeed almost fallen. "He has no strength left. Hurry and shoot. Don't you really want that money?" Bai He shouted desperately toward the mercenaries, as if he saw a glimmer of hope. Hearing this, the mercenaries regained their spirits. Anyone who didn't want to make money was a fool. They immediately raised their guns and fired several shots at Chen Ming. One bullet hit his right leg, causing it to buckle, nearly bringing him to his knees. Seeing this, Bai He laughed heartily, just as he thought. It seemed he hadn't guessed wrong. He forcefully broke free from Chen Ming's grasp and hid to the side. He felt weak, but he sensed that Chen Ming was even weaker. Chen Ming, unwilling to accept defeat, roared as he crawled toward Bai He, his legs having been shot, rendering him unable to stand. Why was it like this? If he just held on a few more seconds, he would have died. Why couldn't he endure? Tears of frustration blurred his vision. He hated himself for not being able to avenge his brothers. He felt like a worthless person. Crack! A gun butt struck his head, and Chen Ming lost the strength to move even a step. Why? Why are you doing this? Chen Ming regained his composure, lying motionless on the ground. This is all because you three brothers are too foolish. Our blood gang's goal is to control the entire Baichuan city, and all the drifters in Baichuan city must submit to us. You must understand that we currently have an organization of 5,000 people. But you refused to join us even after we invited you 3 times. In ancient times, Lu Guan and Zhang visited Zhuge Liang 3 times, and he agreed to come out. But what about you? Stubborn and unyielding. Since that's the case, then you shall die. What I cannot obtain, they cannot exist either. Tell me what is kept in these cages. Zhang Yang was startled. How could Qin Ming not know what was in these cages? He was the big brother here. If he didn't know, who would? Things are getting interesting. I will fulfill your wish. Inside are people who have been kidnapped of all ages. Originally, we brought you here to send these cages away, but it seems we need to take matters into our own hands now. Why, he made a helpless gesture. Ha, did you make so many cages just to kidnap some people? When did you fall to the level of human trafficking? Are you saying that your blood gang has become so pathetic? Qin Ming laughed heartily. Do you think we are traffickers? Ha ha. Why, he laughed as he spoke, his laughter drowning out Qin Ming's voice, causing Qin Ming to stop laughing as well. I see that you rats only aspire to this level. You deserve to have reached this point, a bunch of soft-hearted fools. How much can you earn from human trafficking? But organs are different. Oh, just one person can earn hundreds of thousands. You don't know about the current shortage of organs. What? Qin Ming excitedly raised his head only to be knocked back down to the ground by a rifle butt. You beast, how can you do such things? You will not die a good death. Filled with righteous indignation, Qin Ming cursed vehemently, unable to believe that he dressed in white was such a beast in human clothing. Hidden Zhang Yang also clenched his fists. You idiots, how could you not know after so long? Truly worthless. Qin Ming fell silent. He had long since smelled that foul stench. Each of these cages emitted that odor, and even if he didn't want to smell it, he could not resist the pervasive stench. They even bought various air fresheners for this. Originally, he wanted to see what was inside, but he felt like a fool for wanting to adhere to the rules and suppressing his curiosity. Since there are people inside, why has there never been any sound? What have they been eating these days? Of course they were anesthetized, and as for eating, what do they eat when their lives are gone? Qin Ming forced himself to suppress his anger and continued to ask what can anesthetize them for so long. I tell you that you are foolish and you still don't believe it. There's no such potent anesthetic. Of course they are given anesthetic regularly. You don't even know if you have an undercover in your own home. Who is it? Qin Ming asked flatly. It doesn't matter to tell you. They're all dead, those few in black clothes. Qin Ming struggled to raise his head and looked toward the direction he pointed. This time he was not hit by the rifle, but his heart felt as if it were shattered, realizing that the ones who betrayed him were those he trusted the most. Ha ha ha. Qin Ming laughed wildly, and no one knew what he was thinking. All right, it's time to send you on your way. Looking at the mercenaries surrounding him, he said, the others are coming back, quickly finish him. The mercenaries nodded and aimed their guns at Qin Ming, their fingers on the triggers. Bang bang bang. Gunfire echoed in the quiet cave. Hurry up, if we delay any longer the plan will fall apart. He did not dare to turn his head again. Although he already knew the outcome, he still feared that something like what just happened would occur again. Want to leave? Where to go? Just then a voice descended from above. He reflexively looked up and saw a figure descending from the sky. Get lost. He was on the verge of collapse. The bizarre events of the day left him feeling hopeless. He immediately picked up a gun from the ground and aimed it at the descending figure. After emptying a magazine, he found that the figure had vanished without a trace. He immediately turned around, wanting to ask the mercenaries where the figure had gone. However, upon turning around, the sight before him made him swallow the words he was about to say. All 5 of his mercenaries lay motionless in pools of blood, while Qin Ming, who should have been dead, was still alive, being helped up by someone. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed that figure. It turned out that the gunshots earlier had been fired by him. How did he manage to kill 5 people in such a short time? Looking at his appearance, he seemed to still be a youth. What on earth was happening today? Baihe's mind was in chaos as the events unfolding had exceeded his understanding. Originally, Qin Ming had his eyes tightly closed, ready to die, but after the gunfire, he felt no pain. When he opened his eyes, he found that the mercenaries had thrown their guns to the ground. What is going on? He saw that the mercenaries were clutching their hands tightly. Oh, were they injured? At that moment, a figure appeared before him, having taken down 5 mercenaries with just one hand in less than 10 seconds. Qin Ming stared at the figure, as if seeing a ghost, unable to believe that after taking down everyone, the figure still helped him up. At that moment, only one thought crossed his mind: who is this kid? Are you all right? I am fine. For some reason, looking at the youth before him filled him with a sense of oppression. Wait for me a moment, or I'll deal with him. Zhang Yang's magnetic voice eased Qin Ming's mind, and looking into his charming eyes, Qin Ming nodded. But at that moment, a grenade was thrown over. Zhang Yang immediately dove to protect Qin Ming. Click. This was a flashbang thrown by Baihe, who every move he made was sensed by Zhang Yang's 8th sense. Zhang Yang sensed that he had already run out, but he did not chase after him. Chen Ming had already been stunned. Leaving him here was not a solution, so Zhang Yang carried Chen Ming and followed the path he had heard. Half an hour later, they finally exited the cave. Luckily, there were several boats, otherwise it would have been difficult to get out of such a long river. The first thing Zhang Yang did after coming out was to call the police. Chen Ming's breath began to weaken from excessive blood loss. Zhang Yang could no longer afford to waste time and immediately contacted Tianyang. 3 minutes later, Song Yitong and Tang Tsong appeared before Zhang Yang in a vehicle resembling a miniature flying saucer, likely a product of Tianhe Star, gliding effortlessly over the rugged terrain. They quickly pinpointed their location using the positioning system of their smartwatches. The door opened, and Zhang Yang helped the two of them shove Chen Ming into the vehicle. "You guys should leave quickly, the police are about to arrive. You take care." With that, the door closed and the saucer vehicle sped away. Minutes later, a dozen police cars rushed into the desolate mountains led by Deputy Director Li Dong. The police cars parked beside Zhang Yang, and upon seeing him, Li Dong jumped out of his vehicle. "Zhang Yang, is it true that you have a lead on the missing persons?" Previously, Li Dong had been taking a shower after a long day and was preparing to rest. But at that moment, he received a call from Zhang Yang regarding news about the missing people. This thrilled him. The entire police department had been racking their brains over this case lately, and just as it seemed to hit a deadlock, new leads came from Zhang Yang. Thus, Li Dong quickly reported the information to the police department and led a team to the location indicated by Zhang Yang. "Yes, Uncle Li, I saw with my own eyes that several people carried someone in a bag into a cave." "That's great. Where is it? Hurry, take us there." "Zhang Yang, your discovery is invaluable to us." Li Dong excitedly patted Zhang Yang on the shoulder. "Uncle Li, there's no need for formalities, just follow me." Zhang Yang led around 30 to 40 police officers to the site of the giant stone. When he pushed the stone aside, everyone was dumbfounded. Who would have thought such a large stone could conceal a secret, and beneath it lay a hidden passage? "I know where this is," Li Dong, walking through the passage, suddenly spoke. Everyone turned to look at him, and Zhang Yang shifted his gaze in his direction. "This is a bomb shelter, but it has been abandoned. A heavy rain over a decade ago caused parts of it to collapse, turning it into a dangerous cave, thus it was permanently sealed. But who has opened it now?" Zhang Yang nodded. It indeed was a bomb shelter he had heard about from Bai He. Li Dong was truly impressive, not only wealthy, but also well-informed, able to deduce the location just by glancing at the wall. "Everyone stay alert, the enemy likely has weapons. We can't afford to lose our lives while trying to rescue others." Li Dong leaned slightly to address the police officers following him. In truth, Zhang Yang wanted to tell them not to be so tense. After all, there wasn't a single normal person inside. Everyone normal had already perished. Half an hour later, under Zhang Yang's guidance, they finally reached the quiet cave. He had forgotten the way they came, so they had to circle around quite a bit. Everyone was in awe of the endlessly arranged cavities, torches, cages, altars. Everything remained just as it was, with the only difference being that the cave was now eerily silent. Other than the whoosh of the burning torches, there was not a single sound. The police officers dispersed immediately upon entering the cave to conduct a search. "Captain, I think they have turned against each other." A voice filled with urgency and a hint of excitement came from not far away. Everyone rushed towards the source of the sound, and the sight of the numerous corpses made the police officers' faces change. More than 20 bodies lay sprawled across the ground, blood staining the earth, and the overwhelming stench of blood made everyone cover their noses. "Don't worry about them. Find a way to open these cages. Saving lives is the priority," Li Dong shouted as he inspected one of the cages that didn't even have a door. How did these people get inside? Could it be that they were stuffed inside and then sealed? "Uncle Li, there's no other way. We can only forcibly break the cage to open it." Zhang Yang followed closely behind Li Dong. Li Dong nodded in agreement without speaking. "Then let's tear it apart." Hearing their superiors command, the police officers rolled up their sleeves and began working on the wooden cage. Although the cage was made of wood, it was no ordinary wood. Its toughness was remarkable. Someone found some knives and axes from somewhere and immediately brought them over to chop at the wood, but to their dismay, the axe had minimal effect, only damaging the surface. They had no choice but to abandon those tools. Buzz! Buzz! The sound of a chainsaw rang out, drawing everyone's attention. Li Dong had somehow acquired a chainsaw over a meter long. He pulled the starter a few times, and the chainsaw roared to life. Then he began to saw at the cage before him. Crack! The wood finally yielded to the power of the chainsaw, with 4 or 5 sections of wood being sawed in half and falling to the ground, creating a sizable opening in the cage. A horrific stench wafted from the opening, and several nearby police officers nearly retched from the smell. It was hard to believe that such a foul odor could exist. Li Dong frowned at the smell, but as a seasoned officer, he would not be deterred by such minor obstacles. He took out a handkerchief from his pocket and tied it around his nose, feeling much better. The cage was soon opened enough for someone to enter, and with the help of the other officers' flashlights, Li Dong rushed inside. Seconds later, he emerged carrying a girl of about 10 years old. The girl was unconscious, her face ashen, and her school uniform filthy, indicating she had likely been kidnapped on her way to or from school. Fortunately, she bore no visible injuries, which relieved everyone. However, the following individuals did not share her luck. This cage contained 7 people apart from the girl, and the rest had their chests slashed open. Due to not receiving timely medical attention, 3 of them had succumbed to their infected wounds. Everyone's hearts turned cold. Oh, what kind of person could be so cruel? They were utterly unworthy of being called human, and they couldn't help but clench their fists. One by one, the cages were opened, revealing a total of 41 cages that held 288 individuals. Astonishingly, fewer than 50 were unharmed, while the rest were either on the brink of death or already lifeless. This could be considered the largest human organ trafficking case in the entire country of Huaxia. Zhang Yang informed the police of the exit before leaving the scene, realizing that he could not assist them and might even hinder their work. His previously good mood vanished without a trace after this incident. He never expected there could be such a heartless person. To cut someone's organs was one thing, but at least they could have saved them. Why let them die? In an instant, Zhang Yang was filled with hatred for those organ traffickers, feeling that they were even worse than the spirits of the dead. With a crack, Zhang Yang's fist struck a nearby tree, leaving a dent in the trunk. He didn't care that his right hand was bleeding from the impact. He silently repeated this name in his mind. This was the leader of the organ trafficking organization, the one who had harmed so many for personal gain. Recalling his face, Zhang Yang felt a sense of familiarity, but couldn't quite remember who he was. Perhaps he was just seeing things. Not wanting to dwell on these thoughts any longer, he walked into the woods and picked up his bicycle. It was already 11 o'clock. Fan Su must have gone to bed, and he decided it would disturb her if he returned now, so Zhang Yang resolved to head back to the base. Base medical pod. In the past few days, Song he had repaired the medical pod well, and many damaged devices had been restored to proper working order. He did this because there was a regular visitor who always came. Zhang Yang always trained and got injured. Tang Tsong placed the injured Chen Meng onto the multifunctional medical bed, and under Song Yi's operation, a glass dome covered Chen Meng. Initiate scanning. Waves of light swept over Chen Meng's body, and moments later a voice emerged from the intelligent machine. 5 bullet wounds, left arm, with a comminuted fracture, excessive blood loss. Urgent treatment is advised, otherwise there will be life-threatening risks. Begin treatment. Please confirm whether to proceed with treatment. Note the energy liquid supply is low. It can sustain up to 2 full treatments at most. Song Yi halted his hand, not pressing the button again. He looked up at Tang Tsong, who simply shook his head without speaking. After hesitating for a moment, Song Yi ultimately decided to put down the equipment and terminate the treatment. They were reluctant to use such a precious resource on a stranger from Earth. Just then the pod door swung open, and Zhang Yang rushed in. Hurry, treat him quickly. Zhang Yang, the energy source is running low. We don't need to waste the remaining energy on an ordinary person. He is not an ordinary person, he is a fated one like me. Zhang Yang gasped for breath, having rushed in with great effort, and now struggling to catch his breath. What? Song Yi and Tang Tsong exchanged incredulous glances, shocked to discover yet another fated one lying right before them. Tian Yang, who was standing at the pod entrance, felt a surge of joy upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, and he immediately rushed in to pull up Chen Meng's shirt. Fortunately, he was currently in a state of unconsciousness. Otherwise, if he knew someone had ripped off his shirt, especially a man, how embarrassed he would be. He is a second-level fated one, not bad. Hurry, save him, there is still a pulse. Song Yi nodded, deciding to save him since it had come to this. A fated one, after all, he was one of their own. Disarming bombs, repairing bones, blood transfusions. Each treatment task was carried out methodically under the operation of the mechanical arm, and it took a full half an hour to complete everything. The unconscious Chen Meng was laid to rest on a nearby hospital bed, while Zhang Yang's arm was next to receive treatment. After the treatment, Zhang Yang returned to his bedroom. This bedroom originally belonged to a certain Tianastar person, but he had since gone missing. Thus it temporarily became Zhang Yang's bedroom. After a long day, Zhang Yang was utterly exhausted. Upon entering the bedroom, he headed straight to the bathroom for a shower, and just as he was getting dressed, the doorbell suddenly rang. The door opened to reveal Tian Yang standing outside. What's up, Tian Yang? Zhang Yang asked, curiously, knowing Tian Yang wouldn't seek him out without reason. My energy is running low, I need to sleep for a while. Please mark a star for me to return. Zhang Yang noticed that his figure was gradually becoming fainter. I see. How long do you need to rest? Just a few days. Zhang Yang nodded, pressed the star mark, and Tian Yang's figure flickered, entering his mind. Looking at the clock, it was already 1 o'clock. He could sleep for 6 hours. Time was pressing, so he immediately returned to bed. However, despite tossing and turning, he felt no drowsiness. Had his mental strength increased again? He decided to check with his smartwatch. He recalled that last time it had reached 51. It had been 2 days since then, and he wondered how much his mental strength had increased. Zhang Yang anxiously looked at the projection, and when he saw the data displayed, he couldn't help but smile with joy. 73. An increase of over 20. Did that mean his sensing range could reach 7 meters now? This good news lifted the weight off his heart. Lying in bed, he reflected on the various experiences and strange occurrences from the past month, feeling that he had learned more in this month than in the 15 years of his life. Thinking of his mission of plans for the future and of her in the neighborhood, Zhang Yang unknowingly drifted into a dream. At 7 o'clock sharp, Zhang Yang got up on time. Today, without Tianyang guiding him, he felt that something was missing, but he realized he could complete his tasks much faster now. This was undoubtedly good news for Zhang Yang, indicating that his physique had improved significantly and his strength had increased. One day these fitness equipment would no longer be of use to him. He thought to himself. After completing a set, he could rest for 20 minutes, but Zhang Yang did not adhere to this rule. He did not want to waste a single moment. While it was said that balance between work and rest was essential, he didn't know if it was due to his enhanced mental strength or the quality of his sleep, but he felt completely alert. Under the astonished gaze of Tang, Zhang Yang completed 5 consecutive sets of training. Today, he finished all his tasks in less than 7 hours, which was over 3 hours faster than on the first day. Next, he went to the training room's small compartment to enhance his mental strength. Time flew by, and this time, he spent nearly 1.5 hours in the dream realm. Although there wasn't much improvement compared to yesterday, Zhang Yang was still very satisfied. Little by little it adds up. After a night of rest, his left hand had almost healed. Standing before the strength testing machine, Zhang Yang raised his fist once more. With a thunderous crash, the power testing machine was struck, and simultaneously the data on the display screen began to surge rapidly, only stopping when it reached the value of 170. An increase of 60 gene. Zhang Yang was quite pleased with this result. It seemed that the intense daily training had an immeasurable impact on his physical fitness. Song Yi told him that once his mental strength surpassed 100, he could use the mental enhancement device twice a day. Therefore, recently Zhang Yang had been diligently working towards breaking through the 100 mental strength mark. His motivation for this was not merely the opportunity to enter the dream realm twice, but rather for the skill that would awaken once his mental strength reached 100. According to Song Yi, every individual with a mental strength of 100 would awaken a mental skill to varying degrees, much like Zhang Yang's 8th sense. As for why he could acquire the 8th sense before reaching 100 mental strength, Song Yi admitted he was also unsure. However, he knew that Tianyang had once possessed a mental skill of the 8th sense. Thus, Zhang Yang speculated that it must be due to his fusion with the energy source of Tianyang. So once his mental strength reached 100, wouldn't he then possess 2 mental skills? Thinking of this, Zhang Yang felt a surge of excitement. Song Yi also introduced his mental skill to Zhang Yang, unceasing. His mental strength was 144, which was considered above average in Tiana Star. The purpose of this skill was that he could maintain his optimal state at all times while performing any task. This allowed him to achieve twice the results with half the effort. It was precisely for this reason that he held the position of captain. Currently, Zhang Yang's mental strength was 78, and with the aid of the mental enhancement device, he believed he could break through 100 and acquire a new skill in just a few days. This could not be rushed, it needed to be approached slowly. Today, he had already used his opportunity, so he redirected his focus to other endeavors. In the training room, there was a platform, and at that moment, Zhang Yang stood on the platform looking at the hatch door. He seemed to be waiting for something, and had been waiting for quite a while. Zhang Yang, what do you need from me? As the hatch opened, Tang Tsong walked in. Uncle Tang, I would like to ask for your help. Oh, what kind of help, eh? Tang Tsong asked with interest as he sized up Zhang Yang. I would like you to teach me some combat moves and techniques. Right now, I'm just strong in battle. I can only rely on brute force, which puts me at a disadvantage, so. Zhang Yang squatted down, speaking shyly to Tang Tsong, who stood at the edge of the platform. Tang Tsong was the captain of the security team on this transport spaceship. It's important to note that spaceships traveling through the cosmos are vulnerable to robbery, especially those loaded with cargo. Hence, being part of the spaceship's security team is considered a high-risk profession. Tang Tsong was quite a figure in this industry, as nearly no ship under his protection had ever been robbed, making him a standout among his peers. These insights were all gathered from Song Yi. Zhang Yang believed that it wasn't mere luck that his ship had never been robbed. Tang Tsong must possess extraordinary abilities. Thus, he sought out Tang Tsong. Haha, what was I thinking? Of course, no problem. Really? Zhang Yang exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. Tang Tsong took off his outer clothing and climbed onto the platform, revealing a tight-fitting short-sleeve shirt that showcased his muscular physique, which made Zhang Yang envious. Why would I lie to you? I will teach you a set of punches I created myself, so you better listen carefully. Zhang Yang laughed heartily. All right. Today, the headlines in Baichuan City were dominated by the news of a major missing persons case solved. In the past half-month, over 200 people had mysteriously disappeared, compounded by the disturbances caused by the spiritual entities, leaving the citizens of Baichuan City in constant fear. The emergence of this good news undoubtedly provided the citizens with a calming effect. Everyone was celebrating this news, and the once-dull streets began to buzz with activity again. Li Dong was also recognized for providing the main clues that led to the resolution of the missing persons case, becoming a hero featured in various newspapers. Li Dong knew that the resolution of the case had little to do with him. He only learned about it through Zhang Yang's notification. However, when he contacted Zhang Yang afterward, Zhang Yang acted aloof and wouldn't properly communicate with him. Originally, there was a reward of 50,000 yuan that Li Dong intended to give to Zhang Yang, knowing that Zhang Yang's family was not well off. He felt that it would be shameless to take the reward for himself after receiving the honor. But no matter how he insisted, Zhang Yang refused to accept it, even hanging up the phone, insisting that treating his brother was more important. Li Dong knew who Zhang Yang's brother was, but how did Zhang Yang know about his son being hospitalized? That was not the focus. He genuinely couldn't take the money. After thinking for a long time, Li Dong went to Zhang Yang's home. As night fell, Zhang Yang rode his bicycle home. He hadn't returned in 2 days and hadn't even informed his family. Now Fan Su must be very worried. Thinking of this, Zhang Yang couldn't help but speed up his cycling. Entering the city, the now lively streets brought him great comfort. People are like this. They are not satisfied with living a plain and healthy life, but rather pursue unattainable things. Only after putting in so much effort without obtaining what they desire do they come to realize their regret. If not for the appearance of the spiritual entities and the emergence of Tianyang Tianastar and the star guardians, Zhang Yang would still prefer to be an ordinary person. Having not taken the time to reflect deeply for a long while, Zhang Yang felt that this moment of contemplation brought him some unique insights, and many previously perplexing matters suddenly became clear. Suddenly, Zhang Yang thought of something and opened his smartwatch to check his mental strength. 85. Zhang Yang was so delighted that he nearly fell off his bicycle. After just a moment of deep thought, his mental strength had increased so much that it seemed that self-reflection was indeed a good method for enhancing mental strength. Instantly, he couldn't help but feel pleased with his new discovery. However, at that moment, a car sped out from a nearby street, its bright high beams causing Zhang Yang to momentarily lose his vision. What the heck? What's going on? Zhang Yang muttered irritably. Such uncivilized behavior must be due to drunk driving. He decided not to pay attention to it, slowing down to continue his ride. But just then, with a loud boom, a huge crash sounded from behind him. Zhang Yang was startled and immediately stopped his bike to look back. He saw that the speeding car had crashed directly into a shop on the side of the street. At this moment, there were still many pedestrians on the road. Upon seeing the accident, many rushed over to see what was happening. Zhang Yang did not approach. He simply stopped his car and turned to look in the direction of the incident. Soon the crowd surrounded the accident scene. Zhang Yang, uninterested in watching, sighed and prepared to leave. There are always people who seek trouble. Now they have certainly brought this upon themselves. Zhang Yang felt no sympathy, only indifference. A piercing scream erupted from the crowd of onlookers. Startled, Zhang Yang, who was about to leave, immediately stopped and turned his head. After the scream, hundreds of onlookers began to scream and run wildly, as if they had seen something extraordinarily terrifying. What happened? Questions rapidly surged in Zhang Yang's mind. What could frighten so many people? Hastily jumping out of his car, Zhang Yang ran towards the accident scene. The distance was about 100 meters, and he ran swiftly, covering half the distance in the blink of an eye. The screams at the accident scene grew increasingly horrific, as if someone were experiencing immense fear. While sprinting, Zhang Yang looked around, and at that moment the car involved in the incident exploded. Boom! A loud bang erupted and flames shot up into the sky. Several people who were too close to escape were propelled into the air by the massive shockwave, only to crash heavily back to the ground. Zhang Yang's heart sank, a bad premonition filling his mind. What was happening? At this moment, he was less than 10 meters from the scene of the incident, surrounded by debris damaged by the explosion. 2 meters ahead by the roadside, a middle-aged woman lay on the ground. Zhang Yang guessed she must have injured her thigh, as she was clutching the outer side of her thigh tightly. Next to her was a burning piece of debris from the explosion. The wind was blowing towards her, and the debris could ignite her at any moment. She seemed to realize this and was desperately crawling in another direction, albeit very slowly. Zhang Yang decided to help her. For him, it was a simple task, but for the woman, it meant the world. Her life depended on it. At this moment, the woman was filled with despair. She couldn't understand how a simple walk could lead to losing her life. When she saw the accident, she had wanted to see if she could help, but as she approached the crowd, she was knocked down by the panicking onlookers, and then the subsequent explosion severely injured her. As flames began to approach her, she was both scared and anxious. The nearby people had all fled, and she was left alone trembling at the thought of the terrifying thing she had just witnessed. A large shard of metal was embedded deep in her outer thigh, nearly severing half of her leg. The excruciating pain made it difficult for her to breathe, let alone escape. Just then she felt herself being lifted by a pair of strong arms. Turning her head, she saw a face that made her blush. Upon seeing this face, she even forgot the danger she was in. It was a young boy, his resolute and handsome face still bearing a hint of youthfulness. In the dark of the night, the flickering flames illuminated his extraordinary features. But his eyes, why did they seem so worn and mature? "Are you okay, Andy?" Zhang Yang asked. The woman was momentarily taken aback before hurriedly replying, "I'm fine." But just as she finished speaking, she seemed to remember something and urgently grabbed Zhang Yang's arm, saying, "Young man, run. There are minglings." Zhang Yang's heart skipped a beat. Were there minglings here? Could it be that the reason those people fled was that they saw the minglings? "Where are the minglings?" "Over there. You need to go, young man. Don't worry about me, or you won't make it." The woman pointed anxiously towards the burning car a few meters away. Although the young man gave her a glimmer of hope, how could she let him risk his life to save her? "What if you're mistaken, Andy? Let me take you to safety first. Don't move around too much." As Zhang Yang tightened his hold on the woman, preparing to run to safety, suddenly she screamed, "Behind you!" In truth, Zhang Yang had already sensed the murderous intent approaching from behind. He abruptly stopped, quickly setting the woman down before turning around and throwing a powerful punch at the approaching threat. A piercing scream rang out as a one-dimensional baboon-like mingling was knocked to the ground. Zhang Yang had poured all his strength into this punch. Weighing over 170 pounds, he didn't believe a low-level mingling could withstand it. The mingling immediately got back up after hitting the ground, but it didn't move, merely standing still and making a strange sound. Of course, he couldn't just let it stand there causing trouble. Zhang Yang thought it would be better to eliminate it sooner rather than later, and who knew what that sound might attract. He lunged forward towards the stationary mingling. Sensing danger, the mingling panicked. It dared not remain still any longer and turned to flee towards the burning car. As a star guardian, Zhang Yang would not let it escape so easily. He had to fulfill his duty, especially since this was the first mingling he had encountered. This mingling moved quickly, a stark contrast to the ones he had encountered in his dreams. It stopped beside the burning car, and Zhang Yang, who was hot on its heels, slowed down upon seeing it stop. This place was not far from the wilderness lying between the suburbs and the city. There was a small square nearby along with a row of small shops. The wrecked car had crashed into one of the shops either by accident or some other reason when trying to drive through the street where the shops were located. At this moment, the people inside the open shop had already fled with the crowd, while most of the shops remained closed. The night was exceptionally dark, and the flames were gradually dying down. Even with the square's lighting, visibility was still poor. The mingling continued to stand beside the car, emitting strange sounds. It neither moved nor showed any intention of attacking Zhang Yang. After observing for a while, Zhang Yang felt it was time to confront it. This was the first mingling he wanted to take down, so he had to ensure it was a worthy kill. Zhang Yang focused dark energy into his limbs and charged towards it. But at that moment, the mingling that had been making strange noises suddenly fell silent, merely staring at the approaching figure as if the person before it was entirely beneath its notice. Zhang Yang furrowed his brow, sensing that the situation was not as simple as it appeared. However, it didn't matter. It was just a low-level mingling. How strong could it really be? When he was about 10 meters away from the mingling, Zhang Yang clenched his fist, feeling that with the dark energy gathered in his punch, he could knock down a bull. However, at that moment, an unusual phenomenon occurred. With a loud crash, the burning car that had been lodged in the protective gate was pushed out, forcefully landing 5 meters away beside Zhang Yang. This was not caused by an explosion, as Zhang Yang was certain that no explosion had occurred. When he shifted his gaze back to the mingling, the sight before him made him break out in a cold sweat. In front of the shop, inside the shop, on the roof of the shop, the presence of the mingling was everywhere as the originally singular mingling transformed into a swarm of over a dozen. The faint green light emanating from them resembled ghostly flames in the pitch-black night. If it weren't for Zhang Yang's keen eyesight, he might not have seen their existence. He suddenly realized the strange sounds emitted by that mingling were a distress signal to its companions. No wonder it had suddenly lost its fear of him. But what could it change? One mingling was a threat, and so was a dozen. It would only tire him out. As long as no intermediate mingling appeared, he would have nothing to fear. With this thought, Zhang Yang prepared to move again, but before he could, the minglings across from him could no longer contain themselves. The swarm of minglings charged at Zhang Yang like a frenzy, their momentum suggesting they would not rest until they had torn him to shreds. Especially the one that had previously ambushed him and was sent flying by his punch. The dented chest from the blow made it stand out among the group of minglings, allowing Zhang Yang to easily recognize it. This particular mingling seemed furious about its failed ambush. It had hesitated before, but now emboldened by its numerous companions, what did it have to fear? Thus it was at the forefront of the charge. A woman left on a bench by the roadside by Zhang Yang was drenched in sweat from the pain in her legs, yet her eyes were fixed on the young man who was saving her. Previously, the darkness of the night and the distance had prevented her from understanding the situation. Although she had seen clusters of green light resembling ghostly flames, she had paid little attention, as the young man before her was safe, and she had not thought much of it. As the distance closed, the green light became clearer. The moment the woman realized that the ghostly flames were enveloping individual minglings, her face drained of color. How could this be? Where did so many minglings come from? What are we going to do? The anxious woman murmured, though terrified. Her eyes remained glued to Zhang Yang, who was a few dozen meters away. Primary minglings relied on jumping for movement. The higher they jumped, the more evolved they were. The leading mingling was already a later-stage primary mingling capable of jumping over 3 meters high, nearly twice that of other primary minglings. It looked like it was not far from evolving to intermediate. As it came within 3 to 4 meters of Zhang Yang, it gathered its strength and leaped, extending its arms, which were as thin as twigs, towards him. Seeing this, Zhang Yang let out a cold laugh. If I don't find you, you come to me. Good. Today you're the first step in my slaughter of the minglings. The woman felt her heart drop when she saw the mingling leap toward the young man, and when she noticed he stood still, allowing the mingling to charge at him, she was so tense that she forgot to breathe. The mingling moved swiftly, reaching Zhang Yang in the blink of an eye, its descending arms following closely behind, striking down with force. This blow exerted some pressure on Zhang Yang, yet he was not worried. Though it was his first real encounter with a mingling, he had slain countless primary minglings in his dreams. To him, Zhang Yang felt that slaying it would be as easy as cutting through melon. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, and to be safe, he also gathered a small amount of dark energy around them. Crack! The immense pressure forced Zhang Yang to stumble back several steps. His arms throbbed with pain, but just as he had thought, even if it was about to evolve into an intermediate mingling, it was still nothing more than this. The woman had her heart in her throat. Seeing Zhang Yang unharmed, she thought she must be seeing things. How could he withstand the mingling's attack? That was a monster of immense strength. After the violent collision, this mingling was pushed back by inertia for quite a distance. Regaining its footing, it let out a shriek and continued to pounce at Zhang Yang. At this moment, Zhang Yang was in dire straits, being attacked in succession by dozens of minglings. Each of these minglings possessed agile movement capabilities. Their long arms, under tremendous force, were as sharp as blades, and when they struck the shop's wall, they could leave noticeable cracks in the concrete. One or two was manageable, but facing such a multitude of minglings attacking simultaneously, Zhang Yang was beginning to struggle. These minglings were different from those he had encountered in his dreams. They were significantly stronger. Over 20 long arms sharp as blades rained down upon Zhang Yang. He dared not take them heeded. This was no joking matter. Each swinging arm carried a force of hundreds of pounds, and with the minglings attacking simultaneously, over 2,000 pounds of force could easily shatter him into pieces. Thus he relied on his speed to evade. The woman felt everything before her was unreal. The young man who was saving her seemed like a hero from a martial arts movie, possessing extraordinary lightness of body that allowed him to move gracefully. Zhang Yang, desperately dodging, was now drenched in sweat, his brow furrowed, and his expression grave. This was not a solution. His stamina could not match these monsters. Once he exhausted his strength, he would become their meal. No, he could not just sit and wait. With a powerful leap, Zhang Yang jumped onto the roof of the shop, then paused, turning around to unleash a mighty punch. The mingling following closely did not expect Zhang Yang to stop. It was too late to react, and crashed directly into Zhang Yang's fist. With a punch enhanced by half of his dark energy, it cut through the air, causing a sonic boom. Crack! This punch struck the mingling squarely on the forehead. After the sound, it was unclear whether it was Zhang Yang's fist that shattered or the mingling's forehead, as both stood motionless in place. All of this happened in mere seconds. Although the mingling reacted, trying to dodge Zhang Yang's attack, it ultimately failed. It began to tremble as if electrocuted, and then a fist-sized hole exploded in the back of its head with a thick viscous liquid of blue and green gushing forth. Zhang Yang withdrew, his fist still imprinted on the mingling's forehead, while the green light surrounding the mingling dimmed, causing it to fall from the roof. With just one punch, the mingling perished. The death of their kind left the other minglings charging at Zhang Yang momentarily stunned, yet it intensified their hatred for the human before them, driving them to attack him even more fiercely. The park where Zhang Yang was located was on the outskirts, with the nearest police station about a 20-minute drive away, and only 5 minutes had passed since the incident. After a full day of training, Zhang Yang was already exhausted, and the recent desperate evasion had drained even more of his dwindling energy, leaving his legs feeling weak. It seemed unrealistic to wait for the police to handle the situation. If he waited until then, he would already be done for. He needed to eliminate them before he lost the ability to resist, or he would truly be in danger. Zhang Yang informed the base of the situation and Song he had dispatched Tang Tsung to come to his rescue. Immediately afterward, Zhang Yang faced the oncoming wraith. Aside from the one that was dead, there were still 11 others, one of which was on the verge of evolving to level 2. He had about 70 of his dark energy left, and he used 50 of it to gather himself and charge towards the closest wraith. Just then the wraith swung its arm down, and Zhang Yang sidestepped to avoid the attack, then stomped hard on its leg, causing the wraith to stumble and kneel on the ground. He wanted to take this opportunity to finish off the wraith, but it was merely a thought. The tide of attacks from the other wraiths left Zhang Yang gasping for breath. Another wave of attacks came, this time from 3 or 4 wraiths simultaneously, with 7 or 8 arms ruthlessly crashing down towards Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang jumped up to evade, and at the same time, he even managed to catch one with his hand, but 2 arms still struck him. This was far more painful than when his father used to whip him with a belt. The areas that were hit burned fiercely, as if they had been cut open. Zhang Yang still held on to one wraith's arm, and despite the pain, he yanked it hard, pulling another wraith over. This wraith wasn't heavy, probably weighing around 40 to 50 pounds, which was nothing for Zhang Yang. The wraith crashed heavily at his feet, and he immediately stepped on its back. The wraith, filled with murderous intent, still did not give up on Zhang Yang. Even when immobilized, it opened its mouth and lunged at Zhang Yang's legs, which were only a few dozen centimeters away. Zhang Yang would not let it succeed. He lifted the leg that was on the wraith's back and swiftly dodged its bite. The wraith on the ground missed, and at the same time Zhang Yang stomped heavily towards its head. With a crunch, the wraith's head shattered into pieces, and Zhang Yang's foot sank directly into its skull. The wraith perished without even having the chance to scream. Zhang Yang had not yet come to terms with the battle against this wraith when a sudden sharp pain from behind caused him to break into a cold sweat. He turned around to see something sharp like a broadsword embedded in his back. Looking at the tip of the sharp object, Zhang Yang was astonished to find that it was not a broadsword, but rather a hand of a wraith. These wraiths were once human, but after being harmed and drained of their essence by the wraiths, they became mere corpses. The wraiths spread a virus on these corpses, transforming them into beings just like themselves. The virus-infected corpses wandered aimlessly like zombies in disaster films, attacking anyone they saw. Their fingers fused together during mutation, resembling webbed duck feet, and the one that injured Zhang Yang was just such a hand. Moreover, the wound on his back was not a mere stab. A strong sense of paralysis spread from the wound throughout his body. In just a few seconds, his entire back lost sensation. He realized something. The wraiths were toxic. Why hadn't Tianyang warned him about this? Did he forget? Or did he not know as well? This was not what made Zhang Yang anxious. What terrified him most was that he had activated dark energy, a defense that even bullets couldn't penetrate, yet it was broken by a low-level wraith's hand. What was going on? Something was off. These wraiths were definitely abnormal. Zhang Yang furrowed his brow as he retreated. While fighting, these wraiths were unbelievably strong, unlike those he had encountered in his dreams. He retreated from the edge to the center, then from the center back to the edge, his footsteps covering every inch of the ground in the shops as he dodged the wraith's attacks. The paralysis in his back only worsened his already poor condition, making his movements increasingly laborious. Suddenly, one of his legs was entangled by a wraith's arm. Zhang Yang halted, trying to break free from the restraint, but not only did he fail to escape, but the other leg also became ensnared by a wraith. 2 wraiths were hugging his legs from both sides, and despite their weight of only 40 to 50 pounds, it didn't matter. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free. Soon the remaining wraiths climbed onto the roof, surrounding Zhang Yang, who was bound and unable to move, with 5 more wraiths. A wraith lunged at him from behind. Using his 8th sense, Zhang Yang sensed everything around him clearly. At this moment, he dared not be careless. A slight misstep could lead to irreversible consequences. Though his legs were immobilized, his arms were still free. Zhang Yang leaned back, lying flat on the ground, to evade this perilous strike. At the same time, he seized the opportunity to punch hard into the belly of the wraith that passed over him, causing it to emit a piercing scream. Just as Zhang Yang was preparing to turn over, several arms came crashing towards him. He exerted all his strength, using his utmost abilities to dodge the attacks, but the outcome was less than satisfactory. His left arm also became entangled by a wraith. Zhang Yang broke into a cold sweat, realizing it was bad. He had fallen into a trap. The wraith's goal was not to attack him, but to bind him. Now, aside from his right arm, there was no part of his body left that could move. Of the remaining 10 wraiths, aside from those binding him, 5 still remained. He reached out to free his left arm from the wraith, but he was utterly powerless. The remaining wraiths also began attacking Zhang Yang from all directions, leaving his life hanging by a thread. Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out, and Zhang Yang crashed hard to the ground. The injury on his back scraped against the ground, and the intense pain nearly suffocated him. Why did the Wraiths let go of him? He pondered this amidst the pain. Originally, he had been despairing at the Wraiths rushing toward him, but in a last-ditch effort he expended all the remaining dark energy in his body to break free from their grasp. But what exactly happened? Zhang Yang struggled to lift his body and surveyed his surroundings. He saw that the hand entangling his left arm was still there, but the other end of the arm was connected to nothing. He had actually torn off the Wraith's arm. What are you doing again? Just as Zhang Yang was still immersed in the joy of surviving the calamity, Tian Yang's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Hearing this, Zhang Yang was taken aback, a wave of tears welling up within him. This voice was like a light in the dark night, illuminating Zhang Yang's despairing heart. Tian Yang did not speak. He was checking Zhang Yang's physical condition while also assessing their surroundings. He was speechless. Why was Zhang Yang always waking up in life-and-death situations? Why was he so fond of trouble? He couldn't understand why he had chosen such a successor. He was truly worried that before the Ming spirits could mount a large-scale attack, his successor would have already perished. However, this was not the time to discuss that. They were in a perilous situation. Tian Yang, I don't say anything. I already know, he interrupted Zhang Yang's urge to continue speaking. Now was not the time to waste on such talk. Do you still have the cube key I asked you to hold on to a few days ago? Zhang Yang pondered for a few seconds. Is it that watch? Yes, do you have it on you? Zhang Yang rolled up his sleeves, revealing two distinct watches. One was the smartwatch he had been wearing for a long time, while the other was the one he had taken out of the cube a few days ago. Good. Quickly summon the mechas, they are coming. Tian Yang's urgent words pulled Zhang Yang's attention back. Without a second thought, he pressed the button on the cube key. From the moment Tian Yang awakened to the time Zhang Yang pressed the button, less than half a minute had passed, and this half-minute had given the Ming spirits time to regroup. Consequently, the recovering Ming spirits charged at Zhang Yang even more fiercely. Mechas do not merge with their summoner immediately upon summoning. He was summoning a level 3 mecha, which unlike level 5 or 6 mechas couldn't simply hide within its user. It had to be transmitted from the cube to the summoner's location, which would take some time. This is the difference between lower level and higher level mechas. In a critical moment, not just time, but every second is crucial. Perhaps it is this second that allows someone in absolute adversity to find hope. It could break the balance between two evenly matched teams, or it might send someone who is riding the crest of success into irreversible downfall. At the moment Zhang Yang pressed the button, an alarm went off in the command cabin of the base ship. This alarm monitored the status of the mecha cube. Song Yi, who was busy with a pile of electronic devices, paused his work and looked at the alarm. Someone activated a mecha. Song Yi immediately stood up and turned off the alarm, quickly running toward the storage room, filled with several cubes. As soon as the mecha was summoned, it detached from the cube. The cube was now empty. Upon arrival, Song Yi saw it was Zhang Yang summoning the mecha and couldn't help but smile. Just a few low-level Ming spirits, and he still needs a mecha. It seems Zhang Yang's training these days hasn't been very effective. The mecha merged with him 20 seconds after he pressed the button. During these 20 seconds, Zhang Yang was repeatedly attacked by the Ming spirits. The Ming spirits had begun to go mad. The one that had entangled Zhang Yang released its grip, seemingly furious at being countered by Zhang Yang after failing to defeat him. One Ming spirit swung its arm at Zhang Yang. Unable to dodge in time, Zhang Yang fell heavily to the ground. The impact on his calf felt as if it had broken. Before he could stand up, the attacks from other Ming spirits came crashing down. Just as one Ming spirit's knife-like hand was about to stab into his chest, Zhang Yang closed his eyes. He felt helpless. His condition no longer allowed him to take any action. His dark energy had been exhausted, and with his leg in pain, he couldn't move, though Zhang Yang desperately wanted to continue evading the attacks. Just as he was frustrated, wondering why the mecha had not yet been transmitted, the Ming spirit's attack struck Zhang Yang. He distinctly felt the icy claws of the Ming spirit make contact with his skin, and as he thought about how his chest would be ripped apart in the next moment, despair filled Zhang Yang's mind. While still alive, he wanted to bid farewell to Tian Yang, but he didn't know why Tian Yang was not speaking either. However, at that moment, a crisp sound of impact rang out, a harsh scream followed, and a wave of coolness swept over him. Zhang Yang was overjoyed and opened his tightly shut eyes. The mecha had arrived. The timely appearance of the mecha blocked the attack from the Ming spirits. Although Zhang Yang dodged the deadly strike from the Ming spirit, the tremendous pressure from the impact made him grunt, and he felt a salty taste at the corner of his mouth. "Are you okay, Zhang Yang?" Tian Yang's anxious voice echoed in his mind. Zhang Yang gasped for breath, and after a deep inhale said, "I can still fight. Remember, if you can escape, do so, but don't waste time on meaningless things." "Understood." Zhang Yang nodded and stood up. The mecha contained first aid medication, which automatically injected into his body as soon as he donned the mecha. Immediately, he felt his condition improve significantly. He accelerated towards the Ming spirit that had previously attacked his chest. The Ming spirit that had previously struck him had shattered its entire right arm upon impact, with the mecha indicating its attack power would be significantly reduced. Thus, it screamed frantically. Taking advantage of this, Zhang Yang now merged with the mecha, increased his speed by at least 3 times. In an instant, he reached the side of the armless Ming spirit, which was about 5 to 6 meters away. He charged forward heavily, and the ground where he stepped cracked like a spider web. The Ming spirit either did not pay attention to Zhang Yang due to the pain, or simply because Zhang Yang was too fast, it didn't notice Zhang Yang's approach until he was right beside it. Only then did the Ming spirit, sensing danger, raise its remaining arm to defend. However, it was too late, or Zhang Yang's fist had already swung down. With a thud, Zhang Yang's fist smashed into its arm, and the Ming spirit let out a wretched cry as it flew straight out from the roof, only coming to a stop when it hit a large tree several meters away. Zhang Yang used all his strength for this punch. Although it didn't reach his peak state, it was enough for it to suffer. Indeed, the arm it used to block was crushed into its abdomen, and the immense force pinned it against the branches. It struggled for a moment before stopping its movements, no longer making a sound. Zhang Yang still maintained his forward-leaning posture as he swung his fist. After seeing the result, he smiled. This punch had brought him immense satisfaction. This was the power he truly deserved. Although it was achieved with the aid of the mech, he had finally realized his dream of slaughtering the Yin spirits. Taking advantage of Zhang Yang's moment of distraction, 2 Yin spirits stealthily charged from behind, leaping towards him when they were less than 3 meters away. However, how could their movements escape the perception of Zhang Yang when he activated his 8th sense? Although his physical condition was not optimal, his spirit remained high. With the enhancement of the mech, his spirit surged even more. Zhang Yang suddenly turned, raising his arm towards the Yin spirit that was closer to him on the left. A palm-sized opening opened up on his right arm, and a miniature machine gun emerged from within. As the Yin spirits were about to pounce, a burst of bullets fired from the machine gun, sounding off about a dozen times. The Yin spirit's form instantly froze and fell to the ground. A series of blue beams pierced through its body, leaving numerous smoke-emitting wounds. It still maintained the pouncing posture, but it could no longer leap forward. Wow, so powerful. Zhang Yang lowered his head to examine the miniature machine gun on his mech arm. Rather than a machine gun, it could be better described as a laser gun. The sound it made was unlike that of ordinary firearms, which produce bang, pop, bang noises. Instead, it emitted a sound so faint it was almost inaudible, as if equipped with a silencer. At that moment, another Yin spirit charged towards him, and it was the one that was on the verge of evolving into a mid-level Yin spirit. Recognizing its superiority over the other Yin spirits, Zhang Yang did not dare to let his guard down and raised his arm, without hesitation, aiming the gun on his mech arm at it. However, just as he was about to fire, the miniature machine gun unexpectedly retracted into the opening on his arm. With the Yin spirit about to reach him, Zhang Yang couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "Not good." The Yin spirit was now less than a meter away from Zhang Yang. It swung its arm down towards him, and instinctively Zhang Yang reached out to grab it, only to find a faint blue energy ball forming in his palm. The energy ball was changing, growing larger and deepening in color. This moment of distraction caused him to miss the opportunity to grab it, and the Yin spirit struck him with great force. Ka! A loud metallic collision rang out, and Zhang Yang staggered back several steps. Fortunately, thanks to the protection of the mech, he suffered no injuries. The energy ball had ceased its transformation, and Zhang Yang felt it had reached a critical point. He thus bent his knees, raised his arm, and forcefully pushed towards the Yin spirit before him, launching the energy ball at high speed. Though Zhang Yang was in a bent stance, the energy ball shot directly towards the head of the Yin spirit, which stood just over a meter tall. In reality, this Yin spirit could have evaded Zhang Yang's attack. After all, it only needed to lower its head. However, having been injured in its arm from the earlier impact, it found it hard to believe that its sturdy arm could be hurt. Its perplexity slowed its reaction considerably. This delay ultimately cost it its life. After a muffled bang, its head exploded like a ripe watermelon. A viscous liquid, a blend of blue and green, splattered everywhere. Zhang Yang stared at his palm, nearly having his heart leap out. What is this thing? How could it have such immense power? This could rival a missile. Zhang Yang was filled with excitement. This almost mid-level Yin spirit was clearly the leader of the group, and now that it was dead, the remaining Yin spirits were left without guidance, quickly descending into chaos. Caught in a dilemma, they neither dared to charge nor escape, remaining frozen in place, unsure of what to do. This delighted Zhang Yang. Having fought in a mech for the first time, he was worried about not having targets to test the mech's functions, but these Yin spirits were perfect targets. What a fortuitous opportunity. He leaped up and charged towards the nearest Yin spirit, the one whose arm he had previously torn off. Having lost an arm, its combat ability was significantly diminished. Rather than evade, it raised its remaining arm to meet Zhang Yang. Their fists collided. Zhang Yang remained unscathed while the Yin spirit's arm shattered into pieces. Now without its limbs, it was utterly useless. Yet even in this state, it showed no signs of retreat. It opened its mouth wide and screamed furiously at Zhang Yang. Its grotesque and terrifying visage sent a chill down Zhang Yang's spine. He hadn't expected these Yin spirits to be so fierce. Their spirit of fighting to the death truly surprised him. However, this did not deter Zhang Yang's resolve to kill it. Through this bout of slaughter, he had shed most of his fear of the Yin spirits. He was no longer the jittery person he once was. Zhang Yang stomped down hard with one foot, propelling himself like an arrow towards the Yin spirit. As he charged, he clenched his fist, the sound of his knuckles cracking, echoing, revealing the extent of his strength. The Yin spirit, now without arms, had lost both its offensive and defensive capabilities, or rather it had no intention of defending itself. When Zhang Yang's fist struck, its body shattered into countless pieces. The dying scream of this Yin spirit triggered a reaction in the remaining ones, causing them to scream and charge at Zhang Yang. Even that near mid-level Yin spirit couldn't harm Zhang Yang in his mech form, let alone these remaining Yin spirits who were either injured or severely wounded. Under the sweeping fire of the machine gun on Zhang Yang's mech arm, 3 more Yin spirits met their end. Now only 2 remained positioned a bit farther away. Zhang Yang retracted the machine gun, extending his arm to condense an energy ball and launched it at one of them. The Yin spirit had no time to evade and was blown to pieces. Now there was only one left. This one appeared relatively intact, but it dared not charge again. It was terrified by Zhang Yang's overwhelming aura and began to retreat, attempting to escape. Zhang Yang would never allow that. Before it could jump off the roof, he once again condensed an energy ball and shot it towards the Yin spirit. Unfortunately, he was a moment too late. The energy ball arrived at the spot where the Yin spirit had been standing only after it leaped down. It seems I still haven't mastered the use of these weapons, Zhang Yang lamented. He immediately sprang into action to pursue the Yin spirit. Just then a strange sound echoed. Zhang Yang, if possible, capture it alive. These Ming spirits seem a bit unusual, and I believe it's necessary to study them. Zhang Yang nodded. Indeed, just as he suspected, these Ming spirits were peculiar. All right, let's catch this Ming spirit and take it back for thorough research. Although capturing it alive raises many concerns for him, he felt capable of doing it. Suddenly a gunshot echoed from afar. The sound was faint, almost indistinguishable from a gunshot. If he hadn't noticed the slight fluctuation on the frequency monitor in the mecha, he wouldn't have realized any sound was present. Why did he think it was a gunshot? Zhang Yang wasn't sure. Perhaps it was just his intuition. It was too dark around him, and he couldn't see who fired the shot. He could no longer worry about such matters. Wearing the mecha, he felt fearless against potential attacks. To prevent the Ming spirit from escaping, Zhang Yang leaped from the rooftop, bounding nearly 8 meters down to the street. He scanned the surroundings for any trace of the Ming spirit, only to find it standing at the entrance of a shop. It hadn't fled at all. Upon closer inspection, Zhang Yang realized that it wasn't that the Ming spirit hadn't fled, it was still poised to run. The reason it hadn't escaped was that it simply couldn't. A white tube about 10 centimeters long was embedded in its chest, with a pale blue crystalline substance rapidly radiating outwards from the white tube. What is this? It looks like ice, but the light was too dim for Zhang Yang to see clearly, so he thought of reaching out to touch it. As his hand extended, he suddenly remembered he was wearing a mecha and self-deprecatingly prepared to withdraw his hand. But at that moment, the mecha covering his right hand vanished. Zhang Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. He had just been thinking how nice it would be if the mecha could be removed, and it had actually been removed. This was truly incredible. Don't be so surprised, this technology is trivial compared to the true high-tech of Tiana Star, Tian Yang said lightly. Zhang Yang didn't respond. Instead, he reached out to touch the crystalline substance that resembled ice. The moment his fingertips made contact, he instantly recoiled. It was indeed ice. The bone-chilling cold he felt confirmed his suspicion. How could this be? Where did the ice come from? Look behind you, came Tian Yang's voice. Zhang Yang turned his head at the sound and saw a burly man running toward him from dozens of meters away, holding a silver-white gun over a meter long in his hand. There was no doubt the scene unfolding before him was indeed his doing. Upon seeing Zhang Yang, the newcomer even waved and greeted him. This man was none other than Tang Tsung, who had come to assist Zhang Yang. Since there were many people where he was headed, and the transportation in the spaceship was too eye-catching, he chose to run instead, as the distance wasn't far. Not far off, he spotted the fleeing Ming spirit and raised his gun to take a shot. Zhang Yang. Sorry for being late. Zhang Yang was in the mecha. Had he not seen Tang Tsung before in the same outfit, he might not have recognized him at all. It's fine, Uncle Tang. I can handle this myself. By the way, what is this? Zhang Yang pointed at the ice on the Ming spirit. Oh, that's good, that's good. You mean this? It's a quick freeze gun. It's a weapon specifically designed to deal with such mid-level Ming spirits. A Ming spirit hit by the quick freeze gun won't suffer any harm. It merely freezes all its energy channels, putting it into a dormant state for a while. I was in such a hurry that I didn't bring any powerful weapons to show you. Oh, please don't mind it, Tang Tsung said, scratching his head in embarrassment. He had previously promised Zhang Yang to showcase the weapons of Tianna Star, but there had always been a lack of opportunity or time. Now that he finally had a chance, he felt a bit guilty for not fulfilling that promise. It's all right, Uncle Tang. This quick freeze gun has broadened my horizons. It has been a great help to me, especially since I was worried about how to capture this Ming spirit alive. Oh, why do you want to capture the Ming spirit alive? Zhang Yang informed Tang Tsung about the peculiarities of the Ming spirit. In that case, it certainly should be taken back for research. We mustn't delay. Let's hurry. The police are almost here. With that, he slung the now frozen Ming spirit over his shoulder. Okay. Zhang Yang nodded and followed behind Tang Tsung. Just a few steps later, he suddenly thought of something. Uncle Tang, wait for me a moment, they'll be right back. Tang Tsung stopped, turned back to look at Zhang Yang. All right, I'll wait for you on that hill over there. With that, he pointed to a hill about 100 meters away. Zhang Yang nodded and ran toward the square. Are you all right? Zhang Yang helped the woman lying on the ground sit on a chair, unsure how she had fallen. The woman, having lost too much blood, was too weak to speak. Her breathing was faint, as if she would faint at any moment. Seeing Zhang Yang surrounded by so many Ming spirits, the woman immediately felt her heart leap into her throat. She believed it was all because of her that Zhang Yang had fallen into such a predicament. Thinking of having put a stranger in danger, the woman felt tremendous guilt. Thus her gaze remained fixed on Zhang Yang. But as they reached the other side of the rooftop, her view was obstructed. In her anxiety, she stepped forward a few paces and ended up falling off the bench. Seeing the boy who had caused her such distress, the woman smiled joyfully. However, at the same time, her eyelids felt as heavy as lead, and she could no longer keep them open. In a daze, she felt herself being picked up. 3 minutes later, at the square, dozens of vehicles with sirens blaring rushed to the scene, with the first few being police cars, while the rest were large military trucks specifically designed for troop transport. Just over 10 minutes ago, the Baichuan City Police Reporting Center received multiple emergency calls reporting the sighting of Ming spirits in the West Suburb Square. This news shocked the police department. They did not expect the Ming spirits to arrive in Baichuan City so swiftly. Therefore, the deputy director of the Baichuan Police Bureau, Li Dong, contacted the military and personally headed to the scene. Screech. The vehicle stopped by the roadside and hundreds of armed police and soldiers descended. These soldiers tightly gripped silver-white firearms that were about 40 to 50 centimeters long. If Tang Tsung had still been there, he would have been astonished to realize that he recognized these weapons. The police set up a cordon in front of the shops and spread out to guard the sides, while the remaining soldiers raised their guns and slowly advanced toward the encircled area. The walls and ground of the shops bore numerous marks of destruction caused by the Ming spirits, and several shops had even collapsed. Li Dong crouched down to touch the cracks on the ground. The concrete floor has been smashed open. How monstrous must they be? His brows furrowed at the sight. Director Li, there's a situation. At that moment, a police officer shouted towards Li Dong from not far away. Upon hearing the sound, Li Dong immediately ran over. Inside a spacious shop, he saw several corpses lying on the ground and a burning car that had crashed halfway through the tempered glass door. Li Ju, look, this should be the main scene of the incident. The explosion of this car attracted the attention of the wandering Minglings nearby. The shop attendants were caught off guard and met with a bloodbath, as evidenced by the wounds on the corpses. What puzzles me is why these people did not mutate. After observing for a while, his partner Wang Liang said with a solemn expression, I heard that Minglings absorb the essence of humans after killing them, and only the corpses that have been absorbed will turn into Minglings. Perhaps the Minglings haven't had the chance to absorb the essence of these people for some reason. What is this? Li Dong noticed several puddles of foul-smelling, brightly colored viscous liquid on the ground. This. Wang Liang was momentarily speechless. He too did not know what it was. This is the blood of a Mingling. Given the viscosity of the blood, it should have been left by a quasi-intermediate Mingling. Just as they were at a loss, of voice came from behind them. They were so focused that they didn't even notice someone had entered. When they saw who it was, they immediately stood up straight. Mayor. Rin Qing was the mayor of Baichuan City. After a night of busy work in Lin City, he saw a massive police force and followed them here. Rin Qing nodded and walked outside with the two closely following behind. Li Dong, this is the first Mingling attack incident in our city, right? Yes, Li Dong replied. The encirclement of Qingming has been broken, with over 10,000 Minglings infiltrating 13 surrounding cities. The higher-ups have dispatched 300,000 troops to assist local forces in a comprehensive purge. Although Baichuan City is quite far from Qingming province, we've still been allocated an army of 20,000. I am handing over command of the troops to you. Can you ensure that we restore stability in Baichuan as soon as possible? Li Dong's eyes widened, and he nodded heavily, saying, "I guarantee the mission will be completed. Please rest assured, Mayor." Rin nodded in satisfaction, and then waved over to a nearby officer who had just gotten out of a vehicle. The officer walked straight towards them. The man stood at about 1.70 meters, his robust figure tightly fitting in the military uniform. He walked with a straight posture and strong strides exuding an aura of authority. After approaching, he saluted Rin nodded and said to Li Dong, "This is Major General Zhu Bin. He is the highest commander of the 20,000 troops sent to Baichuan this time. You should get to know each other." Zhu Bin extended his hand to Li Dong, who smiled and shook it, then embraced him. "Long time no see, old Zhu." "Yes, it's been 2 years." Rin looked at the two in surprise. "So you two know each other? That's great. I was worried you might have conflicts over the command room, but it seems that's not a problem anymore." Rin took a step forward and put his arms around their shoulders. "With these monsters wreaking havoc in my city, I can't sleep, you know. I hope you can quickly complete the purge. Can you do that? Mayor, just rest assured. We will not disappoint you," Li Dong said firmly. Rin smiled in satisfaction and gently patted their shoulders. "That's good. You two get busy. I have a lot of matters to attend to. Let's meet at the meeting tomorrow." The two nodded in response. At that moment, a vehicle pulled up beside the three of them, and a middle-aged man in a suit got out and opened the rear door. Looking at the arriving vehicle, Rin said, "Then I'll take my leave. You all stay busy." With that, Rin got into the car, and the middle-aged man closed the door and got in as well, and the vehicle drove away. The entire commercial street had been searched thoroughly, and no traces of minglings were found. It seemed they were too late. Mainly because the emergency call was made too late. The corpses still had residual warmth, indicating they had not been dead long. If only they had arrived a bit earlier. Even if they couldn't save these people, they could have encountered those minglings and eliminated them to ensure the safety of those nearby. But now they had accomplished nothing. The corpses had already been taken away, and a large number of reporters had somehow caught wind of the news and were arriving in waves, but they were all kept outside the police cordon. Just as everyone was preparing to leave, someone discovered several mingling corpses on the roof, and everyone immediately climbed up. The sight of the dead minglings sent chills down everyone's spines. These were monsters that kill without blinking. What kind of person could survive amidst so many minglings and even take them down? "Could it be the Thunder God?" said an officer following Zhu Bin. "Impossible. Thunder God is over 1,200 kilometers away in Riots City. He couldn't possibly be here," Zhu Bin asserted. Li Dong, on the other hand, was completely confused. "Thunder God? What Thunder God?" The officer, as if sensing Li Dong's confusion, incredulously asked, "You don't know Thunder God?" Li Dong scratched his head. He truly didn't know. Thunder God is a hero of Qingning province. How could you not know? This was not due to Li Dong's ignorance. He had simply been too busy with no time to rest. Recently, one event after another had occurred, and he hadn't even had time to eat, let alone browse the internet to learn about these things. Thunder God is not the one from the movies. He resembles Iron Man. The officer began to introduce Li Dong. Thunder God's real name is Lei Ming. He is a captain in the SWAT team. Not long ago, he was maimed by a mingling during a mission. Fortunately, he received help from Liu Hao, the vice president of the Academy of Sciences, underwent genetic evolution and obtained an Iron Man-like mech. His injuries miraculously healed in a very short time. After mastering the control of the mech, he began to fight against the minglings, charging wherever they were most numerous. In less than a month, nearly 1,000 minglings had died at his hands. Even those intermediate minglings might not be able to defeat Thunder God. He is currently on a mission in Riots City. I think the deaths of these minglings are quite similar to Thunder God's methods, which is why I said it was Thunder God who did it. Li Dong listened stunned. How could Thunder God be this powerful? The technological development level of the Academy of Sciences had suddenly become so advanced. Unknown to this officer, he had guessed correctly. Although it wasn't Thunder God, the nature was indeed similar. At the spaceship base, a man in his 30s was exploring the area. He moved slowly, pausing to carefully observe his surroundings, occasionally displaying a look of astonishment. After touring the entire 3rd floor, he arrived at the 2nd floor, realizing that the upper level was vastly superior compared to this one. The never-before-seen equipment, the grand and imposing weapon defense systems, the unheard-of intelligent robots. All of this extraterrestrial super technology left him utterly astounded. Just as he was marveling at everything, a noise from nearby caught his attention. He knew that there were only 3 people on this spaceship, including himself, and the other 2 must be busy. Who could it be? He walked toward the source of the sound, and after passing through 2 long corridors, he arrived at a plaza where he saw a unique room at the center. This was a round room, approximately 200 square meters in area, with walls that differed from the metallic silver-black of the other rooms, appearing pure white and flawless like jade. The room was surrounded by open space, unlike the other rooms which were connected. What kind of room is this? Are the walls made of jade? Unable to contain his curiosity, the man stepped into the room. Although he had been warned not to touch anything aboard the spaceship, he thought it would be acceptable to just take a look. As he approached, he realized he was only seeing the side of the cabin. After walking another 50 meters to the left, he finally saw the interior structure of the cabin. There was no door to the cabin, and he couldn't discern its purpose just by looking at the contents inside. However, he noticed a person sitting on a sofa in the innermost part, holding their right shoulder down with their left hand and moving their arm. As he drew closer, the figure became clearer, and excitement surged within him. It was him, that young man, his savior. Had it not been for his assistance that night, he might not have made it out alive. To think they would meet again here. This confirmed his connection to this place, and it seemed his guess was right. The excited man hurried into the round, doorless cabin. 3 days had passed since the battle with the many spectral beings, and Zhang Yang had been recuperating at the base during this time. Even with his formidable recovery abilities, after 3 full days, he still had not fully healed. This demonstrated just how severe the injuries from that night had been. There were facilities at the base to help him regain his health, but the energy needed for those devices had been exhausted during the last rescue of that destined one, so he could only rely on his physical constitution to slowly recover. Just after finishing his training, Zhang Yang sat on the sofa to rest. For these past few days, he had felt immense soreness throughout his body, especially in the areas where he had been entangled by the spectral beings, which just wouldn't heal, and he didn't understand why even Tianyang couldn't clarify it. The soreness did not deter his determination to train. Having just completed his task for the day, he was pale, drenched in sweat, and his rising and falling chest revealed his exhaustion. In fact, Tianyang had advised him to rest well during these days, and to put the training plan aside until he was fully recovered. However, Zhang Yang could not bring himself to relax. 3 days ago, he had nearly died at the hands of a low-level spectral being. That was the most basic level of spectral being. Although there were many of them, he had indeed been defeated, utterly crushed. All his efforts over the days had been aimed at fighting them, but now that the time had come for real combat, he was left merely to take a beating, which deeply troubled Zhang Yang. He was unwilling to accept this. After all, he was a star guardian, the defender of Earth. If he couldn't even defeat a few low-level spectral beings, what right did he have to be a star guardian? Thus, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to his training. Lost in thought, Zhang Yang did not notice someone approaching him until the newcomer spoke. "Hi, how are you? Do you remember me?" Chen Ming squatted beside the sofa and spoke to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang was taken aback, suddenly snapping back to reality and turning to look beside him. "It's you. It's great to see you again. I've been looking for you for a long time." Chen Ming stood up and walked in front of Zhang Yang, bowing deeply. "Thank you for saving my life. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be standing here. We are strangers, yet you helped me. I am truly grateful," he said, bowing deeply once again. Zhang Yang immediately stood up to help him up. "It's nothing, just a small effort. What do you call yourself, benefactor?" "My name is Chen Ming." Zhang Yang. After helping Chen Ming to a nearby sofa, Zhang Yang sat down beside him. At the same time, he was observing Chen Ming closely. He hadn't had the time to carefully examine him during their first meeting, so of course, he wanted to observe him thoroughly this time, as they would be comrades fighting side by side in the future. Chen Ming, at over 1.8 meters tall and filled with muscle, had a complexion that was both dark and ruddy, revealing sharp features and a stern demeanor. He hadn't expected such a rugged man to be so sentimental. That was partly why he had saved him in the first place. For a moment, Zhang Yang was at a loss for words, but Chen Ming spoke up. "You must be a destined one too." Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow and nodded. Over these past few days, Tang Tsung had informed him of the reasons behind his uniqueness and related knowledge. He had been hoping to encounter other destined ones. Although Tang Tsung had not shared any details about Zhang Yang's situation, his intuition told him that Zhang Yang was indeed like him. After receiving confirmation, Chen Ming appeared very pleased. "They say I'm a level 2 evolver. What about you?" As he spoke, he lifted his shirt to point at a square star emblem on his abdomen. Zhang Yang opened his mouth. Just as he was about to say he was a level 6 evolver, Tian Yang's voice echoed in his mind. "Remember, don't easily reveal your identity to others if you don't want to attract trouble." He turned his gaze toward the door. Tian Yang was approaching the two, and Zhang Yang immediately stood up and ran to him. Seeing Zhang Yang hesitate to speak, Chen Ming decided not to ask anything further. If he didn't want to talk, it was inappropriate for him to disturb him. "Tian Yang, how is it? Has the result come out?" Zhang Yang asked urgently as he reached Tian Yang's side. "It has come out. Come sit down and I will explain everything slowly." Tian Yang's tone was somewhat somber, and his expression was dim, unlike the optimistic Tian Yang he knew. Zhang Yang couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. What had happened? "I believe there are some things that must be made clear to you. 3 nights ago, you fought against 12 junior minglings. Not only did you fail to dispatch them efficiently as I expected, but you almost lost your own life. At that moment, I was very disappointed in you. How could the heir of Tianyang be so incompetent? I find you exceedingly weak. After witnessing your performance, I even contemplated giving up on you. After all, finding another heir wouldn't be difficult." Tianyang paused and sighed. Zhang Yang silently listened without speaking. He felt that Tianyang's words were reasonable, and even he thought his performance was poor, let alone Tianyang. This is why I haven't sought you out for 3 whole days. Perhaps you wonder why I've come to find you now. Here I wish to apologize. As he spoke, Tianyang bowed to Zhang Yang his already modest height, causing his head to nearly touch the ground. Zhang Yang immediately helped Tianyang up. What happened? What are you apologizing to me for? I feel I should be the one apologizing to you. No, you are not at fault, I am. It wasn't until an hour ago that I realized it was not your fault. I wronged you. Zhang Yang was left bewildered by Tianyang's words. He didn't know what to say. He was also uncertain about what Tianyang had discovered. In the past few days, Song, he has been conducting dissection studies on the captured mingling. After 3 days of relentless effort, we finally uncovered the reason behind the strengthening of those minglings. Tianyang's expression grew increasingly serious and his tone became more urgent. The quantum existence forms between different parallel universes differ, leading to variations in the energy that accumulates. This means that the energy utilized by beings from different universes is also distinct. For example, the energy pairing value of people from our first parallel universe in your third parallel universe is 78, meaning they can only utilize 78 of their energy. The same applies to the minglings. Their pairing value from the 7th parallel universe in our first parallel universe is 66. However, it is quite different for them on Earth. The quantum existence forms in the 3rd and 7th parallel universes are nearly identical. The minglings that arrive here feel as if they have returned home. This is why they have suddenly become so powerful. You must understand that those minglings and dreams are at the level of Tiana star. What is the pairing value of the minglings with the 3rd parallel universe? After listening quietly for a while, Chun Ming finally spoke. Tianyang hesitated for a moment before replying, greater than 95. Zhang Yang and Chun Ming exclaimed in unison, what? How could this be? Such powerful minglings using only 66 of their energy obliterated the entire Tiana star. Now here on Earth, they can almost utilize their full strength. How can we protect the Earth? Tianyang noticed the concerns of the two. But don't worry too much, a high pairing value is not solely disadvantageous. While the minglings will become stronger here, you Star Guardians will not become significantly weaker either. We need to find the other surviving Tiana star people quickly. They possess a wealth of advanced technology and gene evolution techniques from Tiana star. You should know that the success rate of gene evolution and the success rate of the experimenter's fusion are equivalent to the pairing values among the universes. If those old bastards from the Research Institute are still alive, I believe it won't be long before Earth will have many more Star Guardians like you. Will they be like us? Chen Ming, who had just learned he was a Star Guardian, had not yet digested this information and was now bombarded with even more new concepts, feeling somewhat dazed. Compared to you, they will be even stronger. Tianyang stated firmly. You have the crystalline spheres of the energy gathered by predecessors. The energy contained within has been refined over nearly 20 years, and this energy will be released at 150 efficiency on Earth. Coupled with the strength you have cultivated without the aid of mechs, you will truly be far superior to new Star Guardians, as the energy within these spheres is immense. Chenming, how many times have you used dark energy? After hesitating for a moment, Chenming replied, 7 times. The amount of dark energy you've consumed is less than 1,000th of the entire energy sphere. There's so much energy in this energy sphere. Chen Ming exclaimed. What about me? Zhang Yang thought in his mind, knowing that Tianyang could hear him because their minds were connected. Sure enough, Tianyang quickly replied, approximately 1/1000th. Zhang Yang widened his eyes, incredulous. Just how much energy is contained in this energy sphere? Don't be surprised. First, your energy sphere is level 6 while Chun Ming's is level 2. Secondly, the cost of becoming a level 6 evolver is not comparable to that of a level 2 evolver, otherwise there wouldn't be so few level 6 evolvers. Finally, that small energy sphere is the result of over 20 years of our efforts. Don't underestimate it. So I almost possess limitless energy. Zhang Yang's eyes widened. Don't think that having more energy is necessarily better. You will go through 4 stages with the energy sphere, and currently you are in the first stage. Tianyang addressed the two, white, blue, red, and black. The first stage is the initial phase, which is when you merge with the energy sphere in the first light cycle. In Earth time, this lasts for about 500 days. During this time, you need to expend 1/10 of the energy within the energy sphere. If you fail to do so, when the energy sphere leaks its energy, your bodies will not be able to withstand it and will explode, leading to your demise. The second stage, the transitional phase, requires you to expend half of the energy within the energy sphere within 2 light cycles, otherwise you will also explode and disappear. The third stage is the filling phase, where significant energy loss will cause the energy sphere to be in a state of extreme instability. During this time, you need to merge your accumulated energy with the energy sphere to stabilize it. If your energy cannot stabilize the energy sphere, you will still die, and the explosion of the energy sphere could even bring catastrophic consequences to surrounding beings. You have two methods to achieve stabilization. The first is to abandon the energy sphere and let its energy combust spontaneously, but this will cause irreversible damage to the evolver and significantly reduce their abilities. Thus, this method should only be considered when all else fails. The second method is to diligently accumulate energy to reach a stable state for the energy sphere. This not only preserves the energy sphere, but also enhances your own capabilities. The fourth stage is the most dreadful of all. We call it the destruction phase. Some fortunate evolved beings may survive the catastrophe of the third stage. Do not mistake that for luck. When it comes to the fusion of energy spheres, there is no such thing as fortune. The energy may spare their bodies, but it will shatter their minds. They live on as walking corpses. Yet, that is not the gravest of consequences. Most crucially, they remain in a constant state of energy discharge. Imagine an unconscious evolved unleashing the full extent of its power to assail humanity without respite. What horrors would follow? Such an event once occurred on Tianhe Star. A level 3 evolved failed to pass the third stage and descended into the destruction phase. In less than half a day, half of a human settlement lay in ruins at its hands. Over 3 million people perished, and it took 7 evolved of the same rank to finally put it down. This exemplifies the terror of destruction phase evolvers. So do not think being a Star Guard is an easy post. The two were left speechless. What else could they do? They could only take it one step at a time. Yet they believed they could survive the third stage. As they steeled their resolve, a tremendous explosion froze everyone in place. What happened? Zhang Yang snapped back and asked. Don't know, go see. In an instant, Tian Yang vanished from where he stood. The next moment, he reappeared dozens of meters away. Amazed by Tian Yang's speed, the two followed closely and ran toward the source of the sound. Half a minute later, they found Tian Yang standing at the door of a lower deck cabin. Impacts thudded from within. The walls and door had no windows, so they could not see inside. 37 seconds. Pathetic. Tian Yang said bluntly to the two, who panted and exchanged red-faced glances. The one locked inside is the mingling. I don't know how it broke its bonds. The experiment wasn't finished, so it's still of use. Go in and capture it alive. Here, take this freeze gun. Tian Yang produced a freeze gun from somewhere and offered it to Qin Ming refused. Give it to Zhang Yang. I refuse to believe I can't handle a single monkey. Zhang Yang silently shook his head, thinking Qin Ming was imprudently rash. In a moment, he would learn how shallow and ignorant he truly was. Zhang Yang took the freeze gun and stationed himself on one side of the door, Qin Ming on the other. As Zhang Yang pressed the switch, Qin Ming shouted and charged in with Zhang Yang close behind. Zhang Yang did not fire at once. He wanted Qin Ming to taste the mingling's ferocity. Otherwise, with such an underestimating attitude, Qin Ming might suffer as he once had. He saw Qin Ming frozen in place. Was he petrified by fear? It couldn't be. It was only a mingling. But when Zhang Yang took in the scene fully, he too stood dumbstruck. The mingling had originally been bound and confined within a transparent steel casing, but now both its feet and one arm had broken free, tearing a large gash in the casing, and it had already wriggled half its body out. How is this possible? How could it break? Zhagong? Tian Yang widened his eyes in disbelief and drifted forward to inspect up close. Zhagong is a unique resource of Tianhe Star, exceptionally dense and hard, yet easily forged, commonly used for military-grade equipment. As Tian Yang neared the mingling, it freed its final bound arm. Only the ruptured steel casing now impeded its movement. It kicked hard. The already split casing splintered further, and the mingling was about to crawl free. Zhang Yang raised the freeze gun and fired several volleys at it. The struggling mingling snapped its head around. Just as the freeze rounds were about to strike, it flailed its arms in a frantic arc. Yet its flailing had little effect. The freeze round struck its arm, and a crystalline chill began to radiate outward from the impact. Zhang Yang grinned, but before he could savor it, the sight before him nearly drove him mad. The frozen zone ceased expanding before it could engulf the entire arm, and then with alarming speed the frost began to contract. How can this be? Zhang Yang cried aghast. He glanced at Tian Yang and found the latter's face grave, as if pondering deeply. Be careful, it's likely evolving toward the mid-level. Zhang Yang's pupils dilated, and he swallowed hard. The last quasi-mid-level mingling had been hard enough to handle. This one was a bona fide mid-level. I wondered why the creature was looking more and more human and less like the monkey you described. So it has evolved. Qin Ming beside Zhang Yang suddenly exclaimed. Let me show how fearsome the fabled mingling truly is. With that, Qin Ming launched forward like an arrow loosed from a bow. Qin Ming, don't be impulsive. Zhang Yang shouted, and mid-level mingling was not something he could contend with now. Yet he was surprised at how fast Qin Ming had gathered his dark energy, nearly matching his own pace. Sensing danger, the Mingling bellowed and struck at Chun Ming with its arms. More accurately described as bone spikes, for that attack carried a momentum beyond that of a low-level Mingling. Chun Ming did not dodge. His burly frame made evasive maneuvers difficult, and given the Mingling's speed, a hasty dodge could be fatal, so he chose to meet it head-on. Boom! The fierce impact reverberated through the cabin. Zhang Yang had imagined Chun Ming being hurled away, but instead he merely slid backward a short distance. Zhang Yang was surprised. He had underestimated him. Even Tian Yang glanced at Chun Ming with unexpected interest. Chun Ming's punch did little harm to the Mingling, but it worsened the fissure in the casing. Seizing the moment, the Mingling leapt upward with force, and the casing shattered with a crash. The Mingling roared and leapt free. It did not immediately unleash slaughter. Instead, it stood and flexed its tibia, as if savoring the long-missed sensation of freedom. Chun Ming gave it no respite. He slammed his foot to the floor and hurtled toward it like a cannon shot. A fist gathering all the dark energy that Chun Ming could unleash crashed heavily onto the back of the Mingling. Even though it was a mid-level Mingling, it could not withstand Chun Ming's attack. Or rather, it did not resist at all, allowing this punch to strike it. Thus, it was sent flying until it crashed against the wall, finally coming to a stop. The reason for saying it did not resist at all was that it seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep, completely motionless, showing no reaction even when attacked. Chun Ming was momentarily dazed, wondering what this creature was doing. Although this was advantageous for capturing it alive, he was concerned about potential tricks. Zhang Yang also looked on in confusion at the unfolding scene. It should be in an adaptation period, but that shouldn't be the case. The adaptation period occurs during the evolution from mid-level Mingling to high-level Mingling. Why was it appearing in a Mingling that had just completed its mid-level evolution? Tian Yang was at a loss, his mind in chaos. Many of the events happening were inconsistent with his memories, which frustrated him. If he had the ability to attack, he would have wanted to confront the Mingling personally to find answers. Chun Ming, a Mingling in the transitional period, will maintain its peak state at all times. You must be cautious, but they can also become distracted inadvertently. This is the best time to attack. Make sure to seize the opportunity. Zhang Yang, go help. Chun Ming and Zhang Yang exchanged nods. Although they were facing a mid-level Mingling with Tian Yang's methodical command, they felt considerably reassured. The two charged towards the Mingling in succession, gathering dark energy as they ran. At that moment, the Mingling jolted back to its senses, rising from the corner where it had been lying and moving its bones. Clearly, Chun Ming's attack had affected it significantly. It threw its head back and let out a roar, shaking the entire cabin. Seeing two people charging at it, it swung its arms, causing two bone spikes that emitted a chilling light to burst forth from its arms. In a flash, its figure vanished from sight. Chun Ming's attack missed. He had to retract his strength suddenly, and this motion caused him considerable discomfort, as if he had struck a cotton ball with all his might. How can it be so fast? Chun Ming exclaimed in shock. The fastest animal he knew of on Earth was the cheetah, which he had learned about while lying on the sofa after dinner one day watching Animal Planet. Yet the speed of the Mingling before him surpassed that of a cheetah by more than 3 times. As a primary strength type evolver, he had little else to offer besides his immense strength. Now he could not even catch sight of the Mingling. He took a few steps back to Zhang Yang's side and said while searching for the Mingling, "Little brother, you saw it too. I am powerless now. It's up to you from here on out. Be careful." Zhang Yang suddenly pushed Chun Ming aside, and the next moment a bone spike shot through the space they had just occupied. The spike plunged into the ground, leaving a deep gouge about 3 centimeters wide. Seeing its attack miss, the Mingling continued to roar and charged towards the two. Looking at the gouge in the ground, Zhang Yang swallowed hard. He knew how hard the ground was. The entire cabin was made from the same material, and even his full-strength strike during the mech test had left no mark on the wall. To think that he had nearly 700 pounds of force. One could imagine how powerful the Mingling had become after evolving to mid-level. If that strike hit him, Zhang Yang broke into a cold sweat, estimating that he would either be dead or severely injured. Thinking of this, he had to be even more cautious. The Mingling moved with incredible speed, making it impossible for the two to catch sight of it. At this moment, Zhang Yang's 8th sense came into play, allowing him to dodge the Mingling's elusive attacks in time. Meanwhile, he could also assist Chun Ming, for he did not believe Chun Ming could withstand the Mingling's attacks. They were both waiting for an opportunity. For the moment, the Mingling became distracted. As long as they seized the opportunity to strike, then they could easily subdue it. In just 10 seconds, the Mingling had attacked at least 8 times, launching fierce assaults at nearly 1 per second, leaving Zhang Yang and Chun Ming gasping for breath. Meanwhile, Tian Yang, floating in the air, could only watch anxiously, feeling utterly helpless. Hurrying over at the sound were Song Yitong and Tang Tsong, who upon seeing the scene immediately raised their freezing guns and fired several shots at the Mingling. At that moment, the Mingling was attacking Zhang Yang, and the direction Tang Tsong was shooting was right behind him. Even with its incredible speed, the Mingling could not evade the incoming freezing rounds. Ka ka ka. Several freezing rounds struck the Mingling, and the freezing area quickly began to expand. The onlookers widened their eyes in surprise, staring at the Mingling. However, much to everyone's disbelief, so many freezing rounds had no effect on the Mingling, unable to even slow it down for a moment. Seeing that it was now less than 5 meters away from Zhang Yang, it stumbled and nearly fell. Tian Yang, observing the Mingling's state from the air, suddenly brightened and shouted to the two below, "It's distracted. Now's your chance." Without wasting a moment, Chen Ming seized the opportunity and charged at the Mingling, positioning himself at its side. He believed that if this strike landed, the Mingling would be severely injured. Zhang Yang was also busy raising his gun and firing several rounds at the Mingling's feet to prevent it from suddenly awakening and harming Chen Ming. He only stopped shooting when he ran out of bullets. Boom! A dull sound rang out. Did he hit it? This was Chen Ming's first thought. He had indeed struck something, but the scene he had imagined of the Mingling being sent flying did not occur. What had happened? At this moment, a violent pain pulled Chen Ming back from his thoughts. The excruciating pain in his fist was unbearable, causing him to break into a cold sweat instantly. He opened his eyes and looked forward, only to see his fist tightly gripped in the Mingling's hand. The crushing pain made him grimace, unable to break free. Why did it recover so quickly? Zhang Yang asked anxiously. Perhaps it's due to the matching value. Tian Yang replied, his face grave, staring intently at the Mingling, seemingly lost in thought. The Mingling awoke after being distracted for less than 5 seconds. It gripped Chen Ming's fist that was aimed at it and crushed it, causing Chen Ming's fist to shatter into pieces. Then it seized Chen Ming and hurled him back to where he was. With a scream from Chen Ming, his right arm was directly torn off. Chen Ming's vision was clouded by a flurry of snowflakes, and he fainted. However, Mingling was not about to let him go so easily. It struggled to rush towards Chen Ming's location, but was hindered by the ice beneath its feet. Taking advantage of Mingling's distraction, Zhang Yang rushed to Chen Ming's side, and with Tang Tsung's help, they carried Chen Ming outside the cabin and handed him over to Tang Tsung for medical treatment. Song Yi, being an ordinary person, had no opportunity to intervene at this moment, so he stood at a distance. About 30 seconds later, the ice was completely shattered, and Mingling jumped out. At that moment, Zhang Yang had just returned to the cabin. Seeing its target disappear, Mingling erupted in fury and directed all its anger towards Zhang Yang. It let out a shrill scream of rage, and then raised its arms, lunging at Zhang Yang. Of course, Zhang Yang would not sit idle. He immediately jumped aside to evade Mingling's attack, while also pondering how to defeat it. Mingling was not invincible. There had to be a way to overcome it. And at worst, he still had that layer of protection and was not afraid of losing his life. Moreover, continuously fleeing was not a solution. If he could escape, he would have done so long ago, but this was a base. Tian Yang was a robot and lacked combat capabilities, while Song Yi and Tang Tsung were ordinary people completely unable to compete with Mingling. Regular weapons were ineffective against it. Only evolved beings like him and Chen Ming had the power to contend with it. And now that Chen Ming had also fallen, it was up to him. Zhang Yang stopped, turned around, and looked at Mingling. His gaze was resolute, and his demeanor calm, showing no hint of fear. Seeing Zhang Yang's movements, Tian Yang, who was observing from the air, felt a surge of joy. He appeared both tense and hopeful. Zhang Yang's actions represented the potential for future growth. Only by daring to confront challenges could one grow rapidly. He had been waiting for Zhang Yang to awaken, and now he finally witnessed the moment he had anticipated. Normally, he refrained from guiding Zhang Yang, not because he did not want to, but because he hoped Zhang Yang would discover the path to improvement on his own. He could not allow Zhang Yang to become dependent on him. He was well aware of the fate of those evolved beings who grew under the shade of great trees on Tiana Star. He did not want Zhang Yang to follow in their footsteps. Thus, he widened his eyes and fixed his gaze on Zhang Yang. As Mingling saw its target stop, it let out a surprised cry and accelerated towards Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang sidestepped its attack, but he was not merely dodging. At the same time, he exerted force and struck hard at Mingling's leg. Just as Mingling had turned its back to him, it was caught off guard, and Zhang Yang's kick, infused with dark energy, caused Mingling to buckle and kneel on the ground. The kneeling Mingling was overly confident in its speed, never expecting this human would dare to attack it. Thus, it did not take any precautions. What it did not know was that Zhang Yang possessed a super ability, the eighth sense. It roared in anger and attempted to stand, but Zhang Yang would not give it a moment's respite. Then a knee struck Mingling's back, causing it to howl in pain and rage. "Is that all you can do, is scream?" Zhang Yang taunted. Mingling seemed to understand Zhang Yang's words. It ceased its roaring and halted its attacks. It stood silently a dozen meters away, intently staring at Zhang Yang, as a faint black mist began to emanate from its body, resembling Zhang Yang's dark energy. taking on a physical form, though Zhang Yang's emanated white. Zhang Yang furrowed his brow, feeling the increasingly intense aura emanating from Ming Ling. This is the special ability of intermediate Ming Ling. They possess powers similar to dark energy, but do not be afraid. This ability does not reveal its true potential in intermediate Ming Ling. It merely enhances some offensive and defensive capabilities, and the effect will not last long. Stay strong. Zhang Yang turned to glance aside and saw Tianyang nodding at him. He smiled back at Tianyang, then turned and charged towards Ming Ling like a cannonball. The mist around Ming Ling had enveloped its entire body, making it appear as if a demon from hell, just as its name suggested, a specter from the netherworld. Gathering 80 of his dark energy in his right fist, Zhang Yang used the remaining 20 to enhance his speed. Coupled with his inherently agile steps, he was now nearly as fast as Ming Ling. Boom! A loud sound erupted and Ming Ling was sent staggering back several steps before crashing down onto the ground. Zhang Yang did not give it a moment to breathe. He forcefully pushed off the ground, leaping 3 to 4 meters high to launch a fierce attack on Ming Ling. Just as Ming Ling stood up, Zhang Yang struck it down again with a knee. This skill is nothing special. Zhang Yang thought to himself, expecting more from it. As he pondered, he continued attacking Ming Ling. Seizing the opportunity while Ming Ling was still on the ground, Zhang Yang leaped 4 to 5 meters high, putting all his strength into a stomp aimed at Ming Ling. However, what Zhang Yang did not anticipate was that just as he was about to land, Ming Ling turned its head and caught Zhang Yang's ankle with its arm. Ever since he eliminated several rogue disciples that night, the rogue organization has consistently sent people to trouble him. Each time he has found himself on the brink of death. Fortunately, he was chosen as the successor by Tianyang. If he were still an ordinary person, wouldn't he have perished long ago? The intense training over the past half-month was aimed at annihilating the Mingling, but now that he truly faced one, he realized how insignificant he was. Finally having the opportunity to fight the Mingling, he intended to prove his capabilities to Tianyang, but unexpectedly, he performed poorly. Now a Mingling stood before him, and he was utterly powerless against it. He knew Tianyang was watching closely, and he was aware of the high hopes Tianyang had for him. Ever since he fused with Tianyang's energy orb, their thoughts had begun to resonate, almost synchronizing in mind and intention. Why can't I, Zhang Yang, do what you people from Tianhe Star can do? No, I believe I can. I am not inferior to anyone. Zhang Yang muttered to himself, and at that moment one thought consumed him: to slay this Mingling. Unknowingly, he entered a state of oblivion. He was unaware that while he was contemplating, the dark energy he was gathering was rapidly increasing, and the aura he emanated was intensifying, elevating him above the Mingling. Is this a second-level advancement? Tianyang sensed Zhang Yang's transformation. The energy was becoming tangible. Indeed, it was just as he thought. In the past, when Zhang Yang used dark energy, his body was controlled by it, as his physical constitution and mental strength were insufficient to sustain its use. Thus, every time he utilized dark energy, he would fall into a deep sleep. But now it seemed he could manage. Tianyang confirmed his thoughts. It was such exhilarating news. He knew he hadn't misjudged Zhang Yang. He truly was the best. For a moment, Tianyang felt immense satisfaction with Zhang Yang's performance. However, he hadn't been pleased for long before another troubling issue presented itself. Due to the evolution, Zhang Yang had entered a state of oblivion, which was a rare occurrence for any evolver. As long as he gained insights in this state, the benefits for his future would be immeasurable. Especially since he entered this state during battle, such an opportunity was even more difficult to come by. But in fighting this Mingling, Zhang Yang had become bloodthirsty. He could easily lose himself in this state and become an emotionless demon. This was the last thing Tianyang wanted to see. Perhaps I am overthinking. I should trust Zhang Yang, he can do it. Tianyang firmly thought, then stared intently at Zhang Yang. Let's hope so. The Mingling had been quietly observing Zhang Yang's changes. This sudden shift and the abruptly increased aura genuinely startled it. However, the intelligence of a mid-level Mingling was less than that of a monkey on Earth, who, aside from killing, it had no other thoughts. Seeing the human standing still in front of it despite the intimidating aura, it charged forward without a second thought. In the blink of an eye, the distance of over 10 meters was closed. The Mingling clawed the air with its dark claws, creating a whoosh sound as it executed a black tiger pouncing on heart attack. Why isn't this kid moving? Tianyang felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. Even though he was someone who had weathered many storms, witnessing such a scene made him tremble with fear. The Mingling strike was not to be trifled with. Zhang Yang remained unmoved. As the Mingling approached rapidly, he even closed his eyes as if he didn't take it seriously at all. Tianyang's eyes widened, and he instinctively opened his mouth. He nearly couldn't contain himself from shouting out. In the command room, Song Yitong and Tang Tsong also held their breath, staring at the screen. Just as the Mingling was less than a meter away from him, Zhang Yang opened his eyes and bent down. Tianyang let out a sigh. He finally moved, but his heart remained uneasy. He needed to see Zhang Yang evade the mingling's attack before he could relax. Dodge, hurry, and dodge, he shouted in his mind. At that moment, Zhang Yang spread his legs and kicked off hard, leaping high into the air. This fool jumped sideways. He could jump backwards too. Why is he jumping like that? Does he have some plan? Tianyang frowned. Wait, he doesn't plan to dodge. This is bad. Tianyang felt a wave of darkness wash over him. He would have to find another successor. Leaping into the air, Zhang Yang paused momentarily before descending, while the mingling also leaped up to meet him. During the descent, Zhang Yang's figure flickered, appearing to vanish as he suddenly dropped several meters, while the white light around him gathered toward his legs. It seemed he was determined to clash directly with the mingling. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. The distance between them grew smaller, and the snarling mingling did not instill any fear in Zhang Yang. Instead, it fueled his fighting spirit. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as the descending Zhang Yang was knocked back, while the rising mingling was sent crashing to the ground. This punch was delivered with full force by the mingling. Had Zhang Yang made contact, it would have meant either death or severe injury. However, due to the distance and the change in direction, the actual force exerted was merely 3/5 of its full potential. Otherwise, Zhang Yang wouldn't have remained unscathed. Stabilizing its footing, the mingling charged toward Zhang Yang once more. Desperately closing his eyes, Tianyang heard the explosive sound. A chill ran through his heart, but why did it sound like there was still a battle happening? Curious, he opened his eyes. Upon seeing the scene before him, his jaw dropped. What did he see? Zhang Yang not only hadn't died, but he also was uninjured and was battling fiercely against the mingling. Is this still the Zhang Yang I know? After the mingling used its skills, its speed and power had visibly increased. It had become even more terrifying in areas where it already had an advantage. Yet before evolution, both Chunming and he had no way to deal with it. How could Zhang Yang now stand against it alone? Scanning Zhang Yang's body, Tianyang discovered that Zhang Yang was now at his peak condition, with all bodily functions significantly enhanced. Without a doubt, Zhang Yang's evolution was a resounding success, but is it really wise to clash with the mingling like this? Although he was reluctant to let Zhang Yang take action, it didn't seem appropriate to stop him. For a moment, he was at a loss for what to do. Watching Zhang Yang grow bolder in battle against the mingling, Tianyang chose to remain silent and observe. Songyi, what is going on? I want to ask you the same. As an evolver, if you don't know, how could I? The pairing value of this underworld spirit has reached 96. Its attack power is definitely higher than that of the intermediate underworld spirits appearing in the Tiana star, but it has yet to reach the level of advanced underworld spirits. It should be between the two. Yet Zhang Yang has not even completed his secondary advancement, let alone contend with intermediate or higher level underworld spirits. He should barely be able to handle even the most ordinary intermediate underworld spirit. What exactly allows him to last so long in such a battle? Tianyang was utterly perplexed. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, in the past minute, Zhang Yang had already blocked and attacked the underworld spirit a dozen times. The underworld spirit possessed the speed of the wind and incredibly powerful fists, while Zhang Yang matched it with comparable speed and abnormal defensive capabilities. Currently, while Zhang Yang's body was not significantly injured, his clothes had been torn into tatters. His attire was certainly not as formidable in defense. The underworld spirit, unable to inflict any substantial harm on the human before it grew increasingly agitated. After Zhang Yang dodged its attack one last time, it came to a halt. Lifting its head slightly, it emitted a low-frequency sound wave. Buzzing. This sound had a strong penetrating power, as if it could pierce through the storage room and project outward through the ground. Tianyang's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed, "Not good. It's sending a signal to other underworld spirits. Quickly deal with it, or it will be too late." Without needing to say it, Zhang Yang was already charging toward the underworld spirit. At some point, his eyes had turned red, and from a distance it appeared as though something was flickering within them, as if a flame had ignited in his gaze. The underworld spirit, engrossed in emitting sound, did not let its guard down. Sensing danger, it swiftly jumped to evade. Zhang Yang did not halt after missing his attack. He turned and continued charging toward the underworld spirit. However, before his attack could reach, the underworld spirit kicked Zhang Yang away. He performed a backflip to stabilize himself, then pushed off the ground to charge at the underworld spirit once more. Having somehow found a half-meter-long metal object that looked quite sturdy, likely a facility damaged during their battle, Zhang Yang grasped the metal rod and swung it mercilessly at the underworld spirit with all his might. This blow struck the underworld spirit, which was unable to evade. The metal rod slammed heavily into its body. The underworld spirit's defense was no match for Zhang Yang's attack. This strike indeed had a noticeable effect. After hitting its shoulder with a roar, one of the underworld spirit's arms drooped down, and as it attempted to move it, it was evident it was not under its control. Most likely it was broken. Having lacked rationality to begin with, its fury made it lose the last shred of sense, yet its primal instinct remained unchanged, wanting to kill its opponent, just as Zhang Yang did. It charged recklessly toward Zhang Yang. In a state of forgetfulness due to evolution, Zhang Yang was undeterred, swinging his weapon as he met the charge. The storage room's lighting system had been mostly damaged, now only a few undamaged light tubes flickered due to the power supply. From a distance, the two figures, one black and one white, charging toward each other, resembled ghosts in the night, their respective auras forcing all objects in their path to yield. Boom! Zhang Yang was sent flying, while the underworld spirit knelt on the ground. Before Zhang Yang even hit the ground, he steadied himself in midair, but his shirt had been shattered and fell away, revealing his bare torso as he descended slowly. After all, his shirt had already been torn into strips. His left knee had taken a punch from the underworld spirit and was now trembling, yet Zhang Yang felt no pain and showed no signs of fear, pushing off the ground with his right leg to charge at the underworld spirit once more. Tianyang noticed that the segment of metal in Zhang Yang's hand was missing. Looking at the underworld spirit, he realized Zhang Yang had embedded it in the underworld spirit's abdomen, the metal having pierced through its body. No wonder it was acting that way. He suddenly observed the underworld spirit squatting in place, its gaze vacant, an expression devoid of any semblance of the pain it had just shown. Had it lost its focus? What did losing focus mean at this moment? Tianyang looked at Zhang Yang excitedly, only to see Zhang Yang's figure flash and instantly appear beside the underworld spirit, his fist raised, and he struck fiercely at the underworld spirit's head, sending it flying several meters away. Yet it did not die. Zhang Yang did not stop. He followed closely behind, pummeling the underworld spirit's head with his fists. Seeing that it was on the brink of death, yet still not recovering, Tianyang felt relieved. His only concern now was that Zhang Yang not face any unforeseen incidents, hoping he could regain his self from this state of forgetfulness. At that moment, the underworld spirit's body began to swell, as if inflated, growing rounder and rounder like a balloon. What? It can even do this? Tianyang was astonished. Zhang Yang, run. It's about to self-destruct. Yet in his lost state, how could Zhang Yang hear his words? He continued relentlessly pounding the underworld spirit's head. Tianyang, the explosive force is enough to obliterate this storage room and the surrounding area, and there are only 13 seconds left until the explosion. Quickly think of a way to get Zhang Yang out. Song Yi's voice echoed from the wall-mounted speaker. Zhang Yang. Tianyang ceased his shouting, intently staring at Zhang Yang, uncertain of what he was thinking. 8 seconds, 7 seconds. As the countdown to the explosion drew near, Song Yi and Tang Tsong in the command chamber held their breath. 6 seconds, 5 seconds. Tianyang's head tilted slightly, as if he had made a decision. Hurry, it's about to explode. Tang Tsong shouted excitedly. At that moment, Tianyang moved. He leaped up and his body was instantly enveloped in blue light. In the next second, his 1.3-meter frame reverted to a height of over 1.8 meters. Then he changed direction midair and flew toward Zhang Yang. His speed even surpassed that of both the underworld spirit and Zhang Yang. As he neared Zhang Yang, Tianyang opened his arms, aiming to grab Zhang Yang and escape this place. At this moment, there were 4 seconds left until the explosion. The underworld spirit's body had transformed into a sphere more than 3 times its original size, and something inside was thrashing about to explode, while Zhang Yang continued to pound its fists against the underworld spirit. The instant Tianyang grasped Zhang Yang, he forcefully pushed off the ground, bolting toward the door like lightning. There was no time left. Boom. Just as the two reached the door, the shockwave from the explosion sent them flying. In a critical moment, Tianyang pulled Zhang Yang, who faced the explosion, in front of himself, using his body to shield Zhang Yang from harm. In an instant, the warehouse, covering an area of over 200 square meters, turned into ruins, and all buildings within an 80-meter radius were also destroyed by the shockwave. The entire spaceship shook violently, and the power system was paralyzed for a period. If someone were standing above the base at that moment, they would surely think an earthquake had occurred. The blasted Tianyang and Zhang Yang were not faring any better. They were hurled over 100 meters before finally crashing into a wall. Tianyang, being a robot, felt no fear of harm, but his body was becoming increasingly ethereal, as if he were about to vanish. Ignoring his own fate, he first turned to look at Zhang Yang, who was lying beside him. Zhang Yang lay on the ground, eyes tightly shut and motionless. It was the rising and falling of his chest that eased Tianyang's anxiety. Zhang Yang, wake up, are you alright? Tianyang shook Zhang Yang gently. Moments later, Zhang Yang opened his eyes, although they were still red. The instant he opened them, he glared fiercely at Tianyang, who was shaking him, his gaze devoid of emotion, filled only with indifference. Tianyang felt a sense of panic in his gaze. Zhang Yang. Bang! The response was Zhang Yang's fist. The punch struck Tianyang's head, knocking him down and causing his head to crash hard against the ground. He shook his head and struggled to sit up, only to be kicked away by the already standing Zhang Yang. Stop it! Just as Zhang Yang was about to stomp on Tianyang's head again, a voice rang out from behind him. The voice belonged to Tang Tsung, who had left the command cabin to help the two after the aftermath of the explosion, only to be met with such a scene. Hearing the shout, Zhang Yang halted his descending foot, lowered his leg, and turned to look at Tang Tsung. What are you doing? How can you attack Tianyang? Tang Tsung, unaware of the truth, thought Zhang Yang was still the old Zhang Yang, so he yelled at Zhang Yang while preparing to assist Tianyang. What are you waiting for? Come and help. He was quite angry at Zhang Yang's previous actions and didn't bother to hide his displeasure while speaking. Tang Tsung, be careful. Zhang Yang is lost due to his advancement. A panicked voice from Song Yi echoed over the intercom, but before he could finish, his tone shifted to a horrifying shout. Tang Tsung instinctively looked at Zhang Yang, and upon seeing those blood-red eyes, he was taken aback. How could a person's eyes be so terrifying? Why had he not noticed this earlier? Now was not the time to ponder such thoughts. He was in grave danger. Tang Tsung turned to lift Tianyang, but when he placed his hand on Tianyang's body, he discovered his hand passed right through. Tang Tsung was alarmed. What was he to do? Don't mind me, I won't die. You should leave quickly. Tianyang's voice was laced with the sound of electrical currents, indicating that his vocal system had been damaged. Tang Tsung understood this and nodded at Tianyang, preparing to leave, but just then Zhang Yang attacked him. Tang Tsung ran desperately toward the door, but as an ordinary person, how could he match Zhang Yang's speed in this state? He was quickly caught up by Zhang Yang and sent tumbling several meters away by a kick. Tang Tsung struggled to sit up, only to see Zhang Yang's foot coming down toward him. It's over, he said with a bitter smile. If that foot landed, he would surely die. Feeling the increasingly intense pressure, he gave up his struggle. At that moment, a loud bang echoed, and the airborne Zhang Yang was struck by an inexplicable cannonball, allowing Tang Tsung to narrowly escape a fatal blow. He leaned against the wall, trying to locate the source of the cannonball, but what he saw was something he could hardly believe. Tianyang had reverted to his robotic form, disassembling his right arm and two legs and reassembling them into a makeshift cannonball. At this moment, he was left with only his body, head, and right arm. Zhang Yang, if you have the ability, come here. Bullying a human is nothing to brag about. Tianyang shouted to attract Zhang Yang's attention, while also signaling Tang Tsung to leave quickly. Without a word, Tang Tsung sprinted away. Zhang Yang ignored the fleeing Tang Tsung, as all his attention was on Tianyang. The explosion had not caused him any harm. It merely halted his pace for a moment, but Tianyang's actions once again enraged Zhang Yang. Earlier it was Zhang Yang dealing with Ming Ling, and now it was Tianyang confronting Zhang Yang. In less than 3 seconds, Zhang Yang covered the 10-meter distance, seizing Tianyang's incomplete body and locking eyes with him. Suddenly, a spark of light flashed in Tianyang's eyes, entering Zhang Yang's gaze. Zhang Yang's body shook, and he let go of the grip on Tianyang. The fallen Tianyang transformed back into a human, but this time it was not himself, it was Zhang Yang's mother, Fan Su. Zhang Yang rubbed his eyes, then angrily swung his fist at Tianyang, but when he opened his eyes, he found a person standing before him, and it was someone he knew very well. His fist involuntarily halted now, just 5 centimeters from the head of the person before him. Son, what are you doing? Are you going to harm your own mother? Tianyang slowly extended his hand to lower Zhang Yang's raised fist, then added, You're too exhausted, you need to rest. Son, relax, no matter what happens, your mother is here. Oh, just rest assured and sleep. Strangely enough, this approach proved quite effective. Zhang Yang listened quietly, and the redness in his eyes gradually faded. Sleep now. When you wake up, everything will be fine. Trust me. Tianyang continuously hypnotized Zhang Yang, and the aura around Zhang Yang weakened further until he finally succumbed to fatigue, closing his eyes and drifting off to sleep. Tang Tsung, who had been hiding nearby, immediately rushed over and embraced Zhang Yang. Tianyang restored himself, and his form became increasingly transparent. It's alright to just wait for him to wake up. The energy reserves are far outstripped by consumption, which is truly frustrating, Tianyang said lightly, and Tang Tsung could fully understand his heartache. The once esteemed #1 star sentinel had fallen to such a state. It was truly admirable how resilient he remained. Tianyang, I'm fine from now on. You two take good care of the base, expedite their training, and I need not elaborate on other matters. You'll figure them out on your own. Tianyang paused, shifting his gaze to Zhang Yang in Tang Tsung's arms. This kid truly gives me no peace of mind. With that, he smiled, shook his head, and transformed into a beam of light, entering Zhang Yang's mind. April 15th, Qingning Province. April is an extraordinary month for Qingning. Although only half a month has passed so far, this period has been filled with numerous events, from the outbreak of the Shadow Spirit incident to being besieged and then breaking through. Consequently, this place has become the focal point of the world. Most areas of Qingning province have now restored stability. Even Pingyuan City, which was once occupied by the shadow spirits, has returned to normal. Since that night, when the shadow spirits broke through, the military has accelerated their efforts to eliminate them. As of now, there are no shadow spirits left in Pingyuan City, which has become a vast no man's land. The areas where the shadow spirits once existed are continuously shrouded in a rotten mist. This toxic atmosphere can affect human physical qualities, and those who linger in it for too long may eventually transform into shadow spirits. Just recently, a few soldiers responsible for mop-up operations transformed into shadow spirits after spending too long in the mist, even though they wore gas masks. Almost everywhere in Pingyuan City, this mist can be found, making it a forbidden zone for humans. Currently, there is no way to eliminate or prevent this mist, forcing people to keep their distance from such areas. This inevitably reminds one of the black mist on the night of the Day of Destruction, which could not be resolved, leading to the sealing off of affected areas until it dissipated 3 months later. Due to a large number of shadow spirits roaming into over a dozen provinces and cities near Qingning, the 2 reinforcements stationed in Qingning have withdrawn and entered other provinces to continue their extermination efforts. Recently, 2 good pieces of news have come from the Academy of Sciences. Firstly, Director Liu Hao has invented some new types of weaponry which are significantly better and more powerful than the previous ones. Secondly, he has raised awareness about genetic evolution and mechs through speeches and facts, and after gaining considerable support, he promised to vigorously develop this project, naming it the Apocalypse Project. However, a small number of people maintain opposing views, believing that the priority should be to solve issues regarding human survival, such as ensuring basic needs, stabilizing social order, and revising legal management, etc. After all, if one cannot guarantee basic living conditions, how could they possibly develop such advanced weapons? Thus, matters regarding the Apocalypse Project have been repeatedly delayed. Only after the shadow spirits broke through did these people silence themselves and change their views. The fall of Pingyuan City in Qingning province led to over 1,000 casualties in just 3 days, and once the breaking shadow spirits entered nearby areas, they caused tens of thousands more deaths in merely half a day. Now only 4 days have passed, and the death toll has already reached 4,000. This number is terrifying and can be considered the most severe disaster since the Day of Destruction. However, the number of shadow spirits remains only in the tens of thousands, and those who died did not have their essences absorbed by them. Shadow spirits do not attack cities. They generally flee into the jungles, which is why most of the deceased are people from remote towns or villages. As a result, many survivors from the towns began to migrate to the cities. Although cities are not safe, either they are guarded by the military, and at least they would not face the despair of confronting numerous shadow spirits alone. In addition to the 13 provinces and cities near Qingning that were invaded by shadow spirits, other regions also saw migration to cities due to news reports sensationalizing the shadow spirits, leading to overcrowding in major cities across Huaxia. Moreover, other countries outside Huaxia are also experiencing unrest, with 3 major incidents occurring recently. The first incident, Huaxia's neighboring country Aeolus has recently spent a large sum of money to purchase the starstones obtained during the Day of Destruction from various countries. A total of over 370 starstones were discovered in the northern hemisphere, and due to its vast territory, Aeolus has become the country with the most starstones, boasting over 900. Why does Aeolus need to acquire so many starstones? This has piqued everyone's curiosity. Furthermore, starstones, despite being lightweight and hard, have no other advantages. What could they possibly do with so many? Consequently, many countries have dispatched spies to infiltrate Aeolus to gather intelligence. It wasn't until a cargo ship from Aeolus had an accident overseas that nearby countries, upon dispatching rescue teams, discovered the ship's containers were filled with perfectly cut stones. While it is not unusual to carry stones, what is strange is that these stones were unfamiliar to the rescuers and were very light. After reporting this discovery to their superiors, the information was immediately relayed to the government, which quickly dispatched an investigation team. Upon investigation, it was found that these perfectly cut stones were actually starstones. How did the Aeolus people manage to achieve this? The government of that country immediately inquired with Aeolus, but how could Aeolus divulge such important technology to them? Their request was outright refused. To avoid straining relations between the two countries, Aeolus sent a batch of cut star stones as a token of gratitude for their rescue, thereby concluding the matter. However, countries around the world became aware of Aeolus' capability to cut star stones. The second incident, some relatively developed countries in the southern hemisphere have actually sent troops to seize star stones from weaker countries in the northern hemisphere. Their motive for doing so is curiosity about these extraterrestrial star stones. They too wish to study them, but the prices offered by the countries selling star stones are exorbitantly high, hence they resorted to theft. A force of 5-0 composed of over a dozen countries from the southern hemisphere entered those nations marked by social unrest or ravaged by war 4 days ago. Because such countries are difficult for the United Nations to manage. Thus, continuous sounds of cannon fire and gunfire can be heard on the lands of some countries in southern Asia. The third incident this is related to Huaxia, as all countries, whether strong or weak, have shown great interest in the high-tech weapons developed by academician Liu Hao. Although Huaxia is currently not at peace, they still do not dare to launch attacks on certain countries like they do with the starstones, as the strength of Huaxia is well known, and they do not wish to spoil their relationship with Huaxia while failing to gain any technology. Thus, many countries have dispatched a considerable number of spies to Huaxia, similar to their attempts to obtain Elis star stone cutting technology. However, obtaining intelligence from Huaxia is no easy feat. The Academy of Sciences is heavily fortified, and to protect it from attacks, it is guarded by a strong military presence. Not to mention a spy sneaking in, even a fly would find it difficult to enter. Ruichio City, Huaxi Province. After a spring rain, the entire mountain forest appeared freshly washed, pristine, and radiant. The earth exhaled the rich, fragrant scent of damp soil, while trees and grasses, invigorated by the gentle downpour, shimmered with the vibrant vitality of spring. A deep, deliberate breath would surely refresh the spirit and clear the mind. Yet the 200 soldiers of Wolf Unit 1 concealed deep within that very forest felt no such serenity. Despite breathing that same crisp, rain-washed air, they even recoiled from its fragrance. Having lain in ambush for 4 full hours, they had endured over 2 hours of relentless rain. Clad only in thin uniforms, they trembled violently under the biting wind's chill. To avoid alerting their quarry, they dared not stir, not so much as a finger. Motionless, they lay camouflaged in tall grass or pressed tight against tree trunks, awaiting their target's arrival. A few soldiers even crouched where rainwater had pooled and streamed downhill, effectively lying submerged in cold, muddy water, making their ordeal far more harrowing than that of their comrades. Yet their eyes, fixed and unblinking, burned with the unwavering resolve of seasoned warriors, as if discomfort, cold, and fatigue held no dominion over them. As the sun dipped below the western horizon, Commander Li Lang raised his arm and glanced at his watch before whispering softly to the soldiers beside him, "It's 7 o'clock. This pack of Mingling will descend the mountain within half an hour. Stay sharp." Li Lang was the elite special police officer codenamed Black Wolf. After eliminating the Mingling and Qingning, he volunteered to join the cleanup task force, advancing into adjacent regions, and leveraging his exceptional abilities rose to command a 200-strong detachment. Recently, intelligence reported a rogue group of roughly 50 Mingling hiding within the northern geological park of Ruichio City, the very mountain forest where they now lay in wait. Through meticulous search and elimination, they had finally pinpointed the Mingling's lair, a cave on the slope just 100 meters away. Mingling rested by day and hunted by night, killing to absorb life energy, a process through which they mutated and evolved. This pack had already slaughtered over 300 villagers across 3 neighboring villages. Li Lang swore an oath he would not leave these mountains until every last Mingling was eradicated. "Attention, they're coming." Before Li Lang could finish speaking, a sniper station nearby whispered urgently. Instantly, he snapped back to focus and issued a low, commanding growl, "Prepare for combat." The sharp metallic clicks of rifles being loaded and safeties disengaged echoed across the forest. Within a minute, the first Mingling emerged into view, followed swiftly by another and then another. A swift count revealed nearly 80, far more than the intelligence suggested. Li Lang's brow furrowed. Had the intel been flawed, 50 had become 80. Opportunity knocks but once. He chose to seize the moment, and after silently confirming readiness among his troops, settled deeper into concealment, waiting for the Mingling to draw nearer. Behind the mountains stretched an endless expanse of peaks. Before it lay the human city. With only this single path open to them, the Mingling had no choice but to pass directly before the ambush site, leaving Li Lang untroubled by fears of escape. 2 minutes later, the Mingling, still utterly unaware, advanced to within 10 meters of the soldiers, moving slowly, muttering indistinctly among themselves. "Now detonate." Li Lang's voice erupted like thunder, stunning the Mingling into momentary paralysis, and in that split second, half their ranks fell shattered by the blast. An officer beside Li Lang slammed his palm onto a detonator. Instantly, the ground beneath the Mingling erupted, deafening explosions roared, and blinding fire leapt skyward. At least 20 Mingling were obliterated instantly, another dozen were hurled violently into the air and crashed to the earth, broken beyond recovery. The soldiers sprang upright and opened fire. Of the 200, only a dozen wielded next-generation weaponry. The rest carried standard-issue assault rifles. The synchronized volley of hundreds of rifles ignited a spectacle so awe-inspiring that even Li Lang, no stranger to battle, found himself momentarily breathless. Thousands of rounds tore through the air, simultaneously weaving a lethal, impenetrable net of lead that descended upon the surviving mingling. Within 3 volleys, their numbers dwindled to near annihilation. Li Lang allowed himself a quiet, satisfied smile. Victory, decisive and absolute, was intoxicating. He had not expected the mingling to fall so easily. Those grueling hours of vigil had not been in vain. A minute later, the last stragglers were eliminated, without a single casualty among his own troops. Yet his elation faded within minutes, replaced by a chilling realization: why had every fallen enemy been a low-tier mingling? That defied all logic. Low-tier mingling rarely gathered in large groups, unless drawn and commanded by a mid-tier specimen. 80 low-tier mingling meant without question the presence of at least one mid-tier controller. So where was it? Not a trace remained. As he wrestled with the riddle, the earth shuddered, jolting every soldier into razor-sharp alertness. The tremors intensified, frequent, violent, unmistakable. Eyes darted wildly across the terrain, searching for the source, until abruptly a mid-tier mingling materialized before them. Before anyone could react, a second mid-tier mingling appeared, then a third. Within mere seconds, 3 mid-tier minglings stood arrayed before them, a sight that froze blood in veins. 2 would have tested their limits, 3 verged on certain doom. Just as panic threatened to take hold, hundreds of low-tier mingling surged forth from behind the 3, flooding the clearing like a black tide. Have we stumbled into a mingling nest? Where did all these come from? Every soldier's composure cracked, frustration boiling into raw disbelief. The 3 mid-tier mingling remained still, but the horde surged forward wave upon wave. Though disciplined gunfire held them at bay, for now, ammunition was finite. With grim resolve, Li Lang activated his emergency beacon. 1 minute passed. Over 100 mingling fell, but that number represented less than 1/5 of the total horde. Meanwhile, rifle magazines ran dangerously low. "Captain, retreat. There's no time left." Urgent voices pressed him to act. His pride resisted, but reason demanded surrender. Before he could issue the order, the 3 mid-tier mingling moved as one. When Li Lang registered their target, his breath caught. They weren't charging the line. They were charging him. "Protect the team leader." Unbeknownst to who shouted, over a dozen warriors immediately surrounded Li Dong and then retreated towards the back under the protection of others. Li Lang felt a surge of emotion in his heart. He had only taken over this squad for 3 days, and although they had experienced several battles, he was still surprised that they could go to such lengths for him. A sense of worth filled his heart, as if he would willingly sacrifice himself, for with so many brothers by his side, he did not feel alone. However, if he were to die, he still did not want his brothers to accompany him in death. They were all flesh and blood, raised by their parents, and no one was more precious than the other. If it came to it, they should either live together or die together. He silently said to himself. 3 intermediate specters charged ahead of their kind, leading hundreds of junior specters closely behind. Even soldiers hundreds of meters away could feel the tremors of the earth. How could the soldiers sit idle? They raised their firearms and shot at the specters with all their might, but such attacks only had a slight effect on the junior specters at the back, as most of the firepower was drawn by the 3 intermediate specters in front. The squad was also equipped with a few high-tech weapons which were highly effective against intermediate specters. In a sense, these were weapons specifically developed for them. However, the 3 intermediate specters deliberately dodged the ammunition fired from these weapons, no longer taking hits to their bodies like ordinary ammunition. As a result, the high-tech weapons ammunition either missed or hit the junior specters. Ordinary ammunition would not cause any harm to the specters, but would only serve to enrage them. One specter, entirely black and seemingly clad in a layer of dark skin, charged angrily at the soldiers who had been attacking it. 2 soldiers had no time to evade and were immediately pierced through their bodies by the specter's bone spikes and died. The black-skinned specter did not relent. With a powerful leap, it plunged back into the crowd and began to wreak havoc. At this moment, 2 other intermediate specters, leading numerous junior specters, also arrived. The soldiers concentrated their fire on them, attempting to shoot them in the head. Moments later, they realized their attempt was utterly futile, as they simply could not hit them. Thus, the soldiers focused their targets on the junior specters. The chaotic battle commenced with soldiers evenly matched against the junior specters, but it was the 3 intermediate specters that disrupted the balance. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen soldiers fell in pools of blood. Li Lang, watching from a distance, felt his heart wrench. He wanted to fight alongside his brothers, but those surrounding him refused, tightly protecting him, making it difficult for Li Lang to even turn around. The slaughter by the intermediate specters terrified the living soldiers. They dared not confront them heat-in, as they had no means to fight back against the intermediate specters. Rather than die in vain, it was better to retreat. The front lines stretched further away, beginning to move southward towards the city, where there were adequate weapons and equipment to deal with these specters. As long as they could reach there, they could still survive. The black-skinned specter sensed the soldiers' intentions and leaped ahead to block their path. In its descent, it attacked the two closest soldiers who had no time to react and were pierced through by the specter's bone spikes, collapsing to the ground. The black-skinned specter did not cease its assault. It swung its arm at the gathering crowd, sending 7 or 8 people flying several meters away. Li Lang was among those 7 or 8 individuals. The specter's arm struck his chest, causing excruciating pain that left him gasping for breath. In just a moment, the black-skinned specter had already killed several soldiers nearby. With mountains on both sides and specters in front and behind, it was clear they were surrounded. The soldiers dared not confront the black-skinned specter head-on, so they retreated to face the relatively easier junior specters. Li Lang picked up a high-tech weapon from the ground, its silver-white body stained with blood. It seemed that the previous user had met a grim fate. Now no one was left to protect him, as those who had were killed by the specters not long ago. In truth, he did not need protection, although his wounds were not yet healed. It did not matter. He wanted to avenge his brothers. With a heart wrenching in sorrow, Li Lang raised his gun and desperately fired at the specters rushing toward him. After killing several soldiers nearby, the black-skinned specter ceased its actions quietly, standing there observing the battlefield. Its sole objective was to guard this area, preventing human soldiers from escaping. Suddenly, a figure caught its attention. This figure was its enemy. Though he did not appear physically strong, his movements were exceptionally agile. Occasionally, specters charged toward him, but he used his weapon to keep them at bay. Moreover, this human seemed to be the leader of the group. Originally, the specter had planned to strike at him, but in the chaos, it had lost track of him. Now it had found him again. The black-skinned specter became intensely interested in this person. After just killing a specter that had attempted to ambush it, Li Lang took a few steps back. The intense physical exertion had temporarily exhausted him. Combined with the relapse of old injuries, he just wanted to rest for a moment to better face the impending battle. But at that moment, an overwhelming sense of danger washed over him. Li Lang instinctively stood up straight and scanned his surroundings. He quickly spotted the black-skinned specter staring directly at him. Li Lang's heart sank. The tension that had just eased returned. He did not understand why the specter was looking at him, nor did he know what he should do now, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Another specter charged at Li Lang. He raised his gun and shot it in the head. When he turned his attention back to the black-skinned specter, he found it had vanished from sight. Where did it go? Li Lang was alarmed and immediately took a few steps back, leaning against the trunk of a large tree while searching for the black-skinned specter's whereabouts. The battle between hundreds of soldiers and hundreds of specters grew increasingly intense. Initially, both sides were evenly matched, but the current situation was solely due to the existence of the two intermediate specters. Wherever they passed, not a single soldier survived. This caused the morale of the soldiers to plummet while the spirits of the specters soared higher. Li Lang watched anxiously, but at this moment he had no time to consider these things. He was still in grave danger. After searching for a long time, without finding any trace of the black-skinned spirit, he dared not move recklessly, fearing that the spirit might suddenly appear and attack him. Swish, swish, swish. The leaves overhead rustled a few times. He looked up and saw a glimmer of cold light flash by. What was that? Li Lang furrowed his brow as if a voice echoed in his mind, "Leave this place quickly." Without time to think, he rolled away from beneath the tree. In the next moment, danger fell from the sky. A bone spike pierced through the dense foliage and plunged straight into the ground. After steadying his footing, Li Lang looked back and was immediately struck with chills. It was truly too dangerous if he had been even a moment slower. The black-skinned spirit did not give up its attack on Li Lang despite missing. It withdrew the bone spike and flashed directly in front of him. Li Lang had no intention of resisting. As soon as he saw the spirit appear, he darted to the side. It was this very action that saved his life once again. The gunfire in the chaotic battle was no longer as intense as at the beginning. Excluding the possibility of ammunition running out, the fate of those soldiers was easy to imagine. The black-skinned spirit lunged at Li Lang, its speed significantly faster than before, as if it had grown tired of toying with this human. Helpless, Li Lang immediately dodged to the side, but as he exerted force on his leg, something grabbed his ankle before he could leave the ground. Li Lang was drenched in cold sweat, and before he could react, he felt a sharp pain in his ankle and was flung away. He flew for over 10 meters before crashing into a large tree and finally stopping. With his head hitting the ground, first Li Lang was bleeding profusely. His whole body ached, and he could no longer stand. He struggled to sit up and leaned against the tree behind him. He saw the black-skinned spirit charging at him again, its claws slicing through the air, creating a series of sonic booms. It was easy to imagine the consequences of being hit by this attack. Li Lang sat on the ground, quietly watching the black-skinned spirit rushing towards him. He had given up on escaping again, knowing that no matter what he did, it would be futile. He could never escape death. Looking at the distant corpses of the soldiers, he felt deep remorse. "Brothers, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault for not scouting properly that led you to this fate. Wait for me, I will come down to apologize to you," Li Lang murmured to himself. After speaking, he drew a dagger from his waist, preparing to slash it across his neck. He would rather commit suicide than die at the hands of this monster. Scenes from over 20 years flashed before his eyes, warming Li Lang's heart. In a daze, he seemed to see his deceased parents. Is this what a dying person can see? He smiled faintly, slowly dragging the dagger across his neck. He didn't know when it began, but his consciousness started to fade and his hearing and sight gradually lost their function. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook him. Caught off guard, Li Lang fell to the ground, and his hand holding the dagger instinctively reached for the ground. Without any strength, he lay on the ground motionless, quietly waiting for the black-skinned spirit to finish him off. However, after a long time, instead of the spirit's arrival, he felt an even more violent tremor. It was this tremor that brought Li Lang's thoughts back. Unable to contain his curiosity, he rubbed his blood-soaked eyes and opened them to look forward. When he finally saw the scene before him, tears filled his eyes, and he couldn't stop them. He had truly survived. The reason the black-skinned spirit did not attack him was that it could not do so. At that moment, it was pinned to the ground by an iron chain as thick as an adult's wrist. No matter how it struggled, it could not break free from the chain's grasp, roaring in anger. As his vision gradually returned, the roaring sound reached Li Lang's ears, and this terrifying roar sounded so melodious to him. Leaving the black-skinned spirit behind, he looked towards the chaotic battle nearby, and found that his companions, who were originally at a disadvantage, were still full of life, while the spirits that had the upper hand were nowhere to be seen. One of the other two mid-level spirits had its brain pierced by the iron chain and died on the spot, while the remaining one was unharmed, standing there in a daze, looking around aimlessly. Indeed, once the three high-level mid-level spirits with advanced combat power were dealt with, the balance of victory would tilt towards them. But at this moment, he had many questions he wanted to ask. What was going on? Endless questions filled Li Lang's heart as he stared blankly at the scene before him. Right? The iron chain. He looked towards the source of the iron chain, but found himself in a blind spot, unable to see where the chain ended, and helplessly had to give up. From a distance, the sound of helicopter rotors buzzing filled the air. Li Lang looked up and saw three pure black helicopters slowly flying towards the direction of the crowd, each connected to a rope beneath which hung a huge box. Seeing this, Li Lang couldn't help but smile. He recognized these helicopters. Wasn't this the dedicated aircraft assigned to Thor? These were all new aircraft just put into use, and 3 had been allocated to Thor, indicating how much the higher-ups despised the spirits and valued Thor. Moreover, he knew that the metal box was the cube used to contain Thor's mecha. Has the big brother arrived? Where is he? Haha, let's see how these beasts act now. Li Lang muttered, unaware that his smiling face was already streaming with tears. The helicopter hovered above the chaotic battle, and dozens of searchlights shone down from the aircraft, instantly illuminating the entire forest. All the soldiers and spirits ceased fighting, looking up at the sky. The confused spirit was no exception, and upon seeing the aircraft, it roared desperately upwards. Then, after a series of transformations, a blue glowing object detached from the cube, being pulled by the helicopter and floated down. Li Lang's gaze followed the light. He wanted to see where his brother was. The light floated straight to a mountain peak, and Li Lang regretfully slapped his thigh as his view was blocked again. However, he quickly realized something. The place where the light floated to was precisely the source of the iron chain. At that moment, a blue figure leaped up from behind the mountain peak and hovered 8 to 9 meters in the air. He appeared like a deity, emanating a faint blue glow from his body, standing in the air and looking down upon all things. It is obvious where those iron chains came from. Is this the Thunder God? Most of the warriors were seeing the real Thunder God for the first time. They had already learned about his strength through various reports, and they were eager to see what surprises the Thunder God would bring. His appearance ignited the hope for survival among the warriors, transforming them from passive victims into proactive attackers. Li Lang looked at the mecha in the sky, unable to contain his joy. Despite his bloodied face, his smile was more grotesque than a cry. He never expected that the reinforcements sent from above would be him. He saw the Thunder God turn his gaze towards him and nod. After a moment of shock, Li Lang quickly responded with a smile. In the next moment, the Thunder God disappeared from the sky. As the crowd searched for him, the screams of the Ming spirits nearby caught their attention. Looking over, 2 Ming spirits lay in a pool of blood. There were no warriors nearby, and their wounds were not inflicted by ordinary weapons. Without a doubt, it was the work of the Thunder God. But where was he? Where did the Thunder God go? The chaotic battle had lasted for over 10 minutes. Out of around 200 in the squad, only half remained. Besides the 1 dead intermediate Ming spirit, there were still 2 intermediate Ming spirits and over 200 junior Ming spirits left. A giant standing nearly 2 meters tall wielded a large laser gun, shooting frantically at the Ming spirits that appeared before him. This laser gun was a high-tech weapon obtained not long ago, firing beams that not only had a slowing effect, but were also powerful and easy to use. Typically, it would take 4 to 5 shots to incapacitate an ordinary junior Ming spirit. Thanks to its slowing effect, over 10 Ming spirits had already fallen to him in just a few minutes. If one can't be dealt with, can a group not be handled? The nearby Ming spirits began closing in on the giant. Blinded by rage, he was completely unaware, still standing there madly shooting at the Ming spirits. Boom! One bloodied Ming spirit had its head blown off by the giant, who laughed and said, "Liang Zi, did you see? This Ming spirit was the one who harmed you. I avenged you. The $300 I owe you will not be returned. Consider it my service fee." He glanced at the corpse of a warrior a few meters away. The warrior's right arm had been torn off, and there was a deep gash around his neck. Even in death, the expression on his face was one of rage, his eyes wide open, as if he could not rest in peace. The smiling giant, however, had tears wetting his face. Liang Zi was his comrade and a good brother for many years. Just 2 minutes ago, Liang Zi had been killed by the Ming spirits while trying to save him. In fact, it should have been him who died. Liang Zi had rushed over to save him. A moment's distraction had placed him in danger. One Ming spirit took advantage of his inattention, lunging to wrap its arm around his leg and forcefully pulling him down. The giant did not panic, but calmly looked for an opportunity to counterattack. Once he found it, he quickly raised his laser gun and fired several shots at the Ming spirit's head, instantly killing it. Breathing heavily, the giant stood up, but at that moment 2 Ming spirits swung their arms at him. This time they pulled his arms taut from both sides, rendering him completely immobile. He was like a criminal nailed to a cross. The giant shouted for someone to come help, but when he looked around, there was no sign of his companions. Only the Ming spirits were watching him with hungry eyes. What was going on? Why were all these Ming spirits coming for me? The giant was puzzled. At that moment, 7 or 8 Ming spirits surrounded him. Soon one of them jumped in front of him, baring its teeth, as if mocking him, then raised its arm high. As the arm was about to come down, the helpless giant closed his eyes in despair. With a swish, a tearing pain ripped through his arms, causing cold sweat to pour down him, as if the 2 Ming spirits pulling on his arms were trying to snap them off. But what puzzled him was why he felt no sensation of his chest being pierced. The Ming spirits began to scream, their cries growing more frantic, but soon the screams dwindled. Furrowing his brow, the giant wondered what was happening to them. Driven by curiosity, he opened his closed eyes. He saw that the 7 or 8 Ming spirits surrounding him had turned into corpses. Some blue light entered the giant's eyes as he looked up. Thunder God! He rubbed his eyes, thinking he was seeing things. But upon looking again, it was indeed him. The reality forced him to believe the scene before him. What astonished the giant was that the Thunder God had eliminated 8 Ming spirits in just a few seconds. Indeed, he was as powerful as reported. With the danger averted, the Thunder God bent down to pick up the laser gun on the ground and handed it to the giant before patting his shoulder and leaving. In the blink of an eye, the Thunder God vanished without making a sound. The giant stood still, fixated on the direction in which the Thunder God had left, seemingly lost in thought. Little did the Thunder God know that his gesture of encouragement, patting the giant's shoulder, had left a deep impression in the giant's mind. Meanwhile, the battle on the battlefield continued to rage. A river divided the battlefield into left and right sections, with only about 20 warriors left on the left side, while there were not many Ming spirits, around 50 or so. With an average of 2 Ming spirits per person, fortunately the trees were more plentiful in this area, providing cover for the warriors, making it difficult for the Ming spirits to deal with them. The situation on the right side was not optimistic. About 80 warriors faced nearly 200 Ming spirits, including 1 injured and 1 healthy intermediate Ming spirit. The warriors found themselves at a disadvantage, as this area was an open field with no place to hide from the Ming spirits, forcing them to fight heat-in. The Thunder God accelerated to his maximum speed, darting like the wind through every corner of the right battlefield. The warriors, out of ammunition, could only use their guns as weapons to engage in close combat with the Ming spirits, which was very unfavorable for them. The Ming spirits jumped high, moved quickly, and had strong attack power. A moment's inattention could leave the warriors severely injured and surrounded by Ming spirits, leading to their demise. Thus, whenever the Thunder God saw a location on the verge of collapse, he would rush there, for every life saved mattered. The black-skinned wraith, bound by iron chains to the ground, broke free from its restraints, but the price it paid for this escape was its entire right shoulder. The chains had embedded too deeply for it to extract them, so it ripped open its shoulder to pull out the chains. Having lost one shoulder, its strength would undoubtedly be greatly diminished, possibly even inferior to the most ordinary intermediate wraith. However, even so, one should not underestimate its power. After all, it was still an intermediate wraith. With the cooperation of the intact intermediate wraith and numerous junior wraiths, the remaining warriors found it increasingly difficult to cope. Almost every time a wraith launched an attack, a warrior would fall. Gradually, the warriors were surrounded by the wraiths. As the pressure mounted, the circle formed by the warriors became smaller, leading to greater casualties, and the only outcome seemed to be total annihilation. A few hours ago, they received a mission to eradicate a group of wraiths in a certain mountain range with a task level of grade, meaning that all these wraiths were junior wraiths and their numbers were under 100. This mission posed no difficulty for their fire beacon squad, and indeed they had dealt with a group of such wraiths. However, they found themselves surrounded at this moment when they should have been able to retreat unscathed. The surrounding forces included not only hundreds of junior wraiths, but also 3 intermediate wraiths. The team leader Li Lang faced some complaints, but there was no hatred directed at him. They all knew how Li Lang performed on the battlefield, and it was precisely for this reason that they followed him loyally. Moreover, at this moment the captain was likely already sacrificed. Harboring hatred toward him was pointless. The warriors stood back to back, comforting their frightened comrades in this way. They transformed their grief and anger into strength, desperately resisting the wraiths' relentless assaults. Perhaps due to the prolonged siege, the warriors formed a defensive circle, and coupled with injuries inflicted by the mysteriously appearing chains, the black-skinned wraith was now in a furious state. Having completely lost its reason, it fought savagely against the defending warriors. With every strike it made, warriors fell, making the black-skinned wraith the most ferocious among all wraiths. Brothers, hold on. Even in death, take a few more wraiths with you. We can't die without meaning. A sturdy-looking bespectacled man shouted, and just after speaking he repelled a wraith that charged at him. It's easy to talk. How can you kill a wraith so easily? A nearby individual, a dark-skinned crew cut, expressed his dissatisfaction. Don't be fooled by its appearance. Wraiths are not that terrifying. How you speak so lightly. Let me ask you, how many wraiths have you taken down? I've taken down 3. As he spoke, the crew cut suddenly leaped up a wraith, having missed its grab and fallen to the ground. In the blink of an eye, he plunged his dagger deep into the wraith's neck, swiftly beheading it. Everything happened in a flash. After completing the task, he withdrew his dagger and returned to his position. That's the 4th one. He glanced at the bespectacled man, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly, seemingly satisfied with his performance. The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses, but before he could speak, someone next to him chimed in. Brother, it's better to be modest. Do you think taking 4 kills is something remarkable? The crew cut immediately got fired up, shouting excitedly at him. Are you blind? Who's stealing kills? I earned them fair and square. If you're so impressive, how many have you killed? 13. The young man's calm reply struck the crew cut hard, leaving him with nothing to say. He seemed about to ask the bespectacled man how he managed that, but he couldn't afford to be distracted as more wraiths were coming. Another wave of wraiths attacked. This time, all the wraiths launched their assault. Though the defending warriors tried their best to hold their ground, they were overwhelmed and unable to move. The warriors focused their attention on the black-skinned wraith as it posed the greatest threat. In doing so, they forgot about the existence of another intermediate wraith. Taking advantage of the chaos, this intermediate wraith leaped directly into the warriors' defensive line, killing several warriors who noticed it, while the others were too busy fighting other wraiths to realize its presence. The intermediate wraith was already powerful, and with its sneak attack it struck down the warriors. Only after several had fallen did anyone realize something was off and notice the presence of this intermediate wraith. The defense circle was completely shattered as a gap was opened, allowing a large number of wraiths to surge and igniting a more intense battle. Brothers, our fate is sealed, but before we die, if we can take down a few more wraiths, perhaps some brothers might have a chance to survive. So do not give up. The remaining warriors heard the bespectacled man shout, but no one replied, as they were already struggling to cope with the wraith's attacks. At this moment, only the bespectacled man felt somewhat at ease. Watching his fallen brothers, the brutal assaults of the wraiths, and his own wounds, he let out a long sigh. What are you standing there for? Didn't you say you killed 13 wraiths? Prove it to us. The crew cut, having dispatched the wraith that threatened him, caught sight of the bespectacled man standing idly and shouted, Hey, are you stupid? What are you going to do? Seeing the bespectacled man still standing there motionless, the crew cut huffed, but the bespectacled man's next move made him break out in cold sweat. The bespectacled man bent down to gather a few grenades from the bodies of several warriors and strapped them onto himself, then fitted the last remaining magazine onto his firearm. He glanced at the crew cut and smiled, then bowed his head and shouted as he ran down the mountain. Hey! The crew cut reached out toward him. After a while, without gunfire, the sudden sound of gunshots drew the attention of dozens of wraiths. They immediately abandoned their assault on the defense circle and chased after the bespectacled man. With the attacks of those 10 or so wraiths gone, the warriors found it much easier, but with 2 intermediate wraiths still present, surviving was still a difficult issue. They couldn't give up, even if it meant struggling to the last breath to take down a few more wraiths. The bullets quickly ran out, and the bespectacled man threw away his firearm, desperately running down the mountain. Due to the downhill slope, he was quick, but it did not help him escape the pursuit of the wraiths. A wraith closing in on him wrapped its hands around the bespectacled man's leg, causing him to trip and roll several times. After stopping his roll, he tried to stand up, but his right leg had no sensation, or it must have been broken. As he saw the wraiths about to surround him, he smiled and turned to glance at his brothers fighting desperately 1,000 meters away. He pulled a grenade from his pocket and pulled the pin. A violent explosion mixed with the anguished screams of numerous wraiths echoed in the ears of the warriors. It was the bespectacled man. Did the bespectacled man die? Did he divert the wraiths with a suicidal act to relieve the pressure on the warriors? The warriors remained silent, continuing to fight, but their hearts felt heavier and more pain, so much so that they struggled to breathe. The short-haired warrior released his grip from the wraith's arm, allowing its hand to pierce his shoulder while plunging the dagger in his other hand into its back. Thus the wraith ended its life with a scream. He had no choice but to do so because the wraith's arm was too long for him to harm it otherwise. He pulled the wraith's arm from his shoulder and tossed its corpse to the ground, gazing at the nearby smoke rising. At once a wave of self-reproach surged in his heart. He had been blind, failing to see the bravery of the bespectacled man, yet he still dared to question him. Could he have even half of his courage? Thus he silently apologized to the bespectacled man. At that moment a black-skinned wraith appeared beside the short-haired warrior, swinging its arm fiercely at him. The short-haired warrior sensed the presence of the black-skinned wraith and reacted immediately to defend himself upon seeing its movement. Crack! His defending arm was directly shattered, and the black-skinned wraith drove its claws into his chest, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. This injury was far more severe than before. Not only could he not pull it out, but even moving recklessly could cost him his life. His fate was now in the hands of the black-skinned wraith. The short-haired warrior understood this. He also knew it was impossible to survive in the grip of the black-skinned wraith. He could not afford to die like this. Even if he had to die, he had to make it pay a price. The black-skinned wraith withdrew its claws from the short-haired warrior's chest, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. Just as it prepared to thrust its claws back, and the short-haired warrior moved. He lunged forward, throwing himself into the embrace of the black-skinned wraith, tightly wrapping his hindered arm around it, while fiercely stabbing its wound with the dagger in his other hand. With only one dagger at his disposal, and with cuts on his left shoulder and chest, pain rendered his legs weak and movement difficult, but he overcame these challenges. These actions were instinctive. He only thought of injuring the black-skinned wraith until he saw its wound, which gave him these ideas. Indeed, his efforts were not in vain. The black-skinned wraith's right shoulder, already nearly severed, was completely detached from its body due to the short-haired warrior's cutting. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. No matter how fast the black-skinned wraith was, it could not evade the short-haired warrior's sudden assault. The black-skinned wraith quickly recovered, roaring angrily, its voice deafening. It seemed enraged at losing its arm. The fate of the short-haired warrior was evident. The black-skinned wraith accelerated, stabbing violently into his chest. When it pulled back, it held something tightly, which upon closer inspection turned out to be a heart. The black-skinned wraith had actually pulled out the short-haired warrior's heart. His life ended the moment his heart left his body, yet the cruel black-skinned wraith showed no intention of letting him go. It crushed the heart in its hand and reached for his head. In the next moment, the short-haired warrior's skull shattered like a ripe watermelon. One by one the warriors fell, causing the defensive circle to weaken, and soon one side was breached by the wraiths. The warriors could not fill the gap, allowing the wraiths to surge in. Two wraiths seized the opportunity and jumped through the opening, leaving the remaining warriors in dire straits. Brothers, let's fight to the end. A middle-aged man in his 30s, unable to withstand the torment, pulled the pin from a grenade after being knocked down by several wraiths. Boom! The middle-aged man perished along with 5 or 6 wraiths. He was the deputy commander of the fire beacon squad, and after Li Lang went missing, he had been leading the warriors in their defense. Now he was dead. Captain, the warriors cried out hoarsely. They had not shed tears despite losing so many brothers or suffering numerous injuries. Now that their only pillar of support had fallen, the warriors could no longer hold back their sorrow, tears streaming down their faces. At that moment, fewer than 60 warriors remained, most of whom were injured. Faced with so many wraiths, resisting seemed hopeless. Most had given up, with only a few continuing to fight against the wraiths. Although the black-skinned wraith had lost its right arm, it did not dampen its desire to slaughter the warriors. In less than half a minute, 3 more warriors fell to its hands, and then it turned its attention to the other warriors. Han Tian had remained uninjured throughout the intense battle, and now that he had found a way to completely eliminate the wraiths, he was killing them with ease. However, the sudden appearance of the black-skinned wraith made him tremble uncontrollably. He had witnessed how it ruthlessly killed his comrade just moments ago. Even though he knew the wraith's weakness and the black-skinned wraith had lost an arm, he still had self-awareness. It wasn't that he was cowardly. The power disparity between him and the black-skinned wraith was too great, making him no match. Charging in would only lead to his death. Thus, he chose to be cunning. As long as he kept his distance from the black-skinned wraith, allowing others to enter its line of sight, wouldn't he be safe? In an instant, his mind raced. Though this would be unjust to his comrades, they would die eventually. Dying a little earlier would make no difference. While he was deep in thought, the black-skinned wraith launched an attack against him. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and dodged, otherwise this blow could have cost him half his life. Relying on his agility, Han Tian dodged the wraith's attacks time and again, but this was not a long-term solution. He needed to think of a better plan. He accidentally tripped over a corpse on the ground, sliding several meters away. Han Tian quickly got up, but just as he turned to look for the black-skinned wraith, he found it had already reached his side and was bringing down its raised bone spike. Han Tian had no chance to dodge anymore. He closed his eyes, seemingly resigned to his fate. Suddenly, the sound of a helicopter taking off filled the sky, and at that very moment, the black-skinned wraith, which was about to strike him, flew away in the opposite direction. What is happening? It seems the black-skinned wraith has been shot away. The reinforcements have finally arrived. The soldiers were filled with tears of joy, never expecting that a miracle would occur. At this moment, they had waited for a long time and felt grateful that they had not given up. Now that reinforcements had arrived, what reason did he have to not hold on a little longer? After all, living was the most important thing. Han Tian rubbed his eyes and looked ahead, discovering a blue figure appearing before him. Though this was his first time seeing him, Han Tian recognized him, and upon seeing him, he knew that the dire predicament faced by him and his companions was about to come to an end. The blue figure turned and walked over, helping Han Tian, who was crouching on the ground, to his feet. "Are you okay?" Han Tian stared blankly at the Thunder God, forgetting to speak. This was his first time seeing the Thunder God, not just on television, and at this moment, being so close, his heart was nearly leaping out of his chest. He nodded in response to the Thunder God. "You should rest for a while I will handle what comes next," the Thunder God gently said as he helped Han Tian to the side, and then ran towards the battlefield, still engulfed in combat. With one hand on the ground and the other on his chest, Han Tian felt as though his heart was about to leap out, pressing down with his hand. His eyes were fixed unwaveringly on the Thunder God charging towards the battlefield. For some reason, despite having fought the Nether spirits for so long, without feeling this way, seeing the Thunder God brought forth this sensation. This feeling had never occurred before, as if love at first sight. At this moment, the battle had transformed into a chase, with soldiers in front fleeing, while the Nether spirits pursued closely behind. With the arrival of a dozen reinforcements parachuting from the plane, the soldiers felt a slight reduction in pressure. These individuals, dressed in black police uniforms, resembled officers, each wielding a new high-tech weapon. At their full capacity, they ran at the back of the line, covering the soldiers' retreat. The four officers at the rear each held a freezing gun ready to fire and slow down any Nether spirits that charged at the group. They had no intention of killing them, as that was impractical. The Nether spirits were closing in fast, and stopping to deal with them could leave them trapped, resulting in a greater loss. Besides the black-skinned Nether spirits, there was still one intact intermediate Nether spirit left, whose originally gray-white skin had now been dyed red, a testament to the number of soldiers it had slain. As the soldiers fled down the mountainside, it did not pursue them, but instead remained in place, feeding on the essence of the fallen soldiers and Nether spirits. After several minutes of feeding, hundreds of nearby corpses had turned into mummified remains. Upon closer inspection, the color of the black aura emanating from it had thickened. Finally satiated, it began to chase after the fleeing soldiers, but at that moment, a figure moving alongside it caught its attention from several meters away. Though the intermediate Nether spirit had low intelligence, it was still capable of thought. It could run at a speed exceeding 10 meters per second, so what could possibly keep up with it? Unable to reach a conclusion, it decided to investigate personally and turned its body to pursue that figure. Meanwhile, Lei Ming was anxious. The soldiers had run too far, and he couldn't catch up immediately. Even if he exerted all his strength, it would still take time. He also noticed an intermediate Nether spirit suddenly appear behind him, which troubled him. Although he wasn't afraid of it, even if he couldn't kill it, he could still escape safely. However, this would waste a lot of time. Time was life for the soldiers, and he didn't want to waste another moment. Originally, the soldiers shouldn't have had to run so far. If he had dealt with the Nether spirits earlier, it would have sufficed, and he truly had that capability. Yet in the end, he was the one who had caused this situation. Driven by selfishness, he first spent time getting the injured Li Lang onto the plane for treatment, then wasted more time dealing with dozens of Nether spirits on the left. During his run, he even rescued a soldier prepared to perish alongside a Nether spirit. On the way, corpses of fallen soldiers littered the ground, and Lei Ming was in a state of panic, knowing he couldn't let another soldier die. It would be too late to deal with it after ensuring the soldier's safety. Determined, he quickened his pace toward the front. This was already the limit of the Thunder God Mech's explosive speed. He had no idea he could run this fast. Watching the figure gradually recede, the intermediate Nether spirit stopped, momentarily stunned. Why had it suddenly accelerated? How could its speed be this fast? It was even faster than itself. Not one to back down, it also increased its speed to pursue. At this moment, the soldiers several kilometers away had fallen into despair. A few soldiers even couldn't help but curse as their path was blocked by boulders leading them to a dead end. The pursuing nether spirits were about to catch up, and the ammunition of the dozen reinforcements was running low, unable to hold out much longer. Thus they had completely given up hope. "Everyone, don't despair. Trust me, you just hold on a little longer, and we will be safe," said a police officer with a mask covering his face, looking like he was the leader of these officers. "Hold on. Why did you send us a bunch of useless people? Brothers, let's fight for the vengeance of our fallen comrades." A middle-aged man covered in wounds angrily cursed. Fortunately, none of his injuries were too severe, otherwise it would have been difficult for him to even stand. Immediately, several equally desperate individuals echoed his sentiment. "Brothers, I understand your pain, but you must believe me. We are just a support team. The real reinforcements have yet to arrive. They are almost here, and before they do, our only task is to hold on." "How you think we can still hold on? Look behind you." The crowd turned to see the direction indicated by the middle-aged man, and instantly dozens of nether spirits appeared in their line of sight. The nether spirits had caught up. "It's okay, everyone, stay calm and listen to my orders. Don't scatter too far." Before he could finish, several soldiers charged into the crowd of nether spirits under the lead of the middle-aged man. "They are so reckless," the police captain said angrily. "I can't worry about them anymore. The rest of you must follow my orders. I swear I will ensure your survival." Only a few charged into the nether spirits, while most soldiers remained in place. Even if they were too scared to charge, they still wanted to live. Therefore, the police captain decided to give up on those few soldiers who had rushed out. With the delay caused by these warriors, the remaining ones had more time to distribute tasks. "Gather all the grenades together. 5 warriors will be stationed at the back to specifically throw grenades, while those with a few bullets will step forward to establish a defense line here," the police captain directed in an orderly manner. Immediately, more than 20 grenades were gathered, and another 10 warriors moved to the designated place to set up the defense line. "We don't need 10 people, 5 will suffice. Do you see that spot? The rest of you go there to guard it. When we can no longer hold them off, push the stones down. At that time, listen to my command." The captain pointed to a slope several dozen meters away where many stones of various sizes lay. To reach there, one could only pass this side, which had already been fortified. Even if the defense line was breached by the spirits, those stones rolling down the slope would make them pay dearly. Once everyone was ready, the captain shouted, "Guard team, take the front line." Immediately, over a dozen black-clad police officers formed 2 lines in front of the armed warriors, joining them to establish this defense line. Currently, there were only about 50 warriors left. Besides those with tasks, there were 40 remaining. The rest were of no use here and ran up the mountain. The few warriors who rushed forward to their deaths didn't fare well. They didn't even delay for half a minute before all perished. Although half a minute is a short time, it bore significant meaning. Thanks to this half minute, everyone had ample time to prepare. The spirits did not stop. After dealing with these people, they continued charging at the warriors. "Get ready, they're almost here," the captain said softly, as over 20 people around him raised their guns. 5 warriors holding grenades positioned 7 or 8 meters behind also got ready. On the slope several dozen meters away, dozens of warriors were prepared to push the boulders. Once they exerted force, the boulders would roll down. "Fire!" Just as the first spirit was less than 10 meters from the defense line, the captain gave the order. In an instant, the warriors unleashed their fury, transforming it into power as they fired at the spirits. With the added firepower of the high-tech weapons held by the police, the leading spirits fell before they could approach the defense line. Normally, they would never waste bullets like this, but this was the last opportunity. There was no need to conserve ammunition. Everyone shot like they were mad. 2 warriors' weapons even malfunctioned due to overheating. "All right, retreat. Quickly throw the grenades," the captain shouted before turning to run up the slope with the others closely following. Upon hearing the command, the 5 grenade throwers swiftly pulled the pins and hurled the grenades toward the defense line. They threw one after another until all the grenades were expended. Boom, boom, boom. The series of explosions kicked up clouds of dust at the defense line, and the spirits that had just arrived were directly blown away. It was precisely this blockade of grenades that created the opportunity for the fleeing captain and the others. Once everyone reached the slope, the boulders were pushed down. They were not exactly boulders. The largest of these stones was barely a meter in diameter. However, the inertia generated when the stones rolled down was no joke. Rumble, rumble. With each resounding crash, many spirits lost their lives under the impact of the stones. A faint light appeared on the horizon as dawn approached. All the plans were progressing smoothly, and the spirits suffered heavy losses, but no one could rejoice because they didn't know what to do next. Once all the plans were executed, even the captain was at a loss. The remaining spirits, aside from one half-damaged, dark-skinned spirit, numbered around 100. Seeing their kindred crushed by the boulders while climbing the slope, they hid aside. Now that the stones had all been thrown, the spirits resumed their ascent. "Is the reinforcement you mentioned not here yet?" a pale-faced warrior asked the police captain standing beside him. The captain turned to glance at him, and then back. "Trust me, he will come. Stop spouting nonsense. We've been abandoned, we have no other way out but death." Someone immediately broke down and shouted after hearing the captain's words. The captain frowned but said nothing. He was also very anxious. "It was promised that we would go first and you would follow, but why haven't you arrived after so long? Could it be that something happened to you? I'm sorry, everyone, you'll have to hold on a little longer. He might have lost his way. The gunfire from earlier will surely lead him here. Brothers, you must survive." After saying this, the captain drew a cylindrical object about 10 centimeters long from his waist and held it in his hand. Then he swung it downward, and a beam of light about a meter long accompanied by a buzzing sound shot out from one end of the object. This beam of light looked like a laser and appeared quite impressive. Besides the captain, each of the other more than a dozen police officers he brought had one. The sight made the warriors envious. The spirits had already charged forward, and under the captain's lead, everyone rushed to meet them. The police followed the captain's command while the warriors had come to a realization. Anyway, death was imminent. Rather than being slaughtered in the end, it was better to fight back while they still had the ability. Soon the battle reignited. This time, with the mindset of certain death, the warriors fought with all their might against the spirits, killing many. Everyone was thinking of how to kill more spirits, but this made them lose their ability to evade, quickly resulting in casualties being nearly equal on both sides. A streak of bright light suddenly appeared in the distant sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The bright light scattered into numerous points, flying straight into the heads of several spirits fighting the warriors. Instantly, these spirits' heads were blown to pieces. They didn't even know what had happened before they lost their lives. The captain and a few police officers were dealing with the dark-skinned spirit, which had significantly weakened due to blood loss, allowing them to fight without being instantly killed. At the same time that those spirits perished, the dark-skinned spirit was also attacked. 3 tracking missiles pursued it for several seconds before finally exploding when it could no longer evade. Everyone looked into the distance, wanting to see who had done this and managed to eliminate so many spirits instantly. The captain laughed heartily, gripping the laser sword in his hand, and excitedly said as he watched a blue light shadow flying from afar, "I told you, didn't I, brothers? The reinforcements have arrived. Keep it up and hold on a little longer." "The reinforcement you speak of is the Thunder God?" the previously despondent warrior asked in disbelief. The captain, who had just defeated a dark spirit, didn't say much, but his response lit up the eyes of all the warriors. The one coming to their rescue was none other than the legendary Thunder God. This was something no one had anticipated. Although they knew the Thunder God was also in Rachel City, there were countless more dangerous places in the city. Why would the Thunder God come here? All the warriors were filled with excitement, fighting even harder against the dark spirits, while the dozen or so police officers also breathed a sigh of relief. The Thunder God had appeared in everyone's sight, and just as he was about to arrive, the captain furrowed his brow. Why is the Thunder God flying? He wasn't unaware of the scarcity of flight fuel. And flying at such speed, what on earth was he planning? At this moment, the Thunder God had already reached the battlefield above, and the warriors welcomed him with the loudest cheers. The Thunder God wasted no time. He immediately fired several small missiles from each of his arms, sending a dozen missiles towards the dark spirits. The gruesome deaths of their comrades were still vivid in the minds of these dark spirits. Upon seeing more missiles flying towards them, all the dark spirits ceased fighting and began to flee. Little did they know that these missiles could track them. No matter where the targeted dark spirits ran, they could not escape the pursuit of the missiles. With a series of explosions, the dozen dark spirits were reduced to dust amidst the gunfire. The Thunder God surveyed his surroundings after the chaos and dived towards the black-skinned dark spirit. The black-skinned dark spirit was currently the greatest threat to the warriors. It had to be dealt with first for the warriors to have an easier time. Boom! Cracks spread across the ground like a spider's web, and the black-skinned dark spirit's legs sank directly into the earth. The black-skinned dark spirit was engaged in combat with the captain and several police officers. Though heavily injured, it could not be subdued by these humans, yet it was also unable to deal with them for the time being. Just when it finally had the chance to eliminate them, something descended from the sky and crashed down onto it. The lower part of its legs suffered catastrophic fractures. It could no longer stand. Coupled with being smashed into the ground, it effectively lost its ability to move, becoming a target for human attacks. After severely injuring this intermediate dark spirit, the Thunder God chose not to continue attacking it, as it was unnecessary. He left it to the captain and the police, for he had more important matters to attend to. At this moment, there were still 70 to 80 dark spirits, while the warriors numbered just over half of that. This meant that each warrior was facing an average of 2 dark spirits. The warriors struggled to deal with even one, let alone 2. The Thunder God did not want to see any more warriors fall. After standing up, he rushed towards the nearest dark spirit. Ma Chong's left hand was already severed, and the military knife in his right hand was broken halfway. He was immobilized because a dark spirit had wrapped its arm around his leg. Watching the dark spirit pounce towards him, he did not despair, but tightened his grip on the military knife. So what if the knife was broken? It was more than enough to kill you. Let's see whose claws are stronger, yours or my military knife. Ma Chong bent backward and shouted before fiercely stabbing towards the dark spirit that was about to pounce on him. However, he hit nothing. By the time he had charged out to his limit, the arm that had ensnared his foot had pulled him over without him stabbing anything. Ma Chong quickly scrambled to his feet and looked at the dark spirit, only to see it kneeling not far from him, clutching its neck and trembling violently, following that its head separated from its body. Watch out! A loud shout snapped Ma Chong back to reality. He turned towards the voice and saw the dark spirit that had been entangling him pouncing towards him. Oh no! How could I forget about it? Ma Chong was alarmed, but he had already lost the chance to dodge. Helplessly, he sat on the ground, eyes wide, as he watched the approaching dark spirit. At that moment, a hand wrapped around his waist, and he was lifted up by this arm. Ma Chong turned his head and saw that it was the Thunder God embracing him. Wasn't he dealing with that intermediate dark spirit? How did he end up here? Amidst his confusion, he was also incredibly excited. Being embraced by the Thunder God was something to be proud of. This was something he felt he could brag about for a year. To save Ma Chong, the Thunder God took the attack from the dark spirit, fearless of its assault. The claw struck against his back's mech armor. He was fine, but the dark spirit had its claw severed. The Thunder God set Ma Chong down and took the opportunity to rush forward and eliminate the howling dark spirit. Go help the others. The Thunder God shouted this before leaving Ma Chong and heading towards the other warriors. Watching the departing Thunder God, Ma Chong felt a surge of emotions and nodded heavily. Struggling to stand, he picked up a better weapon and rejoined the battle. With the Thunder God's assistance, the warriors gradually regained the upper hand. Many dark spirits were injured by the Thunder God and then handed over to the warriors, while the almost incapacitated dark spirits could only be slaughtered by the warriors. After losing the intermediate dark spirit, they were like lambs to the slaughter. In less than a minute, there were no more initial-level dark spirits on the battlefield. Now only the black-skinned dark spirit remained. Its ferocity and rage kept the captain and several police officers at bay, preventing them from eliminating it immediately. After a while of exhaustion, the black-skinned dark spirit gradually lost its vitality. Killing it was only a matter of time. Once all the initial-level dark spirits were dealt with, the warriors breathed a sigh of relief, sitting on the ground with tears in their eyes. At that moment, the Thunder God leaped into the air, aiming for the black-skinned dark spirit. In midair, he gathered a blue energy ball in his hand and increased its power by moving it. Seeing the Thunder God's actions, the captain ordered the few police officers surrounding the dark spirit to retreat. Boom! When the Thunder God reached the highest point he hurled the energy ball towards the dark spirit entrenched in the ground, and the energy ball directly entered its body. With the explosion, the roaring black-skinned dark spirit was blown to pieces. Once the last dark spirit on the battlefield perished, the warriors cheered and shouted in excitement. They rushed over to lift the Thunder God, who had just landed on the ground, but were met with his refusal. Do not let your guard down, and the danger has not yet passed. The Thunder God shouted, his voice amplified by the power of his mech resonating in the ears of every warrior. This sentence thundered like a bolt of lightning in everyone's ears. The crowd did not understand what the Thunder God meant. Haven't all the underworld spirits perished? What danger could there still be? While everyone was puzzled, a roar from the forest nearby drew their attention. From their high vantage point on the hillside, they could clearly see a mid-level underworld spirit racing through the woods, and its direction was straight towards the slope where they stood. It's it, that mid-level underworld spirit. The warriors were not unaware of its disappearance. After all, there were only a few underworld spirits around. But due to their prior battle, they had no chance to notice it, and now they were shocked to find it still alive. The warriors, who had just relaxed, immediately tensed up again. They picked up the weapons they had placed on the ground and stood by, waiting for the Thunder God's instructions. At this moment, Thunder God's attention was entirely on the underworld spirit. Since his eyesight had improved tremendously after the transformation, he could see the spirit clearly even from several miles away. Suddenly he frowned. Why did this underworld spirit appear somewhat unusual? Its once withered and sunken skin had now become very plump, covered with a layer of something resembling scales. The bone spurs had also vanished, and its arms were now empty. It appeared to have grown considerably taller. Just then, as it raced forward, it lifted its head, making eye contact with Thunder God. It grinned at him, sending a chill down his spine. What kind of face was that? It was no longer the terrifying visage it used to have. Its eyes had turned into 2 points of crimson, with blood vessel-like tendrils spreading from its pupils across its face, pulsating as they moved. What was that floating around it? Mist. Stop standing there like fools. This mid-level underworld spirit has absorbed a large amount of essence and has likely evolved to a higher level. You all should flee and leave it to me. No, we go together, said Han Tian. Ever since he first met the Thunder God, he had been captivated by his power, dreaming of fighting alongside him, and now was the perfect opportunity. Hearing this, the Thunder God abruptly turned and scolded, "Help me. You won't believe it, but you all won't last a minute in its hands. Think about how to save your own lives." Seeing the Thunder God's grave expression, the warriors felt fear. "Then take care, we're leaving," Han Tian said reluctantly. Although he wanted to stay, he realized he couldn't help the Thunder God, and it was better to retreat than to die unnecessarily. Thunder God remained silent, watching the approaching giant underworld spirit with a nagging sense of unease. He felt a strong pressure emanating from the underworld spirit, a sensation he had only experienced during particularly challenging tasks as a special police officer. However, since acquiring the Thunder God mech, this feeling had not surfaced until now. Without a doubt, a great battle was about to unfold. Glancing back at the retreating warriors, Thunder God pushed off the ground fiercely and charged towards the giant underworld spirit. Boom! With a crash, the giant underworld spirit burst through the outermost trees of the forest. As Thunder God approached, he realized that the spirit was not just slightly larger, but had more than doubled in size. It now stood at an astonishing 2.5 meters tall. The bone spurs on its arms had disappeared, but Thunder God sensed it was not that simple. It must have retracted them, as those arms were the source of the pressure he felt. He wasn't entirely sure, but that didn't matter. All answers would soon be revealed. As he drew closer, Thunder God clenched his fists, ready to dart towards the giant underworld spirit with the propulsion of the thrusters in his mech's feet, hoping to injure it quickly and buy time for the fleeing warriors. But just as Thunder God's fist was about to strike it, the giant underworld spirit unexpectedly turned and dodged his attack, continuing to accelerate towards the retreating warriors. Thunder God was taken aback. He had not expected this. Why was it chasing after the warriors? With no time to ponder, the rapidly advancing giant underworld spirit was almost upon them, so he too quickened his speed to intercept. The warriors, sensing imminent danger, prepared to defend themselves, but what good would it do? How could they withstand the massive underworld spirit that even Thunder God found overwhelming? In the blink of an eye, several warriors and a police officer who were lagging behind were taken down instantly. Thunder God's heart sank. How could the giant underworld spirit kill so many with a mere wave of its hand? He questioned himself, realizing that even he could not achieve such a feat. Aware that they were no match for the underworld spirit, the warriors abandoned their resistance and began to scatter in their escape. They had no choice, as any delay would mean their annihilation. Instantly, they regretted not heeding Thunder God's warning to leave sooner. In the last moments of his life, a soldier pulled the pin of the only remaining grenade on him. After a loud explosion, he turned to dust, while the giant underworld spirit just inches away was infuriated by the blast. A denser black mist enveloped it. Suddenly, its arms elongated, stretching like rubber to 2 or 3 meters, then its hands split into 4 parts, lunging towards the 4 fleeing warriors. These warriors were running for their lives, desperate to escape the giant underworld spirit's pursuit. One of them glanced back, and that look cost him his life. Though the giant underworld spirit was several meters away, a slender black object resembling an arrow shot towards him at an incredible speed, too fast for him to evade. The soldier did not even have time to turn his head before the object pierced his heart, ending his life. Han Tian was one of the 4. After a police officer fell, he picked up the officer's weapon and covered the others from the rear. Always on high alert, he had not sustained any injuries, but he did not expect the giant underworld spirit to have such an attack. In his fading consciousness, Han Tian's greatest regret was not listening to Thunder God and leaving sooner. The giant underworld spirit did not cease its assault. It pulled back its hand, and 4 streams of black light surged from the bodies of the fallen warriors, merging together and restoring its arm. Then it leaped several meters forward. Just as it prepared to strike again, it was staggered by a high-energy projectile fired by Thunder God. "Come at me, beast," Thunder God said expressionlessly as he hovered in the air, and sure enough, his attack diverted the giant underworld spirit's attention towards him. With a roar, the giant underworld spirit charged at Thunder God, shaking the ground beneath it. The remaining warriors fleeing turned to look back at the Thunder God. There he stood, radiating a white light akin to flames which shone vividly against the dim sky, contrasting sharply with the black mist surrounding the underworld spirit. Gripping a colossal sword of blue light, Thunder God loomed in the sky like a deity of death. His comparatively slight figure appeared magnificent in the warrior's eyes, as if with a mere wave of his hand, he could shatter the heavens. Thus began a grand battle between the strongest human and the most powerful underworld spirit currently known to mankind. In Hanpu Province, aside from the Lingyang Mountain Range and Baichuan City, there exists a location well known throughout the entirety of the Huaxia Nation, and that is Tianlin in the eastern part of Hanpu. Tianlin is a vast forest that spans over 10,000 square kilometers, making it the largest forest in the Huaxia Nation. The geographical location of Tianlin is quite unique, situated at the very center of the Huaxia Nation, traversing both the Yellow River and the Yangtze River, which contributes to the forest's dense growth. Human presence is limited to the outskirts, where nearby residents, curious tourists, and forest rangers can be found. Deeper within the forest, however, it becomes inhospitable for humans. The intertwined trunks of towering trees create a maze, making it nearly impossible to find a path forward, and getting lost is all too easy. Due to the presence of a unique magnetic field, underground instruments for measuring direction, such as compasses, are completely ineffective here. For various reasons, the depths of Tianlin have become a forbidden area for humans, particularly the very center, where almost no human has ever set foot. However, at this very moment in the heart of Tianlin, there are thousands of people busily engaged in some endeavor under the blazing sun. A portion of them, around 200 to 300 individuals, are felling the dense trees. Each holds a handheld device that emits a white laser whenever the handle is brought close to a tree, easily severing even the stoutest trunks. The fallen trees are hoisted by some individuals using a special apparatus and transported to a designated area for logs. Here, a mountain of logs towering several dozen meters has already formed, illustrating the sheer number of trees they have cut down. In addition to these workers, many others are laying foundations in an open area, seemingly preparing to construct some buildings. Large transport aircraft continuously arrive from afar, unloading their cargo before departing again to bring more supplies. The area of the clearing has now reached over 10,000 square meters, yet the lumberjacks show no signs of stopping, as if they intend to clear the entire vast expanse of Tianlin. On the peak of a mountain several kilometers away stands a wooden tower with nearby trees also felled. A closer inspection reveals that the cutting patterns of these trees resemble those seen in the large-scale deforestation in the distance, indicating that both were done by the same group. In a small cabin atop the tower, 3 men are watching the workers below, engaged in conversation. The progress is rapid. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the school should be roughly completed within half a month. One elderly man dressed in a suit and standing slightly behind the others speaks softly. Roughly completed. No, we don't have that much time, uncle. Oh, time waits for no one. The speaker is none other than Lu Hao, the most important person in the Huaxia Nation at the moment, who no longer wears old dirty clothes and appears disheveled. Now he is clad in a clean suit free of dust, his tousled hair flowing with the breeze, and his deep gaze radiating confidence, as if nothing is insignificant in his eyes. 10 days, we must complete the basic structures within 10 days, ensure all equipment operates normally, and commence training plans. Everything must be finished within 20 days. If manpower is insufficient, we will bring in another batch. If there are any difficulties, just let me know. Uncle O, who had opened his mouth, hesitated, unable to respond. The large man in military uniform next to him noticed his discomfort and gently patted his shoulder. Uncle O, we're all on the same side here. There's no need to feel embarrassed. Then I'll speak frankly. With these people, it's truly difficult to accomplish so much in such a short time, unless they work around the clock, but they are not machines. I'm afraid. I apologize for being too hasty, Uncle O. You need not fear anything from us that would create a distance between us. You are our elder, please share any concerns with us, all right? Uncle O nodded heavily, and Lu Hao turned to gently pull Uncle O, who was standing slightly behind him, closer. He noticed that Uncle O's eyes were beginning to redden. He realized that Uncle O had finally put aside his reservations, prompting a smile to curl at the corners of his mouth. Then he'll send over 500 more people. At that moment, the large man in military uniform, who had remained silent until now, spoke up, and there was no doubt that he was the renowned General Gu De of the Huaxia Nation. Then I'll trouble you with that, Lu Hao said, patting Gu De's shoulder with a smile. Gu De shot Lu Hao a sharp glare, saying, "Why are you being polite with me? This isn't just your business." Lu Hao was stunned into silence by Gu De's imposing glare, his hand frozen in midair, mouth agape, yet unable to utter a word. Seeing Lu Hao's comical expression, Gu De couldn't help but laugh, prompting Lu Hao to exchange amused glances with Uncle O, both unable to suppress their laughter. 3 days ago, through the persistent efforts of many, the Tianqi Plan was officially approved by the state and began to be implemented. The Tianqi Plan encompasses 2 aspects: the development and experimentation of gene evolution agents and the establishment of a super technology armory. The super technology armory is not merely for manufacturing advanced weaponry. More importantly, it will produce equipment, mechanical battle armor, that significantly enhances human capabilities. To this end, the state has spared no expense, drawing talents and technicians from all over the nation in order to swiftly eliminate the monsters that harm the common people. Naturally, this is classified as a top-secret national project, and all personnel involved in the Tianqi Plan have signed non-disclosure agreements. To ensure the smooth progress of the Tianqi Plan and the safety of all staff, the government has established an organization called Long Shao. However, having just Long Shao is not enough, as selecting a site for the establishment of a Tianqi base became a vexing issue for everyone. Originally, there were over a dozen potential locations in the Huaxia nation, yet no matter where they chose, various problems arose. Consequently, relevant departments held several meetings to discuss the selection of a site, but to no avail. Ultimately, they heeded the suggestion of Lu Hao, the president of the Academy of Sciences, to establish the Tianqi base deep within Tianlin in Ganbei province. Firstly, Ganbei province is located at the very center of the Huaxia nation, making it relatively convenient in any aspect. Secondly, the center of Tianlin is a human forbidden zone where ordinary people lack the ability to reach its depths, let alone the center. Furthermore, being away from the hustle and bustle of the city and returning to nature is conducive to the inspiration and experimentation of scientists. On the day of confirming the target, the operation commenced with hundreds of large cargo planes heading directly to the center of Tianlin, laden with building materials, weaponry, and personnel from various departments. Among them, one cargo plane stood out. It was transporting several hundred people. Generally, planes that carry people transport individuals from the same department, but this one was filled with a diverse array of individuals. These individuals spanned various age groups and professions, as evidenced by their attire. No one knew who they were or where they came from. They were all unfamiliar faces, and many had never seen them before. They only knew that these people were brought by Director Lu Hao. Moreover, all these individuals shared a peculiar characteristic. They did not speak. Except for the elderly man accompanying Lu Hao, who occasionally uttered a few words, no one else had been heard speaking among them, as if they were incapable of speech. These people exuded an air of mystery. Even though everyone was curious about their identities, with Director Lu Hao standing behind them, they had no choice but to suppress such thoughts. In any case, they would be living together for a long time in the future, and they would eventually uncover the truth about their identities. In the evening, the center of Tianlin was quiet and still, with the occasional chirping of insects and birds resonating unusually clearly. Where had everyone gone? Were they resting? No. The answer was clear. At such a critical moment where time equated to life, how could the workers afford to rest? They had other matters to attend to. After dinner, Lu Hao and Uncle O arrived at a construction site piled high with building materials. Breathing in the fresh air of the forest, Lu Hao gazed at the mountains of materials, lost in thought. How heavy his current responsibilities were, and how immense the pressure felt. It could be said that the future of Earth was almost in his hands. The director has arrived. It's right here, Uncle O said, taking a few steps forward and pointing at the makeshift shed. All right. Lu Hao nodded and pushed the door open. Under the not-so-dim light, everyone was busy with their tasks. Some were operating devices resembling computers, while others were recording something, but most were quietly sitting on the ground, lost in thought. The shed covered an area of 300 square meters, yet aside from the sound of keyboards clacking, it was so quiet that one could even hear the collective breathing of the people present. Not a single person spoke. Everyone was silently focused on their own tasks. It was hard to imagine that nearly 200 people were present in such a space. Director. Upon seeing Lu Hao enter, everyone ceased their activities, standing up to look at him, their excitement evident in their eyes. If someone were here, they would surely recognize that these individuals were those mysterious people brought by Lu Hao. Lu Hao halted, waved his hand to signal everyone to sit down. I am deeply grateful for your trust in me. Although I do not truly belong to you, it is because of you that I, Lu Hao, can continue to survive. Therefore, I will do my utmost to ensure your survival. Trust me. After saying this, Lu Hao bowed deeply. Several people nearby hurried forward to help Lu Hao up, but were stopped by Uncle O standing beside him. Everyone was puzzled by Uncle O's intention, and he offered no explanation. Lu Hao's bow lasted a full 30 seconds, moving everyone deeply. For a full 6 months, when had they ever enjoyed such treatment? Many women and children could not help but shed tears of emotion. These tears contained not just excitement, but also heartache and sorrow. These people were the survivors from Tiana Star who had arrived on Earth through a wormhole 6 months ago. During these 6 months, they had not found joy in their survival. Their homeland, which they depended on for survival, had been destroyed, and they had become displaced refugees. Even if they survived, what was there to celebrate? At the time of leaving Tiana Star, there were over 100,000 people, but now, aside from the 200 present, how many others had survived? Fortunately, they were all skilled individuals, making it relatively easy to survive on Earth, which was much less advanced than Tiana Star. They had thought to spend the rest of their lives like this, but unexpectedly, they received a signal from the Tianha people during a chance encounter. Thus, these 200 Tianha people, separated for half a year, finally gathered together. In addition to some scattered Tianha people, there was a group of nearly 100 individuals. The spaceship they piloted had not suffered any catastrophic damage during the disaster, allowing most of the crew to survive. When Lu Hao made contact with them, they had already formed a group of 140 people. Moreover, their leader was no ordinary person. He was a middle-aged man named Fei Lin who appeared so refined that one could hardly tell he was nearing 50. The reason he was considered extraordinary was that he had previously served as the deputy mayor of a city guarding the city on Tiana Star. After various disasters, Tiana Star had divided all human gathering points into numerous city-states with a total of hundreds of cities. Each city housed millions of people, indicating Fei Lin's significant status. However, this was not the most remarkable aspect of his character. His prominent status was not particularly impressive. What truly commanded respect was his mental strength, which reached the highest value among ordinary people, 331. It's worth noting that even the mental strength of genetic evolutionists barely reached 500. Possessing 3 mental skills, Fei Lin had also become a rare talent. Seeing Lu Hao finally finish his bow, Fei Lin immediately helped him up. Although this young man was a complete stranger to him, as a Tianhe Star person, he could not afford to lose face in front of his companions. It is known that Fei Lin had never bowed or bent his back on either Tianhe Star or Earth. Fortunately, this young man seemed quite polite. Director Lu, you exaggerate. It was not us who saved you, it was fate's choice. Right now, we only wish to live a peaceful and stable life. Therefore, may I ask what brings you to us, Director Lu? Lu Hao was once just an ordinary person, nearly corroded by the black mist on the day of destruction, but at a critical moment, he received the same opportunity as Zhang Yang. Thus, it could be said that the Tianhe people saved him and provided him with everything he could obtain afterward. Mayor Fei, I understand your pain. If it were possible, I wouldn't want to trouble you, but... Lu Hao paused, took a deep breath, and his expression turned grave. Seeing Lu Hao's demeanor, everyone present grew tense. But what? Fei Lin asked, opening his mouth. But do you think that after the mingling destroyed the first parallel universe, that was the end of it? Haha, if you think that way, you're gravely mistaken. Year 18 of the Light Era, July 7th, the mingling launched their invasion of the first parallel universe. From that day onward, our homeworld, Tianhe Star, the principal planet of the first parallel universe, paid an excruciatingly heavy price in its resistance. For nearly 2 decades, nearly 100 billion of our kind have perished, and tragically many have been transformed into those ferocious, ruthless mingling, turning against us as enemies. You are well aware of the mingling's grotesquely accelerated reproduction rate. It was precisely because the 7th parallel universe could no longer contain them that they initiated this invasion. Though the Great Explosion annihilated many mingling, they were almost exclusively low and mid-tier entities, inflicting no catastrophic damage upon their civilization. Now the first parallel universe has become utterly inhospitable to all life. Its climate has deteriorated to a severity even worse than that of the mingling's native 7th parallel universe. Natural recovery to its former state would require at least 20,000 light era years, meaning there is no return. So tell me, what do you suppose the mingling will do next? Lu Hao spoke these words slowly, each syllable piercing the heart. Every listener stood in grim silence, hearts weighed down by sorrow. After so long, they had finally heard news of their lost home, only to learn it was irrevocably gone. They will continue invading other parallel universes, just as they invaded Tianhe Star. Fei Lin suddenly realized, his eyes widening in disbelief. Lu Hao did not reply. Instead, he continued. As you have witnessed, mingling have already appeared on Earth, arriving here 6 months ago alongside us through a wormhole. Even low and mid-tier mingling have proven overwhelming for Earth's defenders. If we offer no aid, Earth will suffer the same fate, becoming a second Tianhe Star. To date, no other sentient life has been detected within the Milky Way. Thus, Earth stands as the principal planet of the 3rd parallel universe, and should it fall, the entire 3rd parallel universe will collapse. Should the mingling seize control of the 1st, 3rd, and 7th parallel universes, their power would surge exponentially, enabling them to overrun all others. Do you wish to see humanity erased from existence forever? Lu Hao's voice rose with fervor, leaving the assembly speechless. Heads bowed, faces pale and somber. Most had lived through these horrors themselves, or heard their stories countless times. Yet none had anticipated the mingling's advance toward the 3rd parallel universe. And how, truly, could such traversal between parallel universes ever be achieved so easily? Impossible, cried an elderly man, slight, stooped and sharpied, his voice trembling with agitation. He appeared 60 or 70 years old, sturdy despite his curvature, his broad-rimmed spectacles and fountain pen tucked neatly into his breast pocket, betraying a lifetime of scholarly rigor. Yet now dust streaked his face and his hair stood wild and disheveled, evidence of unspeakable trials. The wormhole linking the 7th and 1st parallel universes opened purely by chance. Mingling in the 7th universe deliberately channeled dying stars into convergence, then detonated them en masse. Only under extraordinary cosmic alignment did that cataclysmic energy tear open the rift, a feat requiring energy beyond comprehension, the explosive force of several planets combined. Moreover, such energy is profoundly unstable. Even when sufficient, it may still fail to generate a stable wormhole. Our own passage consumed an entire domain, obliterating it utterly. A wormhole is not something they can simply open at will. The old man's voice cracked with rising frustration. Professor Ding. Professor Ding. Those gathered around him turned, murmuring softly. Lu Hao listened without interruption, studying the elder's stern features, strangely familiar, as if glimpsed in a half-remembered dream. Even his voice echoed faintly in memory. Yet no matter how fiercely he searched his mind, the man's identity eluded him. Who are you? The elder snorted. My identity matters little. What matters is your claim, and claims must never be made lightly. Lu Hao remained silent. Professor Ding. His inner energy sphere whirled violently, flooding his consciousness with fragmented recollections, the memories of its former master, memories tied to this very man. Suddenly the visions froze. A lone figure in a white lab coat back turned, absorbed in unseen work. A physician. A scientist. Lu Hao drew closer in memory. The man bent intently over a microscope. His identification badge confirmed it. Ding Yan. You are Ding Yan. The elder blinked, startled. How do you know my name? That is unimportant. Now I shall answer your question. You are correct. Wormholes cannot be forged easily, not without immense controlled energy. Ding Yan furrowed his brow and stepped forward. You mean? Yes, Lu Hao replied. Dark energy. Dark energy is a unique, omnipresent form permeating the cosmos, even residing dormant within every living being, yet inaccessible to ordinary use. If harnessed, however, it unleashes unparalleled power. But where would one find such quantities? Ding Yan's expression darkened. Lu Hao parted his lips slightly and uttered 3 words, black devouring energy. What a? Has black devouring energy truly reached parity with dark energy? Ding Yan gasped. Lu Hao sighed deeply and gave a solemn nod. At that confirmation, not only Ding Yan, but every soul present, felt their hearts lurch violently. Black devouring energy is the mingling's exclusive life force, equivalent for evolutionaries to dark energy itself. The mingling's energy resonance on Earth measures 97%, granting them near total command of its ambient power. Understanding dawned. No wonder Earth's resistance had faltered so desperately. They had assumed human weakness, never suspecting this fundamental imbalance. I apologize. I spoke rashly, Ding Yan murmured, lowering his head. Lu Hao stepped forward and gently raised him. You erred in nothing. None of us did. The fault lies solely with the mingling who began this war. We are all human. We share a common enemy, the mingling. Our home on Tianhe Star is lost. Shall we allow Earth, the last refuge of the third parallel universe, to meet the same end? Lu Hao lifted his gaze to address the assembly. Each of you survived for a reason. Your exceptional skill, your mastery, your hard-won experience fighting the mingling. We must stand with Earth's people. We must defend this world, and with it the third parallel universe. Not only for ourselves nor merely for Earth's inhabitants, but for all humanity scattered across every parallel universe. Will you join me in bearing this burden? Silence fell, so profound it seemed breath itself had stilled. Then a voice rang out, I will. All eyes turned. It was Fei Lin. Lu Hao smiled, faintly nodding in quiet approval. Friends, we must follow Director Lu's lead. We owe vengeance to our fallen comrades, and a future to Earth itself. We cannot wait passively for annihilation. Fei Lin's impassioned plea tightened every fist in unison. I will too. Ding Yan raised his hand. With Fei Lin and Ding Yan leading, the rest followed, without hesitation. All 199 present pledged their allegiance. What must we do? Every person must have purpose. Fei Lin declared. Indeed, Lu Hao replied. Mayor Fei entrust the arrangements to me. Understood. Fei Lin nodded firmly. Director Lu, I have a question. Ding Yan spoke again. Lu Hao met his gaze. Go on. Who was the original host of the energy sphere fused with you? The question seized everyone's attention, each yearning for the answer. Yet the moment the words left his mouth, Ding Yan regretted them, seeing Lu Hao's expression shift. Director Lu, if it is inconvenient, please say nothing. It is of no consequence. He hurried to add. Lu Hao laughed, a rich resonant sound. Nothing is inconvenient. His name was. Ding Yan exhaled, then tensed anew. Lu Hao was teasing even now. Yet when the name was revealed, every soul felt the weight lift, and tears of awe streamed freely down their cheeks, even Fei Lin. Guyi. Currently, there are 3 construction tasks at the Tianlin Center. The first is the construction of a super-technological weapon factory. This factory not only produces firearms, but also various large-scale weapons and equipment, thus requiring a substantial area. The second is the establishment of a gene evolution laboratory cluster for the Tianqi project, which is undoubtedly the most important building in the Huaxia nation at present, so security and secrecy must be developed to the highest level. Therefore, they chose to locate the construction underground, which is precisely why the staff is rarely seen. They are all working underground. The third is the establishment of the Tianqi Academy, a proposal initiated by Lu Hao to the state, which was agreed upon and supported in a meeting. The Tianqi Academy is specifically established to cultivate new talents and new warriors, as future wars will be high-tech and falling behind would only result in being defeated. In addition to these tasks, the Tianqi Academy is also responsible for selecting and experimenting with gene evolutionists, as well as training all the evolvers. The state appointed Lu Hao as the president of the academy, and naturally only he is capable of fulfilling this position, as both the weapon factory and the laboratory cluster rely on him. He is indeed worthy of being the president. In order to handle various matters more conveniently, Lu Hao did not refuse and successfully became the president of the Tianqi Academy. In addition to him, the state also appointed 2 vice presidents. One is the renowned General Guda, who is stationed here with his troops to safeguard the area. With Lu Hao's recommendation, he successfully assumed this position and was given management authority over all troops related to the Tianqi project. The other person, Han Xian, is a government supervisor sent to oversee the work here, primarily handling laboratory matters. He is decent, skilled, and knowledgeable, which is indeed helpful, and Lu Hao had no objections, especially given the current shortage of talent. Not long ago, the National Space Administration even launched a satellite to conceal the buildings of the Tianlin Center. All construction tasks are currently proceeding at a rapid pace. Recently, some events have also occurred in various military districts of the Huaxia Nation. All military branches and warriors, regardless of age or experience, are engaged in a supreme selection competition, and rankings have been established. All the warriors are unaware of what the selection entails, nor what happens if they do not qualify. They are simply doing their best to complete the selection, hoping to achieve good results. Only the top commanders of each military district and other elite personnel know that this is to select members for the Longshao organization. They only have a vague understanding of this organization and are not entirely clear about its nature, only knowing that it is a requirement from Lu Hao, the president of the Academy of Sciences. Out of millions of warriors, only the top 100 will be selected, with a selection rate of just 1 in 1,000, demonstrating the high standards of this organization and confirming its power and uniqueness. In the future, this organization might very well become a formidable weapon for the Huaxia Nation. They were not wrong. The future Longshao indeed possesses great strength, but that is a matter for later. The eradication of the mingling has also entered its later stages, and the army has become aware of effective methods to deal with these primary mingling and even with the intermediate ones. Although dealing with intermediate mingling comes at a cost, the situation where warriors could only flee when encountering them will no longer occur. During the eradication process, over 50,000 soldiers lost their lives, and more than 300,000 civilians were harmed by the mingling. This is the largest trauma the Huaxia Nation has faced since the Day of Destruction. As a result, the entire nation mourned with flags at half-mast across the country to pay tribute to the victims of Huaxia. The last time the national flag was at half-mast was also because of the Day of Destruction. Just when everyone thought this disaster was coming to an end, they did not expect that the real catastrophe had not yet arrived. A week ago, the battle between the Thunder God and intermediate mingling was reported by various media outlets. Everyone was in awe of the appearance of the advanced mingling, while also being touched by the Thunder God's perseverance. It was said that he went to rescue a team that was surrounded, but ultimately only 23 out of the 200-member team survived. Among them were 3 severely injured soldiers, while the others were all wounded, meaning there were almost no unharmed individuals. The heavy casualties were not due to the Thunder God's failure to provide timely rescue. After all, he had disappeared from public view due to severe injuries. The battle lasted a full 2 days and nights. The intermediate mingling were many times stronger than the primary ones. The Thunder God had to exert all his strength to buy time for the remaining soldiers to escape, and he indeed accomplished that, but the price paid was also considerable. In the end, to eliminate this intermediate mingling, the Thunder God activated all weapons and charged at it at full speed. After a loud explosion, the intermediate mingling was killed. Although the Thunder God survived due to the protection of his mecha, he was inevitably gravely injured, and it is uncertain whether his mecha can be repaired. After this battle, the Thunder God's figure disappeared from the public eye. Through photos and videos, people felt the gravity of that battle, as well as the might of the advanced mingling and the Thunder God. With the ability to destroy boulders and trees with a mere gesture, although much of it was due to the presence of mecha, the person controlling it was definitely not weak, otherwise they could not control such a mecha. As a result, a person named Lei Ming became a household hero in the Huaxia Nation. Fortunately, this wave of mingling was the strongest batch among them. Since their elimination, there have been fewer intermediate mingling. Other mingling without the command of advanced ones have been wandering around like headless flies. The result of this situation is merely their complete annihilation. As for the black mist left behind by the presence of mingling, Liu Hao has also found a solution. He invented a spray that is colorless and has a faint mint scent. Not only does it eliminate these black mists, but spraying it on oneself also refreshes the mind. The black mist seen everywhere in Pingyuan City was resolved due to the existence of this agent. Thus, the omnipotent Liu Hao became an idol for many. Not long ago, the Aralusai came to visit the Huaxiao nation and proposed an idea of exchanging some super technological weapons for the cutting method of starstones. Initially, the Huaxiao side had agreed to their request, but just as the trade was about to happen, news came from the Academy of Sciences that they had also mastered the method to process starstones, and that starstones have tremendous use. Therefore, the trade had to be halted. No matter how many conditions the Aralusai offered, the Huaxiao side refused to agree to the trade. To avoid affecting the friendship between the two countries, the matter ended with the Aralusai exchanging 10 tons of starstones for 10,000 super technological weapons of 3 different functionalities. The Aralusai, in order to achieve their goal, did not mine these starstones as they had already collected a considerable amount from various countries. 10 tons may not sound like much, but given its extremely low density, 10 tons is equivalent to over 200,000 cubic meters, comparable to an 80-story building. In the 7th parallel universe, the Black Spirit domain, countless meteors float aimlessly through the vast universe, colliding with one another. The only difference here is the presence of seas of meteors of various sizes, an unusual phenomenon resembling countless meteor seas converging to form a colossal meteor sea. The sole reason for this outcome is the cataclysmic explosions between numerous planets. Undoubtedly, the annihilation of those planets was the doing of the mingling. In the distant depths of the universe, an enormous planet emits a green glow formed by countless green dots visibly flickering. Upon closer inspection, one would find that the entire surface of this planet is densely dotted with luminous points. Spaceships continuously emerge from this planet heading towards a white light circle. The light circle appears to be nearby, yet the actual distance is several 100,000 light years. It would take an unimaginable number of years using Earth technology to reach it. However, these spaceships can make the round trip in less than a month. One can only imagine how advanced the technology of this planet is. On a meteor outside this planet, 2 figures stand observing the planet below. Yes, they stand there seemingly defying gravity, as if they were on solid ground. How is the preparation going? A young man in peculiar attire crossed his arms and asked. He bears a striking resemblance to a human except for his pitch-black pupils and a mouth full of sharp fangs. His clothing is equally strange, resembling a long piece of rectangular cloth wrapped around him. Standing beside him is a being entirely wrapped in green cloth, differing from the young man's attire only in color and the extent of coverage. The youth is nearly completely covered except for his head and calves, while the being is only wrapped around its body, leaving its limbs and head exposed. Upon hearing the young man's question, the middle-aged figure in green immediately responded, "Half of the lower beings are left, and within 0.1 light periods 3-6. 5 days we can transport them all away. Do you see that, eh?" The young man pointed at the planet ahead. The middle-aged man nodded. "Mountains, forests, oceans, everywhere is filled with our kind. All 13 planets suitable for our survival in this parallel universe are already inhabited. Last light period, the detestable Tianhe beings detonated the Tianhe core, obliterating the entire Yutta domain, causing our 20-year plan to fall apart. We must find a new place for our kind to live. You once asked me why I was willing to pay a high price to bring these lower beings back. Now I will answer you." The young man turned to look at the distant light circle. "The remaining resources in this parallel universe are insufficient for us to open another wormhole. You know that to do so requires a sufficient amount of black devouring energy." "You mean?" "Exactly. Although they are lower beings, they still possess black devouring energy, albeit weak. Therefore, we need a large number of lower beings to gather together. At that time, we only need to detonate the space-time gate. The space-time gate refers to that white light circle which serves as the portal to open a black hole, and there are several fixed space-time gates in every parallel universe." The middle-aged man nodded. There was no need to sympathize with the lower beings, even if they were his own kind. So what? The mingling have no shortage of their kind, and the chances of evolution for these lower beings are too slim. Keeping them around is merely occupying space, so it is better to realize their value while they are alive. Order all ships to move at maximum speed. We must complete the transport as soon as possible. The Emperor's centennial celebration is approaching, and as the eldest son, I cannot be absent. I hope to hear good news from you by then, Hong. Hong nodded vigorously. "Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will ensure it." However, despite his words, Hong felt anxious inside. The Emperor is the supreme god of all the mingling, holding the life and death power over all of them. If on that day he fails to meet the Emperor's expectations, he would not only face the Emperor's wrath, but even question his own survival. Hong sighed. He truly felt like a failure as a military leader, yet he dared not voice it. All he could do was strive to complete the task. The young man ceased further conversation, leaping down from the meteor towards the green planet, with Hong following closely behind. His face darkened. In Lingyang district of Baichuan City, after a heavy rain last night, although the rain has stopped for a while, droplets continue to drip down from the leaves. In the early morning before dawn, the clouds have cleared, indicating that today should be a fine day. Li Dong, holding a steaming plate of freshly cooked dumplings, strides up the stairs. The dumplings are still steaming, and upon catching a whiff of their aroma, Li Dong cannot help but swallow hard. Eating a hot meal in this weather must be a delightful experience. However, he cannot indulge himself, as these dumplings are meant for someone else. Thus, he reluctantly refrains from tasting them. Upon reaching the third floor, Li Dong pulls out his keys and opens the door near the stairs, walking straight in. Hurry, hurry, steaming hot dumplings. They will get cold if you wait any longer, come eat. Saying this, he enters the kitchen, takes a plate, fills it with dumplings, and brings it out, placing it in front of a woman sitting on the sofa. The woman had nearly jumped up in excitement upon hearing the door, but when she saw it was Li Dong, she slumped back down onto the sofa dejected. Is there still no news about Yan Yang? The woman asked, not touching the dumplings before her, her voice void of emotion. Please eat the dumplings first. After you eat, I will tell you more. Li Dong offered her the chopsticks. The woman did not take the chopsticks but excitedly waved her hand to swat them from Li Dong's grasp, shouting, I am asking whether there is any news about Yan Yang. Li Dong sighed, deeply shaking his head helplessly. Trust me, there will be news. His life is so great, he could very well be safe and sound somewhere right now. Yet before he could finish, the woman broke down in tears. Li Dong hurried over to comfort her, but her crying only grew more intense, leaving him at a loss for what to do. I have good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first? The woman paused, stopped crying, and quickly grabbed Li Dong's collar, saying, Quickly tell me the good news. In all of Baichuan City, we conducted a thorough investigation, but did not find any human corpses exposed in the wilderness. It is impossible to completely destroy the bodies. Don't ask me why, just trust me. As for the bad news, we did not investigate the gathering places of the drifters or the wilderness, as these two areas are difficult to search. The wilderness is unlikely, but regarding the gathering places of drifters, I believe it is very improbable. This woman is Fan Su, Zhang Yang's mother. Ever since Zhang Yang left home half a month ago, he has not returned, and to this day, he hasn't even called. There have been several incidents of dangerous spiritual disturbances in the area they live, causing Fan Su great concern for Zhang Yang's safety. Given his long silence, her thoughts inevitably drifted in that direction. For a full 10 days, Fan Su has been so anxious that she couldn't eat a single bite. Each day, she could only manage to drink a bit of water. 2 days ago, she even fainted from hunger. If it weren't for Aunt Li discovering her in time, she could have faced life-threatening danger. Li Dong, unable to rest easy, stayed behind to take care of her. Not long ago, Fan Su suddenly expressed a desire to eat dumplings. Without hesitation, Li Dong rushed downstairs to buy some, which was why he was in such a hurry. The police at the station are also very concerned about this matter. In recent days, Zhang Yang has been frequently visiting the police station, becoming familiar with everyone. The police sympathize with Zhang Yang's plight and have been particularly attentive to him and his mother. The occurrence of such an incident is something they do not wish to see, so they have dispatched a large number of personnel to search for Zhang Yang's whereabouts. Is he really still alive? Is it true? Fan Su clutched Li Dong's arm tightly, shaking it vigorously. Tears flowed from her eyes, soaking half her face. Dressed in a light-colored long-sleeve shirt, seeing Fan Su's pitiful appearance caused a sharp pain in Li Dong's heart, making him turn away in compassion. In a daze, he seemed to see his son lying in a hospital bed. Tomorrow I'll send someone to check those two places, okay? Hurry and eat the dumplings. I promise I will find him, so don't worry. Li Dong picked up the chopsticks from the floor, wiped them, and handed them to Fan Su. This time Fan Su did not refuse. She took the chopsticks, but did not eat. Instead, she stared blankly at the dumplings on the plate. Hurry and eat. If you starve yourself, how will you see Zhang Yang later? Even if not for yourself, think about Zhang Yang. Right? Fan Su scooted forward on the sofa. I can't meet my son in this state. I need to show him my best side. As she spoke, she began eating the dumplings on the table. Officer Li, you should also eat some. They taste great. No, you eat. Li Dong turned and quickly left the living room. He could not bear to watch any longer. This mother had already been driven to madness by her son's disappearance. To cure her, they must find Zhang Yang, but where could he be? As the sun gradually rose, it became noon. Today is indeed a beautiful day, with the scorching sun baking the earth like a furnace. The rainwater on the ground has long since dried, leaving no trace of the rain. It can be said that today is the hottest day of the year. The heat brings about irritability, and at this moment several people feel not only very restless, but also quite anxious. Is there no other way, eh? We cannot just give up like this. A muscular man walked back and forth in the corridor, hugging his head with both hands. A few others stood in the corridor, but no one replied to him. They were all filled with endless worry and deep helplessness. Speak up. Aren't you clever? Think of a solution. The muscular man approached a middle-aged man wearing glasses and grabbed his collar, lifting the relatively frail man off the ground. The middle-aged man did not resist at all, allowing himself to be lifted. Seeing this, another muscular man with a cast on his right arm could not bear it any longer and stepped forward to stop the agitated one. Calm down, brother. You can't blame him. You've seen how hard he's worked these days. We've all done our best, and if he still doesn't wake up, then there's nothing we can do. We can only leave it to fate. As he spoke, he patted the muscular man's shoulder. The muscular man sighed, feeling helpless, and slowly placed the middle-aged man back on the ground. He was right, he had been too impulsive. But it couldn't be helped, the situation was so dire, and he was still unconscious. What if? What are we going to do? Sigh. The muscular man deeply exhaled, squatting down with a troubled expression. These people are Song E Tang Tsong and others in the mountain base. The battle 10 days ago dealt a heavy blow to them. The severe damage to the spaceship Zhang Yang's deep coma, Tian Yang's slumber, the damage to the mechanical body, and Chun Ming's severed arm. Each of these would cause great pain. So far, after 10 days of emergency repairs, the internal damage of the spaceship has been largely fixed. Chun Ming's arm has also been reattached using advanced technology, and he just needs some time to recover to normal. However, the mechanical body of Tian Yang is proving to be quite challenging for Songy. The metals and materials needed for the machine are unique to Tiana Star. Where can he find them now? The metals on Earth are insufficient to support Tian Yang's energy load. There's no choice but to wait for Tian Yang to wake up. What worries everyone is whether he will wake up at all. However, the greatest concern for everyone is Zhang Yang, who lies in slumber. His coma is not due to external forces, but is intrinsic. That day, in the most critical moment, he entered a state of secondary advancement, and his consciousness was affected, plunging him into a deep sleep. Originally, this was a rare opportunity. If the evolution succeeded, his abilities would significantly increase, something every evolver longs for. But at that time, Zhang Yang was deeply engaged in battle, pouring all his energy into defeating the enemy, leaving no spare energy to withstand and cope with the evolution. The most crucial aspect of evolution is the spirit. He must face the evolution of the spirit with the most abundant energy in a very quiet place, yet he did not achieve even a fraction of that. To everyone's surprise, he managed to complete the evolution in that state. Before they could even celebrate, the incident with Tian Yang occurred. This is clearly a sign that his spirit has not fully evolved. If he is not stopped, he will begin wreaking havoc with all his might. Fortunately, Tian Yang managed to calm Zhang Yang down in his own way, after which both fell into a deep slumber. None of these developments were interfered with by anyone. It wasn't that they couldn't, but that they dared not. A slight misstep could lead to irreversible consequences, something they absolutely did not wish to see. But now they have no choice but to intervene. To wake Zhang Yang up, Song exhausted every method he could think of, but there was no effect at all. Today's experiment ended in failure again, and everyone was on the verge of collapse, leading to the earlier scene. If only we still had some ice crystals. Song murmured softly. They've long been exhausted. Where would any remain? Tang Tsong shook his head. What are ice crystals? How do we obtain them? Tell me quickly. I'll go find them. Chen Ming blurted out, overhearing Song Yi's words. If they were easy to find, we'd have gone already. Tang Tsong shot him a disdainful glance. Ice crystals are a unique energy source native to the Tiana Star, a compact substance brimming with immense power. They serve countless purposes, even fueling starships, yet they are exceedingly rare. Just a palm-sized fragment would restore Zhang Yang completely. Sigh. I wonder where the giant sail is. The giant sail? What does that mean? It is a colossal transport vessel over 10 times larger than our current ship. During the evacuation before Tianha Star's destruction, we conducted emergency resource transfers. Globally extracted ice crystals were divided and loaded aboard 2 vessels, the Giant Sail and the Abundant Sky. During transit, the Abundant Sky sustained critical hull damage and failed to traverse the wormhole, vanishing into a temporal rift. Only the Giant Sail remains, and it carries the vast majority of surviving ice crystals. But no one knows where it is. Chen Ming sighed deeply. He possessed neither the means nor the knowledge to locate the Giant Sail. Not even Song Yi or Tang Tsong, natives of Tianha Star, could track it down. What then could he possibly do? Then what powers this vessel? Do you think we'd risk grounding this ship forever just to save you? If Zhang Yang hadn't insisted on using ice crystals for your recovery? Tang Tsong glared at him fiercely. Chen Ming fell utterly silent. So it was through that immeasurably precious substance, and solely at Zhang Yang's plea, that he had survived. Did that mean he now owed Zhang Yang 2 lives? Owing someone a debt weighed heavily upon the soul. Yet in that moment, Chen Ming felt only boundless gratitude. Across the infinite expanse of the cosmos, meteors streaked swiftly, white, yellow, blue, even crimson, each blazing in vivid, distinct hues. Their velocities varied dramatically. Some surged forward with breathtaking speed, rapidly overtaking others and widening the distance between them. Slower ones gradually depleted their energy, lost momentum, and plummeted, ending their brief existence as mere fragments among the countless asteroids adrift in the void. Where am I? Why am I here? Is this the cosmos itself? Zhang Yang gasped, astonished to find himself floating freely in outer space. A voice echoed within him, "Follow it, follow it." Was he meant to follow the meteors? Gradually, more and more asteroids blazed across the darkness, like a celestial meteor shower. Obeying the voice, Zhang Yang drifted steadily in the direction of their trajectories. He had initially feared being struck, given their velocity and density. Impact seemed all but inevitable. Yet to his astonishment, every asteroid passed straight through his body, leaving him utterly unharmed. What manner of reality was this? Just as confusion clouded his mind, the voice resounded once more, "Perceive the path. Guard your true heart." This time differed from before. The voice had appeared twice, first urging him repeatedly to follow the meteors, now uttering those precise words only once. "Perceive the path. Guard your true heart." What did it mean? What was it trying to convey? "Who are you? Reveal yourself." Zhang Yang shouted, but heard nothing in return. In the vacuum of space, sound could not travel. Is this truly the cosmos? How did I arrive here? And how shall I return? Countless questions flooded his thoughts. At that instant, a surge of energy struck him, hurling him violently across the void until its force finally dissipated. It resembled a shock wave, inflicting no physical injury, yet profoundly disorienting. For a fleeting moment, Zhang Yang felt his lungs, liver, and viscera compressed into a single searing point. The shockwave's force slowed his rapid drift. He scanned the surrounding void, searching for its origin. After careful observation, he realized the source lay directly ahead, the very region toward which he had been drifting. There, an immense black hole churned relentlessly, devouring every asteroid drawn toward it. From afar, it had remained invisible, or perhaps he had simply overlooked it entirely. All matter consumed by it vanished without trace, presumably torn apart beyond recognition. At his current velocity, he would be drawn in before long. Was surrender inevitable? He turned to look behind him, searching for any possibility of reversing course. What he saw made him nearly recoil in disbelief. Space itself behind him was fracturing, shattering piece by piece, leaving only absolute nothingness in its wake. What was happening? What should he do? There were only two paths: forward into the black hole, or backward into the collapsing void. Neither offered solace. For a moment, Zhang Yang hesitated. Suddenly, the black hole's gravitational pull intensified, accelerating both the asteroids and himself toward its maw, while the spatial fractures slowed markedly. An opportunity. While he still retained mobility, he must flee the black hole. Surely the collapsing void was the lesser peril. Perhaps the fractures would cease altogether in moments. As he thought this, the spatial fractures truly halted, while the black hole continued its inexorable draw. A spark of hope flared within Zhang Yang. He had guessed correctly. He sensed the black hole's pull no longer affected him. His drift ceased, and he hung motionless in place. He now hovered precisely at the fulcrum between the black hole and the fractured void, equidistant from both, unbound by either force. This was the decisive moment. Truly the choice was his alone. Without hesitation, he chose the fractured void. Since he floated weightlessly, Zhang Yang sought a way to direct his movement. Yet even as the thought formed, he began drifting deliberately toward the fractured expanse. Zhang Yang exhaled in quiet relief, even if he couldn't explain why. Glancing back at the black hole, his gaze locked onto its spiraling center, and instantly those words surfaced in his mind. "Perceive the path. Guard your true heart." Why had that phrase emerged now? Did it imply his chosen path was wrong? His elation and anticipation dissolved instantly, replaced by uncertainty and doubt. "Perceive the path. Guard your true heart." Very well, then let me truly see this path. Zhang Yang abruptly reversed his trajectory, drifting resolutely toward the black hole. The black hole grew larger and larger while Zhang Yang approached ever closer. Initially, he was filled with dread at the sight of this unknown abyss, but now as he drew near, that fear had dissipated. Perhaps he was right. He reassured himself, for he had no idea what the outcome would be. Rather than worry and be afraid, it was better to face it calmly. At worst, it would just be death. Death? Was he to die again? Zhang Yang chuckled softly. Ever since he gained that opportunity, he had frequently faced life and death. Yet he had survived against all odds, but seemed that his streak of good fortune would end today. Soon everything before him turned into an endless void of black. Zhang Yang wanted to scream and vent his feelings, but he found himself unable to do so. The meteors posed no threat to him, but that did not mean the black hole would have no effect. The closer he got, the stronger the pressure became. It felt as if his body was about to be torn apart, yet he could do nothing but allow the black hole to dictate his fate. It seemed that his prediction was correct. Today was indeed his last day. But he had no regrets, not even a single one. He had finally followed his own desires. Since childhood, he had done everything according to his parents' arrangements. Many of these things he disliked, yet to not disappoint his parents and to ensure their happiness, he forced himself to comply. As a result, he had lost his own opinions and developed a fear of making choices. Now that he had finally overcome this problem, Zhang Yang felt extremely happy, even in the face of imminent death. He chose to close his eyes, no longer wanting to see the terrifying sight before him. This way, he would not have to be afraid, no matter how dreadful it might be. He felt as though he had been sucked into the black hole, yet the suffocating pain had vanished. Was it because he was close to death that he could not feel the pain? Suddenly, a sharp pain in his eyes snapped him back to reality, as if something bright had pierced them. How could this be? What could possibly be so bright inside a black hole? What lay before him? Zhang Yang slowly opened his eyes. Indeed, there was something blinding shining directly into his eyes, and it took him over a minute to force his eyes open. What is this? Is this still the black hole? Zhang Yang was stunned by the sight before him. Here the vast and boundless space had transformed from black to white, and the bright whiteness made Zhang Yang feel as if he were in paradise. Unintentionally, he glanced back and discovered a mirror behind him reflecting an endless expanse of black. Some irregular objects caught his attention, and Zhang Yang stepped closer to the mirror to observe them carefully. Beyond the mirror was a space filled with countless smaller spaces, each containing items, but those items were incomplete, each one missing half. It was not merely that they were half missing, they were scattered limbs missing, resembling a checkers board. Suddenly Zhang Yang realized something. This is the shattered space. The very shattered space he intended to enter. The thought sent a cold sweat down Zhang Yang's back. Fortunately, he had not stubbornly walked in it, otherwise he too would have become a fragmented corpse. It seemed that appearances could be deceiving. Just as Zhang Yang's mind was unsettled, something flashed past behind him. Though it moved quickly, it could not escape Zhang Yang's instincts. Turning around in a hurry, Zhang Yang saw a large and familiar face, an enormous and very familiar face. Tian Yang. This face belonged to his partner, both mentor and friend, Tian Yang. However, this face appeared semi-transparent and quite ethereal. He saw Tian Yang smile slightly before dissolving into nothingness, vanishing into the endless white, the entire process taking only a few seconds. Zhang Yang barely had time to say anything before Tian Yang's figure was gone. Just then an extraordinary phenomenon occurred, and the entire white space shattered like broken glass. He too began to fall downward, a deep sense of helplessness and fear of the unknown engulfing him, as if he were plummeting into an abyss. His head grew heavier, and his consciousness gradually blurred. Zhang Yang fell asleep. Listening to the fierce argument outside, Lu Lan couldn't help but sigh. Half a month ago, she was severely injured during the crisis of the Mingling outbreak, but fortunately, she was brought back here for treatment. However, within less than a week, her injuries miraculously healed. This surprised her greatly, making her curious about this place. Seeing that they lacked manpower, she decided to stay and help them, as she was also alone and dissatisfied with her previous work. Staying here was certainly better than returning to her former life. Initially, the people here were opposed to her staying, but after witnessing her abilities, they couldn't bear to let her go. The layout of this place was very sci-fi, resembling a spaceship from a science fiction movie. She had been here for half a month, yet she still couldn't comprehend all the layout and facilities. She didn't even know where she was or what kind of place this was. The people here spoke strange words that Lu Lan could not understand at all. Out of pride, she felt it inappropriate to ask. Perhaps only with time, as everyone became familiar, would she integrate into their midst. But no matter what, she had stayed, becoming a part of this place. Since that was the case, she had to obey her superior's orders. The first task she received was to care for a boy who had fallen into a deep sleep. Upon seeing the boy, Lu Lan's heart raced. Wasn't this the young man she rescued that night? How had he ended up like this? Thinking of how he had been lively and energetic that night, and now lay motionless on the bed like a vegetable, Lu Lan felt a deep sorrow. For the past few days, she had been taking care of Zhang Yang ceaselessly, regularly wiping his face, massaging his body, talking to him, praying for a miracle, hoping that Zhang Yang would awaken. However, the outcome was painfully obvious. Zhang Yang showed no signs of waking up. How long are you going to sleep? They're about to fight over you. I haven't even had the chance to repay you for saving my life. Are you not going to wake up? Lu Lan gently spoke to Zhang Yang from her seat by the bed. She had lost count of how many times she had said this, hoping that one day Zhang Yang would hear her and awaken. But she knew this was merely her wishful thinking. Sigh. Lu Lan sighed deeply. It was time to wipe Zhang Yang's face again, so she stood up from her chair, preparing to wet the towel to clean his face. Then it settled. As soon as dawn breaks, we will head to the areas struck by meteorites to search for any useful items. It would be even better if we could find some ice crystals. Tang Tsung ceased his pacing and addressed the others. All right, let's do it. Chen Ming nodded. Is your arm all right? Don't worry, I feel like I'll recover soon. Chen Ming glanced at his right arm, which was wrapped around his chest. The chances of finding anything are slim, so don't get your hopes up. After a long silent song, he finally spoke. It's fine, trying is better than having no plan at all. Who knows, we might stumble upon something unexpected. With a click, the door to the cabin opened, and the three at the entrance looked over in unison. What's wrong, Lu Lan? Seeing her flushed face and uneven breathing, Song, he asked curiously. Hurry, Zhang Yang. Lu Lan's excited tongue stumbled over her words, leaving everyone confused. Song Yi ignored her rambling and quickly dashed into the cabin. Don't panic, take your time to explain. What happened to Zhang Yang? Lu Lan exclaimed. Just now his fingers seemed to move. What? Tang Tsung and Chen Ming stood there dumbfounded, but soon they were enveloped in boundless joy. Just moments ago they had been thinking about finding precious ice crystals to treat him, and now he had awakened on his own. The two excitedly rushed into the cabin, with Lu Lan closely following. Upon entering, they saw Zhang Yang still lying on the sickbed, while Song Yi stood nearby. How is he? Is he awake? Tang Tsung asked impatiently. His fingers are moving, he should be waking up soon. Now it's all up to him. Let's wait and see. Song Yi, whose face had been cold for several days, finally revealed a long-lost smile. The four of them stood around the sickbed, quietly waiting for Zhang Yang to awaken. Zhang Yang did not disappoint their expectations. This time, not only did his finger move, but his entire right hand stirred. Though it was just a slight movement, it was enough to excite everyone. Zhang Yang, wake up! They called to him softly. Ah! A sudden scream startled everyone present, causing Lu Lan to nearly jump out of her skin. Zhang Yang had awakened. However, his condition was not quite right. He sat up abruptly at the moment he regained consciousness. He grasped his head with both hands, pulling at his hair as cold sweat streamed down his forehead, seemingly undergoing something extremely painful, while he continuously screamed. Zhang Yang, calm down, you are safe now, it's all right. Song Yi stepped forward, embracing Zhang Yang and gently stroking his back. Though he didn't know what was wrong, he felt that Zhang Yang needed a hug. After all, Zhang Yang was just a 15-year-old boy, and after all he had been through, he needed warmth and comfort. If he didn't receive emotional warmth in time, he might very well go insane. Sure enough, under Song Yi's careful caress, Zhang Yang gradually calmed down. But once he fully settled down, his body went limp, and he fell asleep again. After laying Zhang Yang back down, the others left the cabin one by one, allowing him to rest peacefully. Now that Zhang Yang had escaped danger, everyone needed to continue with their tasks. Song Yi searched for other Tiana Star people. Tang Tsung repaired the damaged cabin. Chen Ming engaged in rehabilitation training, while Lu Lan remained by Zhang Yang's side. 2 whole days later, Zhang Yang finally woke up. After awakening, he nearly fainted from hunger. Although they had been providing him with some liquid food during these days, it was hardly enough for his powerful digestive system, and what was just fed to him might be expelled the next moment. After all, he was an evolved being, and missing meals for a few days wouldn't pose much of a problem, hence they had stopped supplying liquid food. This meant he hadn't eaten anything for half a month. Zhang Yang felt that if Song Yi let him eat, he could devour an entire cow, but Song Yi only allowed him some porridge in a very small bowl. This was barely enough to even fill his gaps. However, Song Yi insisted this was for his health, and a helpless Zhang Yang had no choice but to listen and drink some porridge. Fortunately, the dinner was quite sumptuous. Tang Tsung went outside and bought a large pile of delicious food to replenish Zhang Yang's nutrition, while also rewarding everyone who had been working hard recently. Everyone enjoyed the meal, reflecting how a month ago they were all strangers, and now they had reached a point where they could trust each other with their lives. Through this event, Lu Lan began to integrate with the group, no longer feeling as constrained as before. Tell us your story. After dinner, everyone rested around the dining table. After teasing Zhang Yang for a while, Song Yi suddenly turned to Lu Lan. This piqued the curiosity of the others, and everyone looked towards Lu Lan. Instantly, Lu Lan felt shy under their gazes, her face turning as red as an apple, causing everyone to burst into laughter. You all know I'm Lu Lan, 28 years old. I realize you're here because of my computer skills, but I've never formally studied computer science. Then how did you become so skilled with computers? Tang Tsung asked, puzzled. He had followed Song Yi for over a decade, so surely he had seen enough to understand. Song Yi was a top-tier technological talent on Tiana Star, and Tang Tsung had accumulated a lot of knowledge working behind him. Yet he found himself outmatched by a girl in her 20s who had never received formal education. This was quite frustrating for him. I'm self-taught. I loved playing video games as a child, so I became familiar with computers. It's precisely because of gaming that I didn't get into university. Even though I didn't enter university, I had more time to engage with computers. Over time, my proficiency in using them improved. These words only surprised the others slightly regarding her learning ability, but to Song Yi, it was not just that. He understood how rare it was to find a girl who was so passionate about computer technology. In the past, almost no women were involved in these fields on Tiana Star, let alone those with exceptional skills. Lulan not only loved this field, but also possessed decent skills. More importantly, Song, he saw two words in her: genius. This was no mere flattery. If Earth's technology was understandable, Tianhe Star's technological level surpassed that of Earth by more than one tier, and Lulan could identify the usage and purposes of various operating systems just by observation. For this reason, Song, he was very attentive to Lulan, which was also why he had kept her around. Watching Lulan continue with her self-introduction, Song, he silently made a resolution. Do you wish to be my disciple? Song, he suddenly spoke, leaving Lulan momentarily speechless as she stared in astonishment at him, sitting across the table. It was not just Lulan who was taken aback. Tang Tsung was also startled. In the past, many had followed Song, eager to become his students, yet he had never agreed to anyone claiming that he lacked the ability to teach them. Everyone knew this was merely an excuse. As one of the leading talents in global science and technology, he felt unqualified to teach others, so who else could? The fact that Song, who had left countless people with regrets, was now offering to take on a disciple, especially one who had no formal education, was astonishing. One could only wonder how those he had previously rejected would react if they heard this. Are you asking me? Lulan asked uncertainly. Song smiled. Of course it's you, who else could it be? Lulan was unsure of the extent of this man's abilities, but she subconsciously regarded him as someone formidable, as evidenced by Tang Tsung's shocked expression. Could she truly be so fortunate as to gain the favor of such a person? I am willing. Upon hearing Lulan's response, Song sighed in relief. It would have been awkward if she had declined. Everyone also extended their congratulations to Lulan and Song for this master-disciple relationship. What I will teach you in the future will far exceed Earth's technology. You must study diligently and not disappoint the expectations I and everyone else have for you. I will take it seriously. Song nodded without saying more. He was inherently a reticent person, and had it not been for the dramatic awakening today and accepting a disciple, he would not have spoken so much. Soon it was time to conclude dinner. Since they had to rise early to study with Song, Lulan had already returned to her cabin to rest. Just as others were preparing to return to their own cabins, they were stopped by Zhang Yang. Is there something you need, Zhang Yang? You should be resting well right now. Chen Ming, who was closest to him, patted his shoulder and said, I've rested enough. The reason I called you all is that I want you to accompany me to the training room. You shouldn't be thinking about training these days. Focus on recovering first, Song, said with a frown. Right, it's already so late, it's better to go to bed early. Tang Tsung agreed. It's not for training, I want to test my mental strength. Oh, in that case, let's go. Tang Tsung supported Zhang Yang as Song, led the way while Chun Ming, unable to sleep, followed behind. His smartwatch had been damaged during the recent battle with the intermediate spirit phantom, so he needed to use the testing device in the training room. The urgency to test stemmed from the fact that a long time ago his mental strength had been on the verge of breaking through 100, and upon doing so, he would gain a mental skill much like his eighth sense. He could clearly feel that his mental strength had significantly increased compared to before, especially after that dream he had not long ago. After that dream, he felt as if he had undergone a complete transformation. His mental strength seemed like an endless spring that would never run dry. Now a simple test would reveal his current limits. However, since awakening, he hadn't had the chance to use his eighth sense yet. But he was not worried, it would soon be time to put it to use. Upon entering the training room, Song, he turned on the lights and activated the testing device. After doing so, he stood to the side, operating another machine, while Zhang Yang approached the testing device, shrugging off Tang Tsung's hand from his shoulder. Go for it, kid. Tang Tsung clenched his fist and made a cheering gesture. Zhang Yang turned back, smiled at him, and nodded emphatically. Looking at Chen Ming, who also clenched his fist to cheer for Zhang Yang, his large frame made the action appear quite comical, akin to a gorilla, causing Zhang Yang to nearly burst out laughing. After sitting down in a metal chair, Song, he handed him a helmet filled with various wires, which Zhang Yang accepted and put on his head. Simultaneously, Song, he activated the device. A refreshing sensation spread throughout his brain, and Zhang Yang, already quite alert, became even more so. He involuntarily relaxed his entire body, and his eighth sense began to expand. 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters. Zhang Yang was astonished to find his sensing radius had reached 20 meters. This far exceeded his expectations. He had only anticipated around 15 meters, considering he had just crossed 10 meters last time. He never expected his mental strength to have increased by more than double. The expansion of his sensing ability did not stop there. It continued until it reached 23 meters, at which point it finally halted. He was so astonished that he forgot to breathe, but what truly amazed him was not just that. This activation of the eighth sense was remarkably different from before. Not only had the range significantly increased, but he also experienced a new sensation of awareness. Previously, when activating the eighth sense, he felt like a ruler who could sense every object within the range, yet this feeling was somewhat vague and lacked depth. It was as if he could distinctly sense a cabinet a few meters away, including its color size, and even what was inside, but he had no idea what was in the box within the cabinet. In other words, he could only sense the surface and not penetrate deeper. Now, having activated the eighth sense, Zhang Yang could separate a phantasm from himself, using it to sense any area within his range according to his thoughts. This phantasm existed solely as a form of energy and would vanish once the energy was exhausted, while his consciousness could freely switch between the physical body and the phantasm. In essence, the physical body could control a large range, while the phantasm could be directed to smaller areas based on thought. This discovery thrilled Zhang Yang to no end, and he eagerly tried out the phantasm to experience the feeling of dominating the world. Everyone was startled by Zhang Yang, who moved like a ghost. How can Zhang Yang fly? Chen Ming exclaimed. It must be his mental skill, Tang Tsong remarked, his gaze fixed on the phantasm. Haha, Uncle Tang is sharp as ever. Zhang Yang's playful voice came from the phantasm, which was now standing before the two, while Zhang Yang's physical body remained nearly 10 meters away. The two felt genuinely shocked and delighted that Zhang Yang had acquired such a powerful mental skill. He truly was a level 6 inheritor, standing out in a remarkable manner. Just when Zhang Yang was having a blast song, he spoke up. The results are out, guess how much it is, he said mysteriously. Zhang Yang did not expect that the usually taciturn Song Yi would engage him in a guessing game. 120. As soon as Zhang Yang opened his mouth, Chen Ming interrupted him with an answer. Wrong. Song Yi shook his head. 130. Tang Tsong was also unwilling to back down. Wrong. Song Yi continued to shake his head. 150. Wrong. 180. Wrong. It can't be over 200. Stop teasing, just tell me. Tang Tsong couldn't help but say. Zhang Yang was also quite nervous. The higher his spiritual power, the greater the shock it brought him. He had predicted it to be around 150, but now even 180 was incorrect. Could it really be over 200, as Tang Tsong suggested? Song Yi grinned widely, turning the monitor in front of him towards Tang Tsong and Chen Ming. Zhang Yang also used his phantom body to look at the monitor. 217. Zhang Yang, sitting on a metal chair, broke out in a cold sweat. It indeed exceeded 200 and reached 217. He knew the significant increase in spiritual power was due to that dream, but what kind of dream was it? Hey, you are too abnormal. In just a month, your spiritual power exceeded 200. Quickly tell me, how did you do it? Tang Tsong said incredulously. At 37 years old, he had only just surpassed 201, achieving that breakthrough during his time on Earth. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang had gone from just over 50 to exceeding his own record in less than a month, making Tang Tsong feel both envious and jealous, but more than anything, he was happy for Zhang Yang. He was happy about Zhang Yang's strength. Zhang Yang scratched his head awkwardly and smiled, saying, I don't know what happened. I just had a very strange dream during those days of unconsciousness. What? A dream can greatly increase spiritual power. Tang Tsong felt like his worldview was about to collapse. So, does that mean I should have 3 spiritual skills now? Zhang Yang suddenly realized. That's right, you should have 3. The first spiritual skill is the 8th sense. The second is the application of the 8th sense's subordinate, phantom body, and he still didn't know what the third one was. What is the third one? That will depend on your own exploration. We cannot know that. So kid, fight more. This is the best shortcut to discovering spiritual skills. Zhang Yang nodded. Song Yi was quite right. Can I test it out? At this moment, Chen Ming, who had been watching from the side, spoke up. This was his first time learning about spiritual power, and he was suddenly curious about how much spiritual power he had. Of course you can, Song Yi said, looking at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang smiled knowingly, turned off his 8th sense, and gave his seat to Chen Ming, who happily sat down. This time the 8th sense was activated for about 10 minutes, and he showed no signs of his spiritual power being unable to support it. It seemed that the significant increase in spiritual power had indeed made a noticeable difference. Chen Ming, who stood nearly 1.9 meters tall, fit perfectly in the chair. Zhang Yang had sunk halfway into it when he sat, possibly because the design was intended for the taller physique of the Tiana Star people. Zhang Yang thought to himself. Soon the result was out, 61. Among ordinary people on Earth, this was already considered high. After all, when Zhang Yang tested for the first time, he had only scored in the 40s. Chen Ming was not disheartened by his spiritual power being lower than Zhang Yang's. He clearly understood how abnormal Zhang Yang was. Comparing himself to Zhang Yang would leave him beaten and bruised. On the contrary, he was happy to know his spiritual power and planned to start using the spiritual growth device from the next day. After leaving the training room, Tang Tsong bid farewell to everyone, saying he was going to dream, hoping that his spiritual power would also surge like Zhang Yang's. Chen Ming also said his goodbyes to everyone. He would begin training the next day and needed to get some rest to face tomorrow's training. Only Zhang Yang and Song Yi remained. Song Yi was going to the command room to check something, and Zhang Yang had no intention of going to sleep, so he followed behind him. Uncle Song, what do you think about Tian Yang? Zhang Yang suddenly spoke. He saw Song Yi, who was walking in front, pause for a moment. During the day, he learned from the chatter of others that he had lost his sanity due to the explosion and had done some not so good things, especially towards Tian Yang. He had even struck him, almost causing some irreversible foolishness. Tian Yang is fine, he's just in a state of dormancy. As long as he replenishes his energy, he will come back. Don't worry. Really? Zhang Yang asked with concern. Of course you don't believe me. Zhang Yang lowered his head, feeling regretful about what had happened. How long will it take for him to wake up? That's hard to say, or it depends on his recovery speed. It could be a few days, or it could be years. Zhang Yang involuntarily clenched his fists. It was because of him that Tian Yang had become this way, and now he couldn't help Tian Yang at all. Don't be too hard on yourself. Oh, everyone has their fate. This is his destiny. What about his mechanical body? Can it still be repaired? Zhang Yang suddenly thought of this. Due to the explosion, most of his mechanical body turned into fragments, and the main components suffered catastrophic damage. The others are manageable, but without the main components, repairing it is very difficult. How can we obtain the main components? The materials for the main components are extremely scarce resources on Tiana Star, let alone on your Earth. Zhang Yang, who had just ignited a glimmer of hope, felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, instantly cooling his enthusiasm. But it's not completely impossible to find them. Song Yi continued. Zhang Yang hurriedly asked, what other methods are there? What should I do? Scarcity does not mean absence. When we came to Earth, we brought a lot of resources with us. As long as you contact other Tiana Star people or find spaceships or battleships from Tiana Star, you can find materials to rebuild Tian Yang's body. They must have these materials. Zhang Yang nodded. Was it really that simple? It didn't sound too difficult. Oh, I will definitely find these materials to rebuild Tian Yang's body. He made a firm resolution in his heart. After bidding farewell to Song Yi, Zhang Yang returned to his cabin. After stretching his stiff muscles that hadn't moved in a long time, he lay down on the ship, reflecting on the events that had transpired. He occasionally activated his eighth sense and separated his phantom body to observe the surroundings. April is undoubtedly an unforgettable month for the people of Huaxiao, with every event that occurred during this time reshaping their worldview. So far, there are very few surviving Yin spirits left, and eliminating them is merely a matter of time. Everything is progressing in a positive direction. On the evening of April 28th, after being away for 17 days, Zhang Yang finally set foot on the road home. Standing at the doorway, Zhang Yang surveyed his surroundings. There was no pile of garbage in front of the house, and the corridor was clean and dust-free. It seemed that everything at home was still all right, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. After standing in the corridor for a moment, he pressed the doorbell. A few seconds later, the door opened, and upon seeing the person who opened it, Zhang Yang understood everything. Uncle Li. Zhang Yang. You're back. Seeing Zhang Yang standing outside, Li Dong almost rushed out of the house, grabbing Zhang Yang's shoulders tightly and shaking him as if he couldn't believe the reality before him. Where have you been these days? Do you know how worried your mother has been? Why haven't you even returned a phone call? You've gone too far. The series of 3 questions revealed just how agitated Li Dong was at that moment. During these days, he had thought more than once that when he saw Zhang Yang, he would have to give him a stern lesson to let him fully understand what respect means. But now Zhang Yang was right in front of him, and he found himself unable to act. All right, as long as you're fine, hurry inside and see your mother. She's been through a lot these days. Zhang Yang nodded and dashed inside. On the balcony, Fan Su sat on a small sofa, staring blankly outside. Her hair was disheveled, indicating that she hadn't washed it in quite some time. Zhang Yang could only see his mother's profile. Her face was pale and devoid of color, and her eyes were dull and lifeless, making her appear like a statue sitting there without any vitality. Tears streamed down Zhang Yang's face as he had been worried that his mother might collapse due to his prolonged absence, and it seemed he had guessed correctly. Mom. Zhang Yang choked on his words, unable to speak. Upon hearing his voice, Fan Su suddenly turned her head, jumping up from the sofa like a startled bird. She tilted her head and looked at Zhang Yang as if uncertain whether the scene before her was real. Seeing this, Zhang Yang's heart ached even more. He had not expected this incident to bring such a huge blow to his mother. Mom, I'm back, he said, trembling. Yang. Fan Su's pupils dilated sharply as she slowly walked toward Zhang Yang with her head tilted. Slap. A loud slap echoed, causing Zhang Yang to turn his head aside. So you do know how to come back. Fan Su cried as she embraced Zhang Yang tightly, the strength of her grip making him feel breathless. I'm sorry, Mom, I'm back now. Fan Su said, nothing more, simply holding Zhang Yang quietly. He did not move. He could clearly feel his mother's trembling. Suddenly, Zhang Yang felt a weight, and looking up, he found that his mother had fainted. Mom, what happened? He said anxiously as he picked up Fan Su. Let her sleep for a while. She hasn't had much sleep for several days, Li Dong said from a distance watching the reunion. Zhang Yang's heart ached again. After carefully placing Fan Su in her bedroom and ensuring she was comfortable, he quietly stepped out. So what have you been doing these days? Li Dong handed Zhang Yang an apple. Zhang Yang took the apple and placed it on the table. He didn't have much appetite right now. Uncle Li, I don't want to lie to you, I've been involved in some very important matters these days, which is why I didn't even have time to come home or return a phone call. As for what I was doing, I can't say, and I hope you can understand me. Li Dong shook his head and said, whatever you want to do is your freedom, no need to tell me, but you should have taken care of other matters before doing those things. Do you know how worried your mother has been these days? She almost lost her life. Did the Yin spirits appear here? Zhang Yang sat up straight. Not exactly. Your mother fainted from starvation after several days without food. If the neighbors hadn't found her, you might never have seen her again. Zhang Yang's pupils widened as he slumped onto the sofa. Uncle Li, I'm really sorry for the trouble these days. It's fine, it was just a small effort. Li Dong looked at his watch, stood up, and said, since you're back, I'll be going. I have a lot of things to deal with. Uncle Li, I need to ask you for a favor. What favor? After my mom wakes up, please cooperate with me to explain the excuse I've made up. You haven't done anything bad these days, have you? Li Dong asked, staring into Zhang Yang's eyes. No, Uncle Li, I've been doing important and legitimate things. Trust me. That's good, but if you do something bad, I will catch you. Take good care of your mom. I'm leaving. After sending Li Dong off, Zhang Yang went to Fan Su's bedroom, looking at his sleeping mother with a pang of guilt in his heart. She had indeed suffered a lot over the past 6 months, which Zhang Yang could empathize with, and now he was still a source of worry for her. He truly didn't know how strong her spirit was and how she had managed to endure. For a moment, Zhang Yang felt he was not worth anything. Mom, I will make sure you live a good life, and such days are not far off, believe me. He gently stroked Fan Su's cheek as he spoke. After quietly keeping her company for a while, Zhang Yang returned to his own bedroom. The entire bedroom was covered in a layer of dust, indicating that no one had been there during his absence. After cleaning up the room, it was already past midnight. Due to his body not having fully healed, Zhang Yang dismissed the thought of exercising. Tang Tsong had mentioned that training under such conditions would yield little benefit. It was better to wait until he fully recovered. Zhang Yang sat at his computer desk, turned on the computer, and browsed the recent news. Almost 80 of the news reported on the Yin spirits and the Thunder God. This was the first time Zhang Yang had heard of the Thunder God. After watching the videos related to him, he laughed, realizing he had found someone similar to himself. Zhang Yang repeatedly watched the Thunder God's combat videos. His attack methods and various abilities provided him with great inspiration. Unfortunately, there were too few videos, leaving him wanting more. It seemed he had to find an opportunity to meet this Thunder God. In the following 2 days, Zhang Yang stayed by Fan Su's side, without leaving her for a moment. He covered up the reason for his disappearance with a lie. This was not because he didn't want to tell the truth, but because he could only use this kind-hearted lie. Fan Su didn't pursue the matter further, as all she wanted was for Zhang Yang to return safely, and now her wish had been fulfilled. On May 3 RD, under clear skies, Zhang Yang finally returned here after a month away from school. Being back in this familiar place made him feel at ease, as he realized studying here was far better than being alone outside. Thinking about the familiar faces he would soon see, Zhang Yang couldn't help but feel a little excited. Do you have any news about the Thunder God? No, there hasn't been any update about the Thunder God for over half a month. I really worry about him, or I wonder how he is doing. As soon as Zhang Yang entered the classroom, he overheard this conversation. It seemed his classmates had all become little fans of the Thunder God, which made him smile. Hey Zhang Yang, you're back. A boy wearing large glasses spoke to him. His name was Li Chung, the class monitor. Yes, I'm back, class monitor. I thought you wouldn't return. Where have you been for the past month? Why didn't anyone hear from you? I asked Old Li, but he wouldn't say anything. Old Li refers to their homeroom teacher Li Mu, who despite being in his 30s had earned the nickname Old Li because of his graying hair that he refused to dye. There were some family matters, but it's all good now. I'm glad you're back. Ooh, I've really missed you after such a long time. A classmate chimed in. The other students crowded around Zhang Yang, asking about his well-being, and he patiently responded to them. Brother Zhang, you're back. Li Miao exclaimed as he entered the classroom, spotting Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang smiled and nodded at him. Li Miao dropped his backpack and rushed towards Zhang Yang, lifting him in a hug, which startled Zhang Yang and drew laughter from their classmates. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks came, and the classmates immediately fell silent. Looking towards the door, they saw Li Miao standing there watching everyone. What's all the noise? Are you not studying? Everyone go read your books. Oh, Zhang Yang, come out with me for a moment. Li Miao stuck out his tongue and made an exasperated gesture. Zhang Yang chuckled and walked out of the classroom. It was early reading time, and apart from the two of them, there wasn't anyone else in the corridor. The sound of students reading echoed from the windows of various classrooms, filling Zhang Yang with a pleasant mood. Did you have fun? Li Mu asked. Zhang Yang smiled and nodded. Now that you've had fun, you need to focus. You're in the third year now, and in a month you'll have the high school entrance exam. Getting into a good high school is crucial for your future university prospects. Yes, teacher, I will. Today is the monthly exam. Let's see your results. With that, he turned and walked towards the office, leaving Zhang Yang standing there. An hour later, the exam began. Looking at the paper in his hands, Zhang Yang smiled. 2 days later, the results were announced. Sigh. Li Miao sighed, deeply staring at his failed exam paper. Don't be discouraged, believe in yourself, and you can do well next time, Zhang Yang comforted him. How did you do so well? You haven't been to school for a month. Did you go for tutoring somewhere? Tell me where so I can go too. There's no tutoring. I just studied on my own, Zhang Yang chuckled. That's terrifying, you're simply a genius. Li Miao shook his head in disbelief. As expected, Zhang Yang once again ranked first in the entire grade. With a score just shy of a perfect score, he was directly accepted into a key city high school, earning the envy of all his classmates. Congratulations, Zhang Yang. In the office, Li Miao expressed his congratulations to Zhang Yang. Thank you, Teacher Li. I'm really curious, what have you experienced this semester? Why did your grades improve from the middle to the top of the grade? Some things did happen, but they weren't directly related to studying. It was more like some opportunities came my way. Well, you're quite lucky then. Zhang Yang chuckled. By the way, what did you want to talk to me about? Li Mu picked up a cup of tea from his desk and took a sip. Zhang Yang hesitated for a moment and said, I'd like to ask for another month off. Why are you asking for leave again? What exactly are you doing? Li Mu frowned, drawing the attention of the other busy teachers. Teacher, I have something very important to take care of. Can it wait until after the entrance exam? Does it really have to be done now? Yes, it's urgent. I must do it, Zhang Yang insisted. Li Mu hesitated for a moment. Fine, do as you wish. You've been accepted into high school anyway. Before the entrance exam, you can do whatever you want, and I won't interfere. Thank you, teacher. And so Zhang Yang requested another 40 days off. But he didn't know if this was a good thing. Taking leave would give him more time to train, but it would also reduce his time spent with classmates. He didn't want to lose that time with them, yet he also couldn't afford to lose training time. So there are gains and losses. He felt a heavy weight in his heart, as if he had lost something very important. He didn't feel happy at all about being accepted into a key high school. The weather had been clear and sunny before noon, with temperatures around 27 to 8 degrees, which felt almost painful under the sun. But starting from 2 in the afternoon, the weather gradually turned cloudy. Cloudy weather was better than being overwhelmed by the sun. Zhang Yang liked overcast days and drizzly weather. He enjoyed walking in the light rain, as it always improved his mood. At that moment, he was sitting on the bus home. He had promised his mother that he would come home every day from now on, as he didn't want to see Fan Su turn into that way again. The bus drove onto a large bridge, and once they crossed it, they would be close to home. Zhang Yang planned to get off at the next stop and walk back, wanting to enjoy the breeze to lighten his mood. It was an arch bridge, and just as the bus reached the highest point of the arch, a thunderclap erupted. With a resounding boom, it startled Zhang Yang. That thunder was really fierce. It seemed like it was going to rain heavily tonight, he thought. As the bus descended from the bridge and approached the stop, another thunderclap rang out. This thunder was even more intense than the last, resonating through the air, and the river below the bridge was rippling with waves from the shock. What's going on? Everyone on the bus looked up at the sky, and Zhang Yang did the same. The sky was growing darker, resembling evening, yet it was only 4 in the afternoon. The sky was dimly tinged with red, as if it had been stained by the setting sun. Looking elsewhere, Zhang Yang noticed that the skies in other places were not as strange as here. Everything else looked normal and sunny, with only this area exhibiting such oddity. Just as he was puzzled, a yellow light shone in the dark center of the sky, appearing extremely clear against the red-black backdrop. This yellow light resembled lightning, but it was not fleeting. It would seem to be imprinted in the air. The sound followed several seconds after the yellow light appeared. Boom! The sky was shattered. Yesterday, a fissure approximately 120 meters long appeared in the northern wilderness of Lingyang district, with 2 occurrences reported. Any object within 100 meters of the fissure will be drawn in, and the entire wilderness area has been sealed off. No information has been received to explain how this fissure formed. Researchers are working diligently to investigate. For your safety, all citizens are advised to stay away from the wilderness area in the coming days. We will report further developments as soon as possible. Please stay tuned. It's terrifying. What could that thing be? Aunt Lee, frowning, stared intently at the television and said, Look at how the sky around that fissure has turned red. What kind of monster might emerge from it? Recently, Aunt Lee has been visiting Zhang Yang's home frequently, not just because she felt lonely, but mainly to keep company with Fan Su so that she wouldn't faint again without anyone knowing. There sure have been a lot of strange occurrences in the past 2 years, Fan Su sighed. Yang, did you see the news? Don't go to the wilderness area. Look how terrifying that fissure is. Zhang Yang remained silent, his gaze fixed on the news broadcasting on the television. He was at the scene of the foreign affairs incident yesterday. Moments after the yellow light appeared, a deafening explosion rang out in the sky, shattering the glass of many buildings. Even the bus Zhang Yang was driving several kilometers away was not spared. All the glass was shattered to pieces. Soon the yellow light suddenly expanded significantly, and then its brightness surged. The yellow light exploded in the sky like thunder, and a black fissure over 100 meters long appeared, as if the sky had been torn apart. Zhang Yang, watching from a distance, felt an inexplicable sense of dread at the sight of the fissure. Suddenly he recalled something. He remembered Tianyang once telling him that the invasion of the Mingling into the Tianhe star occurred through spatial rifts. Zhang Yang had never seen what a spatial rift looked like. Could this fissure before him be the legendary time-space rift? Zhang Yang did not stay at the scene for long. The feeling of dread intensified. After he got back into his car and returned home, he felt somewhat better. "I'm talking to you, can you hear me?" Fan Su continued. "I heard you." Zhang Yang replied. Beep. At that moment the watch on Zhang Yang's arm beeped, and he looked up and stood up. "Mom, Antley, keep an eye on things. I'm going to rest for a bit." "Okay, go ahead." Zhang Yang nodded and walked toward his bedroom. This was a watch given to him by Song Yi not long ago, as his previous smartwatch had been damaged in battle and the functions were incomplete, so Song Yi gifted him this watch. This watch was quite powerful. Aside from telling time, its main function was communication. With the watch, no matter where Zhang Yang was, he could connect with the base or receive notifications from the base. With this watch, Zhang Yang could also be located at any time in case of an emergency. Just a moment ago, the base had sent a call to Zhang Yang. Back in his bedroom, Zhang Yang pressed a button on the watch, and suddenly a blue miniature projection of Song Yi, about 10 centimeters tall, appeared. "Zhang Yang, if you're free, come down to the base. A major event has occurred." Song Yi's voice was urgent, causing Zhang Yang's heart to race. "What happened? Can't you tell me here?" He had just promised Fan Su that he would stay by her side if nothing was wrong. Normally that would be fine, but today was Saturday and Fan Su still didn't know he had taken leave for the midterm exam. So he couldn't just use school as an excuse to sneak out as he usually did. "It's not clear here. It must be discussed in person. If it's inconvenient for you, it can wait until tomorrow. It's fine." "Is that really okay?" "Yes." "All right, I'll try to come over early." "Good." After saying that, Zhang Yang pressed a button on the watch and the projection of Song Yi vanished. "Mom, I'm going out for a bit. I'll be back in the evening," Zhang Yang said to Fan Su, who was watching television. "Where are you going? Didn't I just tell you not to go to the wilderness area?" "I'm not going to the wilderness area, don't worry. I'm just going to a good friend's house to help him with his studies, and I'll definitely be back tonight." Fan Su hesitated for a moment, but eventually agreed. Since Zhang Yang had said, so what else could she say? Still, Zhang Yang felt uneasy. He thought he needed to go to the base as soon as possible. After going downstairs, Zhang Yang took out the high-tech bike that Tang Tsung had given him. It was meant to save him time on his way to and from home and the base, and indeed it saved him a lot of time. Zhang Yang really liked this bike, not just because of its cool silver appearance, but also because of the various features that were usually found only in sports cars, such as nitrous acceleration, autopilot, and navigation. He could experience the feelings of different vehicles, including bicycles, motorcycles, and cars on this bike. At this moment, it was early morning and rays of sunlight filtered through the trees, warming Zhang Yang. However, the fissure in the sky far away still existed, making Zhang Yang feel quite uncomfortable. As he was about to get on the bike after leaving the community, a silhouette suddenly caught his attention and left him frozen in place. Why is she here? Oh right, today is Saturday. She must be going to her violin lesson. In the past, every Saturday morning, he would be at the window watching her. But he had been a bit busy lately, so he hadn't seen her in a long time. He really missed her, and now that he saw her, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. What is she doing? Is she hailing a taxi? After glancing at the time, Zhang Yang suddenly realized she was going to be late. Today, she was 20 minutes later than usual. Thus, Zhang Yang stood quietly at the entrance of the community, watching her from over 10 meters away. Even just watching her back made him feel very happy. After watching for 5 full minutes, she still hadn't managed to hail a taxi. Judging by her anxious expression, she was indeed going to be late. Zhang Yang looked down at his high-tech bike. It was a bike designed for one person. However, there was a metal plate behind the seat which could accommodate another person if they sat carefully. If only he could give her a ride to school. But how could he do that? They were strangers who, although they lived in the same community, they didn't even know each other's names. How could he possibly offer her a ride? Zhang Yang shook his head with a smile, wishing her the best in not being late, and even if she were late, that she wouldn't be punished. Once he got on the bike, Zhang Yang rode onto the road, and just as he was about to pass by her, she unexpectedly called out to him.